Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest winter storm coverage. I hope everybody's having a good afternoon thus far. This is going to be our first of several winter storm coverages over the next 24 to 72 hours. We are expecting to be live for over 12 hours tomorrow and as well as Sunday. This will probably end up being a 6 to 8 hour live stream as we are going to be talking about the beginning of this winter storm. We're going to go in depth on everything that's happening now. We're going to do an entire forecast about this winter storm as there have been some changes to the forecast yet again for parts of areas like the Southern Plains, the Ohio Valley, and the Northeast. Areas like Dallas-Fort Worth are uptrending in terms of ice, which is not a good thing. And then back over in the Northeast, we are uptrending in terms of snow, which for some of you, that is exciting. And for many of you that live in the Northeast that hate snow, that is not exciting. So we have a lot to talk about in that regard. We also have to have a huge update about the ice storm threat. It is growing across much of the country. We have had over 10 million people added into ice storm warnings here just over the last 12 hours. So since last night, areas like Atlanta, Georgia, Columbia, South Carolina, and even as far south as southwestern Louisiana and southeast Texas are now under ice storm warnings. So things have uptrended a lot just over the last 24 to 48 hours. So again, we have a lot to talk about in this live stream. We're going to do a very in-depth forecast over the next 30 minutes. And we're also going to be doing something I've never done before. We'll be recording my afternoon video on this live stream. So that'll be an interesting experience. We're going to do that probably in about an hour or so, but we'll be doing that at some point. So again, we got a lot to talk about, but I want to jump into what's happening right now and all the weather alerts that we have across the country. And as you can see, we have winter storm warnings across basically 2,000 miles from west to east. That goes from Santa Fe, New Mexico, now into Boston, Massachusetts, and including Cape Cod. It is a massive stretch of winter storm warnings. We have ice storm warnings that have expanded a lot. Anywhere in this purple area, these are now ice storm warnings. And unfortunately, this is where we could see catastrophic impacts from this winter storm when it comes to ice. Some areas that are in the purple could see over 1 inch of ice accumulation between now and Sunday, which could lead to widespread power outages, major infrastructure damage, and it could really damage trees. I mean, we're talking about the possibility of trees in this area being snapped and even broken into pieces with it when it comes to the ice. And it could even, damage trees that are 50 to 100 years old. I mean, that's what we're talking about here. That's the threat that does exist here in the deep south and also back into the southeast. So if you're in Shreveport, Louisiana, if you're in Monroe, Louisiana, Longview, Texas, all of you have been added to ice storm warnings where we could see over 1 inch of ice accumulation. Memphis is not included in that, but you're not far from it. It also goes into southwestern Tennessee, and yes, Atlanta, Georgia has been added to an ice storm warning. This actually surprised me a little bit, but things have uptrended over the last 12 hours. We are now expecting the threat of over 1/2 inch of ice accumulation if you're in Atlanta, Columbia, Greenville, and as well as Greenwood in South Carolina. So things have actually uptrended quite a bit. Now, we're going to talk all about the forecast in a second. I do want to talk about what's happening right now because the winter storm is developing rapidly. We have a large area of very light snowfall that is stretching from Oklahoma City back up into Kansas and Nebraska. So if you're anywhere in the white, that is where some very light snowfall is happening now. This winter storm is going to get a lot more intense by tonight, but for right now, very light snowfall is falling. I do want to give you a quick meteorological breakdown to what's happening because I know a lot of you are in Oklahoma City. A lot of you are probably back over near Lawton, Oklahoma, and you're probably wondering, I see snow on the radar. Where is it? Well, it's a little bit dry right now in the low levels. So some of the snow that's actually falling out of the sky is melting before hitting the ground. Don't worry though, by tonight, that is going to be much heavier snow. We are going to have a lot more moisture in the low levels. And so any snow that is on the radar right now, for the most part, is melting before hitting the ground. We don't have a whole lot of heavy snow happening for the time being. If you look bottom right of your screen, that's one of the Kansas cameras that is live right now. And it does show a little bit of light snow. So some of it is reaching the ground. We're starting to see a bit of a coating for some of these areas, but it's going to get a lot more intense by tonight and tomorrow. And we are expecting many of these areas that I just outlined to see over 6 inches of snow. And even parts of Oklahoma will see over 1 foot of snowfall. We also have freezing rain and sleet that is ramping up right now from Lawton, Oklahoma back towards Lubbock. We do have a live camera that is located in Burke Burnett. That's one of the radar Omega cyclone ports. Right now, very light flurries and very light sleet is reaching the ground. We are expecting that to get a lot more intense over the next couple of hours as the moisture comes together. We have a large Arctic air mass that is moving down to the south as we speak. We have a lot of moisture coming out of the Gulf and Pacific. And by tonight, as it all meets, this is going to explode into a very large winter storm. So we're going to talk all about the forecast here. I want to dive right into the forecast and give you an idea of what's going to be going down here with this winter storm here across the United States. Just real quickly, this is basically what I just showed you, all the winter weather alerts that are in effect. The pink are winter storm warnings. The purple, those are ice storm warnings. If you're in the dark blue, those are winter storm watches. And then the other purple, which is more of a light purple, that right here, that would be winter weather advisory. So we're not expecting as significant of threats in those areas, but some light ice and also some light snow will be possible in those locations. I also want to point out that we have a bunch of states now under state of emergencies because of this winter storm. So if you're in Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, and then back into the Northeast, all of you guys are under a state of emergency. There's a lot of places, I'm just kind of quickly naming them off, but anywhere in the pink color there, those are areas that have state of emergencies. If you're in Alabama, I believe it's only 16 counties, so it's not the entire state, but the very far northern side of the state, you guys are under a state of emergency. It's not, again, the entire state. But again, a lot of states are under state of emergencies. We could see that expanded into Pennsylvania, West Virginia, maybe Illinois, maybe Indiana, maybe Ohio. Okay, so some of those areas might get included in that, but basically at this point, the only safe place in the United States from cold, snow, and ice is pretty much Florida right now, and maybe California on the West Coast. But again, this is basically impacting the entire Ohio Valley, Southern Plains, and back towards the East Coast. All right. We got a lot to talk about. I want to jump right into the future radar and the latest data for our forecast. What's going to be happening with this winter storm? Who's going to see a very historic winter storm when it comes to snow? And who's going to see the crippling ice storm? And what changes have happened over the last 24 hours? Again, last night on our stream, we did talk about that there could be some changes today, but they should be pretty much minor. There have been some changes that are a little bit more than just minor. I mean, even back over in Dallas, Fort Worth, and back towards Atlanta, the ice forecast is actually uptrended quite a bit. So we need to talk about that. So we're going to start with what's happening basically right now. This picture here is what's happening literally right now here across the central and southern plains. We have some light snowfall across parts of Kansas. Anywhere in the pink, and as well as that little orange color, that is all freezing rain and sleet that is currently happening. So that is beginning to ramp up near Oklahoma City. It's beginning to ramp up near Lawton, and it's also ramping up back over near Lubbock. Now, once we get closer to 6 and 7 o'clock tonight, that's when things are going to start to really rapidly intensify. And again, we're going to be live pretty much for the next 6 to 8 hours covering this winter storm. And by the end of this stream, you will be seeing a ton of snow and ice coming down here across areas in the central and southern plains. Because by about 8 to 9 o'clock, that's when a lot of our moisture is really going to start to settle in. That's when our low levels are going to be very moist, which is going to lead to a more significant patch of freezing rain across areas in Arkansas, Texas, and also back over towards the Oklahoma and Texas border. We're going to have a pretty significant area of sleet that's going to set up from Lawton back over towards Little Rock. We'll have some pretty heavy snow falling back over near Fort Smith and also near Oklahoma City right around the same time. Now, I do want to caution you, if you have a plan to go outdoors tonight and play in the snow, many areas like Oklahoma City are going to have a very thin layer of ice that develops with both sleet and as well as our freezing rain. So if you want to go outside and play in the snow tonight, you can for sure do that. Just be very cautious because you could slip, you could fall, and you might be one of those people that ends up on a 2 million view TikTok video by tomorrow. So definitely you don't want to be running outside and get all excited and then slip and hurt your back or something like that. So again, there could be some ice on the ground in those areas. By about 9 to 10 o'clock tonight, we'll have heavier snow moving into areas like Tulsa and Little Rock. Oklahoma City will still be dealing with pretty heavy snow right around this time frame. Now, while that's happening, we need to watch the threat of even some strong to isolated severe storms back over in South Texas, as we could see some isolated hail and maybe even some isolated wind with that. Light snow will begin to ramp up as well back over near Kansas City. Riley has something to add on to this. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I actually have an urgent update out of Pennsylvania. So they've declared a state of emergency for the entirety of Pennsylvania ahead of this winter storm. That declaration was signed just a few seconds ago. So if you're tuning in from Pennsylvania, you are now under a state of emergency. The highways will be shut down to all commercial traffic. And once the storm gets there, it sounds like there's going to be no travel advised in the state everywhere.
Okay, thank you, Riley, for the update. So all right, I'm fixing the echo, but again, state of emergency has just been issued for Pennsylvania. In case you didn't hear it, the echo is fixed now. But again, state of emergency for Pennsylvania has just come out. We just talked about the state of emergencies just a moment ago. Pennsylvania has now been added to that. I would have to guess at some point during the stream, we will likely see a state of emergency for West Virginia as well. So if you're in West Virginia, be ready. You're probably going to be under a state of emergency as well for this major winter storm. But again, for everybody tuning in from Pennsylvania, you are now included in a state of emergency for this major winter storm that is going to be slamming the United States over the next 3 days. All right, let's go back into the future radar. This is again pictured 11 o'clock on Friday. I do want to point out, by the way, if you look below my face cam, you can see now that we have 50 winter storm warnings and 26 winter storm watches that are in effect. So that number has increased a lot. The alerts weren't updating. Now they're updating. So again, bottom of your screen, the number is huge right now. So again, right around 11 o'clock tonight, we'll have a lot of snow happening across Oklahoma, back towards Little Rock, light to moderate snow back up towards Kansas City, near Hays, Kansas. If you're over in Wichita, Kansas, you're going to start to see some light snowfall. And also, if you're over in the Rockies and you want some skiing weather, decent amount of snow is going to be happening tonight into early tomorrow morning. Now, freezing rain is going to ramp up a lot more overnight tonight. Notice if you're back over in Dallas-Fort Worth, we are going to get some heavy sleet and freezing rain overnight tonight. And this could lead to some power outages by as early as tomorrow morning. So if you're in Dallas-Fort Worth, again, have your plan ready to go for power outages. I do think the number of power outages is going to increase a lot as we go into tomorrow afternoon, but obviously we're going to see a pretty decent clip of freezing rain and sleet overnight tonight. Back over near Longview, Texarkana, those areas will be dealing with some light to moderate freezing rain as well. And then all the way to the east towards Tupelo, Mississippi, we will begin to see freezing rain by 3 a.m. overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning. So the band of freezing rain is going to grow pretty quickly. By around sunrise tomorrow is when we are going to have this large band of snow stretching from areas in the Texas Panhandle near Amarillo, but the heaviest snow is going to be located near Little Rock. We've seen an interesting trend in the models that have shifted things just a little bit further south here for this first of 2 waves of snow, ice, and rain. And this first wave is a little bit further south. So if you're in Little Rock or Jonesboro, you will probably be waking up tomorrow morning to some pretty heavy snow and maybe even some sleet mixing with that. So that's an interesting trend. Memphis tomorrow, you guys will begin as snow, but it will transition into ice pretty quickly. All of North Texas is going to be dealing with freezing rain and sleet tomorrow morning. So again, that's going to stack up very quickly. And I'm a little bit more concerned for the Dallas-Fort Worth area now with the fact that we are probably going to be dealing with freezing rain and sleet starting from about 9 or 10 o'clock tonight for most of the region, going all the way at least through tomorrow morning. And then that second wave comes in late tomorrow, and that's going to cause even more problems. So right around lunchtime tomorrow, we're going to be watching snow stretching from Nashville back towards Oklahoma City. Many areas in northern Oklahoma, you might be thinking we're done with the snow. You're not. We got a much larger second wave that's going to be right behind this first wave. So as I've alluded to in our videos, I talked about this last night, but we basically have 2 waves. This is the first wave of snow, freezing rain, and rain. This is the appetizer to the entree that we're going to be dealing with. The entree is the one that's going to be bringing upwards of 2 times more snow and 2 times more ice to areas in the central and southern plains, the Ohio Valley, and all the way back through the East Coast. So if you're back over here in any of those areas, I mean, again, that's what we're going to be dealing with. We're dealing with 2 big waves. The first one's going to be a lot smaller and a lot less intense. By the afternoon hours, snow is going to be covering most of Kentucky. Nashville will likely see some snowfall as well. Snowfall accumulation is actually uptrended just a little bit for those in Nashville. Johnstown, Tennessee, the numbers there have also increased a little bit for snowfall. So northern Tennessee, if you're in Clarksville, Nashville, we actually could see a few more inches of snow than originally forecasted. A large band of sleet will be sandwiched between the freezing rain and snow stretching from Texas, including Midland and Lubbock, all the way back into northern Mississippi. And then this is the area right here that I am the most concerned about for this ice storm. That is northwestern Mississippi near Vicksburg, back towards Tupelo, and then southern Arkansas, and also near Monroe, and as well as Shreveport, Louisiana. All those areas, you guys are under ice storm warnings, and I think this is where we're going to see the heaviest bands of freezing rain during tomorrow afternoon and evening, and that's also going to get a lot worse as we go into Sunday. By around 6 to 7 o'clock on Saturday, we'll have a large band of snow still ongoing, anywhere from Chicago and maybe just south of Des Moines back towards St. Louis into Kentucky. The heaviest snow will be in Kentucky and West Virginia and West Virginia. That sounded kind of weird. Western Virginia and West Virginia. That's what I'm talking about. Just outside there of Roanoke. And then back over here in the Texas Panhandle, this is where our second wave is going to be developing. It's going to be a very large area of freezing rain, sleet, and snow. And this is going to explode a lot faster as we go into Sunday night. But that's going to be the beginning of that. Notice how we have this large area of training freezing rain that's going to be stretching from Midland back into areas like Nashville. And this is the reason why I'm concerned, is because we're going to have such a long period of time of freezing rain. And this is likely going to to lead to widespread power outages for millions of Americans as we go into tomorrow and Sunday. So very dangerous setup is going to be occurring as we go into Saturday night. Once we get closer to when many of you will probably be going to bed, this is by around 10 o'clock Saturday. And again, timestamp is at the bottom right of your screen. We'll have a large swath of snow in the mid-Atlantic, the Ohio Valley, back into the Texas Panhandle, Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Lawton. You guys are going to be getting a lot of snow Saturday night. Notice these dark blues right here. And I alluded to this a few minutes ago, but the second wave of snow is actually going to be having snowfall rates upwards of 2 times higher than this first wave. Our snow to liquid ratios with this first wave is about 10 to 1. So basically for every inch of rain that falls, we'll get about 10 inches. Over here, if we were to see rain, this area is dealing with ratios around 15 to 18 to 1. That means we're basically talking about snowfall rates upwards of 2 to 3 inches per hour over in Oklahoma, Texas Panhandle, and southern Kansas Saturday night. So the numbers are going to be way higher for snowfall Saturday night and Sunday. So if you wake up tomorrow morning in Oklahoma City or Tulsa and you're like, I only got 2 inches of snow on the ground, that's not it. Again, the second round's what's really going to dump the most snow. And then on top of that, the freezing rain is still going to be pretty significant almost all across Tennessee, including Knoxville, back over near Chattanooga, Dallas-Fort Worth, Little Rock, and also across most of northern Mississippi. Once we go into Sunday morning, that is when the snow is rapidly going to expand in size, and that is going to be impacting areas in the Northeast by Sunday morning. Areas like North Texas, Oklahoma, back into Missouri, Illinois, that is where a large band of moderate to heavy snow is going to be ongoing. I've talked about this already, and we're going to talk about it with my snowfall accumulation map in a minute, but we are probably talking about one of the most significant winter storms that we've seen in New England and also the Northeast over the past really 10 years. I mean, we haven't really had that many big winter storms there back over in New England, but we are expecting a very significant amount of snow to hit those areas during the daytime on Sunday. While all that's happening, we're gonna have a pretty significant amount of freezing rain falling in upstate South Carolina and North Carolina, Atlanta, Georgia, and even as far south as central Georgia. This is a region that is going to be dealing with a decent amount of ice accumulation. So the ice is going to start to ramp up because we're going to have freezing rain in this area. And unfortunately, we have a warm pocket of air that's going to be coming out of the Gulf. But if you're in northern Georgia, we are not going to really be dealing with that warm pocket of air. Instead, it's actually going to be cold on the south and east side of the Appalachian Mountains, which basically means we're talking about ice storm criteria for those in Atlanta for both Saturday and Sunday. We could see over 1/2 inch of ice accumulation if you're in the Atlanta, Georgia area. And then as we get closer to around 9-10 o'clock on Sunday, we will continue to have a large swath of freezing rain stretching from northern central Louisiana all the way back over into parts of western Tennessee, southern Kentucky, and also back over in East Texas. Monroe and Shreveport, you guys will be dealing with some pretty heavy freezing rain Sunday morning. Again, these are almost all areas that are under an ice storm warning as of right now. We have a large swath of snow that is going to be occurring from southern New England all the way back over towards Oklahoma City, also including the Tulsa area. So this is going to continue to dump snowfall rates as high as 3 inches of snow per hour. Now, once we get closer to lunchtime, that is when this computer model cuts off for our long term, but I'll go to a different computer model in a second. But again, just notice how large this swath of snow is going to be. We're talking about snow again from New England back into Oklahoma. Most areas in Texas will be winding down with snow right around lunchtime. One thing I have not pointed out that I want to point out here, if you're back over in the Houston area, I know a lot of you are tuning in from Texas, especially Houston, we are going to see a transition into freezing rain Sunday morning. So if you're back over in the North Texas area, or if you're back over in Southeast Texas near Houston, back over near Longview, Texas, like we're going to be seeing ice accumulation Sunday morning. So winter storm watches and warnings go all the way down towards that area, and we are expecting a decent amount of ice in those locations. And then if we go further beyond this point, so let's go beyond it, let's go all the way into the Sunday afternoon time frame. So this is what's going to look like again right around lunchtime on Sunday. We'll have snow that's going to be pretty intense across Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, also New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York City, and back into southern New England. A lot of freezing rain will continue across most of Virginia, just outside of Virginia Beach, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. All of you guys will be seeing freezing rain, and that freezing rain is going to stretch all the way down into northern parts of Mississippi still, including Tupelo. By this point, almost all of you in areas like northern Mississippi will probably not have power. And I'm not saying that to scare you, but the situation that we're dealing with here in areas like northern Mississippi, Dallas-Fort Worth, northern Louisiana, is that we are probably going to have a widespread power outage event that happens. And in just a couple of minutes, I'm going to go over the exact amount of snowfall that you are all going to see, the exact amount of ice that you're going to see, and also who has the best chance of power outages. We have all those graphics made for you so that you have an idea of what to expect when it comes to this winter storm. So again, we'll go to that in a second. Once we go into Sunday night, we're going to continue to see some pretty heavy snowfall across the Northeast, including Pennsylvania, New England. Freezing rain will continue in Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, and upstate South Carolina, and sleet ongoing near New York City, back over towards areas like Cincinnati as well. And then once we go into Monday morning, the snow is going to start to wind down. We'll have a little bit of snowfall across New England, and then eventually as we go into Monday afternoon and evening, this is all done. Lake effect snow is going to be the biggest concern. So we're going to talk more about the snowfall accumulation and whatnot in a second. Before we do that, these are the probabilities right now of seeing over 1 inch of snowfall. So again, a very large area is expecting at least 1 inch. If you're in Little Rock, Nashville, even Dallas-Fort Worth at this point, we're basically expecting at least 1 inch of snowfall out of this event. And then if we go into the probabilities of seeing greater than 6 inches of snowfall, these are the latest probabilities. Again, these are very high. So again, anywhere from Oklahoma City back into Little Rock and also across the Northeast, we have very high probabilities of at least seeing half of a foot of snowfall. So if you're anywhere in those areas, definitely expect a lot of snow. It's going to be a lot of snow that you can play around with. If you love snow, this is your kind of event. Your snow shovel, though, is probably going to end up wanting a career change after this because, I mean, if you even have a snow shovel in Oklahoma or Arkansas, you know, the snow shovel is not going to want to be with you after this thing. I mean, it's going to be a ton of snow. These are your probabilities of seeing over 12 inches of snowfall. They have gone up a lot for Oklahoma and northwestern Arkansas. We are now near a 100% chance in Fort Smith, Oklahoma City, and the Tulsa area for over 1 foot of snowfall. So the odds are very high now if you're in these areas to actually see that much snow. The odds are a little bit lower here in parts of Kentucky, Ohio, and Indiana, but I still think we are probably going to see over 10 inches of snow in these areas at least. Again, I'll show you my forecast in a second for the snowfall accumulation. We did update the graphic here right before the stream, so I'm going to show you what I think in terms of snowfall in a second. But again, those areas are likely going to see over 1 foot of snow. And then according to the European ensembles, yes, there is a possibility of seeing over 18 inches of snowfall. It's basically one area as of right now in Oklahoma. I do think areas in southern New England have that chance as well. I mean, the National Weather Service offices in the Northeast have been saying at least 12 to 18 inches of snow are expected, and we could see some areas closing in on 2 feet. So I think the probabilities will end up being a bit higher off there to the Northeast. Now, here's a widespread view of the snowfall accumulation. According to the National Weather Service blend of models, again, basically anywhere in that pink, you can expect over 8 inches of snow at this point. So if you're in Oklahoma, if you're in, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, again, all those areas for the most part will see over 8 inches of snowfall. If we zoom into the models here, notice if you're in northern Oklahoma, if you're in southeastern Kansas, we are expecting a widespread 8 to 12 inches of snow. So this is going to be the kind of snow that is going to be very memorable. You're probably going to have a lot of memories in 10 to 15 years looking back at this as one of the craziest winter storms that we've seen in these areas for a while. We will likely have some areas as high as 15 to 18 inches of snowfall, including Tulsa and Oklahoma City. And then if you're back over in the St. Louis area, 5 to 10 inches of snowfall is likely. If you're back over in Springfield and Joplin, we're talking 8 to 12 inches of snowfall. Fayetteville and Mountain Home, we're talking about over 10 to 15 inches of snowfall. I do think we could see some isolated locations near Fort Smith, Mountain Home, and also back over towards Fayetteville as high as 15 to 18 inches of snowfall. So again, isolated locations will likely pick up larger snowfall than other areas. Little Rock is one of those areas that is uptrended. We're talking probably 4 to 8 inches of snow in Little Rock. If you're back over in Memphis, we're talking 3 to 5 inches of snow. Again, those numbers have gone up since last night. Nashville, we're talking 2 to 4 inches of snow. If you're back over in southwestern Indiana and you're Evansville, we're most likely going to see right around 10 to 14 inches of snow. And then if you're back over in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, we're talking probably 1 to 3 inches. It's not as significant as most of you would probably hope for, but it's not a terrible number. I mean, we're still talking at least snow that you can play around with. I do want to point out with this snowfall map that yes, snow is going to be a big concern, but for some of these areas that are right on the southern edge here, we're also going to have a mix of both snow accumulation and sleet accumulation. So there's actually going to be 2 accumulations here on top of the freezing rain. And so there could be some sleet that falls onto the ground and kind of combines with our snow. So that snow that you might want to throw snowballs with out here in Texas and Arkansas, you might not actually want to throw snowballs at people because there could be some sleet mixed in with the snow, and that could actually feel like ice being thrown at somebody. So if you plan on having snowball fights down here in the Southern Plains, I just want to give you a heads up that it might not be actually safe and it might not be very fun. It's not the kind of fun snow for a lot of these areas that areas back over in like Kansas are going to see. Most of Kansas and Missouri will be predominantly snow accumulation. And again, in just a second, I'm going to go over my snowfall forecast map. I'm going through the models, though, first. This is across the Northeast in the Ohio Valley. We are expecting a widespread 10 to 15 inches of snow. So that includes Evansville, that includes most of Ohio, includes most of Pennsylvania, and then also includes most of southern New England. Notice that there are some locations back over in southern New England that could see as much as 20 to 24 inches of snowfall. There is entirely a possibility that out of this winter storm, we are going to see some pretty crazy snowfall accumulation numbers that we haven't really seen in the last few years. I don't know the last time that Boston saw over 20 inches of snow. We'll try to figure that out here over the next few minutes, but it's been a while. We definitely haven't had very many of those types of events here across the Northeast. So we're talking about a major winter storm there. If you're in Washington, D.C., I'm leaning towards 8 to 12 inches of snow. If you are over in Roanoke, Virginia, probably right around 3 to 6. If you're over here near Virginia Beach, we're talking a coating to maybe 2 inches. And back over in northern Kentucky, we're talking about a widespread 10 to 15 inches of snow, with some localized areas being higher than that. If you're in Columbus, if you're in Cleveland, 8 to 10 inches is what I'm expecting for both of those locations. Cincinnati, probably going to be right around 12 to 14. Evansville, once again, as I alluded to, probably right around the 10 to 15 range. And then in parts of southeastern Tennessee, like Chattanooga, it's mostly going to be ice accumulation. We're not talking about really any snow here in North Carolina, South Carolina, or Georgia. It's going to be pretty minimal in general, I think, for snowfall accumulation. All right, so now we're going to talk more about our snowfall accumulation totals with my map. But before we do that, I just want to talk to everybody quickly about what exactly freezing rain and sleet are. So freezing rain is what's going to cause a glaze of ice across many areas and also lead to power outages and widespread power outages for a lot of you. What sleet is basically the sprinkles of a donut. All right, we can refer to this as donuts. We're in the United States. There's a lot of donut places, right? So this is a pretty easy analogy that we can use here. But sleet are those little pellets that come out of the sky that fall, and that's what's going to lead to like snowballs, for example, in like southern Oklahoma feeling like ice, because we're gonna have sleet mixed in with snow flakes, and that's going to make them a lot harder. Sleet is not what's going to lead to power outages. Sleet is not the type of precipitation that's going to lead to widespread power outages. It's going to be the freezing rain, because essentially we're going to have a larger glaze of ice on top of those power lines and on top of infrastructure and buildings, and that's what could lead to a lot more damage. And also on trees. We're going to have trees coming down most likely in some of these areas, especially in northern Mississippi. So here is our snowfall forecast. We've updated it. This is the easiest one to read for everybody, because you can basically guarantee that you're going to see something in this range of snow. All right. 0 to 30 inches from North Texas back into New England. 0 to 67 inches across the Northeast. So if you're anywhere in the darker purple, you have a better chance of seeing snow. This is not actually our forecast. If you did not watch our stream yesterday, we actually have a forecast. This is our latest forecast. All right. It's been updated a lot, and a lot of changes have been made to this forecast. And I want to talk about all of them here. So we're going to start with the western United States first, which is the central and southern plains. We've added a pretty large 10 to 15 inch range in northern Oklahoma and also southern Kansas. Any of those areas, we're talking around 10 to 15 inches of snowfall. If you're back over in Tulsa, I think you're going to see 10 to 15 inches of snow out of this event. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if you're in Fort Smith, Arkansas, that you could also see the threat of upwards of 10 to 15 inches of snowfall. If you're back over in Oklahoma City, I think you're going to be on the cusp of 10 inches. I would say the range realistically will be right around 8 to 10 inches of snow. So it's going to be pretty decent numbers back over there. In the Texas Panhandle, back over near Amarillo, we're going to be talking about a pretty decent amount of snow there as well. I'm thinking probably right around 7 to 10 inches of snow. It's going to definitely be a larger amount than, what we were thinking yesterday. I think the numbers have gone up just a little bit there. If you're back over down towards Lubbock, Texas, maybe around 3 to 6 inches. And if you're in Dallas-Fort Worth, we're talking most likely in the ballpark of 1 to 4. It's not going to be as significant for snowfall accumulation in that area. Back over towards St. Louis, we're talking 7 to 12 inches. If you're over in Evansville, once again, we're talking right around a foot. I would change this range right here to 10 to 15 inches, but outside of that, I mean, it's pretty much what we're seeing. Anywhere in that white corridor, which is right along the Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio borders, we're definitely talking right around 10 to 15 inches of snowfall. If you're as far north as Chicago, Detroit, we're probably going to be right around 1 to 3 inches. It's not going to be as significant up that direction. Nashville, I think, is uptrended just a little bit. I would lean more towards about 2 to 4, 3 to 6 inches of snow. And then the Little Rock area, I'm putting right in there to the 4 to 8 inch range. I think the numbers have definitely increased for that area based on the most recent trends that we are seeing with the models, shifting our precipitation just a little bit further down to the south. Now, if you're back over the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast, that's where things are a lot more significant. If you're back over in areas like New York City, if you are in Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Southern Ohio, back over near Columbus, this is where we could see a widespread 12 to 18 inches of snow. And notice that I did add the plus sign. Again, I'm not confident enough to outline any area in particular right now to see over 18 inches of snow, but I entirely expect that there will be some locations, maybe even in Oklahoma, but especially in the Northeast, that get over 18 inches of snow out of this winter storm, because again, our snowfall rates are going to just be so significant that snow is going to be coming down so rapidly, especially on Sunday, which will lead to some pretty big snowfall totals. New York City has not seen over 20 inches of snow, I don't think, since 2016. It's been about 10 years. And so New York City, I'm not saying you're going to see 20 inches of snow, but we might get close to that. I'm not ruling it out. I would at least expect around a foot of snow if you're in the New York City area. Washington, D.C., I'm putting in the 8 to 12 inch range. Roanoke and Virginia Beach, we're going to be right on that cusp of 4 to 8 and 1 to 4. So kind of in the middle of that range, probably talking 3 to 5. And then anywhere in this purple region here, that is where ice storm impacts are likely. That includes Dallas-Fort Worth. It goes back into the Carolinas and also includes areas like Atlanta, Georgia. Now, as I've alluded to, a lot of these areas are going to see power outages. I'm going to talk more about our power outage map in a second to break down exactly who is going to see power outages out of this winter storm. We have a brand new graphic for that as well. Before we do that, this is our precipitation outlook to just give you a better idea of who's going to see heavy snow, normal, light to moderate snow, and also ice storm impacts. So if you're in the dark purple shading, and if you know where your city is in this map, you'll probably have a pretty good idea of where you're at here. But basically, the dark purple is where we're expecting an ice storm. If you're in the light pink, that is where we're expecting at least ice accumulation to some extent, not necessarily an ice storm, but at least some light ice. Most of these areas, though, will at least get a tenth to a quarter of an inch of ice, maybe even some spots as high as a half of an inch of ice. Notice that goes all the way down into Houston, by the way. And then the dark blue is where we could easily have over 6 inches of snow in a very widespread area. That'll be going from areas like the Texas Panhandle, like Amarillo, back into Oklahoma City, Tulsa, and then all across the Northeast. And then this is our winter storm severity index. And this is something I talked to you guys about yesterday. It's not something that all of you have probably seen yet, but this basically gives you an idea of who could see very major impacts and who's going to see some minor impacts, essentially. Look at where the dark purple is. It's a very thin corridor, but it includes areas like upstate South Carolina, northeast Georgia, and western North Carolina. This area is expecting the threat of extreme impacts. That is the highest level on the WSSI Winter Storm Severity Index. That basically means that we are expecting substantial disruptions to daily life. Extremely dangerous or impossible driving conditions are expected. That includes this area. It also includes this part of Mississippi down towards Monroe, Louisiana. So that's like Tupelo, Mississippi, for example. On top of that, we are expecting extensive and widespread closures and disruptions to infrastructure. So that is going to be a big concern. There will be a lot of trees, I think, and a lot of tree branches at least, that are snapped from the ice accumulation. There could be some trees as old as a century that could actually end up snapping or falling or being heavily damaged. That is the kind of ice storm that we're talking about. Some of the latest data from the National Weather Service is showing over an inch of ice in a widespread area. So very concerning trends there in northern Mississippi. And then anywhere in the red, that is where major impacts are expected. So if you're in Oklahoma, if you're in Missouri, Arkansas, southern Kansas, northern Kentucky, all the way back into the Northeast, anywhere in that red, we're expecting major impacts over the next few days. Keep in mind that this is any time between now and Sunday, so it's the next 3 days. This does not mean today you guys are have major impacts, okay? If you're in the Northeast, you're not really expecting anything until tomorrow night, but this is just a general outline for the next 3 days. Oklahoma City and Tulsa, you guys are in the major impacts, and that basically means that there's going to be considerable disruptions to daily life. So dangerous and impossible driving conditions are expected. Avoid travel if possible. So again, you should really only be driving in these areas if it's an emergency. Widespread closures and disruptions to infrastructure may occur. And then anywhere in the orange, that's where moderate impacts are expected. I wouldn't be surprised if they added Dallas-Fort Worth back into the major impacts, but they're at least expecting disruptions to daily life. Hazardous driving conditions, use extra caution while driving, and then closures and disruptions to infrastructure may occur. And then anywhere in the yellows where we're expecting minor impacts. That includes northern New England and then back into far west Texas. It's a very thin area that we're talking about there. This is a little bit more of a zoomed in look for the severity index for the extreme impacts and the major impacts. Gives you a little bit better of an idea of who we're talking about. Little Rock is right on the cusp of the major impacts. You guys are kind of in between the two. Again, bottom left of your screen, that's kind of an idea of what you can expect in this area. If you don't know where you are on this map and you're kind of confused if I'm in the red, if I'm in the pink, or if I'm in the orange, I would just go with the highest level that you're the closest to, because that's basically what's going to happen. It's not going to matter that much for a few miles of a difference. Memphis is right here. We're talking moderate impacts. That might be added to a major impact region at some point down the line. Extreme impacts are expected again from Monroe, back into Tupelo, and very extreme southern parts of Tennessee. So this area here, we're talking about extreme impacts. Same thing back over in upstate South Carolina, western North Carolina, and just outside of Atlanta. And again, Atlanta, Georgia has been added to major impacts over the next few days, mainly into Saturday and Sunday. We're going to talk more about the ice accumulation in a second, but this is a little graphic to show you where thunder ice is a possibility. So if you're back along the Mississippi River, we'll have enough instability coming out of the Gulf that could actually trigger some thunder while it is sleeting or while there's freezing rain falling. So pretty crazy stuff there. If you're anywhere in western Kentucky, western Tennessee, right along the Mississippi River, really, near Memphis or even near Little Rock, don't be surprised if you see a big bright flash. That might be a transformer blowing, but it also could be lightning that is happening while frozen precipitation is falling out of the sky. And I'm going to show you guys this graphic for ice accumulation, because I think it gives you a pretty good idea of who's going to see some pretty significant icing. I'm going to see if I can zoom into this just a little bit. I don't know if I can really zoom it much more. I think this is the best look that we're going to get. But this is the expected amount of ice. And so you can see anywhere in the purple is where we're expecting the most significant amount of ice accumulation. So we are expecting anywhere in that dark purple over an inch of ice accumulation. So that includes areas just south of Jackson, Tennessee, going towards Corinth, Mississippi, Tupelo, Mississippi, Greenwood. Widespread 1 inch of ice is expected. We could have some areas around a 1.5 inch amount of ice. If we get to 1.5 inches of ice accumulation in any area, doesn't matter where it is, there will be catastrophic damage. So we're talking widespread power outages, most likely for over a week. We're talking about major infrastructure damage, and we're talking about trees being snapped and broken in a lot of those areas. Right now, the latest National Weather Service forecast basically is showing near Tupelo, there will be some areas right around 1.4 inches of ice accumulation from freezing rain predominantly, maybe a little bit of sleet. That is extremely concerning. That pink area goes all the way down towards Vicksburg and Monroe. In the purple area, we're basically expecting over 3/4 of an inch of ice. So that goes from Monroe and back into areas like central northern Louisiana, all the way back up just to the east of Memphis. And then we also have a small little pink area just north of Atlanta, Georgia. We're talking right around 3/4 of an inch of ice. That includes those areas. It's just north of Greenville. If you're in the dark red, we're talking 1/2 inch to even 3/4 of an inch of ice. And that pretty much goes all the way up the Carolina coastline here and even up towards Richmond, Virginia. If you're in Richmond, we're expecting over 1/2 inch of ice accumulation. So you need to be prepared for power outages up there. Also Asheboro, Charlotte, North Carolina, Greenville, and then back over into, I think that's Gainesville, Georgia. It's kind of hard to read these names, but if you're over there in Gainesville, Georgia, we are expecting the threat of over 1/2 inch of ice accumulation. Back over in Texas, Dallas, Fort Worth, and any surrounding areas, we're at least expecting 1/4 inch of ice. So at least some scattered power outages are expected in this area. That includes Dallas, Denton, Plano, Abilene, Texas will be right around 1/2 inch of ice. Midland is also expecting that. And then back down towards Austin, we are even expecting 1/4 inch of ice down towards Austin, Texas. Back over near Waco, we're talking about 1/3 inch of ice. Houston, Texas will be picking up around a 20th to a 10th of an inch of freezing rain, which will lead to about that much of ice accumulation. Alexandria, Louisiana, also looking at near 1/2 inch of ice accumulation. Riley has something to add on to this. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so I think it's important to talk about the damage that this ice could be doing. So there's kind of two aspects to an ice storm. The first one is the actual ice accumulation, and the second one is the wind. So for all these areas that we're talking about, we're going to be talking about winds around 20 to 25 miles an hour. So for the purpose of this discussion, look at the wind category of that 25 to 35, 15 to 25, whatever category we're in. So just like everything else in weather, we rate this based off a scale of 0 to 5. We're going to be above 0 with any ice accumulations we see because we have winds of 20 to 30 miles an hour. So in the first category, we're going to have some isolated damages and maybe a couple of outages. We're looking at that glaze of ice. That is 1/10 of an inch to 1/4 inch of ice. Now, moving up a little bit, 12 to 24 hours of power outages. That's where we're going to see the ice accumulations of 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch. Now, there are millions of you that are in the region where we're going to see 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch, and it's going to get worse than that, as we've been been talking about those peak ice accumulations. Stepping up to that level 3, power outages lasting 1 to 5 days. This is where we're going to see ice accumulations of 1/2 inch to 3/4 inch compound with those 20 to 30 mile an hour winds. And even worse than that, that category 4, we're going to see prolonged and widespread utility interruptions with extensive damage to main feeder lines and some high voltage transmissions, outages lasting 5 to 10 days. This is where we're going to see around that 3/4 inch to 1 inch of ice. This is something that we're expecting to happen around the middle of those warnings. And then even worse than that, where we do have our highest accumulations, we're going to be talking about that category 5. That is anywhere that we're expecting to see 1 inch of ice or more. This is where we're going to have months-long, maybe weeks-long power outages. This is something that we saw with our last significant ice storm a few years ago. It takes a really long time to recover from all the damage that the ice storms can do when we see 1 inch of ice on top of those 20 to 30 mile an hour winds. We may see some areas lose all of their power line infrastructure completely, because remember, we're talking about 500 pounds of ice on these power lines where the highest accumulations are going to occur.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the insight. So again, that is essentially what we're talking about. And again, the dark purple area here, if you live in the dark purple area, you need to be ready for widespread power outages. I don't know how else to stress it. If you've not already gotten ready, if you know any friends or family in this area, you need to get the word to them. I don't care if you share our stream. Just make sure that they're aware that widespread power outages are on the table in the darker purple and the lighter purple. So there's no other way to put it. I mean, this is a major ice storm. We're talking about extreme ice accumulation here in these areas. Tupelo and back through Greenville and Greenwood. Like that's where we're expecting widespread power outages. And some of these areas could have power for or not have power for upwards of a week or even longer. So again, be prepared in that darker purple region for some significant power outage potential. And even back over in the Carolinas, I know there aren't any dark purple colors here, but even back over near Greenville, I mean, we have a few areas back over where Hurricane Helene hit just a couple years ago that are about to lose power probably for upwards of a week or longer because of the ice accumulation. So very concerning stuff just west of Charlotte, but even in Charlotte, we're still talking about at least 1/2 inch of ice accumulation back through Richmond as well. So very concerning stuff across the board there. Now, this is a snowfall map, and this is, again, from the National Weather Service. And I want to show you guys this as well, just for those that are wondering about exact snowfall accumulation. And at some point here pretty soon, we're going to be answering questions from you guys about specific cities and all that. We'll go way more in detail. But again, this is a map to kind of give you an idea of how much snow to expect. And it's actually very interactive, so we can basically show you exactly how much snow you could probably see in your area. So back over in Oklahoma City, for example, we're probably going to see right around 1 foot of snow. This is the expected amount of snowfall, according to the National Weather Service. We're talking 1 foot of snow in Oklahoma City over the next 3 days. Even Stillwater, Tulsa is going to be right around 1 foot. Just north of Fort Smith near Fayetteville, we're talking about over 1 foot. Springfield and Joplin, right around 12 inches of snowfall. St. Louis will be right around 8 inches. Back over in central Kansas near Hayes and just south of Manhattan and Topeka, we're talking right around 6 to 8 inches of snow. Kansas City is going to be right around 5 inches. Dallas-Fort Worth will probably be right around 2 to 3, maybe 4 inches if you're lucky. And then Little Rock is going to be right in that 4 to 8 inch range. The official forecast is showing right around 6. So pretty decent snow there. Memphis will be right around 4. Nashville, 2 inches. And then if you're over here in Kentucky, near Lexington, we're probably going to have over 1 foot of snow. Basically, anywhere in that dark orange area, we're talking about over 1 foot of snowfall, which is going to be really fun for a lot of you. If you love snow, this is going to be your kind of storm up to the north. Obviously, for those further south, it's going to be a lot more about the ice rather than any snowfall. And then the Northeast is pretty crazy. I did talk about this just a moment ago when we're showing you our snowfall forecast here, where I did mention that, hey, we could see over 18 inches of snow in some areas. The National Weather Service has highlighted a couple of areas where we are probably going to see that. So let me go back over to that graphic. So you can see here, like southeastern New York, we could see a couple areas near 20 inches of snow. Even over in southern New Hampshire, this is actually where I used to live, by the way, back over here near Salem and Nashua. We're talking about upwards of 20 inches of snow out of this winter storm. Not something that we've really seen much of here over the last few years. And then back over in New York City, the current forecast right now is 12 inches of snow in New York City. Again, that number could go up though. It's not something that is probably going to decrease much. I think if anything, it actually could increase. And back over in Washington, D.C., we're talking right around 11, 12 inches of snow. Most of Northern Virginia will pick up 8 inches or more of snowfall. So we're talking about big time snowfall. All right, here's the power outage map. This is what we're expecting in terms of power outages. The dark red area, that is where we're expecting a widespread amount of power outages. That includes Dallas-Fort Worth. It includes Shreveport, Monroe, southeastern Arkansas near Vicksburg, Mississippi, Greenville, Mississippi, Greenwood, Mississippi, Tupelo, back over towards Nashville. We've expanded this map since last night based off of the latest data, and this is mostly going to do with the freezing rain. This does not have a whole lot to do with snow or sleet. It has mostly to do with the freezing rain. That's what's going to knock out power for a lot of you guys, and I'm the most concerned in the dark red for widespread power outages. There isn't really another level to this that I can add. I mean, we could add like an extreme risk of power outages, but I'm not going to do that. But I mean, if we were to outline an area, it would probably be near Tupelo. We could probably see almost all the Tupelo area without power here as we go into late Saturday and Sunday from this ice storm. If you're anywhere in the yellow, that is where power outages are possible. Basically, we're going to see some isolated power outages. So that's near Kansas City, back through Ohio near Columbus. That's mostly because of the snow. That doesn't really have a whole lot to do with the ice accumulation. So if you're in southern Ohio, if you're in Pennsylvania, southern New England, again, any of those areas, we're at least expecting some power outages. And then that orange area is where the power outages are expected to be numerous. So that's Virginia Beach, just south of Maryland, and then all the way back over towards Houston, Texas. Get ready for the possibility of power outages. If you have a generator ready to go, have that ready to go. But again, basically all of Dallas, Fort Worth, Denton area of Texas, you guys are included in that widespread power outage risk. Riley has something to add on to this. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I wanted to add on that we're actually already starting to see some outages be reported from Texas. So this is just where we're starting to see that mixed precipitation start in just south of Lubbock, Texas, near Andrew. We are seeing that about 10 to 15% of the customers in that county are already without power. And this is just the start of the sleet and ice accumulation for the area. So we are already tracking these power outages in real time, and we'll let you know as they spread.
Hey, Riley, for the update. That's actually pretty crazy, guys. I mean, we already have power outages beginning. Like, they're already starting back over here where there's some freezing rain already starting. And there's hardly been any freezing rain, by the way. This is the current live radar. We have light to moderate freezing rain right now from Wichita Falls back north of Midland towards Lubbock. This isn't really much of anything. Like, this is very light stuff. So we are already starting to see problems back over in West Texas with some isolated power outages. And by tomorrow morning, you can only imagine how much worse it's going to be. We have some snow obviously moving into Oklahoma right now as well, but things are again about to get a lot worse here across the southern plains. It's going to ramp up very quickly. We already have some heavier freezing rain starting to move towards Wichita Falls, and again, this is a live shot right now in Wichita Falls. It looks like mostly sleet and flurries right now. I don't see any clear evidence of much maybe it's a little bit of freezing rain. It kind of looks like a little bit of freezing rain here on this camera. So again, this is live in the Wichita Falls area. We're starting to see some sleet and freezing rain, which is going to lead to ice accumulation very quickly. Riley has something else to add on to this. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so we actually did get a chaser report out of Wichita Falls. Unfortunately, it's not something that we can show, but we can confirm that the roads are already starting to ice over there. It's mostly on bridges right now, but that is mostly freezing rain. There is a little bit of sleet mixed in there. However, it does look like the roadways are starting to get quite slippery.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So we already have problems growing over near Wichita Falls. Again, our freezing rain live as of right now is located in this pink area. So we are already starting to see problems if you're in Wichita Falls, Childress, Vernon, Lubbock, Snyder, and even near Abilene. Abilene's right on the cusp of starting to see some freezing rain. There's also another live camera here that we're going to be keeping an eye on. I don't know if this camera is iced over or something. I don't know what's going on. It's very blurry, but there might actually already be ice accumulation back over in Abilene. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. And once we have an update on that, I'll let you know. But back over in Abilene, there might already be some freezing rain falling there. All right, let's go back over to the forecast real quick, and I do want to touch on, let's go to the ice accumulation first. And again, I talked about this a second ago, but this is the official forecast from the National Weather Service here of Jackson, Mississippi, and we're talking again about crazy ice over here. We're talking over an inch, again, for Bastrop, Greenville, Greenwood, and back off to the north up towards Tupelo. So we're talking about very significant ice accumulation across the board. I'm not going to talk too much more about this because we just talked about it. But again, this is obviously very significant. You need to be ready for widespread power outages for days if you're in the pink and purple. A lot of these areas are not going to start to see freezing rain until late tonight into early tomorrow. So you guys have time if you have to get some last-minute essentials. There's no guarantee that there will be essentials at your local grocery store or whatever store you go to. So just a little heads up there. It's entirely possible that we might not have much left at some of those stores. A lot of areas were already sold out of bread, milk, eggs, and generators and all sorts of power banks just, yesterday. And I mean, I don't think that's going to change. I think most of those places are going to remain sold out. This is what we're talking about in terms of ice accumulation. Once again, very large area, talking about a widespread quarter to half an inch of ice here in North Texas. Back over here to the northeast towards the Mississippi River. This is where our most significant ice is going to be setting up. So northern Mississippi, right along the Mississippi River back into Tennessee. And if we go a little bit further to the east, towards the East Coast, this is what we're expecting across areas in the mid-Atlantic. So Virginia, North Carolina, and upstate South Carolina, that is where a half an inch to an inch of ice will be possible. Back over near Washington, D.C., the ice accumulation numbers have gone up just a little bit since last night. Probably going to see right around a quarter of an inch of ice in Washington, D.C. Long Island into southern Connecticut, there will be a very brief transition into freezing rain sometime late Sunday, and that will probably lead to a tenth of an inch of ice in some of those locations. It's at least going to be enough to make that snow a bit harder. It's not going to be nearly as fun to play with because of the ice that's going to kind of accumulate there as well. So that's what we're talking about in terms of ice accumulation. I also want to point something else out, and everybody's going to be experiencing this. It's not just one of you. It's not just 5 of you in the chat. This is pretty much everybody. We are talking about a significant Arctic blast over the next few days, which is going to lead to some areas staying below freezing between now all the way through the beginning of next week. Some of you in Tennessee and maybe even Arkansas could be below freezing for the next 8 to 9 days. So any ice that accumulates might be there for a while. So let's talk a bit more about that. These are the temperatures as we go into tomorrow morning. And these are not wind chills. Again, these are actual temperatures. Temperatures will be as low as 30 to 40 degrees below zero here in the northern plains and the Midwest. Back over in Wisconsin and Minnesota, some of the coldest air that we've seen in the last 12 months is coming for you guys. This is going to cause the risk even of some exploding trees. I'm going to talk more about what that means in a second. Michigan, back over into northern Ohio, northern Illinois, we're talking around 10 degrees below zero. Oklahoma City will be down to 10 degrees, wind chills under zero. Memphis down to 17 by tomorrow morning. Temperatures are not going to increase really at all tomorrow afternoon. They're going to be pretty cold. By Sunday morning, we'll have freezing temperatures all the way down towards Houston and down into the southeast. We'll have a small little warm sector that grows back over in Alabama and southern Mississippi. But if you're back over in Atlanta, not really good news for you guys. And then as we go into Monday and Tuesday, that freezing area is going to continue across much of the Ohio Valley and then back into the Northeast. And we are going to have freezing temperatures by Tuesday morning going down into Florida. So something that is really concerning right now that the European model is showing is that we might have temperatures below freezing at least until Tuesday. So Tuesday afternoon, that is when the first chance of above freezing temperatures will be possible in areas in North Texas, near Little Rock. Nashville's probably not going to be above freezing on Tuesday. Atlanta and Huntsville, you guys should get above freezing on Tuesday. So the ice should be melting by then. What's more concerning though is by Wednesday, those temperatures are going to go right back to below freezing. We're going to get another shot of Arctic air by Wednesday back over in the southeast. And that means on Wednesday, we might not go above freezing. So areas like Nashville, if you guys see over half of an inch of ice, that could be there for over a week. I'm not even kidding. We could be having ice there for over a week. Right now, the current forecast is suggesting that Nashville, Clarksville, and maybe even Memphis could go 8 to 9 days with freezing temperatures and not get above 32. So that is very concerning. Even Oklahoma City could be in the mix for that as well. This is what Thursday and Friday looks like. Again, no improvement. We could be down to -3 degrees by Friday morning in Nashville. This is record-breaking territory for temperatures. By Saturday and Sunday of next weekend, no improvement. Once again, we're going to have this large Arctic air mass all across the Northeast and also the Ohio Valley. Just insane stuff. The European model right now does not have Nashville above freezing until at least Tuesday of next week. Guys, that's February 3rd. That could be the next time when Nashville's above freezing. Even Clarksville. So, yeah. I mean, again, the ice could still be on there for a while. This is the snow depth. For those that are wondering, when is my snow going to melt? Let me show you guys the snow depth here over the next few days. Most of the snow, that's the wrong map. This is the snow depth map. So this is how much snow is going to be on the ground. So again, a widespread 6 to 12 inches, essentially from Oklahoma back into the Northeast. This is pictured as Sunday. This is Monday. So some of the snow melts, but not all of it. Tuesday, Wednesday, there's still going to be plenty of snow on the ground across Oklahoma, the Texas Panhandle, back into Arkansas, Kentucky, and the Northeast. Thursday and Friday and Saturday, most of the snow is still going to be there. So if you're in Clarksville, Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, Oklahoma City, Little Rock, the snow is still going to be on the ground by then, and most of the ice will also still be on the ground. So pretty crazy stuff, again, across the board here. One other thing I want to point out, we're not going to really talk much about this, but I just want to point out real quickly, with all the Arctic air that's still going to be sitting here, we obviously have this very large winter storm this weekend. By the middle and end of next week, there is a chance that we could see some more snow and maybe another winter weather event sometime around Friday and Saturday in the southern plains in the southeast. That could be even further south. It could actually impact areas right along the Gulf Coast. So if you thought winter was already crazy, it could even get crazier by next week. This one is not going to be as significant as the one we were talking about this weekend, but it's still something worth noting because we're going to be in a very cold weather pattern for the next 10 to 15 days, and that's going to lead to many more chances of snow and ice as far south as areas even maybe in Florida. So again, big stuff here on the horizon. It's not just this winter storm. We could have some more after it, but this is definitely by far going to be the most significant winter storm that we are talking about. By the way, a little update. This is, again, for those that are tuning in from Pennsylvania, we'll have an updated state of emergency graphic in just a second. But Governor Josh Shapiro just announced that he has signed a disaster declaration ahead of this weekend's storm, making the state's agencies have all the necessary resources ready to go and to prepare and respond with this winter storm. So again, avoid unnecessary travel and make sure to prepare if you're back over in Pennsylvania. That's the latest. So again, Pennsylvania is not added to the map yet. We'll have an update there in a second. But Pennsylvania, you guys will be added to this here in just a moment. Also, for reference, we have a lot of ice coming. And so this is the weight of ice. All right, so this is basically what we're talking about when we get a half of an inch of ice accumulation. It's about 4,750 pounds on a tree, pretty much. That will weigh down a tree. That could knock down trees, could easily knock down power lines. It's comparable to having about 3,700 12-ounce beer cans on a tree. So think of it this way. If you...
Testing, this thing still work.
Okay, we got a storm chaser testing on my end. Hey, Briley, can you talk to John? You just tested on my thing. We have Storm Chaser comms, and one of my Storm Chasers just came on. But again, we are comparing a half of an inch of ice accumulation to 3,700 12-ounce beer cans. If you have that many beer cans in your house, I'm very concerned to begin with. But this is full cans of beer. This is not just a can. We're talking about a full beer. So that's for a 20-foot tree. It can easily weigh down a tree. It can easily knock them down. So again, there you go. We're not using the metric system today. We're using things that people know about. That's beer. Speaking of beer, we do have a high demand of liquor still. That has not changed from Texas back into the Northeast. Wisconsin will always be on that map any day of the week, but again, that has not changed at this point. Here's what we're looking at right now out there. Again, we have a bunch of different cameras that are currently inside of our winter storm area. This is live in Kansas where snow is beginning to ramp up. We have another camera back over in another part of Kansas. It's on I-70 at the Grainfield exit 93. Snow is beginning to ramp up quite a bit. We got light to moderate snow that is starting to come into play. And then this is our third camera as of right now. Again, we got storm chasers out there as well. Not sure what happened here. Do we know what happened? Is this an accident related to weather? Anybody know? So this is on US 54 West Street in Kansas. Trying to get more details, but there might be an accident related to weather. But there's a crash there. So, again, unfortunately, I'm very concerned again for the Southern Plains, but this is likely going to be a site that we're going to see a lot of over the next few days in the Southern Plains. For people that are traveling for really not much of a reason, we could see stuff like this where, you know, there's accidents. So, please make sure, again, if you're in the Southern Plains, the Central Plains, really anywhere in that ice storm risk, you do not want to be traveling this weekend. It's not advised. Hey, Fu with the $10 super chat asking about Greenville, Tennessee and East Tennessee. Yeah, great question. I mean, again, East Tennessee at this point, for the most part, is in ice storm warnings. There's a very thin corridor, Maryville, back through Johnson City, that's in winter weather advisories. And this is the one small area that'll likely not see a whole lot of ice or snow. There'll be very limited ice. But I think for the most part, this entire area is going to be on the lower side of seeing ice accumulation, maybe up to 1/10 of an inch. Thank you also, Zeta, for becoming a member. By the way, guys, in just a few minutes, I will be recording a video live on stream. We're going to run through the forecast again. We're going to go in detail about everything. It'll be a bit faster than the first time we did it because it's a video, but we are recording a video live on our stream in a few minutes. So that's not going to happen yet, but we're going to answer a few questions first. I'm going to go more in detail about some of your questions in the chat. So again, if you have questions, plop them in the chat. I'll be answering some of them here over the next few minutes. And then we'll actually be recording a live video on stream, which is something, again, that we've never done before, I don't think. I think that's the first time in history. So we have a video coming out, I think it's 6:30, somewhere in that range, Central Time. So we'll be recording that video live on stream, which will be pretty cool. But again, fire away with your questions. I'll be answering questions here for the next few minutes, and then we'll also have some breaking updates probably here as well. And again, this is live winter storm coverage. We will have breaking live updates coming in at pretty much all times. We have storm chasers obviously out there. We'll have a lot of storm chasers, including Brandon Payne, John McKinney. A lot of them are going live right now, and so we'll have them on our stream here over the next several hours. John McKinney is live right now, and this is a live shot from John McKinney, where you can actually see some of the drifting and blowing snow. He actually is losing signal as we speak. I don't know if his signal is going to stay, but there is already some snow there over in Hollyrod, Kansas. And that is expected to ramp up a lot more, again, as we go into tonight. But we'll go back to him once this camera's a little bit clearer. Thank you, William, for becoming a member. Guns with the super chat asks if Michigan is going to be a part of this winter storm. Michigan's not going to see a whole lot of activity. It'll be mostly just light snow. So we're not expecting a whole lot of activity up there. If anything, I think we'll maybe just see maybe an inch of snow, maybe a couple inches. That includes areas like Detroit as well. If you're back over in southern New England, we'll probably see a much more significant winter storm. Again, we're forecasting at least 12 to 18 inches of snow. But on the northern side of the storm, you'll see a little bit of light snow on Sunday in Michigan and northern Indiana near Fort Wayne, even Cleveland. The snowfall rates, again, are going to be pretty high. We're talking upwards of 12 to 15 to 1 ratios, which basically means for every inch of liquid rain that were to fall, we're basically talking about 15 to 18 inches of snow. So these areas are going to see some pretty significant snow accumulations for sure. Peter with the super chat said the 06Z GFS was one heck of an anomaly for Florida. All right, let's check it out. I'm curious now. And I'm going to start the forecast here in a minute. So everybody that's just tuning in, if you're just tuning in and don't know what's going on in terms of the forecast, I'm literally going to do a brand new one here in a second. Let's go to the 6Z GFS for next weekend, just out of curiosity. Hey guys, if we saw this next weekend, I'll be taking a vacation. I'm in Florida. If we get snow in Florida, I'm taking a vacation on top of that. I'm literally taking a vacation. It was so cold here last week. Temperatures were down into like the 30s, which is cold for this area. And Riley's pretending to act shocked on his camera, but you know, it was cold down here, guys. All right, I know some of you are going to be dealing with exploding trees back over in like the northern plains this weekend, but it was cold. I was wearing hoodies like you saw on the videos last week. And even this week, I was literally wearing a hoodie. I was wearing sweatpants. I was freezing. It was like 65, 70 degrees for highs, and like lows were down into the 30s and 40s. I don't know how some of you can live in 50 below zero wind chills. Like I used to live in New Hampshire, but I don't remember dealing with that. I remember wearing shorts when it was like 10 degrees. I cannot do that anymore. This was the temperature on Riley's car this morning over in Wisconsin. It was 24 degrees, or negative 24 degrees. Hey, Will, for the $10 super chat, how's Decatur, Illinois looking? We have a very detailed graphic map thing that I can actually show you here. Decatur, Illinois, we're talking 6 inches of snow. It's gonna be somewhere around 5 to 7. This map is so incredibly helpful. It's very interactive too. But again, the most significant snow is going to be in the orange and red. So we could have over 18 inches of snow in parts of the Northeast, in southern New England, right near, you know, Salem, New Hampshire, for example. North of New York City, talking about 18, 20 inches of snow. Over near Syracuse, we'll be talking about 18. State College, right around 15 inches of snow. I mean, we're talking significant snow across the Northeast. I do think Louisville and Cincinnati will likely be in the ballpark of 10 to 15 inches of snow, too. Like, we're talking very measurable snow. Snow plows are going to be out there, so I wish my ex-wife was interactive. Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, this winter storm might make your ex come back. Like, that's how significant this is. Your ex might not be happy about, you know, this whole thing happening and, you know, might reach back out to you. Don't rule it out. JT with the $5 super chat says, do you think Louisville will see over 15 inches of snow? I think 12 inches is realistic. The high-end scenario for Louisville, according to this graphic, and this is accurate as well, the high end would be about 16 to 18 inches of snow for Louisville. You can't really see that. It's on the bottom right of your screen, but let me see if, how do I center this better? Let me center this a little bit differently here. All right, very bottom right of your screen, you can kind of see it, but basically there's about a 2% chance of over 18 inches of snow in Louisville, so it's not very high, but it's not impossible. Over in New York City right now, the odds of seeing at least 12 inches of snow is 31%, and the current forecast is right about 10 to 12, so odds are pretty good there. If you're over in Dallas-Fort Worth, the odds of seeing over 4 inches is 4%. So not very high odds of actually seeing much snow. But again, we'll at least see a few inches. But as a reminder, if you're anywhere in those dark orange areas, that's where the most significant snow is going to fall. And again, this graphic here that we've made here, this is a exclusive max velocity graphic. This gives you a pretty good indication of how much snow we're going to see here across the Northeast. Hey, also Chris for the super chat, appreciate that. Hey, y'all from Wichita Falls. Yeah, hopefully you're doing all right over there in Wichita Falls. Again, things are beginning to ramp up over in Wichita Falls. We already have reports of roads iced over, and that's expected to get worse here throughout the next several hours. We got some very light freezing rain, a few snowflakes mixing in out there. This is a live shot. You can see the very small little snowflakes and freezing rain coming down. It's not much, but we got a little bit of that starting up right now. All right, Riley's going to update you guys on travel impacts, and then after that, I am going to do a full-blown new forecast for those that are tuning in, and we're going to basically record a live video. So we'll do that here on stream. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So just an update on some of the impacts we're seeing right now, as well as what we're going to expect to happen over the next few hours. So we're starting to see more icing conditions here in Texas. A lot of our cameras that we're going to try and show you here in a second are starting to freeze over, which means that we're probably switching away from sleet into that freezing rain. But in terms of widespread impacts, there's been a lot of people asking, is the cold that's coming behind the storm going to extend the impacts of the system? Yes, it absolutely is. Something we've been trying to talk about in our videos and streams for the last few days is, hey, it's going to get very, very cold after the system moves through. That's part of the reason that we're seeing snow to begin with, is our strong polar blast, and that is going to stick around, and the only reason it's going to stop snowing is because that cold is going to push the moisture out of the way. So what we're talking about 2, 3, 4, 5 days after the storm dumps all of its precipitation, whether that's sleet, freezing rain, or snow, we will see wind chills below 0 degrees Fahrenheit in places like Texas, Arkansas, maybe even all the way down to the Gulf Coast and areas like Houston. You're going to be well below freezing. That means that this precipitation is going to stick around for a very, very long time. There's already been a lot of airlines that have come out and say, like, hey, this is going to be a major problem. And even if this system is only impacting parts of the United States, we are talking about a lot of major hubs for these airlines that are being impacted by the storms. We're talking about Dallas, Atlanta, Charlotte, and New York City. All of these places are going to see a lot of snow, and some of these a lot of ice. If we see flights get canceled out of specifically Dallas and Atlanta, we are going to see air travel across the entire country and even outside of the country get delayed because the planes that need to go to reach their connecting flights are not going to be able to get out of those airports. We're also going to see a lot of issues on interstates as well. I know I-35 and I-20 are the two that we have our eyes on the most right now. I-35, that's running north to south, basically right through Texas, Oklahoma, all of those states, and I-20 is almost entirely in the path of the storm. This is something we were talking about actually a few days ago, is that I-20 might be the worst road like in all of United States history because it's in ice storms warning, it's in winter storm warnings, it's in literally every single warning. So I-20 and I-35, those are the roads to keep an eye out on.
Thank you, Riley, for the in-depth update on travel impacts. All right, so for those that are just tuning in, might not already heard, we're about to record a live forecast. I've never done this before. I don't know how this is going to go, but we're essentially recording a live video. So we're going to have a video up on the channel in about an hour, hour and a half. We have an intro already done, so we're not going to do that on stream. But basically, I want to do a quick forecast. I say quick, it's going to at least be 15 minutes, but we're literally going to be recording an entire video while we're live. So we're basically just going to go over the entire forecast again for those that are just tuning in. And hopefully, I'll answer more of your questions. Shout out to Denise with the $20 super chat. Joliet, Illinois, I'm not expecting much. I think a few inches maybe. Thank you for the super chat. So yeah, this will be interesting. I gotta say, I'm not sure how this is gonna go. All right, we already did our intro. I mean, the intro is like the hardest part in my opinion. We have very highly edited intros, as you guys know. Like we've revamped our intros, so it's a little bit different. All right, I'm gonna start recording, and we'll go ahead and get started. This will be very interesting. For those that are wondering, by the way, I know a lot of people ask this, but are my videos scripted? No, they aren't. Like literally everything that I say during a video, there's no notes, there's no script. I literally just talk about what the weather is. Like, and that's how most weather people do it, for the record. Like almost every meteorologist on TV does that. So I follow the same style. There's no script. There's nothing like that. So we're gonna go right into everything that's happening. The only thing I have is bullet points to make sure I know what I'm covering first off. And then we're starting with winter weather alerts. So let's start with that. Actually, I'm going to use, let's see, we'll use Radar Omega for this. Let me turn off live radar. Actually, we'll keep radar on. Yes, we're going to keep radar on, then we're going to turn off cyclone ports. Then bang. All right. Thank you, New Era, for the 5 gifted memberships. Max with the super chat says, Nashville, I'm flying out of Nashville on January 28th. Flight leaves at 8:30. Do you think we'll be all right? Yeah, I think it'll be fine. Airports usually get things figured out by then. All right, here we go. We're going to start recording the video. So we have a lot to... That was a terrible start. All right. This happens, by the way. There are sometimes errors that happen in videos. You might not see them. We have a lot to talk about in today's forecast, and we're going to jump right into what's happening across the United States in terms of watches and warnings, and it covers over 2,000 miles across the United States. We have winter storm warnings in the pink. That goes anywhere from Boston, Massachusetts, all the way back into New Mexico. This is a massive area. Over 100 million people are included in winter storm warnings right now. It also includes New York City. We have ice storm warnings in effect for areas back over in southeast Texas, just outside of Houston. If you're in Shreveport, just southeast of Memphis, and even back over towards Atlanta, Georgia, and Charlotte, you guys are all under ice storm warnings where over 1/2 inch of ice accumulation is expected, and over 1 inch of ice is possible in some areas, which could lead to catastrophic damage to infrastructure and as well as power outages. We have winter storm watches in the dark blue and winter weather advisories in the lighter purple color. So again, we are expecting the possibility. All right, we're going to restart that part. Go winter weather advisories first. We also have winter storm watches in effect in the dark blue and winter weather advisories in effect in the lighter purple. So this is going to be a major winter storm. A lot of impacts are going to come out of it. And over the next few minutes, I'm going to break down exactly what you need to know. All right. That's the watches and warnings. I never use Radar Omega, I don't think, for a video. Like, specifically the watches and warnings. Huge shout out to Ruff with the $50 super chat. Really appreciate that. Hereford, Texas. Hereford, Texas, you're mostly talking about 5 to 6 inches of snow. Mostly snow in that area, to be honest. I don't think there'll be a whole lot of ice accumulation there. All right, now we're going to go into the actual forecast. I'm doing this, by the way, for the editor and the voice call right now. We're doing this one continuous shot. I'm not going to edit it, so you'll have to edit some of the stuff. This is awesome. This is very interesting. We'll probably do this again tomorrow, and I think we're doing it on Sunday, or I think we're doing a video, or at least doing one video tomorrow. We might do 2. Not sure yet. Yeah, we're doing this tomorrow and also I think Sunday on stream. Pretty cool. All right, now we're going to the future radar. I just realized the impacts thing is still in the top right. We need to get rid of that. Where is the impacts tab? There it is. All right. By the way, for those that are super chatting, we're putting them into a queue. So if you are super chatting right now, asking questions, I'll try to get to them. Riley's going to be doing that in the back end. That way I can try to get to you guys. All right, let's go into the future radar. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to upload this part to, I'm just going to upload this into parts on Discord. I don't know if this is going to kill my internet. My internet should be good. Making sure. Hey, Sean, for the super chat. Chattanooga. I think Chattanooga is going to be mostly an ice threat during the really daytime tomorrow, and then it should transition into a normal rain after that. All right, here we go. Now let's talk more about the timing and the impacts that this winter storm is going to bring. And before we do that, I just want to mention that we are actually live on YouTube right now covering this winter storm. Make sure to check that out. That's not a good start, bro. This happens all the time. Now let's talk more about the timing and the impacts that this winter storm is going to bring. And I do want to mention before we go into that we are currently live streaming weather coverage for this winter storm on our YouTube channel with dozens of storm chasers and thousands of live cameras across the United States. So make sure to check that out. There will be a link at the top of the description. Now let's talk more about the timing, and we'll begin with what's happening tonight. We obviously have a lot of freezing rain and snow that is ramping up across the southern plains. We have freezing rain and sleet that's stretching right now from North Texas back into southern Arkansas. We have heavier bands of snow that are beginning to ramp up if you're back over in Tulsa, Oklahoma City, and even as far north as areas like Topeka, Kansas. This is going to get a lot more intense as we go later into tonight into the overnight hours. So this area of snow and freezing rain is going to rapidly grow in size. If you're in Little Rock, snow is going to get a lot heavier as we go into the overnight hours. Memphis, same thing. We're going to have a pretty decent shot of snow overnight tonight. Freezing rain and sleet will continue across northern Mississippi, southern Arkansas, and all across the Dallas-Fort Worth area. By Saturday afternoon, our area of snow is eventually going to move into areas like Kentucky and Tennessee, even back over towards Illinois. While that's happening, heavy freezing rain is going to start to ramp up right along the Mississippi River outside of areas like Monroe, Louisiana, and also near Shreveport. Those areas in particular are going to be dealing with a very significant ice storm threat where over an inch of ice is on the table between now all the way through Sunday. So extremely dangerous situations going to be evolving there. Now this area right here is our first of two waves with this winter storm. This will be the less significant wave of our winter weather activity because the snow is going to be about 50% less with this wave than our second wave that's going to be developing over the Rockies during the daytime on Saturday. So this is going to go from one pretty decent storm system over in the Mississippi Valley to a massive winter storm as we go into Saturday night and Sunday morning. Okay, we're going to pause there. I'm going to keep going in a second. Natural pause, by the way, not a mistake. Natural pause. Thank you, Mac, for the $20 super chat. Now, as we go into Saturday afternoon, this winter storm system will continue to move to the east. While that's happening, we'll have a lot of moisture coming out of the Gulf and the Pacific, making a brand new second wave of wintry precipitation across areas like Texas and Oklahoma, with moderate to heavy snow ongoing in Oklahoma City, Amarillo, and Lubbock. Freezing rain will be stretching across almost all of Tennessee, including areas even in San Antonio, Texas. If you're back over in Shreveport, this is where ice storm conditions are really going to start to ramp up. And even down in Austin, Texas, we're going to start to see ice accumulation by tomorrow afternoon. As we go into the evening hours Saturday and into the overnight hours, we're going to have basically one large and, again, massive winter storm that's going to be stretching from Delaware and Maryland all the way into Texas with a large swath of freezing rain impacting areas like the Carolinas. This is the same area that was hit by Hurricane Helene just 2 years ago, and now we're dealing with the risk of upwards of an inch of ice accumulation that could lead to widespread power outages for up to a week. Also, another pause. Further back to the west along the Mississippi River, we'll have significant ice accumulation ongoing, and this could lead to widespread power outages by as early as tomorrow night. Unfortunately, with the amount of ice accumulation that we're going to be seeing right along the Mississippi River, this could end up leading to a threat of power outages for over a week in some isolated locations. By Sunday morning is when some areas like Dallas-Fort Worth, North Texas, back into Little Rock, are going to transition from freezing rain and sleet into snow. And this snow is going to be a lot heavier than the snow that's going to be happening back over in the Northeast. Our snowfall rates will be as high as 3 to maybe even 4 inches of snow per hour in areas like Oklahoma and Texas, especially with the heavier bands of snow. If you're back over in the Northeast at the same time, the snowfall rates will be closer to 2 to 3 inches, even with the heavier bands. That's mainly because it's not going to be nearly as cold, so our snow is going to be more wet instead of fluffy. Back over here in the central and southern plains, it's going to be much more fluffy and cold snow, which means it'll stack up a lot faster. By Sunday, as we go later into Sunday morning and into the afternoon hours, our snow is going to get all right, need to do this. For those that are just tuning in, we're doing a live forecast for our video tonight. So if you're wondering why I'm making mistakes, that's why. I'm buffering. Is my stream lagging right a little? Double check. Might just be your internet. Max bloopers. I mean, this actually happens a lot more than you guys probably think. This is probably one of my best takes so far. Especially when I'm recording these really early in the morning. Most times I'm recording forecasts, again, very early in the morning, and they get uploaded, obviously, at 6 a.m. And so, again, a lot of the time it's worse then. This is actually pretty good. I mean, it's 5:20, middle of the day, basically. I mean, it's pretty chill. All right, I'm going to start recording again in a second. I'm going to upload this one to Discord too. I'm splitting this up into sections right now. I'd need to make sure I can actually upload these videos. They would tell for the 14-month membership. Poor editor. Bro, this is not that bad. I'm not doing that bad right now with this video. By the way, for those that are wondering, I am standing up right now. I have a standing desk. If you see my light, it's lower than usual. I've done this on the last 2 video intros, this morning's, I think, and also this afternoon's. So I do this sometimes. I'm going to do this more for these live streams, but I do think it's actually better for me to stand when it comes to motion, so. Now, as we go into Sunday, late morning and early afternoon, that large area of snow is going to move into southern New England. It's going to stretch from Little Rock all the way back into New York City. Our heaviest bands of snow will be located in New Jersey, northern Kentucky near Louisville and Cincinnati, and also impacting Washington, D.C. We'll have a pretty heavy amount of freezing rain still ongoing right along the Mississippi River Valley. And unfortunately, if you are right in the areas like Vicksburg or back towards Memphis, Tennessee, those are going to be some of the areas that get hit the hardest by this winter storm in terms of ice accumulation. Even Tupelo is likely going to pick up over an inch of ice. Back over in the Carolinas and near Atlanta, Georgia, we are expecting ice storm conditions. If you are in Atlanta, Georgia, we could see over a half of an inch of ice accumulation, which could lead to scattered to numerous power outages that could even last a few days. As we go later into Sunday morning and into the early afternoon hours, this winter storm is going to continue to grow in size, dumping lots of snow across areas in the Ohio Valley, especially near Columbus, Cleveland, and Cincinnati, and also impacting most areas in central and northern Pennsylvania. If you're in southern New England, like Connecticut, Rhode Island, and even Boston, Massachusetts, that is going to be a jackpot area for snowfall. We could see well over 1 to 2 feet of snow from this winter storm over a span of about 36 hours, as snowfall rates will be as high as 3 to 4 inches per hour. By Sunday night into early Monday morning, our freezing rain will occur. I'm going to restart the freezing rain segment. By Sunday night, a little bit of freezing rain will start to transition into areas like Maryland and as well as southeastern Pennsylvania. So unfortunately for those in Philadelphia and Washington, D.C., you guys will have a brief transition to ice accumulation, which means any snow that falls is going to obviously be there, but any of that snow could actually be a bit... I don't know where I'm going with that. I'm going to restart that again. I don't even know what time stamp I was at. By Sunday night, some of that ice accumulation will... By Sunday night, that snow is going to start to transition into freezing rain for areas like Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, and even back over towards New York City. Most of North Carolina, including Charlotte, and almost everyone in Virginia will be seeing ice accumulation by this point, which could lead to a quarter to half an inch of ice accumulation in Maryland and also Virginia. As we go into early Monday morning, most of our wintry precipitation will wind down. We'll have a little bit of light snow remaining during the daytime on Monday in New England, and then we are done with this winter storm by Monday night. All right, now we're going into snowfall accumulation. Max velocity bloopers. Pretty common. We need to, we should bring back max velocity blooper videos. What do you guys think? We used to do those for members. Shout out to Mary with the $25 Venmo donation. Also Max with the Venmo donation. Go Army. Is there a football game this weekend? Now, in terms of total snowfall accumulation from this winter storm, we are expecting a widespread swath of 10 to 15 inches of snow from central and northern Oklahoma, all the way back into southern Ohio, including areas like Cincinnati and Columbus. If you're in St. Louis, I would anticipate right around 4 to 8 inches of snow. Kansas City will likely be right around 3 to 6 inches. Tulsa could even be close to 15 inches of snow when this winter storm is all said and done. Back over in North Texas, we're not talking about much snow, maybe 1 to 4 inches. Areas like Nashville and even back over towards... areas like Memphis, also back through Nashville and into central, or what am I saying? Areas like, that's not Nashville. Areas like Memphis, Nashville, and back into Little Rock have uptrended in terms of snowfall accumulation over the last 24 hours. I'm anticipating most areas here to pick up at least 3 to 6 inches of snow. Wouldn't be surprised in Little Rock if we got a little bit higher, maybe towards 8 inches of snow, and then back over towards southern Indiana and northern Kentucky for Louisville and Evansville. Right around 10 to 14 inches of snow is expected in your region. And if we go further to the east, all across the Northeast, we are expecting significant snowfall. A widespread 1 to 2 feet of snow is expected for Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, almost all of central and southern New England. We could even have areas like Boston, Massachusetts approaching 18 to 20 inches of snow when this winter storm is all said and done. Most of northern Virginia will at least get 6 to 10 inches of snow before transitioning into freezing rain Sunday night. Areas like Virginia Beach and even back over towards Roanoke are going to pick up right around 3 to 6 inches of snow. And then anywhere further down to the south into the Carolinas and Georgia, we're talking about pretty much all freezing rain. All right, now we're going into ice accumulation. Somebody just said max hydration in the chat. I forgot all about that. Is Storm Chase or John McKinney on anything?
San Diego, California, or you know, it's probably irrelevant. But
now, in terms of total ice accumulation, we are expecting a major and crippling ice storm that could knock out power for days and even in some cases weeks in some areas. Back over in North Texas, we are expecting a widespread half an inch to even maybe 3/4 of an inch of ice in some locations, especially if you're near Paris, Texas, or extreme southwestern Arkansas. Again, that could knock out power for a pretty decent amount of time. I'm gonna restart the ice. Is this the right graphic? Wasn't I on the ARRR? I'll just stick with this. Now, in terms of total ice accumulation, we are expecting a significant and crippling ice storm across areas like Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, and back into Tennessee. Generally speaking, we will have a widespread swath of 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice stretching from Abilene, Texas, all the way back over towards Memphis. But there will be some isolated locations that get as high as a 1/2 to 3/4 of an inch of ice in this corridor, especially near Paris, Texarkana, and even back over just to the south of Little Rock. The further east you go, the ice accumulation gets even more significant for areas like the Carolinas and back along the Mississippi River. If you're back over near Tupelo, Mississippi, if you're in Memphis, I would not be surprised with a widespread area picking up 1 inch of ice accumulation or more. There might even be a location or two that sees over 1.5 inches of ice, and if that ends up happening, that could literally knock out power for over a week. So very dangerous stuff is expected to go down tomorrow into Sunday if you're in Mississippi, Southwest Tennessee, and Eastern Arkansas. Across the Carolinas, a cold air damming event is going to happen, and that's going to lead to a pretty large amount of ice across areas near Charlotte and back over towards Greenville, where we're expecting at least 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice. Where those ice storm warnings are set up, we are expecting between 1/2 inch to 1 inch of ice. So please make sure that you are ready for power outages. If you have a generator, have that ready to go, have flashlights ready to go, and have a plane ready to go in case you do not have power for upwards of a week.
we have a great community in here.
Is John McKinney's audio on? Bro, I had John McKinney's audio on. There's no shot. I literally have to redo that entire part. There's no shot. Why was his audio on? That is actually crazy. Yes? Okay. Yay! We have to record it. They woohoo for the $20 super chat. I don't know who that guy is, but thank you for the super chat. Guys, nobody said anything in the chat. I had no clue there was audio. I literally didn't hear anything. I'll try to be quick with this. By the way, block out timestamp on the thing, Riley. Wasn't that loud? I think it's gonna be loud enough to think like people are gonna go crazy for that, I think. Now, in terms of total ice accumulation, we are expecting a widespread 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice from Tennessee back towards Abilene and Dallas-Fort Worth. There will be some isolated locations over 3/4 of an inch of ice, especially near Paris, Texas, and into southern Arkansas. And unfortunately, back along the Mississippi River is where we could see over 1 inch of ice accumulation in a widespread area near Tupelo, Mississippi, and Vicksburg. And these are areas that could have power outages for over a week if we were to see over 1 inch of ice. There could even be a couple of locations over an inch of a There could even be some locations over 1.5 inches of ice accumulation. So very significant ice is on the table there on the Mississippi River. Areas like Nashville, southern Kentucky, we're talking a widespread 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice. Back over in the mid-Atlantic, most areas will pick up around back over in the mid-Atlantic, most areas will pick up around 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice, with the highest totals in the higher elevations of the Appalachian Mountains just outside of Atlanta, Georgia, back over into upstate South Carolina and western North Carolina. I wouldn't even be surprised if Charlotte got up to 1/2 inch of ice. So this is going to be a very dangerous ice storm. Make sure that you are prepared for... this is going to be a very dangerous ice storm, so make sure that you're prepared for widespread power outages that could last days and even in some cases upwards of a week. All right, I think this will be the last graphic. Is there anything else I had to talk about? WSSI, okay. Now to put this all together, this is our official forecast for snowfall from the... this is the official forecast for our snowfall accumulation across the United States over the next few days. We are expecting a widespread 12 to 18 inches of snow across the Northeast. There will be some localized areas, especially in southern Indiana, northern Kentucky, and southern Ohio, that get right around 12 to 15 inches of snow, including Louisville and Cincinnati. I also expect there to be a little bullseye near Tulsa and Oklahoma City, where we're expecting right around 1 foot of snowfall. This will be a lot of fun, but keep in mind, there is going to be a glazing of ice underneath this snow that could make you slip and slide. So if you're planning on going outdoors, definitely make sure that you're aware of the threat that there could be some ice underneath that snow. So just be very cautious back over near Oklahoma City. Elsewhere, we're talking about at least 4 to 8 inches of snow in areas like Little Rock, just north of Dallas-Fort Worth near Wichita Falls. And if you're back over here near Cleveland and Fort Wayne, 4 to 8 inches of snow will be likely there. Areas in southern New England could easily see over 18 inches of snow from this winter storm, so get ready for one of the most intense winter storms that we've seen in 5 years. All right, we're doing the outro, and then we're going to go right back to answering questions and everything else. Last thing we're doing. And as a reminder, we are currently live on our YouTube channel. Make sure to check out our live stream. We're answering all of your questions about this winter storm, and we will be live for upwards of 35 hours just this weekend covering this major winter storm. So subscribe to the channel, click the bell icons for the latest updates, and we will see you in the next video or live stream. All right, there you go. That is the entire video. Do your old intro. The old intro is not coming. We already did our intro for this video. It was done before I went live. All right, let's go back and answer questions. Also, obviously, John McKinney's bottom right of your screen. We obviously have some snow falling right now back over in Kansas and surrounding areas. This is, again, what it looks like on live radar. We have a little bit of light to moderate snow currently flying across Kansas if you're back over in northern Oklahoma. And we got a pretty decent amount of snow that's starting to ramp up. Freezing rain is also starting to increase in coverage right now back over in Wichita Falls, Vernon, and Lubbock. So things are definitely starting to uptick a little bit in activity. I want to get back our cameras here. And again, this is a live shot out of Wichita Falls right now. We got very, very light freezing drizzle that's coming down right now. A little bit of sleet that is also coming down, a little bit of flurries. Nothing too crazy in Burke Burnett, but a little bit of snow here is currently falling. Riley has a update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I just have a quick update on those power outages that we were tracking earlier in Andrews County, Texas. It seems like the power has actually been restored there ahead of the main impacts of this winter storm. However, there are a few other lingering power outages in nearby counties such as Midland. Amarillo area, we're also seeing a few more power outages, but all of these are beneath 5 to 10%. So nothing too significant, nothing it seems associated with the winter storm at this time, but there are definitely a few more sporadic power outages.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, we are already getting power outages, and I want to remind you guys that we have 50 winter storm warnings. The number's below me. 50 winter storm warnings in effect. We have 26 winter storm watches. And again, this is just such a large area. It's quite literally unbelievable, the amount of winter storm watches and warnings that we have across the board. So again, we're talking about a major winter storm. We already have power outages beginning back over in West Texas, and we are still very early into this event. I mean, we got a while until things really start to ramp up. We also have Storm Chaser Mezzo Hunter, who is also now with us. Again, we have a lot of Storm Chasers today. We have well over a dozen here for the next few days. Norman, Oklahoma, this is what it looks like right now live. Nothing happening there yet. Probably in about 3 hours, we're actually gonna have legit snow here in Norman. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. We got a pretty decent band of snow that is starting to move off to the northeast. So we're just waiting to see what happens there in terms of snowfall. I think Brandon Payne might be going live, so we'll keep an eye on that. All right, let's go ahead and check out Amarillo as well real quick. This is another live shot. Amarillo has some snow. Look at that. We got a little bit of snow back over in Amarillo. Anybody tuning in right now from Amarillo, Vega area, Lubbock? Anybody from over there? We actually already got a decent amount of snow on the ground. And again, it's not really that windy. I do want to remind you, with this winter storm, it's not that windy. Most of what we're seeing right now out there is not going to be blowing around very much. Winds are fairly light across the board. As I say that, the snowflakes are blowing right to left. But back over here in Amarillo, we already have a decent amount of snow on the ground. The temperature right now in Vega, Texas, just outside of Amarillo, is 7 degrees. That is frigid. The wind's actually about 15 miles per hour. It's actually a bit windier than I thought. It's not terrible. Most of these areas, the winds are not going to be that high. This is one of the higher areas, though, that we're dealing with for wind right now. All right, we had some super chats, some questions about the weather upcoming. And I'm going to get to a few of those. And again, I'm answering questions in the chat about this winter storm too. Queen with the $5 super chat said, I have a little red spot in New York, 18 inches for us. Can you talk about the exploding trees? I missed it. Yeah, in case you guys haven't been on social media, I, again, don't know really how this happened, but we went viral on social media, news networks for exploding trees. Gonna be honest, I didn't think that was gonna happen. I really did not think this was something that nobody ever heard of. But yes, there is a risk of exploding trees in the northern plains in the upper Midwest. What that means is that sap inside of the tree is basically expanding because the temperatures are rapidly dropping. And so what's happening is that the trees up here in the northern plains in the Midwest are going to expand in size. So there's gonna be like an expansion inside of the tree, which could actually lead to like an exploding effect, essentially, where the tree essentially snaps, quote unquote, and then you hear a large explosion, essentially, or large gunshot. That's basically what it sounds like. If you're in the northern plains or the Midwest and you've ever randomly heard a loud bang in the middle of the night or at a random time when it's really cold outside, that is what that is, by the way. So that's what is called an exploding tree. Reed Timmer, believe it or not, Reed Timmer has allowed us to show off his exploding tree fiasco back over in Minnesota. He made a post earlier on Twitter. I'll play it real quick. But yeah, let's listen into what Reed said. Right there.
That would be the sound of exploding trees here in Minnesota and Wisconsin. That could happen tonight as those temperatures drop below 20 below. The temperature right now is minus 10 degrees Fahrenheit. Real field temperatures down around minus 40 this morning as there was some greater wind out here. But this is the Arctic air mass that is making possible that significant winter storm in the central and southern U.S. It's going to stretch from New Mexico and Texas all the way through the Carolina Piedmont. It looks like right now that Oklahoma City could get pasted by up over 1.5 feet of snow. A lot of forecast model agreement on the main axis of snow setting up right along the I-40 corridor, Oklahoma City to Fort Smith, up toward Fayetteville, Arkansas, into southern Missouri, and then along the Ohio River Valley, maybe portions of Kentucky. Depending on the advancement of that warm nose, the precipitation type here depends on the prominence of the warm nose just above the ground and the depth of the sub-freezing layer below it. If you have a more prominent warm nose, the more likely precipitation type is going to be pure freezing rain. If you have a less prominent warm nose, then you're likely going to be dealing with sleet. But right now, the forecast sounding throughout the event in the Oklahoma City area looks like the profile is going to be below freezing, which could lead to some significant snowfall. But it's this very cold air mass, this Arctic air mass up here. Temperature right now, minus 10 degrees. And I am listening for the sound of exploding trees tonight as I drive all night to chase the snowpocalypse in Oklahoma. Looks like it's going to be hitting there right in my own backyard. Never stop chasing.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, that is Reed Timmer. So again, he explained exploding trees as well. He's looking out for them right now in Minnesota and other areas like Wisconsin. If you hear an exploding tree, you can send us a photo or video. It's reports.maxvelocitywx.com. It's the second to top link in the description. It is a possibility, though. Again, I'm not joking when it comes to these exploding trees. It is a possibility tonight and as well as tomorrow with how cold it is. The temperatures are down to 20 to even 30 degrees below zero. Riley has something to add on to this. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I actually have an update out of NWS Nashville. So there's sort of a tale of two different types of precipitation here, both the winter side of it, so your sleet and your snow and your ice. They just came out and said that they are not going to extend the ice storm warning into Nashville right now, but that is not because Nashville is not going to see ice. It's because they want people to know that there's going to be a start, or the start of the threat will be snow and sleet, and then after that, it's going to transition to ice. So we're going to see a winter storm warning remain in effect there for a little bit at least. And then later on through this event, when we start to see that change to ice, there may be a change to an ice storm warning for that area. So I know a lot of you are tuning in from Nashville. I've seen it all over in the chat. Know that you're essentially under both warnings for both a winter storm and an ice storm, but only the winter storm warning is in effect right now until we see that precipitation change over to ice.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So over there in Nashville, if you're tuning in from really anywhere there in Central Tennessee, Nashville's pretty big. We're not just talking Nashville. We're talking really all of Central Tennessee. Ice storm warnings not currently in effect. They'll probably be issued, though, later down the road. In terms of the ice accumulation that is currently moving off to the northeast as we go into tomorrow here in Nashville, it's not going to begin probably until about 4 or 5 o'clock. So it's going to be mostly snow until about 12. And then as we go into the afternoon, we're going to start to see that freezing rain and sleet move into the central Tennessee area, including Nashville. So if you're back over in Nashville, this is an area that we're likely going to see ice storm criteria be met, but they have not yet issued that ice storm warning. This is going to happen all day, pretty much Saturday afternoon. It's not going to be Saturday morning. Saturday morning will be snow. Saturday afternoon, we're talking about mostly ice in central Tennessee, and then it's going to transition into a little bit of rain, maybe briefly, but if the warm nose stays far enough to the south, we could be talking about all ice pretty much. And I mean, when I'm talking about ice, we're talking freezing rain. Again, freezing rain is the most concerning precipitation type there is in terms of winter weather. As a reminder, there's two types of freezing precipitation that can come out of the sky. Not just snow, but we're talking about freezing rain and sleet. Freezing rain is what stacks ice up on top of power lines, on top of literally almost anything, on buildings too. That's what makes the icicles. It's not sleet. Sleet is little pellets that come out of the sky. That is basically like little hail. It doesn't really do a whole lot. It does freeze to roadways, but it's not as concerning as what freezing rain is. By far, freezing rain is the most concerning thing. Me looking at this graphic right now is making me so hungry. Thank you, War, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you also, Charles, for becoming a member. Have we posted this? I think we posted that, right? Okay, we have. Never mind. I need to, Riley, can you post the updated snow graphic here? The 0 to 30 inches is what I'm talking about. For those that are asking about snowfall accumulation, this is our latest forecast. So, this should be very easy to read. If anybody has any contacts to Dunkin' Donuts or Krispy Kreme, let me know. We can get a sponsorship going for sleet and freezing rain. But again, this is our official forecast as of right now in terms of snowfall accumulation. Basically, anywhere in the white, pink, we're expecting over 6 inches of snow. As I've already alluded to, we have obviously a lot of storm chasers out there, and storm chaser John McKinney is currently out there.
Let's see, what did she just say?
And you can see, again, the snow is not really that heavy right now. We have a little bit of snow on the ground in Great Bend, Kansas. This is just southwest of Topeka, but we are going to see that snow intensify over the next couple of hours. So this is one of our live shots that we have out there. We have a lot of storm chasers, lots of live cameras. We're keeping an eye on everything, but things are really going to ramp up here in just about an hour. I mean, we're going to be talking about some much heavier snowfall. Norman, Oklahoma, and again, I want to allude back to radar here. Norman, Oklahoma specifically, you can see that there is snow showing up on radar, but it's not reaching the ground right now. As I've alluded to previously, there is a bit of a dry intrusion in the lower levels, which means any snow that's actually falling on radar isn't actually reaching the ground in central Oklahoma. But in about 2 hours or so, we're gonna have that low-level moisture really get a lot stronger. You can actually see right now on live radar that snow moving off to the northeast. We're about to get a pretty intense snow band back over in Purcell and Pauls Valley. Look at that right there. We got some pink actually and purple showing up on radar. So I believe Mezzo Hunter is actually going towards that, and we are going to get some pretty intense snow if you're near Pauls Valley, Oklahoma, just north of Sulphur and back over towards Lindsay. If you guys have photos or videos from this area, again, please send it in to us. The link is at the top of the description. It is reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Thank you, Racer, for the $25 super chat. I'm going to see if we do have any sort of photos and videos coming in from you guys in this area. I know a lot of you guys are preparing, and again, if you have photos and videos, second to top link in the description. let's go to this. This is what it looks like in Tarrant County, Texas. The bread aisle at Walmart is empty. These are some of the reports from last night. Let me skip ahead just a little bit. This is over in Nolan County, Texas. It's been raining for the last few hours. Temperatures have dropped from 46 down to 31. So I want to talk about this a little bit. Over here on the screen, you can see the rain and the water on the pavement. The problem that we're going to have is that once the temperatures drop below freezing, any liquid rain that is already there that was a cold rain is going to freeze into ice, and that's going to increase our ice accumulation. So again, something I want to note there, again, if you're in one of those areas that's currently above freezing, a lot of that is going to turn into basically an ice rink in about 6 to 10 hours, especially near Dallas-Fort Worth. Sending from Ottawa County, Oklahoma. At least my sister will have eggs since the Walmart shelves were empty. There you go. So somebody's pantry. What's the weather for South Carolina? How much are we getting? We're talking about 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice back over in upstate South Carolina. My fridge is ready in Memphis, Tennessee. Got some buttermilk ranch. Nice. Lots of eggs. Lots of milk. That's a lot of milk and a lot of eggs. I'm going to be honest. Whoever this person is over in Atlanta, Georgia, this looks pretty good. What do you guys think? Looks like a pretty good fridge. It's a lot of eggs, though. You're going to be living off of eggs if you're stuck there for a while. Oh, my goodness. Guys, we have a banana outage in the United States right now. Like, there are bananas nowhere. But if you're in Groton, Texas, or not Groton, Texas, Groton, Connecticut, or Groton, one of those two, in Connecticut, there are bananas everywhere. So if you need bananas, take a flight and go to Connecticut. There's plenty there. This is in Atlanta, Texas, at a Walmart, and they are out of gas. That's not a good sign. Plenty of bananas in Topeka, Kansas. Hey guys, we got 2 places. If you need bananas right now, I know Nashville's run out of bananas. If you need bananas, these are 2 places you can go: Topeka, Kansas, or go over to Connecticut. People want water. This is over in Louisville, Kentucky. There's not a whole lot of water left. I saw a video. I wish I had the video of this, but somebody had a video at like a Walmart or something. I don't know what it was, but it was a store, and it was a video showing all the water selections. There was no normal water left, basically, but when they panned over to the Dasani water, there's a ton of it. I don't know if anybody else saw that video. I don't even know if that was real, but it was kind of funny. Jocelyn over in New Albany, Indiana. Hope no one needs milk. There's literally almost no milk there. I wonder if they still have eggnog right now. I also hope nobody needs ramen. It's from New Albany, Indiana, from Jocelyn. Sleet is coming down, and the truck is completely frozen over. Wow. So this is over in Duncan, Oklahoma. We already got sleet accumulating on the top of this roof truck. Back over in Duncan. Salted and ready in Louisville. So this person actually salted their driveways. That's smart. If you're further north in like Louisville, it makes more sense. These people are a bit more accustomed to it. Look at Little Rock, Arkansas. This is, I don't know what power company or companies this is, but this is looking pretty good. I mean, we got a lot of people already ready to go to hopefully restore the power. Obviously, the problem that we're going to have here is that the power in general is going to go out for a lot of areas, especially south and east of Little Rock. So even with all these power trucks, it's still going to take time to restore power. But huge shout out to all the first responders and all those people that are working on the front end to hopefully keep power up here and restore it as quickly as possible. Get some W's in the chat for them. Lion with the $20 super chat asked about Florence, Alabama for ice. I think Florence, Alabama is going to see a little bit of ice accumulation tomorrow morning. Then it should transition into a more cold rain. So ice probably won't stick around very long. But as we go into Sunday afternoon and evening, it'll probably refreeze into ice. This is over in Altus, Oklahoma. Looks like a lot of sleet. I don't think that's snow. I think that's mostly sleet. So we got some sleet over there in Altus. And then the last photo right now, charging the car up in case we lose power over in Vevey, Indiana. Good reminder, by the way, if you are in the risk area for this winter storm, you should be filling up your car with gas if you haven't already. If you have a Tesla or another electric car, definitely make sure to charge them before power goes out in case you have to drive somewhere. And as a reminder, if you have photos and videos, you can scan the QR code on your screen. There's also a link right there on your screen that you can type out. But once again, we got some pretty heavy snow right now that is moving into areas near Altus. Or not Altus, sorry. Back over near Pauls Valley and Purcell. So snow is starting to ramp up right now. And pretty soon, I believe Meso Hunter will be right on the front lines of this pretty heavy band of snow, so we'll have some live footage there here pretty soon with the heavy snow moving in just to the south there of Oklahoma City. Back over in Kansas, we have a lot more snow ramping up right now as well. We have Storm Chaser John McKinney, bottom right of your screen. He's about to start driving again, but there's a lot of snow ramping up right now just west of Wichita. That's going to ramp up a lot more over the next couple of hours for sure. So again, this is going to become a much more widespread winter storm here very, very soon. Back over in Wichita Falls, we have a large area of sleet and freezing rain. This is all mixed precipitation just south of Pauls Valley, and we have freezing rain that is going on right now in Wichita Falls. Again, you don't really see much of it. It's a very light freezing drizzle. There really is not a whole lot here when it comes to freezing rain right now, but it's going to get a lot more intense over the next few hours. And as that low level moisture increases, we are going to see much heavier precipitation. That's what's going to start to stack up on power lines. For right now, it looks fine here, but it's probably not going to last like that for the entire event. And then back over in the Texas Panhandle, it's kind of winded down a little bit in terms of snow. There's still some light snow flurries out there near Amarillo. We'll see snow coverage increase again later tonight. But again, there's a little bit of snow already on the roadways there and on some of the sidewalks and such. But our heaviest band of snow right now is developing near Childress, Texas, and that's going to move towards Oklahoma City here pretty soon. But here's what our actual winter weather radar looks like for everybody here in the central and southern plains. Our freezing line is getting awfully close right now to the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So this is really your last call. If you're over in Dallas-Fort Worth and don't want to be driving on an ice rink tonight, the DFW area is going to be dropping in temperature very quickly. It is about 36 degrees right now near Sherman. Keep in mind, overpasses and bridges are going to freeze over faster. So if you're driving on a roadway that has a bridge or an overpass, you want to go slow over those. Those could have ice before actual roadways do. It could be 33, 34 degrees, and those could actually freeze over. So, important note there, even though it's 35, 36 right now near Sherman. It's 42 right now in Glen Heights, Texas, so that's near Dallas. Again, Dallas is not seeing freezing precipitation right now, but our line is essentially setting up right now near Decatur and also near Bowie and Nocona. And we currently have ice storm warnings that go as far west as Canton, Texas. So they don't include Dallas-Fort Worth, but if things continue to trend in the wrong direction, things could get a little bit worse there. And we might actually get an upgrade to ice storm warnings at some point down the road. All right, we got a few more photos and videos that you guys are sending in right now. I want to go back to these. We got back over in Wichita Falls. This is what it looks like out there right now. This was sent in by Denise in Wichita Falls. So there's some sleet there right now. It's not necessarily freezing rain. It's mostly sleet. That's good, by the way. Hopefully it stays mostly sleet because that means power outages would be, you know, a lower number. But at least for right now, it's sleet. It'll probably transition into freezing rain later. This is from Amber in Hutchinson County, Texas, and it's still snowing. Dog is looking outside like, what in the world is going on here in Texas? I've never seen this before. Hey, Tracy for the $10 super chat saying, please don't forget to remind people to take care of their pets. Yeah, bring your pets indoors, guys, if you haven't already. Please bring them inside. Make sure that they're warm and cozy in your house and not, you know, outside and cold and lonely. This is over in Tyler, Texas. Power company is getting ready to get us through in Tyler, Texas. More W's in the chat here for the first responders and also the linemen. Bill in Wichita County, Texas, is near Wichita Falls. A lot of sleet so far. Again, that's better than freezing rain. And this was sent in by Cat and Matt over in Hayes, Kansas. Eastbound Highway 70. Very cold and super windy, blowing 18-wheeler around. So this person's driving an 18-wheeler right now through some pretty treacherous conditions. But it looks cold. I mean, this is literally the definition of a cold image. It just looks cold in general. Especially when you start to see streaking snow on the roadways like that. Currently raining, good here in Plano. That was sent in by an anonymous person. Again, once this rain, like, you know, once we actually go below freezing in Plano, that's all going to freeze into ice on the ground. So, that ain't good. This is from Bryce in North Carolina. No camp ovens in Bass Pro Shop in Kannapolis, North Carolina. A lot more people. This is another power company shot here from Wyatt over in Little Rock. Right at the Bass Pro. This is over in Lubbock, Texas. Looks like we already got some sleet and snow there. This is in Lubbock, Texas as well. Sidewalks are kind of iced over. Mostly sleet in Jackson County, Oklahoma so far. Got an inch of sleet in Fletcher, Oklahoma. That's already a lot of sleet there. That's what it looks like out there in Lawton, Oklahoma. Sleet and slushy. And Perryton, Texas has a decent amount of snow. Calm before the storm over in Salina, Kansas. and flurries all day here in Kansas, and it's now just starting to stick. So again, if you want to send any photos or videos, QR codes on your screen and the links in the description as well. And we'll continue to look at your submissions here throughout the stream as this winter storm continues to ramp up here across the central and southern plains. And then by tonight, things are going to get a lot more intense, I think. Again, we're going to be talking about pretty heavy freezing rain, sleet, and snow all across the Oklahoma, central Oklahoma area back into north central Texas near Wichita Falls. So again, things are just going to keep getting worse here over the next 6 hours. Thank you, Smokey, for the $20 super chat. What does Fairview, North Carolina look like? A huge tree fell in our house during Helene. Her winter sister seems to have it in for us. Yeah, so again, North Carolina and really all across North Carolina and South Carolina, it's an ice concern. There could be a couple inches of snow if you're lucky near Charlotte, but unfortunately, I think it's going to be a lot of freezing rain. And so we're going to more likely than not just see a significant ice storm in those areas. Let me go ahead and just go back to here just to get an idea of the future radar here, but again, we're almost predominantly just going to be talking about freezing rain there. So it's all going to start Sunday or Saturday night, and it'll continue all day Sunday pretty much. But we're going to get these heavy bands of freezing rain that'll lead to at least 1/4 of an inch of ice. There will be some spots over 1/2 of an inch of ice near Charlotte and just west of there. So in the higher elevations especially is where we're going to have the most significant power outage risk. The National Weather Service locally there has already warned that power outages could last upwards of a week. So please be prepared for that. I've kind of already talked about this, and I want to switch gears a little further west for a second. And we've talked about the threat, obviously, of power outages. And again, this is our power outage map, our graphic, to give you an idea of who could see widespread power outages, some power outages, and numerous power outages, right? The problem that I think we're going to have, especially in northern Mississippi and eastern Arkansas, is that this corridor right here could literally have power outages for upwards of a week. So I'm very concerned about areas here in northern Mississippi and near Memphis. We could have power outages that last around a week, maybe even longer than a week. The National Weather Service right now, in terms of the ice forecast, this is the ice forecast right now, they have a widespread area near Tupelo, Mississippi, Greenwood, Mississippi, Southwest Tennessee, around 1 to 1.5 inches of ice accumulation. We could have some spots over 1.5 inches of ice accumulation. This is the expected amount, by the way. This isn't a high-end scenario. This is the expected middle ground scenario at this point. And I wouldn't even rule out, like in Tupelo right now, there is a 12% chance, according to the National Weather Service here, of over 1.5 inches of ice. In Grenada, there's also about a 6% chance. I mean, the chances there, again, for more significant ice accumulation. If we were to see a high-end winter storm here, an ice storm, they have areas near 1.6, 1.7 inches of ice. And again, I'm saying this because even if 1 inch is already catastrophic in most cases, but 1.5 inches is taking it to another level. So we need to hope that this is mostly sleet, but as of right now, the forecast is suggesting it's going to be a lot of freezing rain, which will lead to widespread power outages. But the high-end scenario for most areas here from, East Texas near Tyler all the way back into, Nashville is up to 1 inch or even higher than that in the dark purple. And this is the low-end scenario, which Nashville is still looking at 1/4. Any of these areas are at least looking at 1/4. So there's almost no chance at this point that we're going to have, something insignificant in these areas. And as I've already talked about too, but back over here in northern Georgia, like in the higher elevations just outside of Atlanta, we're also expecting over 1/2 inch of ice just north of Atlanta, Georgia. So Gainesville, Lawrenceville, Anderson, Greenville, South Carolina even. If you're in Atlanta, Georgia, we have ice storm warnings there for a reason now, because we are expecting now at least 1/4 inch of ice. So 1/4 to 1/2 inch is expected in that area. Grenada, thank you, Chris. Joshua with the super chat just asked about Atlanta. Again, the worst of it is going to happen, I think, Saturday night to Sunday morning, and we're expecting at least 1/4 inch of ice, but possibly as high as 1/2 inch of ice. Thank you, Pigeon, for the 5 gifted memberships. Well, that's Cincinnati. Yeah, for those that are back up here further north near Cincinnati, for example, we're talking more about a snow risk. It's not going to be as much of an ice risk. Cincinnati, Louisville, Evansville, there could be a little bit of sleet, maybe a brief transition into freezing rain, but we're talking mainly about 10 to 15 inches of snow. And for those that are asking in the chat, I'm in Florida. Not to make anybody jealous, but I'm not in the path of this winter storm. So again, we live all weekend. We're not going anywhere. Our power's not going to go out at any point. Or maybe it will. I don't want to jinx it. They cut off the $10 donation. I might have just jinxed it. We might be shocked for literally no reason. Blizzard warning for New York City. I don't expect blizzard warnings. Do not expect blizzard warnings. Can somebody put Mezzo Hunter in slot 1? Put Burke Burnett slot 3. Actually, we can do Vega slot 3. You do a deep dive on Philly. Sack with the super chat. I think Philadelphia is going to be right around 12 to 15 inches of snow. I mean, outside that, there's not really a whole lot to dive deep into. I mean, it's going to be mostly Saturday night into very early Monday morning for your snowfall. All right, so we got 2 storm chasers right now, bottom, middle, bottom left of your screen. Obviously, snow is ramping up right now. And then we also have a live camera there in Vega, Texas. That's over here in Amarillo. So there's Amarillo. We got Mezzo Hunter right there. And we got John McKinney just south of Hayes. And as of right now, John McKinney is driving in a decent clip of snow back over in Great Bend. So snow's starting to ramp up right now. A very important thing I want to talk about is that we have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center regarding this winter storm. Freezing rain and sleet accumulations will begin over the coming hours. So that's right along the Red River Valley of Texas. So that's for you guys in Paris. That's back over just south of Oklahoma City, just south of Little Rock. All of you guys are going to be dealing with some freezing rain and sleet accumulations over the next few hours. So now is the time to be ready for an increasing risk of both freezing rain and sleet. This is the time that you should be getting off the road if you do not want to be driving on an ice rink tonight. You do not want to be waiting till last second. You should be getting off the road as soon as humanly possible, unless it's an emergency. Thank you, Wendell, for becoming a member, and also Michelle for becoming a member. Hybrid with the super chat asks about the impacts in San Antonio, Texas. The biggest concern in San Antonio is going to be ice accumulation, and I do think that if you're in San Antonio, we will probably pick up right around 1/4 of an inch of ice accumulation. So this is Austin, San Antonio, 1/10 to 1/4, right in this range, right along the interstate, right along I-35 West. I just had Austin with the super chat ask about any chance of storm trends further north for St. Louis. I don't think so. I think we're pretty locked in on snowfall accumulation, to be honest. Like, I mean, we could uptrend. That's the one thing I'll point out. Like, we could uptrend and downtrend on snowfall accumulation. I think if anything, like, the only thing that would probably happen is that we uptrend on snowfall accumulation. I think our numbers are pretty realistic. Granted that our snowfall rates are going to be a bit more significant, especially with the second band of snow. But I think for St. Louis, we're talking right around 6 to 8 inches of snow. I think that's pretty realistic. Could you get closer to 10? Sure. But again, I don't think there's going to be any dramatic shift of the storm north or south. I think it's pretty consistently what we've been talking about here on the stream. RMG with the super chat says, First Go Texas here, bought plenty of ramen. Great job as always. Also love the AI haircut. Guys, this haircut I did not even want. Like, this haircut it's so short. It is not ideal for what I was going for. I was really hoping for, like, actual hair being on the front of my head. This is the first time I feel like I've been bald. Mother with the super chat asking about Springfield, Illinois. I think Springfield and Joplin areas, we're going to be right around that 10 to 12 inch range. So we should get a decent amount of snow there. Riley has a update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So we actually are going to be talking about the hurricane hunters again, and they're all the way over here off to the southwest of Mexico right now. And you might be wondering, why are we talking about the hurricane hunters if they're all the way over there? Well, believe it or not, they are actually sampling the storm that we are looking at right now. So they are obviously a very far distance away from where the winter precipitation is happening. But if we come over to the HRRR here, or the GFS, on Weather Bell, we can see that this is actually the moisture that is being pushed up into the United States, all the way over from the Pacific Ocean. So they are sampling and dropping dropsondes over here in this portion of the atmospheric river, and all of this water is being pushed into the United States. And this is going to be your freezing rain in Tennessee. It's going to be your snow in New York. It's going to be your snow in Texas. It's all coming from the Pacific Ocean right now for the most part. There's a little bit of additional moisture coming from the Gulf of Mexico, but there is a lot of it that is coming from the Pacific. So that's why we're looking at the hurricane hunters over there. It'll be interesting to see what data they do collect. Of course, the data that they collect will get put right back into the weather models to make them even more accurate. So it'll be interesting to see if we see any trends over the next few hours and model runs to see what the hurricane hunters are finding.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So yeah, and there are hurricane hunters even during winter storms. This happened about a week ago when we had some rare snow in Georgia. There are hurricane hunters flying out there right now collecting data for this winter system. So, yeah, this happened even a couple days ago, too. Basically, what they're doing is that they want to go out there and sample the data. They want to figure out if there's any forecast changes that are happening that we can't even see right now. Because models are not just looking at they're not looking at all observed data. You know, so this extra data that they're finding over the Pacific Ocean that we can't physically reach is actually being implemented into computer models. So, pretty cool stuff. And again, that's one of the biggest things with this, winter weather event that we're talking about is that hurricane hunters do go out there even for winter storms. And so we should have a little bit more accurate of, forecast models here over the next 12 hours as this winter storm continues. Shout out to Debbie with the $20 Venmo donation. I appreciate that. Again, if you're just tuning in, we obviously have a winter storm that is really starting to ramp up right now. This is the beginning of a marathon of live weather coverage on this channel. We do have snow and freezing rain and sleet all happening just south of Oklahoma City right now. The snow is beginning to ramp up just to the south of Norman and Purcell. If you're back over here in Pauls Valley, we have a little decent area of heavy snow that is moving towards you guys near I-35. This could reduce visibility. So if you are traveling near Purcell right now or Pauls Valley, just a heads up, we do have a little bit of snow that is about to cross over the interstate, and that's going to be moving towards Seminole, Shawnee, and Wewoka here over the next hour or so. So get ready for a decent shot of snow here as this continues to move to the northeast. Elsewhere, we have a large area right now of light to moderate snowfall just south of Oklahoma City, going all the way back towards Memphis, Texas. Freezing rain and sleet all in between. Wichita Falls, Vernon is dealing with that. We have some heavier pockets of that, mainly to the south of Wichita Falls right now. We do have a live shot, once again, in Wichita Falls. It's been very light freezing rain and sleet so far, but it will intensify over the next few hours as all that Pacific moisture rises out of the south. Same thing with our Gulf moisture. So things are going to get a little bit worse there. All across DFW, we do not have freezing rain, but that will change in a few hours. So if you are traveling in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, just try to get home. Again, drive safely, drive slowly. It's definitely a good idea, especially if we do see that transition to freezing rain and ice accumulation here a little bit sooner than expected. But as of right now, temperatures, let me show you guys the temperatures right now. The temperatures as of right now here across Dallas-Fort Worth, they're down to 32 in Decatur. So our freezing line is actually near Decatur and Gainesville right now. So we actually could have freezing rain happening as we speak in Gainesville, Bridgeport, and Decatur. So I would be getting off the road, but again, go very slowly. If you're over in Sherman, Texas, temperatures are dropping right now. They're down to about 34. Most of the Dallas-Fort Worth area is currently around 35 to 39 degrees. So we still got a couple hours until things really drop and actually freeze over. It's 29 in Graham, by the way. So if you're over in Graham, Texas, we definitely have ice accumulation for sure happening there. But it's going to get messy here very quickly in North Texas. Hopefully everybody's taking this seriously. Obviously, this has been making news everywhere, national news. This is one of the biggest winter storms for sure. I mean, this is the biggest winter storm I think that I've ever covered. But just in general, this is a very widely spread winter storm all over social media and also in the news. So hopefully everybody's aware of this. But obviously, there are still going to be those people that are on the road tonight, tomorrow, whenever, driving around and just going for Joyride or something, trying to go to McDonald's, which isn't probably even open, and, you're going to slip and slide on the road. It's going to be an ice rink out there for most of Texas, so. Hey, Mo, for the Venmo donation. Thanks, I appreciate your insight, appreciate the generosity. It's time for doing donuts. It is not time for doing donuts, guys. It is just not time. It's not time for doing donuts. The only time it is right now for donuts is when we're talking about the difference between freezing rain and sleet. This is the only type of donut that we're talking about today. I bet there's going to be somebody that does donuts, but no, just don't do it. This is not the kind of event to do that in, at least if you're in the ice area. Hey, Wazoo for the super chat. What kind of impact could the ice storm have in rural places like northern Louisiana and western North Carolina? You know, unfortunately, I think this ice that we're going to see is going to be obviously very significant. We've talked all about it, but I think what we're going to see when it comes to the ice impacts is that widespread power outages are likely, even in northern Louisiana or western North Carolina. They will likely last at least a few days, if not maybe even a week. Infrastructure damage is likely, and that means that power outages could even last longer than that. We'll have icicles probably hanging off of roofs and houses and all that. Ice is going to accumulate onto trees, and as we talked about earlier, ice can stack onto trees and basically make it as if if there's even a half of an inch of ice on your tree in the backyard, that can weigh 4,750 pounds on a 20-foot wide tree. That's about the equivalent of 3,700 12-ounce beers. All right. So if you are near a tree, if you have a large tree next to your house, be very cautious that they could fall or snap this weekend. Especially if you are in one of those zones that is expecting over a half of an inch of ice. If it's a smaller tree, they could definitely, be damaged much sooner than that. I mean, if we're talking about like a 5-foot wide tree, they could be damaged much sooner than that. But this is basically what we're talking about when it's a half an inch of ice. If it were be a pound of ice, which is possible, especially along the Mississippi River near Tupelo, it's even more beer cans basically of a weight. It's a very, very significant weight. So weight of a car? Pretty much. Yeah, this is literally the weight of a car. That's basically what that is. Also, for those that are asking, we are posting this graphic to social media, so if you want to share it or something, then it'll be on our Facebook and Twitter pages in a second, at MaxVelocityWX. Shout out to Jeremiah with the Venmo donation. Tell my wife, bro, this person donated, tell her wife something. Tell my wife, Annie, that she should not be cutting donuts in the snow in Leavenworth, Kansas. It's dangerous. Apparently, I'm talking on behalf of some married couple. Appreciate the Venmo donation. Thank you, KM, for the super chat from Boston. Great coverage. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of snow up there in Boston. I think we could get close to 20 inches. We have not had a winter storm quite like this in a long time for Boston. Boston Harbor. This is right now the current thinking, at least in terms of snowfall in the Northeast. And again, the National Weather Service blended models has it near 20 inches in Boston. So, yeah, we could be talking about pretty crazy stuff up here in the Northeast. Beer can, something we can understand. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of you guys can probably understand that. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So one of the things we talked about earlier was how we were expecting airport cancellations sometime tomorrow. Well, that's actually already happening, and we have over 4,500 flights to report on already being canceled. So American Airlines has gone ahead and canceled 2,130 flights. Another airline that's canceled over 1,000 is Southwest. United has canceled 535 and Delta has canceled 134. All these airlines are noting that there is going to be additional cancellations as well. These are only the flights that they know for sure will have issues with icing conditions in the air and both icing conditions on the runway as well. But these are just sort of the first leg of the flights as well. There could be additional connections that will be canceled because of this. A lot of these are major flights too. It's not the smaller planes and the regional ones that you may expect. It seems like we're seeing some of the longer legs be canceled as well. So we'll keep you guys updated on airport delays when they do happen, and if we do see additional cancellations as well.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, airport cancellations, delays, those are going to increase a lot, especially tomorrow in Dallas, Fort Worth, Oklahoma City. We're probably going to see some of those as well. I don't think it'll be as significant in Oklahoma City, but with all the snow we're going to see, that could definitely cause throw a little curveball into everything. But again, right now, we're already starting to see some snow there back over near Oklahoma City. This is a live shot with Storm Chaser Mezzo Hunter back over in Blanchard, Oklahoma. And we are starting to see our first snowflakes They're in Blanchard. That's just outside of Norman. And so, again, very light snowfall right now, but it will intensify here over the next couple of hours. And it will probably at least have a coating of snow on the ground here in about 45 minutes to an hour. Thank you, Chris, for the $20 super chat. Why does the temp forecast in Fort Worth show a trend up around 10 and then suddenly decrease to freezing? It's probably just a model. That's the Weather Channel app. It's probably just an app, like, glitch or something, because it's not going to really go up. It's going to keep going down. And this is John McKinney back over in Great Bend, Kansas. A lot more snow on the ground here. And this is what it's going to look like near Oklahoma City in a few hours. It looks very cold and windy right now. I'm going to see if I can ring into John McKinney. We'll see if he wants to come on and say anything about what he's seeing out there. Hey, John, you're on stream. Do you want to talk about what you're seeing out there in Great Bend, Kansas? A new radio system. I don't know if he's going to get it, but we're about to find out. Maybe I'll go unanswered. About to find out. This is like the same thing as ghosting. I got ghosted. Never responded. All right, well, we'll see if he responds maybe in a little bit. Hey, Meredith, for the super chat. Memphis here will be possible to drive early tomorrow morning. I don't think so. Let me show you guys the future radar here. This will be, the timestamp is going to be top of your screen. So very top of your screen. This is the future radar here for tonight into tomorrow morning. Again, this pink stuff here, that's freezing rain. The orange, kind of light pink stuff, that's going to be sleet, and then the blue is obviously snow, and the green is rain. So this is what it looks like late tonight into early tomorrow morning. So right around 1 to 2 o'clock overnight, we're going to have a large area of freezing rain stretching over into the direction of Tupelo, just south of Memphis there near Vicksburg, and then just around Shreveport. So the I-20 corridor is going to begin to get a little bit slick near Tyler, Dallas, back through Shreveport. Once we get closer to about 6, 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, snow is likely to start in Memphis, but once we go into the afternoon, things are going to get a lot more slick. I do want to point out that right around 7, yes, it's going to be snowing most likely in Memphis, but it's going to be a very close call. We're probably going to end up seeing some sleet and freezing rain, though, very quickly after this. So this is obviously, again, 7. By 9 to 10 o'clock, you can see, again, that sleet and freezing rain line is right on the edge of Memphis, right there in Memphis. So if I'm in Memphis, like, again, I wouldn't really be traveling tomorrow. I would just play it safe because there is a chance that we could see freezing rain or sleet sooner than that, and that could obviously throw a big curveball into your plans. I'm the one that I'd play it safe here. I wouldn't try to travel unless you absolutely have to. And there's almost no chance that we're not going to see freezing rain or sleet by at least 12 o'clock. And then as we go into the evening hours, this is 7 o'clock Saturday. Notice that sleet and freezing rain line will reach Nashville. Again, one of the interesting trends that we've seen on the computer models is that areas like Nashville could actually see snow as early as 9, and that could actually go all the way until 5 o'clock. So we could have almost 12 hours of snow in Nashville. Doesn't mean we're going to see that much snow, but we'll probably at least get a few inches. I think 4 to 6 inches is definitely on the table for Nashville. All right, well, John McKinney has ghosted us. Let me see. Do we have any other chasers that I can radio into right now? I don't think so. Nobody as of right now, but Connor? Is Connor even chasing? Isn't it Brandon? Can we get the YouTube link? Put that YouTube link into the program, please. And just add Brandon Payne. All right, we'll have another storm chaser near Lawton in a second. Yeah, we currently got 2 chasers. We'll have a third one in a second. Once that's inputted in slot 3. But again, this is what it's going to look like by tomorrow evening. So we'll have a large swath of freezing rain all across the Dallas-Fort Worth area, back into Little Rock. Shreveport will be seeing freezing rain at 7 o'clock tomorrow night. And again, it's going to be pretty heavy, especially if you're near the southern edge of this, near Tupelo, Dallas, back into Shreveport. That's where we're going to be talking about heavy freezing rain that many of these areas, again, will be going over a half of an inch of ice accumulation by the very end of this event. So things are going to get pretty significant as we go into the evening, for sure. And if you're back over in Dallas, if you're in North Texas, we will see a transition into snow, I think, during the late evening Saturday into early Sunday. We're not going to see that much snow, but we'll probably at least get a few inches. Huge shout out to Temple with the $50 super chat. Conway, Arkansas is about 1 hour north of Little Rock. Should we be expecting snow or more of a mix of ice? So anywhere north of Little Rock will be mostly snow to begin this event. So tonight into tomorrow morning, it's almost all snow for areas north of Little Rock. And this is anywhere in northern Arkansas and even near Tulsa. There will be a transition sometime tomorrow afternoon to sleet and maybe a little bit of freezing rain. But I don't expect areas like Mountain Home or Bentonville to really transition into anything. I think it'll be almost all snow for this entire event. This is by about 2 o'clock Sunday, so this is Sunday morning at 2 a.m. We're going to likely have a little bit of sleet trying to approach Mountain Home. It'll be going through Jonesboro, but just notice how like Bentonville, for example, or Fayetteville in northwestern Arkansas, you guys aren't going to transition, I think. I think it's just going to be all snow. And this is one of those areas that I wouldn't be surprised if we had a few locations over 12 or 15 inches of snowfall, because they're going to just have snow pretty much the entire time. And snowfall rates by the end of this event will be as high as 3 to 4 inches per hour. This is a live shot that we now have from Storm Chaser
on the App Store. I don't say that because we're paid. I say that because
Brandon Payne. So this is what it looks like right now, live, back over in the Chickasha area of Oklahoma. So this is just southwest of Oklahoma City.
Also watch us live on the Radar Omega app, and you can watch other Storm Chasers on the.
So again, the roads don't look terrible right now, but this is an area that we're going to start to see freezing rain obviously pick up. We got some snowflakes flying right now. Mostly snow for the time being. They will transition at some point tonight to freezing rain,
so if you're
at least
a real
briefly.
geek or you want to get into it,
Best chance will probably be right around midnight. The button for becoming a member.
Radar app on the App Store, and we are so thankful for them for giving us.
Again, visibility here is down to about a quarter, maybe half a mile. There's somebody with their hazards on in front of them.
In the description, if you guys want to check out Radar Omega. Again,
this is Storm Chaser John McKinney. He's off, pulled over right now, but again, decent amount of snow on the ground there. We got the roads being covered a little bit by the snow over in Great Bend, Kansas. And then this is Mezzo Hunter in Blanchard, Oklahoma, with some very light, tiny snowflakes flying right now.
The Custer City. I got
very, very small snowflakes there right now. Hey, Logan, for becoming a member.
but my gosh, I have been on 44 for way longer than.
Also, huge shout out to Nama with the $100 super chat. Thank you for keeping us safe in Port St. Lucie during Milton, Hurricane Milton. The tornadoes were terrifying. Your coverage was stellar and remains so. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Nama. Very generous $100 super chat. Hey, Zeta for becoming a member.
Also, another.
Bro is complaining about his car. I'm in the car with hazards going. It's not a terrible idea, to be honest. I mean, at this juncture, like, you know, it's gonna be pretty dangerous out there. Some people might not even be able to see you. So yeah. Thank you, Phil, for becoming a member. By the way, in about 20 minutes or so, or within the next 20 minutes, we should have our video going up on YouTube that we recorded on our live stream. So you'll see that here pretty soon. Well, again, we're going to be live here for the next several hours. But just letting you guys know, for those that wanted to watch a shorter, more condensed version of everything we've been talking about throughout the stream, that will be on YouTube in about probably 20 minutes.
It is not handling.
Hey, Jay, for the super chat. And also Steven for becoming a member. Once again, if you're just tuning in, our winter storm is beginning to ramp up right now. This is the live radar across the southern plains. Let me put on the winter weather radar. And again, we have freezing rain and sleet stretching as far north as Lawton, Wichita Falls, Vernon, and Snyder, back towards Big Spring, and even Abilene now. If you're over in Abilene, we're starting to see freezing rain. The camera is currently frozen over, it looks like. So I'm not even sure. I think there's actually ice on the camera already. This is on a little bit of a higher spot here in Abilene. It's like a few hundred feet off the ground, I'm pretty sure. And we already have ice over the lens. So over here in Abilene, we are starting to see that transition down to freezing rain. It is 27 degrees right now in Abilene, Texas. And this is going to continue to increase in coverage over the next few hours. Right now, north of Sherman, it's down to 35 degrees. We got some very light rain falling, maybe a couple of snowflakes, but for the most part, it's just rain. They're right along the Red River. And then Wichita Falls, it is 26 degrees, and you can see the freezing rain coming down. That right there is rain, and it's 26. So that's going to freeze, and that's going to try to accumulate on the power lines as well over the next few hours. We do have some more photos and videos that you guys are currently sending in. And we're going to go ahead and jump over to that. Here are some of the latest photos and videos across the southern plains where this winter storm is ramping up. This was sent in by Moore over in Cotton County, Oklahoma. We already got some snow, it looks like. Maybe a little bit of sleet mixing in there on the ground. That was as of a few minutes ago. This is over in Childress, Texas, where we have some sleet that is accumulating. And again, we could see upwards of 2 to 3 inches of sleet accumulation over the next couple of days along the Red River Valley of Texas and Oklahoma. Luke in Amarillo, Texas, sending us a photo in of snow starting to stick in Lubbock. Again, this is just the beginning for Lubbock. We're probably at least going to get 4 to 8 inches. So that's about maybe an eighth to a tenth of what you're actually going to see. Huge shout out to Jared with the $20 super chat. I think most of Pennsylvania will be around 12 to 15 inches of snow. This over in Lubbock, Texas. Feel like temperature is 5 degrees. Not even the coldest place in Texas right now. So over in Stonewall County, Texas. Sleet and freezing rain as of right now. Is misting in Eden, Texas as of right now from Pizza Bill. This is Dusty over in Michigan showing a wind chill of -11. It is 11 degrees below zero. It is 6 degrees below zero for the actual temperature. This is on one of those Accurite weather stations. And again, if you want to get an Accurite weather station, there's a link below. And if you use code MAX10, you can get 10% off at checkout. This is Jefferson Township, Michigan, where we already have a lot of snow on the ground there. It's only 2 degrees there right now. It is extremely cold up there in Michigan. 9 degrees in Olaf, Kansas. Let's go back to this. Hockley County, Texas. Lots of ice right now. This is in Flower Mound, Texas. Just rain. I used to live in the Flower Mound area. You guys are going to see a lot of ice, unfortunately, tomorrow. Lubbock, Texas is not a winter wonderland yet, but maybe by tomorrow it'll look a little bit more like one. This is the Willowwood, South Carolina market. I don't know which one it is, but apparently there's no bread. Is everyone over-exaggerating how bad it'll be? I'll be honest, I mean, over here, like, the forecasts that we've been putting out, I feel like, are pretty right there, like, kind of in the middle. I don't think really anything we've said is aggressive in terms of what we're expecting. I mean, this is going to be one of the most significant ice storms that we have seen in years, in decades, actually, for many areas, especially Mississippi, Arkansas, and even back over in the higher elevations there, the Appalachian Mountains in North and South Carolina and Georgia. This is going to be one of the most dangerous winter storms that we've had in decades in some of these areas. So, in my opinion, no. The snowfall accumulation, too, I think is all realistic. I honestly think everything's going to probably pan out as forecasted. It's already off to that kind of start. So, this winter storm has had no changes so far. I mean, what we're seeing right now out there in Oklahoma and Texas is right on pace for what we're forecasting. Thank you, Finch, for becoming a member. This is over in Bethsaida, Texas. Got a grill ready to go. F-150 Lightning charged up and ready to go for backup power. There you go. Again, charge your vehicles, fill up on gas. Got it in Bixby, Oklahoma. She's not too concerned, but I am. We got the max velocity stream and a cat watching it in real time. Building a shelter for my generator. Hoping for the best. Prepared for the worst in Jonesboro, Arkansas. I was over in Craighead County. Waiting for the ice in Denton, Texas. Sent in from Joseph in Denton. Got the snowfall map up there as well. Stocked like we're expecting company. We're not. That is a lot of stuff in your fridge. Looks like a pretty organized fridge, though. This is what you need to get through this winter storm right here. You need this entire loadout. Next photo sent in from Jay over in Scott County, Indiana. Got a whole pantry of stuff. I'm going to be honest, I don't know if this is enough, but should at least last you 5 to 7 days, and I think that's plenty. I mean, you're in Indiana. You're kind of used to this stuff, so it should be good. This over in Midland County, Texas. We're starting to see some icicles. You can see it right there. Little icicles are starting to form. This is what we're talking about. Very, very tiny icicles, but there's tiny ones starting to accumulate there on the rooftop in Midland County, Texas. Thank you, Mike, for sending that in. Thank you, Nina, as well as Demel for the super chats. And Demel just said in the chat, just south of the county line in Midland, Texas, and my screen door facing north was frozen shut. It's icing over in these parts. I mean, we're seeing it right here on this rooftop already. And yeah, if you guys have photos or videos of the ice accumulation already, again, the link's on your screen, but it's also one of the top links in the description. My trampoline is freezing. This is in Abilene, Texas, guys. Abilene, Texas. The trampoline here is already frozen over. In Stanford, Texas, we got bands of freezing rain and sleet. Is that a phone or is that your car screen? I can't tell what that is. If that's your like car radio screen and you're watching the Max Velocity stream on it, that's pretty cool. It's in Conroe, Texas. This is over in Chesterfield, Virginia, where the chip aisle, water, and bread aisles are all empty. There you got a Gatorade bottle, which kind of looks suspicious, and then you got, it looks like a Life Water bottle, and that's about it. I don't see much else there. Actually, it looks like some sales on some of that stuff. Thank you, Catherine, for the $20 super chat. How long are we likely to lose power in Memphis? Can you give a shout out to Scarlett? Shout out to Scarlett. In Memphis, I think, like, again, realistically, probably at least a day or two. It could be up to a week if you were to get up to an inch of ice, but I think it'll be more to your southeast. But again, I'd be prepared for up to an inch of ice. Prepping for being warm. Well, you have freezing rain in Lyon County, Texas. Really, anywhere right along the border of Tennessee and Kentucky. You guys are at risk of freezing rain. College Station. College Station's definitely going to see a little bit of freezing rain. That'll be mostly late Saturday into early Sunday. Cameron with the $20 super chat says, thank you for predicting the low snowfall in Northern Carolina. You were right, but my heart goes out to everyone experiencing heavy snow as we have been there. There's going to be a lot more snow to your north. North Carolina is almost all going to just be freezing rain. Wichita, Kansas is currently windy and bitter cold. It hurts being outside. I think the wind chill right now in Wichita, if I'm not mistaken, is currently like 20 degrees below zero, 15 degrees below zero. It is cold. This person in South Carolina says, I'm a vendor, and this was the water aisle in Travelers Rest, South Carolina. There's basically no water there. This is over in Weston, Virginia, and there's, again, not a whole lot of groceries left. Again, the grocery stores, for the most part, have already been used up. This is in Henderson, Kentucky. We have a goose meter in Kentucky. Next winter, we're going to start selling some snow measurement tools. We might make let's make a goose meter. Why not? Make something with goose measurements on it. I have a creative idea for, we're going to make some sort of snow measurement tool for next winter, and I have a very creative idea for it. We'll probably sell them too, but I have some creative ideas. I'm thinking maybe we'll have the goose on it. This is over in Comanche County, Oklahoma. This was sent in by John. Snowing a lot already. That is a lot of snow already. This was sent in at about 20 minutes ago. That's about an inch already. My goodness. Already an inch of snowfall here over in Comanche County. Just in case we lose you, that's a good idea. Shout out to Dylan for having a weather radio ready to go. Huge shout out to him. That is what we call being prepared. Oh, this is cool. This is for feral cats. By the way, guys, if you see pets outside at all during this weather event that are not supposed to be there, like if you see any like stray dogs, maybe they belong to somebody, definitely try to bring them in if you can. I know it's gonna be slippery out there, but I mean, there's gonna be pets out there that are gonna be freezing. And if you're able to bring them into your building or whatever, definitely do so. This is in Wichita, Kansas. Really cold outside. Make sure to bring your pets in. I just said it. But yeah, bring your pets in too if you have your own pets. On the snow lookout from Moose in Pennsylvania. You still got about 24 hours. Sleet here in Lubbock, and it's very cold. Sent in by Nicole in Lubbock. This is sleeting outside in Electra, Texas. Everything was getting covered. We'd have a blanket if the wind wasn't so bad over in Caddo, Oklahoma. Waiting for the storm to hit while playing, it looks like, with a Nintendo device. And you got the Max Velocity stream up, W. The Aldi in Martinsburg, West Virginia has basically no bread. There's, again, very little groceries there. Again, if you guys have photos and videos, scan the QR code. The link's on your screen. Again, we have a lot more photos and videos that we'll be showing you guys here in just a few minutes. A lot of you guys have submitted since 15 minutes ago, but we have somebody approving it on the back end. So we'll have some new photos and videos here in just a second. This is what it looks like right now back over in Chickasha, Oklahoma. This is, again, live with one of our storm chasers. This is Brandon Payne, Connor Croft. Live right now in near Oklahoma City. Again, we have a little bit of snow on the ground already. We're starting to see some accumulation.
The hell out of me, bro.
We go over to...
Broken eye contact with me for the past 10.
Let's go over to Mezzo Hunter as well. Mezzo Hunter is actually driving through some light snow right now.
And I saw exploding tree warning. I'm like, excuse me? That's a thing?
I was talking about exploding trees. Hey, Madison, for the $20 Venmo donation. I'd love to buy a max velocity snow measurement tool. Just make sure it goes up to the levels. We can get here in Western New York. Yeah, definitely. We're going to get like a 10-foot meter, all right, just for you. If you guys need a 10-foot measurement tool, which that might be needed back over in, if you're over in Western New York, if you need a 10-foot snow meter, we might have that come into a store near you in like a year. Now, that would be impressive. That would cost a lot to ship, though. Andre with the $10 super chat says, will the Northwest Metro of Atlanta miss out on a large amount of ice accumulation Sunday into Monday? Yeah, so let me show you guys. For those that are over in Atlanta, this is the... Let me go over the future radar here. Let's go about 48 hours out or so. We'll go to Saturday evening near Atlanta. But we are expecting some freezing rain, not necessarily during the early portion of Saturday, but late Saturday is when that freezing rain is going to start to fill in. So areas near Cartersville, Roswell, and surrounding areas, like notice how the freezing rain really gets a lot more widespread. So Somerville, Cartersville, like you guys are going to see freezing rain. You are under the ice storm warning. And again, if you're in any ice storm warning, you have a very high likelihood of at least seeing a quarter of an inch of ice, if not a half of an inch of ice. And that's pretty much all of northern Georgia at this point, including Atlanta, Georgia. So things are going to get pretty dangerous out here very quickly all across northern Georgia. That freezing rain will last into Sunday. It'll probably wind down after lunchtime on Sunday, but it could still stick around, especially east of Atlanta. These areas will see freezing rain pretty much all day on Sunday. And the wording with these, outlooks from the National Weather Service is obviously pretty alarming. Like, they're saying significant icing expected, and when they say that, that means it's serious business. So, and that's pretty much anywhere in upstate South Carolina, North Carolina, and also northeastern Georgia. And we are expecting, again, widespread and long-lasting power outages in these areas. That's what we are expecting. That is not a suggestion. That is the forecast. All right. So you need to be ready again for a big ice storm. And again, most of you already are. Most of you that are watching the stream are probably ready, but you might have friends or family that aren't. And if they're not ready for it, share the stream with them. Again, we'll be live here all weekend covering this as well. But obviously tonight we're trying to make sure that you're ready to go for this winter storm. Some areas like the Carolinas still have a few hours to prepare because not everything's going to start today. It'll start mostly tomorrow. But share the stream, get the word out there. Share it on Facebook, Twitter, whatever platforms you got. Again, we're providing commercial-free coverage all weekend long with, again, dozens of storm chasers, live cameras, and all sorts of good stuff. And it is beginning to snow over here. This is, again, storm chaser Brandon Payne and Connor Croft. This is on Connor Croft's channel over in Chickasha, Oklahoma. We have some light snow coming down. And if you look bottom right of your screen, I'm going to show you guys live radar right now. Just south there of Oklahoma City is where we do have a decent band of snow moving through. You can see the heavier band of snow is still to his west. So the snow will get a bit thicker in just a few minutes. Once that band gets there to Chickasha, we should start to see a little bit of heavier snow, and we will likely start to see accumulation as well. He's getting outside of his car.
Like blown out. Just camera dirty.
He's cleaning his camera. Look at that.
Oh, that's better. I
wow.
just needed to clean
that's actually more snowflakes than I thought.
The camera. You guys can see. It is definitely coming down here. Again, this is Chickasha, Oklahoma. And my Starlink isn't connected anymore, so we might have to fix that. But it is coming down good here at this beautiful cathedral. And
got a little bit of accumulation there on the road as well. Not a whole lot, but there's a little bit.
Accumulate. I don't think there's as much ice here as there was south. Yeah, definitely not. So I don't think freezing rain is going to be as much of a problem here, but you can see definitely getting some good snow.
Shout out to Kenny with the $20 super chat.
And it is probably going to stay this way through the night.
Kenny, it would help, but I don't think you're going to have a whole lot of ice up there. So there'll be a little bit, but it would definitely help.
We're going to have a heaviest pre-central Oklahoma.
Salt your driveway.
Back up again tomorrow night. And it'll probably be like this all tomorw night.
Yeah, there's a decent clip of snow here near Chickasha. By the way, can you guys hear him all right? Is he too quiet, too loud?
I'm highly considering leaving you guys for 5 minutes to get Brahms. But I also don't want to be a fat little piggy. So,
where is he? He's in Chickasha.
Suppress my gluttony for now.
This is one of the rare times we won't have a location for a chaser on the screen because he's this is through a YouTube link instead of our normal
And we got Knight Leroy with the $10 super chat. Thank you for doing what you guys do. Go get a coffee. I don't know about coffee because I've already had.
So again, that is what it looks like right now out there in Chickasha. And again, that's just southwest of Oklahoma City where snow is beginning to ramp up. I've turned up his audio, by the way, so when we go on him again, it should be louder. Thanks, Spark, for the $10 super chat. Hoping for the best for the Southern United States homies. Prepare for the worst case scenario. Nothing but love from the Michigan resident. Appreciate you with the super chat. And yeah, again, it's going to be a significant winter storm. We're talking the snow is not the significant part. I know we're talking about a lot of snow here across the United States. This is by no means the most significant part of our winter storm, all right? It is the ice. And the snow is fun for a lot of you. For some of you who hate snow because you live in the Northeast. But if you are back over in, like, New England, this is a pretty big winter storm. A lot of snow is coming.
I really appreciate that, Borg.
If you are over in, like, Georgia, we're not going to see snow. We're seeing all ice. So we are talking about the threat, again, of upwards of a half an inch to even an inch of ice accumulation. This is the winter storm severity index. It's called the WSSI. And this is from the Weather Prediction Center. It's an official forecast from the Weather Prediction Center that shows you basically where major and extreme impacts are expected. If you're in the red or the purple color, that is where we're expecting the worst impacts from this winter storm. So northern Mississippi near Tupelo. If you're back over near Monroe, Louisiana, we got significant power outages expected in those areas, and they could last days, if not even over a week. Nashville, Tennessee, unfortunately, we're talking about some power outages there as well. I think almost every part of Nashville will probably end up seeing some scattered to numerous power outages, maybe even widespread. Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Springfield, you need to be ready for some isolated power outages as well. They won't be as widespread as areas down to your south where there's ice, but there could be some isolated power outages, all right? A lot more snow is expected in those spots. And then all across the Northeast, yes, there will be major impacts. That's mostly regarding the fact of travel. It's not necessarily to do with power outages. This is our power outage map that gives you an idea of who actually has the best chance of seeing power outages. And again, it's going to be widespread in the red. So if you're in North Texas, if you're in Shreveport, if you're in Monroe, these are the spots that you should have your flashlights on your counter right now. You should have an extra batch of batteries next to them as well. If you have a generator, you should make sure that's ready to go in case you do lose power, because a lot of the areas in the red will lose power. We're already getting isolated power outages in West Texas. It's not just in these areas. We already have power outages starting in West Texas, and we've barely seen any ice. So, again, please make sure that you're ready. If you have friends or family, check in on them. Make sure that they have a plan here across the southern plains and the southeast. This entire region is expecting power outages to some extent. They could be widespread. They could be even more significant, especially in northern Mississippi and even the western Carolinas. Nathan, with the super chat, just asked about Knoxville, Tennessee. I don't think it's going to be as significant in Knoxville. I think Knoxville will maybe see a tenth to a quarter of an inch of ice. Surrounding areas are going to be more significant. And we have like this small little stretch here where just east of Knoxville specifically, near Johnson City, Maryville, like there's a winter weather advisory here, and in between the two, it's like sandwiched here. We have ice storm warnings. It's probably pretty strange. But like in this area here and here, that is where we're going to see ice storm effects, basically up to a half an inch of ice or more. This little corridor here is where we're going to get a little warm nose coming out of the south. A strong southerly wind is going to bring warmer air to eastern Tennessee. In this small corridor from Johnson City back towards the Cherokee National Forest, that entire corridor there is likely not going to see a significant ice in surrounding areas. And that's because of that warm nose coming out of the south. And as I've shown you here on the future radar, let me skip ahead a little bit here to Saturday. But again, notice that warm nose. It kind of makes its way up to the north. It's in like a valley too. It's a weird spot, but basically it's gonna be a little bit warmer there, just kind of in between the mountain ranges. So back over near the Great Smoky Mountain National Park, that entire area, we're actually gonna have a cold rain for the most part during this event. But off to the west, off to the east, we're talking about ice storm criteria. Riley has something out under this. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I want to draw your attention to the last report that we have approved. And I know we've been talking about preparing for this winter storm. This is a perfect example of what not to do to prepare for a winter storm. So this was submitted to us by Sam from Wayne County, Ohio. It appears like we have somebody putting gas in a plastic container in the trunk of their car. Please do not do this. This is an absolutely terrible idea. it's a great example of what not to do. But yeah, this was submitted to us via the reports program.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Guys, what are we doing in Georgia? This is... Are we kidding? What is this? Who is doing this? And their caption's right, by the way. This is next level. This is next level crazy in Georgia. Oh my God. I've never seen this before. This is a new one. I've seen a lot. I've never seen that. I've never seen something like this before. I have no other words. I'm speechless. Like, guys, don't do this, please. I don't know who that. I don't know, bro. Like, what are we doing? I mean, I know people in the South are not used to seeing winter storms, but like Georgia, guys, like this is not rocket science. We don't need to stock up on gasoline in a plastic container. Like, my goodness. We do have some new photos and videos that you guys have sent in. Again, if you want to submit anything, the link's on your screen. We'll go through a few of these. Again, bread aisle over in Allentown, Pennsylvania is pretty much empty. This is in Jericho, Ohio. Kroger out of Derry and Liberty Township, Ohio. This is the Aldi in Annapolis, Maryland. It's cleaned out. Annapolis, Maryland, and anywhere in Maryland, for the most part, will see some freezing rain, right? We're going to have some ice accumulation over there. But there's also a threat of, obviously, a lot of snow. And it's going to mostly start on snow. By the way, for those that are saying Tennessee, it doesn't mean they're not shopping in Georgia. So, I mean, it's either Tennessee or Georgia, one of the two. It doesn't matter where it is. I don't know why in the world we're doing that. All right, going over to David in Lexington, Kentucky. An egg case. There's one egg case right now. If you needed some eggs, you got one case, and it's probably a lot of broken eggs. But Lexington, Kentucky, we at least got a little bit at that Kroger over in, apparently this is a Beaumont Kroger. No meat this morning. This is over in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Tulsa's about to ramp up in activity here late tonight. This is in Comanche County, Oklahoma. 19 degrees, feels like 4. It looks like we got some sleet there on the ground. Either that or some snow. I'm in a hotel with nothing prepared in Lubbock, Texas. This is scary. Well, hopefully, I mean, Lubbock is going to be mostly snow. There will be some ice, obviously, tomorrow, but again, just definitely stay weather aware and hopefully you got some stuff there to some extent. I don't know if your hotel has like those free breakfast things or whatever, but might want to stock up on that during the morning. It's in Mansfield, Texas. The completely empty eggshells at the HEB in Mansfield, Texas yesterday was packed all week. The low prices exist for literally nothing but air. There's nothing there anymore. So in Wichita, Kansas, it's 6 degrees with a wind chill of -12. So over in Waukene, Kansas, and that looks cold, snowy, and blistery. This is what some of you will be waking up to tomorrow in Oklahoma and the Texas Panhandle. Got battery banks, propane, Starlink, and more ready in Dallas, Georgia. It's good to see. Love to see it. Last week, EF2 tornado. This week, sleet and snow. Gotta love Oklahoma. Not a whole lot of snow yet, but it's going to get a lot worse here over the next few hours. This is sent in from New York. Yeah, I mean, New York is a completely different beast. This might be what Oklahoma City looks like by Sunday, but for right now, this is what New York looks like. I don't think the difference is going to be that significant between the two. Also, thank you, Corey, for the super chat. Ice over in Lawton, Oklahoma. Look at that. Got ice all over the car already. Riley, I'll look in a second. So it looks like over in Sublette, Kansas, extremely cold. I like that light, by the way. That's a cool light. That looks like a snowflake light. It's really cool. Hey, Cleaver, for sending this in as well. Sleet, snow, far, no snow. That's over in Burke Burnett, Texas. Riley, did you change timestamp? Might be the one thing. Thank you, Zoe, for sending this in as well over in Cotton County, Oklahoma. It's sleet so far there, and then this is the crazy photo. Yeah, if you guys have any photos or videos, you can send it in. We got about 100 of you guys that just sent in photos and videos. We'll approve them here over the next few minutes, and we'll show them on stream if they're good photos and stuff like that. But again, if you want to submit anything, QR code's on your screen. Link's also in the description. If you don't know how to scan a QR code, that's totally fine. We have a link in the description down below. And again, if you're just tuning in for the first time today, we got a major winter storm that's starting to ramp up right now in the southern and central plains. We got heavy snow that is ramping up just outside of Oklahoma City near Pauls Valley and back over towards Purcell. As a reminder, we are expecting upwards of 12 to 24 inches of snow in some areas over the next few days. Areas like Oklahoma City could pick up on as much as 12 to 15 inches of snow when this event's all said and done. The forecast for OKC is 12 inches right now. Tulsa is right around 12 inches as well. Fort Smith is right around 10 inches. So we're talking about pretty significant snow in these areas. We got freezing rain that's ramping up right now near Wichita Falls, Big Spring, and Abilene, Texas. This is a live shot in Burke Burnett, Texas. That is freezing rain. This is the most dangerous wintry precipitation type that there is. This is going to start to stick to power lines, and we could see some isolated power outages in Wichita Falls by as early as tonight. So get ready for some isolated power outages, but it's already getting pretty messy out there. Notice the temperature again, it's only 26. So it's going to be very easy for this stuff to accumulate and lead to pretty significant ice accumulation. We have several storm chasers out there here across Oklahoma. We got storm chaser John McKinney over in Kansas right now, covering some of that snow that's falling over in St. John, Kansas. And we do have some snow that's starting to come down a little bit heavier back over near Hayes and Scott City. Kansas City is beginning to see their first snowflakes as well. Just north of Kansas City right now, it is 2 degrees with a wind chill of 12 below. That is actual weather data, by the way. You can very barely see a couple of tiny snowflakes coming down. So it's starting to snow just a little bit up there near Kansas City. By tomorrow morning, it's going to be pretty heavy, I think. Thank you, Christina, for the $10 super chat. Also, Maurice for the $20 super chat, saying, what do you think about Philadelphia? I think it's going to be mostly snow. I don't think ice is really the biggest concern there for Philly. There will be an ice accumulation period. If we go to the future radar here, let's do this model here. This is what it looks like for the freezing rain and snow. This is going to be going into Sunday. So this is Sunday morning. Again, it's mostly going to be snow in the northeast. It will transition into sleet during the afternoon and then freezing rain. So we could see around 1/4 of an inch of ice, but I don't think it's going to be much more significant than that. Riley, I think it's good. You can make it public. Huge shout out to Turtle Rose with the $200 donation for our donation link. I don't even know how to look at those donations anymore. I haven't done that in a while. Give me 1 second. Huge shout out though. That is insane. Put some W's in the chat for Turtle. A very generous super chat. It says, Max, been watching you from the beginning. Thank you for being a consummate professional with a hint of wit and generally being keeping your viewers safe. You're my go-to here source in Oklahoma where the weather matters. Well, I really appreciate the donation. Huge W's in the chat. That is a very generous donation. And again, for those that don't know, we have a very large operation now. It used to just be me for a long time. We obviously have a team of storm chasers. We have almost a dozen employees now. This is not just a small operation. Like we have this is almost like a weather station at this point. So I really do appreciate anybody with their support. Like it really does mean the world. We're a growing operation and we're obviously pretty much a small business. So we're continuing to improve a lot of stuff. And as you can see from the results on these streams, like this stream is way higher quality than it was a year ago. We have so much more to offer on these streams. We have a graphic designer literally here almost 24/7 on our streams and making these graphics so we can show you, different things like how to prepare for winter storms. All these maps that you're seeing here are made by our graphic designer on the back end. And we have all sorts of developers that have coded everything else that you're seeing on your screen right now. So seriously appreciate all of your support, especially over the last few days. It seriously does make a huge difference to what we're doing here. And basically trying to provide you the best weather coverage possible here on our channel. By the way, we just dropped our new video that we recorded live here on our stream. If you want to go ahead and watch that, definitely go check it out. If you want a short form video, just go to our channel and you will see the latest video upload. It just got uploaded. And we talk all about basically the forecast. We're going to continue to answer questions. We'll continue to forecast what's happening with this winter storm, obviously, in this stream. We're going to be live for several more hours tonight, and then obviously all day tomorrow and Sunday. But if you want some in-depth detail on what we're expecting over the next couple of days, definitely check out the video that just went up on our channel. And that was, again, recorded live. If you were here for it. It was the first ever live video that we've ever done. It was pretty interesting, I'm not going to lie. Definitely something that we've never done before. Thank you, Heather, for the $10 super chat. I'm so proud of what you've accomplished. We all appreciate you. Appreciate the super chat. Also, shout out to Retrospect with the $50 super chat. Can I get a snow totals update for St. Louis and the timing? Yes, you can. Right now, snow for St. Louis is going to be right around 6 to 8 inches is what I'm expecting. And then if we go over to our map here, wherever the map went, where did the map go? I have so many tabs. By the way, for those that are wondering, these are all of our forecast tabs. We got about 50 of them, I think, right now open on Google Chrome. I think I've actually lost the map. Oh, here it is. This is what the National Weather Service is forecasting in terms of snowfall here near St. Louis. We're looking at about 8 inches in terms of their forecast. What I think will probably happen is right around 6 to 8. It's probably on the lower side of that. Thank you, Killjoy, for the 5 gifted memberships. But once again, we will have a pretty large swath of upwards of 12 to 18 inches of snow stretching from Oklahoma City all the way back into the northeast. The latest forecast from the National Weather Service is putting Oklahoma City at 14 inches of snow. So the snowfall has actually increased a little bit over in Oklahoma City on the latest forecast. Fayetteville's forecast to be about 13 inches of snow. Springfield, we're talking 12. Enid and Stillwater, 14 inches. Tulsa's right around 12. Terre Haute and Indianapolis, right in that 6 to 8 range. Nashville's going to be about 3 to 4. Little Rock about 4 to 5. And then Dallas-Fort Worth is going to be on the cusp with maybe 2. And again, yeah, I'm not exaggerating when I say there's probably going to be 14 inches of snow by Sunday in Oklahoma City. Like, that's just crazy stuff, but that's what's expected to happen. This is a live shot right now in Purcell, Oklahoma. We got some very light snow coming down right now in Purcell. This is also in St. John, Kansas. Again, this is Storm Chaser John McKinney on the scene of some light snowfall. It's already accumulated to a few inches there in St. John. That's just outside of Wichita. And then this is Storm Chaser Brandon Payne. This is impressive stuff here. We got actual snow come down here. This is legit snowfall right now, just south of Oklahoma City in the Chickasha area.
Connor wants vertical video.
Thank you, Amanda, for becoming a member.
Yet,
And Ellery for becoming a member.
As soon as it becomes noteworthy, Connor, you will receive your wish.
Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of people driving out there right now in Chickasha. A lot of people on the roadway for the snow starting. Thanks, Sand, for the $50 super chat. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Sand. Or Sandy.
Like Chick-fil-A is completely shut down.
Well, I guess we got
Chick-fil-A wouldn't be too bad.
some news that we have Chick-fil-A closed here
That they're open.
in Chickasha.
All right, give me 1 second, guys. Let me pull back into Brahmins real quick. Take a
Yeah, the lag that's on the screen is just the chaser feed, but that's a pretty good idea of what it looks like right now down there just south of Oklahoma City. The snow's coming down at a good rate. I mean, we already got a coating on the roadways. And so it's going to get pretty slippery here pretty quickly. And yeah, we got 3 storm chasers on the bottom of your screen, but snow is now increasing in intensity near Oklahoma City, Pauls Valley, down towards Lawton and Frederick. And then over here in Wichita Falls, that is where we got a large batch of freezing rain. Temperatures are dropping just to the north of Dallas-Fort Worth right now. We are now down to 33 degrees in the city of Denison, Texas. This is a live shot. It's rain right now, but it's going to go freezing in about an hour. We're going to have freezing rain, and that's going to accumulate into ice on the fences that you see right here. And then on top of that, just in ordinary areas here near Sherman. So our freezing line is starting to drop down to the southeast. And then back over in Dallas, it's still about 40 degrees in Glen Heights. And so no freezing rain there yet. You still got maybe a couple hours until things really start to get a little bit more intense when it comes to winter weather. These are the temperatures out there right now all across North Texas. We're sitting at 32 in Decatur. We're sitting at 35 in Denton and then 32 in Gainesville. So we're now at freezing levels in Gainesville. We're at 30 over in Monte County, which means if you're in the Bowie area of Texas, we're already below freezing. You should have already been off the road. It's gonna be an ice rink, excuse me, here pretty soon. And then we're already down to 34 just west of Brownwood. It's about 30 degrees in Abilene, so Abilene's already dealing with freezing rain. So ice is starting to pop off a bit more now there. ZC with the super chat asking about Little Rock. Maybe some power outage chances. Yeah, I think isolated to scattered power outages for Little Rock. Right now it's mostly snow. This is the live radar. We already have some light snow making its way up into Little Rock. What we're going to be dealing with in about 12 hours or so will probably be a transition into freezing rain and sleet. And so we'll probably have around a quarter of an inch of ice at least, and then also around 4 to 8 inches of snow. And somebody in the chat just said, in Pittsburgh, I'm hoping for low snow accumulation. I hate to break it to you, but I don't think that's happening. I think if you see low snow accumulation, that would be actually very surprising. Thank Marvin for the $20 super chat. Tyrone, North Carolina. It's possible in terms of seeing more sleet than freezing rain, but I'm still leaning it towards it being a more significant freezing rain for most parts of North Carolina. All right, we got some more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. About 20 more as of right now, and then we'll go back over to some questions. This is sent in by False over in Oklahoma City. Got a stray cat northwest Oklahoma City. Good thing that you're keeping them safe there and warm. Got about 1 inch of snow over in Logan County, Oklahoma. Taken on a very old phone. I don't know why it's so blurry, but about an inch of snow over there. It's an accurate weather station in Huntsville, Alabama. That will get anything in Huntsville this weekend. I think Huntsville will see at least a little bit of ice. I don't think it's going to be much, but you'll have a chance of sleet and freezing rain tomorrow morning. This is Lawton, Oklahoma right now, or as of about 30 minutes ago. Already got a little coating of snow on the roadways. This is in Haskell County, Texas, from an anonymous person. Got a light coating on the ground. About 2 degrees right now in Colorado Springs, Colorado, with some light snow. And we are expecting some snow over there back in Colorado and even back into New Mexico here over the next 24 hours. Garvin County, Oklahoma already looks like it has a coating of snow. So most areas in southern Oklahoma have a coating. Kiowa County, Kansas has a decent amount of snow as well. We are now under 0 degrees in Mount Pelier, Ohio. So temperatures have dropped under 0 degrees. This is from Joe in Lubbock. It's 19 here, and so far we have a little ice and snow. Thank you for the updates. So over in Kiowa County, Kansas. I think we already saw that photo. This is ice on a tree in Decatur, Texas. So this is over in Decatur, and I was just talking about Decatur, areas just outside of DFW, but we now do have at least some ice accumulation starting on the trees. And we're going to see a lot more of this here over the next few hours. Lots of freezing rain. This over in Garvin County, Ohio. Got a lot of Pharaoh cat things coming in here. Again, very nice that a lot of you guys are protecting the pets that might not have a home during this winter storm that's happening. So over in South Abilene, the trash can lid test as of 6:39. Looks like mostly freezing rain that's now accumulating. I don't know if this was today, but this is a tail end of a storm over in New Mexico. Apparently there's a rainbow. Half an inch of dry snow in Oklahoma City right now, or just on the northwest side of Oklahoma City. Orlando, Florida. It's beautiful. So always tune in from Orlando. This is in Waukene, Kansas, right off I-70. Yeah, it is very blustery out there. This is the DoorDashers Super Bowl right now. Like, we are talking about every single DoorDasher out there that is, I mean, some of them will be capitalizing on this opportunity because there are a lot of people that do not want to travel during conditions like this. Like, there will be DoorDashers, you know, delivering people stuff during this winter storm. I don't even know what's open. I mean, a lot of these places are probably closed during this winter storm, but if anything's actually open, it's their Super Bowl right now. Hey, Charles, for the $20 super chat. I'm a over-the-road truck driver. What are you expecting, King George, Virginia? I mean, most of Virginia is going to be snow to start, and then ice and freezing rain, and then sleet. Or sleet and then freezing rain, excuse me. So, I mean, most of Virginia is going to have freezing rain by Sunday. Right now, it's predominantly, obviously, there's nothing happening right now, but by... Sorry, I got sidetracked. By tomorrow, there will be some snow to start, and then we'll go to sleet late tomorrow night, and then freezing rain as we go into Sunday. This is honestly a pretty funny idea. If you have a really large plastic bag, put that over a car, I guess, in Collinsville, Illinois. Neighbor is prepped and ready. This is not a bad idea. I'm not going to lie. Now, when you pull off that plastic wrap of whatever this is, I don't know how you're going to have it without breaking. But this is kind of smart. I'm not going to lie. Anybody else doing this right now in the chat? I've never seen this before. This is pretty smart, though. It's a large bag. That's 1,000 IQ right there. Huge shout out to Gage with the $300 donation through the donation link. Started watching around 100,000 followers, and I think it's awesome how much a platform you've grown. You are my go-to accurate weather and for your humor in otherwise stressful times. Makes a huge difference. Thanks for all you do. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Spencer and Gavin, also for the donations. Really appreciate that, Spencer from Nashville. Huge W's in the chat again for Gage with very generous donation. Very cold and windy over in Sedgwick County, Kansas. Hey, we got another person doing some 100 IQ stuff. It's in Mounds, Oklahoma. It's in Creek County. All tucked in. Again, this is pretty smart. I'm not going to lie. It actually is. Got in Dawsonville, Georgia, all the power crews are ready to go. We're expecting right around a quarter or half an inch there of snow. So over in Jackson County, Oklahoma, snow's getting a little bit more significant. Enid County, or Enid, Oklahoma, excuse me, we got a little bit of snow right now. About a coating to maybe a half inch. Wichita, Kansas has a little coating on the ground right now. And then Burke Burnett, sent in by Jackson. Got a little bit of snow on the lid of the car. This is from Lubbock, Texas, from Tom. My car doesn't like the snow. Not surprised. Again, if you have any photos or videos, you can scan the QR code. Links in the description. Will there be enough snow in Gloucester, Virginia to go sledding? It's going to be an icy sledding trip. I'm going to be honest, like, anywhere that is going to see freezing, like, we're going to have snow in a lot of places, but unless you're, like, far north, like, unless you're, like, up here somewhere, you're probably going to end up sledding on ice at some point if you were to go sledding. And we're expecting a large, widespread swath of upwards of 12 to 18 inches of snow, but that doesn't come with just snow. We're going to have a little bit of freezing rain. And I'll try to outline it the best I can, but there is a chance of sleet and freezing rain basically anywhere in this area and southward. So even if you're on the southern side of that significant snow, there will be some freezing rain or sleet at some point. Snowman picks? I don't know if there's enough snow yet for snowman picks. I don't know if we have enough yet. But this is really one of the best ways to gauge what risk you're in again for this winter storm. If you're in the red, if you're in the purple, these are the areas that, you know, power outages, significant impacts are expected again from this winter storm. The red that's off to the north in Oklahoma, Missouri, back into the northeast is predominantly going to be for snow, which means travel impacts will be big. But again, if you're in one of those dark red or purple areas, this is where we could have the possibility of catastrophic power outages and infrastructure failure. So the Carolinas, northeast Georgia, back into northeast Mississippi near Tupelo. These are areas that we're expecting some big-time impacts. The latest forecast from the Weather Prediction Center in terms of the extreme impacts primarily is outlining the Tupelo area, back through Vicksburg. This is the highest level that we can possibly get when it comes to our winter storm intensity index. It's at extreme levels in those areas. Right now, Dallas-Fort Worth, we're in the moderate risk. I honestly think it should be a major risk for impacts. I do think we're going to see a lot of ice tonight. And right now we have mostly freezing rain off to your northwest, but it's going to get a lot more significant in just a few hours. In fact, most computer models right now are showing that freezing rain transition by midnight tonight for most of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So freezing rain and sleet will ramp up. And notice by early tomorrow morning, by 9 o'clock, we're going to be having a lot of sleet and freezing rain all across North Texas. And I would at least expect 1/4 of an inch of ice for almost everybody here. So power outages are definitely looking a lot more likely. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. Actually, we're just taking a look at DFW, and it looks like the freezing temperatures might make it there a little sooner than expected. If you take a look at our surface observations right now, it's just barely above freezing on that northern edge of Dallas. As soon as we see that freezing air make its way into Dallas, that will be the start of the freezing rain. In order to see freezing rain, we just need a little bit of cold air underneath a warm air mass, and that is going to be what the first stage of precipitation is in Dallas. We don't know how quickly it's going to get there. It could be an hour from now. It could be 4 hours from now. But either way, it does look like that's going to be a lot earlier than that 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. range that a lot of models were anticipating. That means that we would see more freezing rain in that area, more sleet in that area, and less rain. So there might be a little bit more winter precipitation coming to the DFW area than we first thought, but we'll have to watch that trend over the next few hours.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, that freezing line started to drop a little bit further south and quicker than forecasted. And so we are going to probably see here very shortly, sleet and freezing rain right there in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So if you are in Frisco, Plano, this is probably your time to get off the road. All right. I mean, I know the temperatures are still around 35, but these observations here that we're looking at are about an hour old. And the freezing temperatures have already dropped to about 32 in Gainesville. The camera that's located in Denison is at 33. That is real-time observations. If anybody in the Dallas-Fort Worth area has a weather station, like one of those weather stations like Accurate has, take a photo and send it in to us. I'm curious to see what your weather data is, to see the temperatures that you guys are measuring there in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Right now on radar, the freezing line that radar's been picking up on is still a little bit off to your northwest. It's right here near Graham, but as we just saw, Gainesville is below freezing, and even though it doesn't show it on radar, freezing rain is happening there right now. And look at a single site radar too. Maybe we'll be able to see it just a little bit better. Let me take off the temperature data here. Let's do winter weather radar. I mean, the line's basically there, but it's actually here. I mean, Gainesville is below freezing, so the radar's not actually picking up on it, but there is freezing rain happening there in Gainesville right now. And we are starting to see freezing rain at Bridgeport. We had a person send in a photo out of Decatur not too long ago, and there was a tree that already had ice on it. So freezing rain is intensifying here. One of our storm chasers, Brandon Payne, is currently driving through areas near Lindsay, Oklahoma. And look at the roadways there. Snow is coming down at a good clip right now. Got multiple people with their hazards on these highways as well. This is specifically on Highway 81. Just outside of Chickasha. By the way, as a reminder, if you guys are just tuning in, we just dropped a new video on the channel. Make sure to check it out.
Is this a psyop? I don't know, bro. I don't think so.
Make sure to check out our video that we just uploaded on YouTube.
You're entitled to that opinion. If you want to say it's a psyop, go ahead. I'm not going to stop you. Looks like the mod stopped you. Hey, the mods here can be very...
we send you photos. It's the second to top link in the description.
Like dictators. Better be careful.
And this is back over in St. John, Kansas. Storm chaser John McKinney driving through quite a bit of snow right now. And then this is Mezzo Hunter. He's back over in Purcell, Oklahoma. So he's just south there of Norman. Bottom right of your screen is the live radar. We got a pretty large, heavy band of snow that's going to be moving into Purcell here pretty soon. Plenty of moderate snow, though, falling across these areas.
Some ranch, you said?
Yes, sir.
And did you want a drink or a shake?
I will take a drink. Do you have Dr. Pepper?
What restaurant is
this?
this?
Can I get that in zero or diet, whichever you have?
We have diet.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, and was it a medium or large combo?
I'll do medium.
Medium diet Dr. Pepper.
Bro is ordering in the middle of a winter storm. I guess there's stuff open.
What else for you?
That should be it.
I don't know what this is. Does anyone know what restaurant this is?
All right, thank you.
Is this Brahms? Is that the only thing open? We're ordering Brahms right in the middle of a winter storm. He didn't get anything from me, though. I'm guessing there's a line. Okay, well, I guess there's stuff open here. I think Brahms might be the only thing open. So far, that's all I've seen. I I think Brandon Payne went there too not long ago. There's a McDonald's right there. Maybe that's open. But it's all snow right now. I mean, we haven't really had any sleet or freezing rain. It's going to transition later. But freezing rain lines down here near Lawton and Pauls Valley. It's not a Brahms ad for the record.
Do you guys have military discount by chance?
What is Brahms? It's a southern chain. I think I've been to Brahms once. I thought it was okay. I don't remember it being anything that special, but I don't know. Just me. I've been there. I used to live in North Texas, so I've at least been there once. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So we have a few different temperature reports coming in for the DFW area. And one interesting thing I think it's important to hit on is you pull up those last two temperature reports, even though they're both generally in the same part of Texas, there's a significant difference on the temperature that the weather stations are reading. And this is what we call the heat island effect. So inside DFW proper, there's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of cars, there's a lot of buildings, and there's a lot of human activity that's putting off a large amount of heat. This can raise temperatures by as much as 10 degrees, and it may actually limit the amount of freezing rain that we see inside the very, very center of the town compared to the outside of the town where the temperature is going to drop naturally faster. So it looks like right now we're seeing temperatures right around 38 all the way up to 40 degrees in the center of DFW, but outside we are a little bit closer to freezing.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is very important, by the way. Dallas-Fort Worth is notoriously known to be basically a heat island. Temperatures are warmer, and we've seen that on the map too. I mean, Dallas right now is about 39, 40. If you go anywhere east or west, like, the temperature dramatically drops. I mean, that is because of everything that's there, the buildings, the cars, all that. So it is naturally warmer in Dallas-Fort Worth. And so that is a very important thing to keep in mind here. We are going to see a transition to freezing rain and sleet probably in just a few hours, but it will take a little bit longer than usual because of all the heat that is basically built into that area. Thank you, Chris and DJ, for becoming members. But again, our freezing line's still a little bit off to the northwest. I paid $2 to say Brahms is delicious. Okay. I mean, I don't really have I mean, I think it's just all right. I don't have really any crazy opinion on it. I've only been there once, so. Back over to Storm Chaser Brandon Payne. Again, this is just south of OKC. And again, tomorrow is going to be a completely different sight. I think the snow is going to be way more intense. I mean, again, we've been talking about this, but this is the appetizer to the entree tonight for snow. This is pretty insignificant stuff that's happening here.
Uh-oh. Got Val Castor. I'm going to go put a plunger on his head. Oh, Jen Ashwood with the $100 super chat.
So again, snow's falling here at the Loves.
Thank you.
That'll continue, and it's probably going to get more intense. Thank you, Enlighten, for the super chat. Will it be windy? Somebody just asked in the chat. In general, it's not really that windy. Again, we've had a few places, like over here in Vega, Texas. This is a live shot in Vega. This is an area near Amarillo that's already seen some snow. And generally speaking, it's not that windy. The winds are fairly light right now. But later into tonight, they could increase just a little bit. We're not going to see blizzard conditions, I don't think, really anywhere. But generally speaking, there will be enough wind to make it blistery. It's going to feel even colder. The wind chills are obviously very cold right now in these areas. Right now in Vega, it's 4 degrees with a wind chill. It doesn't say on here, but it's probably a wind chill about -5, -6. The winds that have been measured here recently are right around 12 miles per hour. So that's going to make it feel much colder. But for most areas down here in like Texas and Arkansas, like, it's not going to be very windy. It'll be more windy over in this part of the United States for the next 24 hours. So like Kansas back into the Texas Panhandle. And John McKinney, again, has been seeing that here, driving through the snow over just southwest there of Topeka, Kansas. It's obviously pretty windy, and we got tons of small snowflakes flying right now. Huge shout out to Karen with the $100 super chat. You and your team, including the Chasers, can be very proud of the progress you've achieved. I'm happy to contribute to your success. I really appreciate that. You also Samuel for the $10 super chat. Is it possible that the storm still moves northeast Ohio snow totals? Northeast Ohio will be probably around 8 to 12. But I don't think it's going to shift really any further north. We do have the latest model run coming in for the HRRR, which is typically a pretty accurate winter model. This is what it looks like again tonight. We'll have freezing rain and sleet right along the Texas-Oklahoma border, just south there of Little Rock. And then by tomorrow morning, notice how that snow is going to expand in size. And this is interesting, but the HRRR actually has the snow expanding further west, and it keeps the snow falling in Oklahoma City and Tulsa for a longer period of time on this latest run. Memphis, going to be picking up on some moderate to heavy snowfall tonight. And then by tomorrow morning and during the afternoon, we'll have snow stretching from OKC back into Nashville. Nashville will see snow tomorrow. It's not going to be all ice. You'll start as snow. You'll most likely get around 3 to 4 inches of snow, and then you'll transition into freezing rain and also a mix of sleet right after lunchtime. But a little bit of a decent trend again for Nashville, at least seeing some snow. It'll at least alleviate how much ice we're going to see. Not by a lot, but it'll at least help out a little bit. And then snow will continue as we go into Saturday afternoon. This model right now goes out to 23 hours, as you can see at the top of your screen. That's the furthest it goes out right now. It'll go out to 48 hours here soon. But by tomorrow afternoon, we're going to have a large swath of freezing rain stretching from Nashville and just south of Johnson City, Tennessee, all the way back into Dallas-Fort Worth. As a friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, again, make sure you're subscribed. We have extensive live coverage coming up. Obviously, we're live right now. We're going to be live for at least 3 more hours, I think, maybe 4. And then we'll be live tomorrow, and we're going to be live basically all day Sunday. So we're live all day tomorrow and Sunday. We'll be live for probably upwards of 16 hours. We have a lot of weather coming up, a lot of significant weather in that matter. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we are hearing reports out of Oklahoma that there are a lot of accidents on I-44. We're trying to get the cameras back up to show this to you guys, but every single camera in Oklahoma on their traffic camera network is not working right now. But if you go to Google Maps and look at the traffic on I-44, that you can see that there are a lot of accidents and it's almost yellow. Entirely from Oklahoma City to Wichita Falls, Texas. So a lot of issues with accidents on I-44. I'll let you know when we get that on a camera. We're working on that on the back end.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So it sounds like, can you give me a link to the traffic map? Oh, I got it, never mind. This is what it looks like right now in terms of the traffic problems. Let me change over the layer here. And the most significant travel impacts that we are seeing are mainly down here to the south, south of Oklahoma City. We got some yellow popping up on the map. There have been reported accidents. There are also road closures all around the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So they have already begun a lot of road closures. Not entirely sure if this is just related to, I'm guessing it's probably related to weather. But back over near Flower Mound, Carrollton, we got lots of road closures already. But accidents are starting to increase. There's also a road closure in Elgin now, which is an area that we're seeing a little bit of freezing rain, sleet mix, maybe a little bit more snow now, but earlier we saw a little bit of freezing rain and sleet. So traffic problems are only going to increase. Back over in West Texas near Lubbock, we also have another road closure, at least a couple of them, and traffic is at least moderate right now, and most of the yellow that you're seeing is because people are driving slow if they are driving. There is obviously ice on some of those roadways. We have some more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. This is what it looks like in Newton, Kansas right now. Got about 1 to 2 inches of snow on the ground. This is in Wichita, Kansas. Is that pool covered over? I can't even tell. I think it is. Hopefully it is. Starting to come down. Hopefully my pool makes it out okay. Hopefully it does too. Hopefully it's covered over too. This is in Corydon, Indiana. Got a couple cars covered over. This has been a very smart thing that we've seen today. A lot of people are covering their cars. It's a good idea. This is in Newport News, or Newport News, I didn't even know that's a town, in Virginia. Pre-salt the Army Barracks. That's over in Fort Eustis, I think is how you pronounce it. Thank you for sending that in. Good thing everybody's salting a lot of people are salting their driveways and even their sidewalks and all that good stuff, which is good. Amarillo, Texas, that's about a coating to an inch on the ground right now. It's starting to accumulate. It's only 8 degrees in Amarillo, which means the snow is going to be a lot more fluffy. By the way, Nikki with the $100 super chat. I think I missed this. Thank you for the $100 super chat. Greenville, South Carolina. People think we're not going to lose power. Thoughts? I think there'll be some scattered power outages. I don't think it's going to be widespread. About 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice is expected. So, I mean, it'll at least be scattered. There's no Walmart in Spring Hill, or there's no Walmart. There's no water at Walmart in Spring Hill, Tennessee right now. That's as of about 10 minutes ago. This is over in Anna, Texas. Temperature right now is about 35 degrees. Obviously, temperature is dropping right now. This is in Ardmore, Oklahoma. We got icicles. Look at that top of your screen. We got some icicles up there. We got some icicles that are accumulating. Let me take off the header there. And again, we're going to see a lot of this tomorrow. We will probably see some massive icicles off some of these roofs tomorrow. So over at Oak Point, Texas, light drizzle. It's about 33 degrees there right now. Extremely cold. Feels like 10 degrees below zero. Flurries all day over in Wichita, Kansas. At AT&T Stadium, it's 38 degrees. So it's, again, it's a bit warmer there if you're in Dallas or Fort Worth because of the heat dome, basically, effect that we have there. This is from Scott over in Sweetwater, Texas. The sky is falling, apparently, in Sweetwater. That's all ice, not snow. This is all ice? That's probably all sleet accumulation then. There might be a little bit of freezing rain, ice accumulation underneath it. Just looking at this makes me feel cold. It just looks cold right now. This is in Arnett, Oklahoma. Snow is crazy here. The video that was just sent in a few minutes ago. This sent in by an anonymous person in Denton, Texas. Temperature is down to 31 right now. And this is from Chris in Chickasha, Oklahoma. Got a lot of snow and sleet already on the ground there, or that's Chickasha, Oklahoma. We had a storm chaser, Brandon Payne, there just a few minutes ago, and that's basically what it looked like out there. A lot of people sending in their weather stations in the DFW area. Definitely cold. 1 to 2 inches over in Lawton, Oklahoma so far. And again, I still think Lawton is probably going to be closer to 4 to 8 at least. We could even push towards 10 inches in Lawton when this is all said and done. 38 in Rockwall, Texas. And El Reno, Oklahoma. This over the course of only 20 minutes. So we got some snow accumulating on the deck right now. And then our last video / photo for the time being. This is over in Eureka, Kansas from Jeremy. Working at 36 hours at the hospital. Snow just started. And it's 5 degrees. It's unbelievably cold right now. Hey, Stray for the super chat. Will the Waffle House Index be used? We do not have a Waffle House Index graphic, but we really should have one. That'd be pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. We should really... Waffle House should reach out to us and collaborate. We'll make a Waffle House graphic. Why not? We really should do that. As a reminder, we've talked a lot about this, but it's obviously very cold outside, and we do have a risk of exploding trees. If you're in the northern plains, the upper Midwest, there is a risk of exploding trees tonight. This is tonight's risk. We have posted this to our social media pages, I think a couple hours ago, but we do have a risk of exploding trees, and what that basically means is that the temperatures are dropping so rapidly, they're dropping to about 20 to 30 degrees below zero tonight, that trees could expand basically as they freeze even faster. The sap's going to expand, and what could happen is that they actually kind of open up a little bit. They're not going to explode and like blow up like TNT, but it's going to possibly make a very loud sound effect, like a loud boom or a gunshot. So if you're somebody tuning in right now in Wisconsin, Minnesota, or the Dakotas, there is a risk for exploding trees tonight. These are the wind chills. I'm going to show you the wind chills first, and we'll show you the actual temperatures. But these are the wind chills for tonight into tomorrow morning. We will be as low as 50 degrees below zero in the northern plains. Back over in Oklahoma, you guys aren't going to see exploding trees, but the wind chills will be down to about 0 degrees or 10 degrees below zero. So it's going to get very cold back over in the southern plains. Even over in Arkansas, we'll have some areas like Little Rock, right around 0 degrees for a feel-like temperature when you wake up tomorrow morning. This is with all that ice and all that snow that's going to be happening. By Sunday, it's going to get even colder back over in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Wind chills will be down towards 0 degrees. Actual temperatures will not be far from that either. Wind chills can be as low as 60 degrees below zero Sunday morning near Fargo. So it's going to get incredibly cold back over here near Fargo by tomorrow morning. And then by Sunday and Monday morning, these wind chills are just going to continue to stay extremely cold across Texas and all the way through the Northeast. Florida is the only place marked safe right now from this Arctic blast. Riley has something to add on to this. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we're getting reports out of Pine Bluff, Arkansas right now that there's a significant band of freezing rain. This sort of goes with the trend that we're seeing everywhere else, that it seems like a cold air is arriving sooner than what we thought it was going to, because we're seeing a lot of stuff that we thought would be rain turn into freezing rain. So if you're in the Pine Bluff area, you are under a winter storm warning there, but there may be a little bit of a sneaky band of freezing rain popping up here before we even start to see that switch over to snow accumulations. So I would just avoid the roads over there, because there are probably not going to be a lot of people who know that this freezing rain could be there. So just keep an eye out in that area.
Hey, Riley, for the update. Yeah, and this is actually a little bit sooner than forecasted, too. We are already starting to see freezing rain reaching towards Clarksdale, Mississippi. We weren't expecting this until early tomorrow morning. So this is a little bit early. All right, so we already got a pretty significant amount of freezing rain down near Pine Bluff and Malvern. If you're one of those people that's tuning in from Arkansas right now, please send us some photos and videos of what's happening out there. You can send us stuff. It's the second to top link in the description. We had some snow near Little Rock as well, just south of Little Rock. We got a decent band of snow that's come up towards that area. So we should at least get an inch of snow or so, at least over the next couple of hours in the Little Rock area. Hot Springs is currently seeing that snow as well. Thank you, Mava, for becoming a member, and also Ancient for the $100 super chat. Thank you to you and your team. Stay safe out there, Chasers. I really appreciate the super chat. All right, I was talking about the wind chills. I do want to talk about the temperatures real quick as well. These are the actual temperatures that we're forecasting for tomorrow morning. We will have areas in Minnesota and Wisconsin as low as 30 degrees below zero. Those temperatures are going to plummet a lot more Sunday and Monday across the southern plains. And you might have seen your weather app say like almost 0 degrees in Dallas on Sunday. It's going to get cold. I mean, Sunday morning is going to be pretty chilly, but Monday is going to be by far the coldest day. We will have widespread areas in Oklahoma, Arkansas, Kentucky, around or just below 0 degrees. It is going to get extremely cold in those areas. Dallas will be about 14, but Wichita Falls is going to wake up to sub-zero temperatures. Those are not wind chills. Again, those are actual temperatures in the southern plains. And so this is going to make this winter storm that much worse. It's going to be very blustery. It's going to be extremely cold. Tuesday morning, it's going to be even worse across the southeast. Temperatures are going to be right around the teens and even possibly the single digits. Back over in the Northeast, temperatures will be in the sub-zero territory in Pennsylvania and also across West Virginia. So it's going to be very cold over there. Hopefully, a lot of the snow and ice that does happen on this weekend into early next week, hopefully a lot of it melts by Tuesday, because Tuesday is really our only opportunity for above freezing temperatures across the southern plains in areas like Dallas, Fort Worth, and south of Little Rock. Right now, this is the only day that is forecasted to be above freezing in these areas, because by Wednesday and Thursday, we'll get another Arctic blast that'll surge south. That could actually lead to another winter storm in the southern plains in the southeast by the end of the week. But at least at the bare minimum, our temperatures are going to stay very cold in these areas. Places like Nashville and even back towards Lexington, Kentucky, we're probably not going to be above freezing for at least the next 7 days. All right, so we apparently have a live update from the National Weather Service of Shreveport. I'm not sure if this is actually live. All right, it is live. They have a briefing going on. If they show anything interesting, we'll pull it up. But National Weather Service of Shreveport is doing a live briefing for the winter storm that's coming up. They are under ice storm warnings. So if you want to tune into that, I think they have their stream up. But if there's anything important said, well, all of it's important, but if there's anything that's needed for the stream, we'll definitely pull it up. But they're having a whole briefing for the Shreveport National Weather Service. But basically, if you're in Shreveport, we're expecting an ice storm. Half an inch to even an inch of ice is expected in that area. As a reminder, freezing rain and sleet accumulations are expected to begin over the next few hours. They are already beginning for many of these areas, but if you're just south of Oklahoma City, right along the Red River of Texas and Oklahoma, and just southwest of Little Rock, freezing rain and sleet are starting to ramp up in these areas. Storm Chaser, Connor Croft, and Brandon Payne
Not be the best thing in the world.
I believe they're at a drive-through, but this is what it looks like currently in southern Oklahoma. And pretty soon, this is what it's going to look like near Little Rock. This is in Chickasha, Oklahoma. Snow's coming down
from Jersey
even
City,
harder.
New Jersey.
Hey, Deck, for becoming a member.
I think you got, I don't know what's going to happen in New Jersey. I haven't paid attention to the forecast that far east, but I know you guys definitely have winter precip.
Shout Maryland with the $20 donation. Really appreciate that.
I think it might be snow. I don't know. By the way, is this real stream? Yes. Guys, this is a real stream. This is not AI. You can see I am 100% real.
This is from Mezzo Hunter over in Purcell, Oklahoma. Lives just south of Norman. Roads are starting to get covered over a little bit in snow.
You can also see there's a
light snow coming down here.
I mean, they're tiny, but
Does wipers have gas? Those wipers are making a lot of noises. This is on iDrive. This is one of the iDrive Arkansas cameras. There are snowflakes on the lens. Pretty impressive. Got snowflakes on the lens.
It's soda. I don't want to ever hear it called pop again. Ever. Watching Massachusetts. Welcome in. I know you got snow on the way. I have my cigarettes, Monster, and Mountain Dew. That's not what I would prefer. I mean, that's probably what I would have preferred like 2 years ago, especially like when I was on deployment. But now,
a lot of you guys prepare in interesting ways. I gotta be real. Like, I mean, we've had a lot of you guys send in photos and videos of how you're preparing. That was not him, by the way. That was somebody in his chat, if you were confused. But yeah, some of you guys are preparing in very interesting ways. This is a video that was sent in Garvin County, Oklahoma, just a few moments ago. Brief freezing rain and then snow. Look how heavy that snow is. That's what we're basically seeing where Brandon Payne is right now, over in the Chickasha area. So it looks like in Elk City, Oklahoma. Only after about 30 minutes, we already have a dusting. Should get up to about ½ inch to an inch here pretty soon. And this is the Harbor Freight Power Cord aisle in Monroe, Georgia. Again, if you have photos and videos, you can scan the QR code. We still have about 30 that we need to approve, but we'll have more here in just a second for those that have already sent in something. Thank you, CX, for the super chat. Florida better get with the program. I only take my exploding trees at the side of falling iguanas. Yeah, it's really... I said this earlier, but it's crazy that this graphic here went so viral on social media. This is a new graphic, by the way. We haven't changed the area where we're expecting exploding trees tonight in the northern plains, but I don't know how this thing went so viral. I really don't. Quite literally unbelievable. There's no trees in North Dakota. There's trees up there. I've never been there, but there's definitely trees. Riley has a important update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just an update on the sort of entire storm as a whole. So it sounds like the federal government is staging FEMA in order to respond to the damages that might come through this storm. It sounds like anyone who was going to declare a state of emergency has already declared a state of emergency. So there's going to be a lot of people. I believe it's just over 150 million people are in this risk. And a state of emergency has been declared in Texas, Kansas, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, and New York ahead of the storm. Once again, we are expecting extreme impacts from this. That is the highest level on the winter storm severity index. And that is where we're expecting power outages to last weeks, if not months. So this is areas where we're going to have a lot of linemen already positioning there and FEMA responding as well. There's going to be no more resources moved in at this point in order to fight snow beforehand, whether or not it's snow plows or any of that. Everything that's there is what they're going to have. Another thing that we want to report on is the traffic in Oklahoma appears to be getting worse. Even where it's showing snow on radar, it sounds like there is freezing rain mixed into that, accumulating at around a rate of a half or 500th of an inch to a 1/10 of an inch per hour. And that is a relatively quick accumulation of freezing rain. So we're going to very, very quickly see roads, especially the ones that aren't salted, become poor very, very quickly across that region. We hit this earlier, but in terms of how much damage freezing rain can do, we're going to have about 30-mile-per-hour winds across the majority of our storm, and that's enough to put us on sort of the category 2 out of 5 in terms of the impacts. So yeah, no, for people who are asking, we do mean power outages could last months. This is something we've seen where we have our most significant ice storms almost almost 100% of power infrastructure can be knocked out. So we don't mean days, we don't mean weeks. We could have power outages last months, especially in the more remote areas of the ice storm, where we may have to have specialized people get out there to sort of fix that infrastructure. We could see power outages last month. This is something that not only we are saying, but the National Weather Service and the local utility companies have said as well.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. And again, for those that are wondering, like, that's not going to be for everybody, right? That would be isolated locations. But these areas that I just outlined that are in the purple on our winter storm severity index, those are the areas that have a legit possibility of having power out for possibly over a week. And if we were to see what some of the forecasts are showing, possibly over a month. It's not impossible. It has happened before, guys. This is not anything new, okay? So it is very important to note that, again, this is a very significant winter storm. It needs to be taken seriously. Most of you that are here are obviously taking it seriously. But for those that are maybe driving right now and just kind of, you know, doing whatever, like over here in Mississippi or Tennessee, and not really paying attention to the weather, it's obviously going to affect those people the most that are not paying attention to the weather, that aren't prepared, that are caught off guard basically when these forecasts have been out there for days now. I mean, we've been talking about this since Monday, or even, I think even Sunday. I mean, we've been talking about this for about a week. So like, if you're not prepared, like, you got a little bit more time, not much, but very few hours left in parts of these areas to prepare if you've not already. It's not too late to prepare, but most of these stores, most of these places don't have any supplies left. We've seen it on so many photos. So please make sure you're ready. And if you have friends or family in the path of this winter storm, again, share our channel with them. We will continue to relay you accurate and the latest information on what's happening with this winter storm. Obviously, we're live right now. We just dropped the video 40 minutes ago on the channel, too. If you guys want to watch an in-depth video talking about this winter storm, it's up on our channel. And so, I mean, we have resources here to kind of give you an idea of what's happening with this winter storm and what's expected over the next few hours and also over the next few days. But again, back over here in Mississippi and South Carolina, that's where the most significant impacts are expected. But it will impact everybody. Again, we're not just talking about those areas, but that's where the extreme impacts are going to be. That is where power outages could last weeks or months. Do you all accept drone videos? We do. Yeah, I mean, if you have drone videos, you can send them in. The snow is getting pretty intense here in Oklahoma. Again, this is live.
It's really coming down now. We're definitely getting up on an inch an hour here now. This is definitely getting closer to an inch an hour. The camera's not really doing it justice either. It's kind of pissing me off. And go super dark. You're never gonna be able to see anything that way.
So yeah, that's live there in Chickasha, Oklahoma.
And try to turn the exposure up a little bit so maybe you can see.
It is down to 24 degrees in Wichita Falls, Texas. It is now starting to transition to snow.
Sorry if that freaked anybody out.
That snow's coming out at a really fast clip. And Brandon Payne's saying it's coming down at about 1 inch per hour.
Let's drive around Chickasha. Finally got our good heavy snow.
Deck with the super chat asking about Texarkana, Texas. It'll be mostly an ice storm there. Not expecting snow. Quarter, half an inch of ice is expected. By tomorrow morning, it is going to be looking like a winter wonderland here near Oklahoma City.
Definitely starting to accumulate on the roads too. I think we're getting close to half an inch here on the road. And the windshield wipers are starting to streak, so that's how you know it's starting to snow. Pretty good.
How much ice is expected in Tulsa tonight? So we just asked in the chat. I'm not expecting much ice in Tulsa tonight. The freezing rain would be sometime tomorrow, or the sleet. This is a look at the future radar here for the next several hours. And again, tonight, this is picture 10 o'clock, timestamps at the top of your screen. It's going to be mostly snow for Tulsa, Oklahoma City, and surrounding areas. It'll get a little warmer tomorrow morning. I'm not sure if that freezing rain line is going to push that far north during the daytime, but maybe tomorrow evening we could have a brief transition to freezing rain or sleet. But honestly, right now, this is the high-res HRRR model. It is not showing any freezing rain or sleet up there. It doesn't really have any transition. It's only around in south of Oklahoma City, so Tulsa might get lucky and not actually see much ice, which would be good. I mean, we'd probably see around 12 to 14 inches of snow, but at least not really a whole lot of ice. This picture here is tomorrow morning. This is about when we'll go live tomorrow, sometime around 6, 7, somewhere in that range. This is probably what it'll look like by tomorrow morning. You know, this entire corridor from West Texas and Lubbock back to Huntsville will be dealing with freezing rain and sleet. That pink and kind of lighter pink colors. And again, this right here is the sleet. And then this here would be the freezing rain. And so that is where we're expecting the ice accumulation to be more significant. This is where the most significant ice will come, though. Like, we're talking heavy freezing rain that'll stack up onto power lines, and that's what's going to knock out power. It's not the sleet. It would be the freezing rain. Heavy snow will be ongoing from Memphis towards Oklahoma City and Amarillo. If you're over near Kansas City, some light snow will be ongoing. Late morning, early afternoon, that snow is going to expand into northern Arkansas, Kentucky, Tennessee. Nashville will be still snow probably by 3, and then it will probably transition into sleet and then freezing rain just after 3 o'clock. And then it'll become more of an ice storm threat by that point. But just notice how large this area is that we're talking about with freezing rain and snow by 10 o'clock tomorrow night. This winter storm will be massive by that point. Freezing rain from Dallas, San Antonio, and Austin, back into Raleigh and Columbia, and even Atlanta. Atlanta's under ice storm warnings as well. Snow for Chicago, Washington, D.C., Richmond, and Roanoke, Virginia at that point. And then as we go into the overnight hours into Sunday, we'll have a transition into snow for Dallas, maybe Texarkana, but I don't think so. And then back into Little Rock. And then freezing rain and all sorts of snow is going to continue all along the East Coast on Sunday with a major winter storm for those in the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast on Sunday. Tomorrow will be one of the most impactful days, but Sunday is where it's going to really ramp up in intensity when it comes to how much snow and freezing rain is falling. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we got those traffic cameras back in Oklahoma, and this is a camera that we have in Lawton in slot 1 right now, and there's definitely some significant snowfall accumulation going on. People seem to be driving very, very slow on these roads, as they should, because they're going to be dangerous to travel on. But we're scrubbing the cameras. We'll let you know where we see some heavier snowfall accumulations, but definitely some snow on the roads in Oklahoma.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So we'll go full screen to this, and people are definitely driving slow. This is a live traffic camera in Lawton, Oklahoma. Got very few cars on the roadway. There was a very thin glaze of ice, I think, that accumulated here just a few hours ago, and now it's transitioning mostly into snow, and you can see the roads are completely covered over. We got one car, very top left of your screen, that we can even see right now. So most people are off the roadway right now, and if we have any other cameras that have use of anything like this, we'll definitely let you know. Obviously, tomorrow, like Oklahoma in general only has maybe a few dozen cameras that we can actually use. Arkansas, Tennessee, all those areas have hundreds of cameras that we will be using on tomorrow's stream. And so those areas will have so many views of this winter storm. Tonight, we're a little bit more limited. And now we have a couple more people on the top left coming into the shot. And so we'll keep an eye on them as they get a little bit closer to the camera. But everybody's pretty much, driving slowly right now in Lawton. This is Chickasha, Oklahoma right now. And snow is coming down much more rapidly in this area. Snowfall rates, again, around 1 inch per hour. And tomorrow, it'll be 2 or 3 inches per hour.
Do a little walk around.
Maybe even pushing towards 4 inches of snow per hour.
You guys can see on the overlay.
Mainly to the north, though, not
radar location.
Lawton would be tops 3.
We have temperature, wind speed.
I don't know when I started standing on this stream. I think we've been standing. I've been standing for like 3 hours.
If you get near a weather station that has bad readings, sometimes it'll say like 55 degrees when it is obviously not 55 degrees.
I think this is the longest I've ever stood on a stream. That was literally 3 hours, I think. My back actually feels it. I don't usually stand on a stream.
You guys can see we're here at the taco station in Chickasha, and we're definitely starting to accumulate. I think we have definitely got about an inch of snow here. Well, snow, a little bit of ice, a little bit of sleet. But
you're based in DFW? I used to.
Beautiful four-wheel drive vehicle is getting us through this just fine so far. And this is, I'd say this is about a good inch and a half rate right here. Inch and a half might be a little generous But definitely a good rate here. If you get a good steady rate like this for 6 or 7 hours, you will have pretty good totals by the end of the night. And again, guys, this is going to come in waves. So you're going to have your first wave tonight, and then there's going to be another wave here in Oklahoma tomorrow. There's going to be a little bit of a lull in between. At least that's forecasted. If there is no lull in between, Oklahoma could be looking at a very historic event. I mean, I think it's going to be historic either way. But if we don't have that lull tomorrow that is forecasted, if it pans out to where we actually do get snow throughout the day tomorrow here in central Oklahoma, that is going to push us into the higher end totals without a doubt. So I am praying that we do not get that lull in between. You guys can see, here we are.
So again, that's a live view there from Chickasha, Oklahoma. Storm chaser Brandon Payne is out there, and this is what I'm talking about, by the way. If we go back to slot 1, this guy is going so slow right now on the road. That is turtle speed. I think this is like a 50-mile-per-hour road in Lawton. And he is stopped, question mark? Is there a stoplight, or is he stuck? You know what's the... Oh, now he's driving again. I don't know if there's a stoplight there, but he was going really slowly. This is, again, Lawton, Oklahoma. It's the beginning of big travel problems tomorrow across a lot of these areas. It's going to get a lot worse tomorrow. Got another guy coming up now, but can't drive? Maybe. There's another person coming by. They're going pretty good speed. Generally speaking, it doesn't appear as if there's really that much freezing rain here or sleet that's accumulated. Or maybe, if any, might have been just mostly snow here in Lawton. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Mac. So we're getting reports out of Little Rock that there's some pretty significant ice accumulations ongoing. So this sort of goes with the same thing that we are just saying around the Pine Bluff area. Regardless of what radar is showing, whether it's rain or snow, it seems to be ice right now in most of Arkansas. So keep an eye out if you need to travel on the roads in the Little Rock or Pine Bluff area tonight, because definitely going to be some slippery road conditions.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So, by the sounds of it, what we're seeing on radar is actually not snow. It's most likely freezing rain and ice. So, over in Little Rock, if you're trying to travel right now, be very cautious as there is ice accumulation. And keep an eye on the cameras, by the way, if there's anything over there in Little Rock. Thank you, Liberty, for the $25 super chat. Thank you for the coverage from Oklahoma. Appreciate the generosity. And also, thank you, Kenny, for the super chat. 50 miles west of Charlotte, North Carolina. Is there any chance ice or snow makes it that far southeast? I think ice is possible, but I would say anything snow related is not happening that far south. For those that are asking, like, why there are some roads or why there's not really a whole lot of treatment on these roads across areas like Oklahoma and Texas, really the biggest reason why is because we are so far south. Oklahoma is a bit more prepared for a winter storm like this. The other thing is, too, there really isn't a whole lot of ice that's happening for, like, Oklahoma City or Tulsa. But if you're back down in, like, DFW, for example, they have treated a lot of the major roadways, but a lot of the side roads aren't treated. And we are starting to see now that freezing rain make its way into Decatur, Gainesville, and now approaching Denton. So the side roads especially are not really mostly treated in these areas, which is going to cause those major travel impacts. If we go over to the live camera north of Sherman, let me see the latest temperature here. It says 33 degrees, so it's still right around freezing. And so we are probably going to see some ice accumulation there near Sherman very, very shortly. Over in Wichita Falls, Texas, it's down to 24, and it's now actually turning into mostly snow in Wichita. Or Wichita Falls, in the Childress area. Mostly just some light snow flurries out there. Nothing crazy, but it's definitely starting to ramp up. Also, according to the Houston mayor, they said they are prepared and have 0 snow plows. So they're prepared. So it's not going to snow down there, but the Houston mayor has come out and said they are prepared with no snow plows. That is always reassuring. By the way, Houston will see freezing rain, not tonight, but you will see it Saturday night and early Sunday. There will be a brief transition Sunday morning into freezing rain, and it'll be heavy, so it'll stack up at a decent clip there, probably around a tenth of an inch of ice around Houston. Power outages are not very likely, but there will at least be some travel impacts.
I would.
Does anybody have a snowplow in Houston? Anybody in the chat have a snowplow in Houston? Let me know. No snow coming down there. We should have a little bit of snow in Dallas-Fort Worth again on Sunday. Again, not a whole lot, but a little bit of snow. All of Kentucky will be snow tomorrow, and then it'll transition to sleet and freezing rain by the evening. And then maybe a little bit more snow by the morning hours. It's interesting, though, if you look right here, this is about the furthest north our sleet and freezing rain line is going to get. Only going to get up to about just south of Louisville, near Lexington. That's about the furthest north this thing's going to get. If you're over here in Maryland, it's going to get much further north. But back over in Kentucky, it's not going to really reach Ohio. So if you're in Ohio or Indiana, there's really not a whole lot of concern right now for ice, unless you're really in extreme southern Ohio there. But freezing rain and sleet is still expected for Maryland by Sunday night. Poke with the Super Chat asks about if the storm will go further south, especially for Alabama. Generally speaking, I don't think it's going to go much further south. If you're in Alabama, tomorrow morning we'll see some freezing rain and sleet, mainly near Huntsville and west of Huntsville, near Florence. But by the afternoon and evening, a lot of that is going to wind down. It's mostly going to be a cold rain by tomorrow afternoon and evening. And then Sunday, maybe a little bit more freezing rain there near Florence. And then on the back side of the storm system, once that Arctic front pushes through, there will be a little bit of freezing rain and sleet on the back side of the storm by Sunday night. So that'll lead to a little bit of ice accumulation there. We got some more photos and videos that you guys have sent in from this winter storm. And again, if you want to send in photos and videos, it is the one of the top links in the description below. This is Memphis style. It's in Germantown, Tennessee. We got, it looks like plastic bags and cardboard on the windshield. This is one interesting way to prevent your windshield and also your windshields from getting iced over. A lot of unique strategies. This is from John in Wichita. It is cold. I can tell. I don't know why you'd lay on the ground like that. I do not think that's worth it. This is from Will over Monroe, Georgia. Harbert Freight, Power Cord Isle. Oh, we already saw that one. That was Power Cord Isle. A few weather stations. This is over Missouri, showing 17 degrees. No snow yet. The cat is definitely concerned. The cat is looking at the temperatures intensely. It is very concerned about the temperatures. Huge shout, by the way, to Connie Toth for the super chat. Almost no meat or water at the Hanson, Kentucky Walmart. The amount of people in there was insane. Get ready for a snowpocalypse of 2026. There is basically nothing at this store. It's from Zane in Lake Hamilton, Arkansas. Sleet, snow, whatever is falling, just not sticking. It's a video of Sock and Bo loving the snow in Illinois. There's going to be a lot more snow in Illinois, that's for sure. We're going to see a lot of snow there. Especially as we go into tomorrow afternoon and evening. And also Sunday. Edgefield, Kentucky, South Carolina. Got a lot of snacks, toilet paper, got everything. This is all the essentials. Some shrimp, too. Some Flamin' Hot Cheetos. I don't know if that's an essential. Got Friendly's ice cream. It's a very interesting assortment of essentials. Stamford, Texas, sent in from Hannah. Forgot to bring my plant in. And it looks like we got some little icicles now sticking to some of the leaves. This is obviously becoming more of a concern right now in North Texas and Southern Oklahoma. Got icicles growing off of some of the wildlife and everything else. Or not wildlife, but you know what I mean. Trees and branches and all that. It's from Gage over in Lawton, Oklahoma. It's pretty windy there. You can see the American flag whipping. Got a decent amount of snow on the ground, about a coating. This is in Lawton, Oklahoma as well from Gage. Video of all the snow on the ground. This is near Oklahoma University, or University of Oklahoma in Norman. It's starting to stick for the snow. Pinpoint snow totals coming up. This is a very interesting setup right here. You got a wood clamp. You got a ruler going up. and to the side. By the way, I mean, this is unique, but I do want to say, like, this isn't a measurable way to measure snow. Not to spoil your fun, but snow does stack up faster on, like, patio equipment like this, like a patio table. So you technically have to measure in the grass, but it is a cool contraption that you've built. White Settlement, Texas, there's a ton of wood chipper trucks in pre-deployment. Ready to go. Over in Norman, Oklahoma, we've already gotten a half an inch of snow within the last hour in Norman. Over at the Petro Travel Truck Stop in Amarillo at 7:42, it's snowing as of right now. Freezing rain and sleet has already passed, so again, a lot of snow currently starting to come down there over in Amarillo as well. We've had quite a bit of snow there over the last several hours, and we're going to continue to see more snow overnight tonight and tomorrow morning. We're in a bit of a lull for the time being, but it'll get more intense overnight tonight. Butler County, Kansas, got a little bit of snow on the ground again. Nothing too insane, but got a little bit of snow there. And then this is the emergency energy back over. That's a lot of generators. That's 6 generators right there in North Carolina. They are ready to go. And if you have any sort of photos and videos, you can send them in. QR code's on your screen. A lot of interesting submissions here so far tonight. Little update from our storm chasers in the field. This is over a bridge, which has a better chance of actually having ice accumulation. This is over in Chickasha, Oklahoma, which has had the most significant snow so far. I mean, we're already up to about an inch here. It's starting to wind up even further. Thank you, Lando, for the $5 super chat. Is this storm comparable to any
Tug
past
Hill's getting
storms?
2 to 3 feet. Yeah, I mean, Tug Hill's been getting slammed.
For some localized areas, this is a comparable storm to certain storms decades ago, but I wouldn't really compare this storm to anything in particular.
Came out the day after and we streamed.
It's a very unique storm across the board. It is just so massive.
Out there in northern New York. That was a lot of fun. That was my first lake effect snow chase, was that Tug Hill chase.
And that's what it looks like out there in Oklahoma right now. Storm Chaser, Mezzo Hunter's also out there, driving through some of the heavier bands of snow near Purcell. And then this is a live traffic camera in Oklahoma where people are driving at, again, a pretty decent pace. Doesn't seem like anybody's driving really slowly right now, other than that person that went by. But I mean, the person right there on the left is driving pretty quickly. It's mostly snow right now in Lawton. Haven't seen a whole lot of freezing rain. We are currently sitting at about 7,500 people without or at least 7,500 customers without power now in Texas. Very few power outages, but that number is expected to exponentially increase overnight tonight into tomorrow. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So it's technically the end of the meteorological day. So we have the lowest temperature recorded in the United States today. It came out of Badura, Minnesota, and it was 39 degrees below zero. That is an air temperature. That is not a wind chill or any sort of adjusted temperature. 39 below zero was the low temperature today. That was out of central Minnesota. The highest temperature, of course, was out of Florida, just shy of 90 degrees out of 89. So a very, very substantial temperature difference across the United States today.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. That is a serious temperature difference. That's like insane. Well, that's 120 degrees or so, if I'm doing my math right. Like, that's just crazy. So that is a major temperature difference across the entire country. Not to make anybody jealous, but I am in Florida. It's actually been pretty nice weather the last couple days. It was cold last week. It was very cold last week. Now it's actually a decent temperature. If you're back over in Memphis, I know some people are tuning in for Memphis right now. I know a few of you have been talking about, like, when am I going to see freezing rain or snow? It's arriving sooner than expected. We already have snow and freezing rain across central Arkansas. Areas like Little Rock are actually more of a freezing rain right now rather than snow. So if you are in Memphis, we are probably only about 2 hours away from that area, maybe even sooner than that, seeing some of that frozen precipitation. So get off the roads. Not a good idea to be out there right now if you're in the Memphis area. Things are about to ramp up here pretty quickly. It's a live cam in just northeast here of Little Rock, I-57, which doesn't have anything happening right now, but it's only 20 degrees or 23 degrees. It's very cold here. And the wind's also picking up a little bit. But here pretty soon, we're going to start to see that snow band make its way up there. It might be snow, it might be freezing rain. We don't really know. From reports we've gotten, it seems pretty icy right now in the Little Rock area. So that's starting to creep its way up there towards I-57 just south of Newport. And things should start to get a little bit more active here shortly. Nathan with the super chat asked about the forecast for San Antonio. The biggest concern for anyone that is back down in the South Texas area will obviously be ice accumulation. We're not going to see snow down there. This is your ice forecast for right now. Back over in the Southern Plains, and we'll go across the board here for ice. But I'm going to start with areas in Texas. And Dallas-Fort Worth, we're still expecting a quarter to a half an inch of ice accumulation. Waco's expecting around a third of an inch of ice accumulation. San Antonio and Austin will also be right around a quarter of an inch of ice, which is going to be enough to stick to power lines. It could cause some isolated power outages. It will not be widespread. Houston, we might have a 20th of an inch of ice. It's not going to be as significant there in Houston. Beaumont is going to be on the cusp of seeing ice, and then this right here is really the major corridor. It's going to be from East Texas, just south of Tyler, where we will see at least a half of an inch of ice, all the way up to possibly as high as 1.5 inches of ice accumulation just southeast of Memphis near Tupelo. This is where widespread power outages are likely, and they could last days, weeks, possibly even a month if we were to see over an inch of ice, which is currently the expected forecast. That is just east of just west of Starkville, Mississippi. Again, Tupelo, Greenwood are the main locations in the path of the most major part of this ice storm. And again, ice storm warnings pretty much include anywhere in the dark red at this point, which almost goes up to Nashville. Over in Nashville, we are expecting to be right on the fringe of a half of an inch of ice accumulation. If you're in London, Kentucky, which is an area that was hard hit by a tornado last year, we're talking right about a half an inch of ice accumulation. Again, most of this from freezing rain. And then some areas in the Appalachian Mountains, just west of Greenville, will be right around an inch of ice. But anywhere in the dark red, which again is mostly from Atlanta, back up towards Eastern Virginia, you're right in the ballpark of seeing at least half an inch of ice. And if you see over half an inch of ice, that's when we start to see tree limbs snap. That's when trees start to suffer. That is when trees can be heavily weighed down. The weight that is put on a tree when we have a half of an inch of ice accumulation is substantial. This is what it looks like. All right, so it's basically 4,500 to 5,000 pounds that is basically on a tree when we have over half of an inch of ice accumulation, which is equivalent to 3,700 beer cans that are 12 ounces. Or 100 golden retrievers, I believe, is what the other approximation is of a half an inch of ice. And for those that are asking, I had somebody ask in the chat, Nam with the super chat just asked, what's the difference between sleet and freezing rain? Again, sleet is basically sprinkles of ice. It is these little pellets that fall out of the sky. Those don't usually cause power outages. Those can stick to roadways. They can get into your snow. They just feel like little ice, like they almost feel like an ice cube in a way. Freezing rain is basically a liquid that hits the ground and freezes into a layer of ice. It's like a glaze of ice on a donut. Or glazing of what the glaze on a donut is what I mean. Not glazing of ice on a donut, but glazing on a donut. So basically, we get a layer of ice, and this obviously stacks up very quickly on rooftops, on the edge of a roof, and on power lines, and it can lead to widespread power outages very quickly if we end up seeing, especially over a half of an inch of ice accumulation. So sleet is really not very concerning. That's not a big deal. It more has to do with the freezing rain. Sleet will cause travel impacts, though. Even if we get a little bit of sleet on the roadways, it can lead to travel impacts, and it can definitely lead to problems on the roadways for sure. But keep in mind, the worst impacts typically are felt with freezing rain. It's not usually the sleet. So... if those that are just tuning in don't already know how much snow you're expecting, you can take a screenshot of this. This is our latest forecast. We'll have another forecast probably tomorrow in terms of like the new, in terms of snowfall accumulation. This is our own in-house forecast for this winter storm. So again, we are expecting a widespread 6 to 12 inches of snow, pretty much anywhere from the Texas Panhandle all the way back up into the Northeast. Max got a donut sponsorship. I wish. If I got a donut sponsorship, that would be pretty incredible. I'm not gonna lie. Most people, again, are staying off the roadways. This is a live shot in Lawton, Oklahoma. Most people are staying off the roads right now. This is from Storm Chaser Brandon Payne,
I read that
just
somewhere,
southwest of Oklahoma City.
because I was also
Decent amount of snow
curious.
coming down right
Look
now.
that up. So don't quote me. But from what I read,
Hey,
I think all
Toad for the
drive
$50 super chat.
sometimes better.
Hey, Nathan for the super chat.
I mean,
the
that's
San
what,
Antonio forecast.
the
Yeah, again,
RAV4
about
has,
quarter of an
is
inch of
all-wheel
ice.
drive, and it does just fine. So
As a
I know
reminder,
all-wheel drive
we do
is
have a lot of
good.
state of emergencies. That's basically to help out with equipment and all that good stuff so that these places can recover faster from these winter storms. But about almost 24 states are included now in state of emergencies, one of which is Pennsylvania. That has been added recently. I don't think West Virginia has been added. If it has, I'm not aware of it. But at least every state here and Pennsylvania are under state of emergencies for this major winter storm. And it's about to ramp up a lot more again tomorrow. Tonight is the beginning. It's the appetizer. Tomorrow is when things really get real, and that's when things are going to get a lot worse. And that's why I'm trying to answer as many questions as possible tonight. That's why we're going in detail about everything. That way, you know what's going on with this winter storm before it happens tomorrow. Because again, today is just the beginning. And if you're new to the channel, again, make sure that you're subscribed. It's the red button down below. We are going to be live for over 30 hours, I think, this weekend. And I'm talking Saturday, Sunday. We are going to have extensive live coverage on this. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So I wanted to talk about one thing that we're seeing on models. We have the Euro pulled up here, but it's a trend that we're sort of seeing on all models, and it is the sharp difference in where we see the precipitation occur. So, of course, the story always goes that people are told they're going to get ancient snow, and then they get nothing, and they get freezing rain. They're like, you lied to me and you gave me a bad forecast. Well, that's because it's really, really hard to tell where that temperature line is going to set up. And the models are doing a really good job of showing this. So we're looking at Arkansas here because it's where the gradient is a little bit tighter right now. But we're talking about some parts of the counties seeing 8 to 10 inches in the northern part. And then on the southern part, we're seeing maybe a trace. Maybe an inch of snow, maybe 2 inches of snow. And this is part of what's going to be really hard to forecast, especially along that temperature boundary. Now, you might be asking, well, it's obviously still having some sort of precipitation here. Where's the rest of it going? And unfortunately, the rest of our snow here is going to freezing rain. If we go take a look at freezing rain, where we don't see snow, we are seeing very, very high freezing rain totals. So I do want to note that these are probably a little inflated. The models will often go high on how much freezing rain we're going to see. So even though this says 1.83 inches, it'll probably be closer to an inch, maybe an inch and a quarter. But this is a very, very sharp temperature boundary here. And you can actually basically draw a line and see where that change is going to occur. And this is going to be quite significant here in terms of what type of precipitation you see. So if you're a snow lover in Arkansas, Tennessee, Oklahoma, any of the areas along this boundary, you want to see 32 degrees or lower. And not warmer than that. Otherwise, obviously, you're going to see freezing rain and not snow. But that'll be the difference between who sees what.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So, yeah, that's what we're looking at in terms of precipitation type there in Arkansas and surrounding areas. And currently, from what we've been hearing from local reports, again in Little Rock, and if you're tuning in from any of these areas, you guys can submit reports to us. We have a report dashboard, and it's, I believe, the second to top link in the description. You can send us like text reports even. You don't even have to send a photo, and just let us know what precipitation type you're seeing too. If you're in Little Rock right now and you're in the chat, just let me know if you guys are, if anybody's in Little Rock right now, which I'm guessing some of you are. Let me know what precipitation type you're seeing. Any places, like, it does help, because I mean, again, radar does show snow, but from what we've heard from reports, there's actually freezing rain and sleet happening. So radar's not always necessarily accurate. It tries its best to estimate everything, but it's not always accurate when it comes to wintry precipitation. It's an entire method. There's a complicated equation basically that goes into this. So, and it's not always 100% true. I mean, again, we're already starting to see freezing rain near Denton, and it's not showing necessarily the freezing rain mix there yet as of now. Temperature has been right around 32, 33 degrees in Denison, Texas. It is right there around freezing. Glen Heights is now down to 38 degrees. That is near Dallas. And then back over in Wichita Falls, we are sitting at 23 degrees. Freezing rain, sleet, snow mix happening right now in the Wichita Falls area. This is over in, again, Burke-Burnett. And if you're back over in Kansas, this is one of the areas that's just dealing with snow. Light snow over in Burlington. It's only 4 degrees right now in Burlington, Kansas. We also have our very own storm chaser, John McKinney, who is in central Kansas right now. It's been mostly snow so far. Not really seeing a whole lot outside of just light snow. Haven't had really many heavy bands of snow. We have a bit heavier snow back over near Scott City and Cimarron, but further east, it's predominantly a light snow right now in central and eastern Kansas. Gerb with the super chat says, will St. Louis overperform? I think St. Louis will be right around 6 to 8 inches. Yes, you could overperform for sure, but I'm still pretty confident on 6 to 8 inches for St. Louis. Further south will probably overperform if I had to guess. I think right down there in southern Missouri, maybe even near Cape Girardeau, you guys could overperform. I wouldn't be surprised with over a foot there. Riley, do I have barbecue chicken and cheese quesadilla? Anyway, instead of for the super chat, appreciate, or Elo for the super chat, appreciate that. Show the temperatures. Yeah, this is what the temperatures are going to look like tomorrow. Again, it's going to be brutally cold tomorrow. Tomorrow morning when you wake up, you might not even want to go play in the snow. I mean, it's going to be 10 degrees in Oklahoma City. It's going to be 11 in Tulsa, 20 in Fort Smith, 15 in Little Rock. And believe it or not, Little Rock might be 15 degrees and still have freezing rain or sleet tomorrow morning. This is the weather sounding for tomorrow. It's going to be awfully close to being a sleet or freezing rain mix, because again, our temperature inversion a few thousand feet off the ground, it's going to be warmer than the surface, and by quite a bit. It's going to be right around or just above freezing. So we might still be dealing with like sleet or snow while it's 15 degrees outside. Huge shout out to Gent with the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate that. And again, after this winter storm is all said and done, we are probably going to end up seeing a pretty interesting weather pattern even beyond this week. I mean, next week, we're going to be talking about the possibility of another winter system by Friday in the southern plains in the southeast, maybe some snow and ice. That could even impact areas as far south as Florida. So very interesting trends. And again, it's all because we have all this Arctic air coming out of Canada. This is what it looks like on the temperature anomaly map. Again, we have an Arctic blast right now coming through the country, a much more intense one Sunday into Monday. Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday, we have another Arctic air mass that's going to surge down to the south, right along the East Coast. So temperature's going to drop again, and that could lead to more snow, maybe even more ice by the end of next week. It's not really going to be warm for most of the eastern tier of the country anytime soon. I'm talking east of the Rockies pretty much. Somebody just asked about Huntsville, Alabama in the chat. I think Huntsville have maybe about 1/10 of an inch of ice, mostly tomorrow morning. I'm going to show you the future radar here across the southeast. This is what it's going to look like around 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you're over in Huntsville or northern Mississippi, freezing rain and sleet bands will be moving to Florence and Huntsville, eventually pushing towards Chattanooga by the late morning and early afternoon. Freezing rain stretching from Memphis back towards Nashville. Heavy snow for those in Nashville during the same exact time frame. Murray and Bowling Green will be dealing with heavy snow as well. And then by the time we get closer to 5, 6 o'clock, freezing rain is literally going to be happening anywhere from Midland, Texas, all the way into North Carolina. It's going to be stretching across a very large area. Snow will continue in Kentucky, Virginia, West Virginia, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, and Missouri. And then our next batch of heavy snow will ramp up by tomorrow evening in Oklahoma, Northwest Arkansas, Springfield, St. Louis, and Louisville. And that is where we could see 3 inches of snow per hour fall in some areas. James with the $10 super chat says, so forecasts are lies from the skies. Sweet crap popcorn. Apparently, just a second ago, Storm Chaser Mezzo Hunter had first responders going the other way in Washington, Oklahoma. This is live shot right now. And obviously, that's not a good thing. I mean, a lot of the time when first responders are out there during an event like this, it's not usually because of somebody speeding or something like that. It usually has to do with, something maybe happened. Hopefully everybody's all right. But right now, what we're looking at here is very treacherous conditions developing in Washington, Oklahoma. We have blowing snow. There's snow on half of the highway here. This is, again, near Oklahoma City. This is just outside of Norman. Got a car with their hazards on. But this is right on I-35.
I'm almost back to home.
But snow is coming down at a pretty good clip here. And around 1 inch per hour. By the way, if you guys have not already, make sure to watch our brand new video. We just uploaded about an hour ago. Even if you don't watch the entire thing, it definitely helps get the word out there more about this winter storm. We just uploaded a video about an hour ago here on the channel. We did actually recorded it live, so we've never done that before. But definitely make sure to check it out. That is, again, right there on I-35 here, just south of Oklahoma City.
I appreciate that blackout. That's actually a pretty good idea. I appreciate that blackout.
This is back over to Storm Chaser Brandon Payne. Pretty similar conditions. This is a different part of the Oklahoma City area. This is southwest of Oklahoma City on I-44. He's traveling up towards Oklahoma City right now. Can we put Storm Intermedia slot 1? Can we put Max
guys, again, for everybody,
Archer
I'm just
slot
gonna say it every
2?
15 minutes or so for everybody that's just tuned in. Connor's not with us. He's on his way to, I guess, like Southern Kentucky or somewhere. He's gonna be.
Got Storm Chaser Storm Intermedia also out there.
I don't know. I was going out to the movies still. I like going out to the movies for sure.
Really driving through the snow here.
I really like. There's something about the hype and the anticipation of doing it. But Jonathan, thank you for the super chat. Big W's to Jonathan in the chat, guys. You're in Pulaski, Tennessee. Okay, where is that at?
Actually, semi out there. Man, again, those semi drivers are going to continue to be out there here. They're still working even during these big winter events. Car's going really slow. Now that person right there is going like 30. Very slow on the highway.
So expensive anymore.
Both be live at the same time.
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so we just got an update out of Shreveport, Louisiana, that there is some freezing rain here. This is actually the first time we've talked about freezing rain in an area that's under an ice storm warning. Most of it has been to the north. This is also somewhere that's indicated on radar to still be just rain. I do think there's a lot more cold air mixing going on than what was expected. It'll be interesting to see some of the soundings that are going to be coming out around the 0Z hour from the NWS offices to see if we do have a little bit more cold air in place, but unfortunately, we don't have that data right now, but freezing rain in Shreveport, which means we're probably also seeing freezing rain in places like Longview, Texas, Tyler, Texas, and maybe even into Dallas.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So, yeah, you can actually see on the METAR data here near El Dorado and Magnolia in southwest Arkansas, temperatures are right around freezing, according to some of the airport data at 6 o'clock. That's 2 hours ago, so it's actually old data. So it's actually dropped below freezing right around north of Shreveport pretty rapidly. So if you're in Shreveport, we are already starting to see ice accumulation. So definitely, again, if you're traveling out there, take it very slow. Again, ice is, in some cases, not visible, and that's what's going to start out as for a lot of these areas. Most of Dallas-Fort Worth, again, is starting to drop down to freezing. So we are going to have a lot more ice accumulation starting out here in the next few hours. It's already freezing rain just west of the Metroplex near Gainesville, and it's going to get more intense here over the next few hours. We have a very intense band of freezing rain stretching from Abilene back into Graham, just west of Gainesville right now. And it's almost all snow currently in Oklahoma. It's almost all exclusively snow back over in the Oklahoma City and Tulsa areas. Little Rock, Arkansas, we're mostly talking about snow for the time being, a little bit of freezing rain just to the south. All right, we have some more photos and videos. We actually apparently have a drone video in here, so we'll check that out. Let's go over to some of our photos and videos that you guys have been submitting. This is a photo from Wichita Falls, Texas. As of now, it's only sleet. This is over in Memphis, Tennessee. I am not crazy, LOL. This is the name, by the way. By the way, guys, if you guys submit us photos and videos, there's a way to put a description. That is technically the name. I don't think your name is Husband Words, I am not crazy, but thank you for sending this in from Memphis. Covering over the sidewalks, though, is kind of smart. I don't think this is crazy, to be honest. It's innovative, if you will. In Mustang, Oklahoma, we have some sleet and snow mix. Started about an hour ago. This is from Great Bend, Kansas, sent in by Trent. Can't see the sidewalk anymore. It sits about 3 inches below the yard. And Camden, Arkansas, we are seeing some ice accumulation here. Building on the car. You can see it right on the windshield and obviously on the front bumper. And if you have a way to cover your windshield or your windshield wipers, you probably should tonight. I'm not gonna lie, it's actually smart. A lot of you guys are coming up with smart and innovative ways to actually cover your car over, but a good idea is put like a blanket over it if it's a crappy blanket. If you got like a plastic wrap, I mean, I don't think it's gonna really work very well, but it's not, it wouldn't hurt. Something stronger at least could help you get the ice off your car a lot easier whenever you actually have to go to work again. This is over in Moore, Oklahoma. We got some snow accumulation there, probably around a coating to an inch. Granby, Colorado. Got a good amount of snow there over in Colorado right now. This is from Zach in Taylor County, Texas. Sleet in Ty, Texas as of right now, just west of Abilene. Oklahoma City has some snowflakes coming down. Should get more intense over the next few hours. Ottawa, Kansas, or Ottawa County, Kansas. Starting to see some snow. Kids don't want to go to school on Monday. I think you'll probably have school in Kansas. I don't think you'll not have school. I think areas like Oklahoma City won't have school on Monday, but we'll see. This is from Autumn in Little Rock, Arkansas. Balls of ice on the deck in Little Rock. Seminole County, Oklahoma. Snow and sleet. And she is happy here in Lawton, Oklahoma. We got the snow falling. I'm not sure about the t-shirt. You might need a jacket. It's cold out there, guys. I would not be staying outside for that long with only a t-shirt. It's over in Knoxville, Tennessee. Again, covering over the vehicle, and it looks like a motorcycle in Knoxville, Tennessee. It was 58 degrees, apparently, and now it's only 29. So the temperature is dropping rapidly over in Knoxville. Got some rain in Iron Springs, Arkansas. That'll freeze over to ice. Might have already done so. Got a little bit of ice accumulating in Shreveport. You can kind of see the glow off of the truck or the SUV. And then some freezing rain, it looks like on a trash bin. And then this is some drone video sent in by Peyton over in Norman, Oklahoma. These are some of the snow levels in Norman right now. If you guys have any drone video, you can always send it in to us. This is apparently 27 seconds long. Pretty cool drone shot here. Thank you, Danny, for becoming a member. And that's a drone video there from Norman, where snow started to come down. This is from Penelope in Lawton, Oklahoma. Got a little bit of snow, probably about a half an inch. Ice accumulation over in Abilene, Texas. And that is it for the photo submissions now. Again, if you have any photos or videos, or even just reports in general about freezing rain out there, you can scan the QR code or go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Submit us a photo or video. Pretty simple. And if you have any sort of interesting reports out there, feel free to send that stuff in. And we're going to continue to show your photos and videos throughout the stream. From Storm Chaser, Storm Intermedia in Oklahoma City right now. Or actually, no, he's in Moore now. He's just south of Oklahoma City.
The National Weather Service.
Snow is starting to pick up a little bit more here, just south of Oklahoma City near Norman.
There on a day that I can actually go in there and chat with them all, and not like
we get Mezzo Hunter in 2,
and not like because then I have the stream, so I'm not gonna like leave you guys.
Slot 2, Mezzo Hunter. Hey Richard for the $20 super chat. Over the road truck driving saved.
I can't wait for that.
My butt from tornadoes to snowstorms question. What is left in Texas going to start seeing ice?
I will
probably as early as tomorrow morning.
Andrew Lyons.
Probably as early as tomorrow morning, but maybe a little after midnight.
A little tour still on the table. I've actually never been to the OU campus.
Well, this will be your first time, so we're gonna go by.
Yeah, never been. I've been through Norman. I've driven through Norman. I've just never been.
Most of North Texas will be picking up on some ice accumulation tonight.
So here we go. We're picking up these heavier snowfall.
Might have to change the name of the channel.
Well, it's not a piece of junk mount. It's just when you.
I'll go back over to live radar here. Once again, though, we got freezing rain currently happening here across parts of Texas, back into southern Oklahoma. That is where we have our freezing rain and sleet. All snow right now across most of central and northern Oklahoma. The heaviest bands are once again just south of Oklahoma City. If you're in Norman, Shawnee, Pauls Valley, and we are mostly talking about heavy snow right now. James with the super chat says, pretty cool drone video, but it's not 10 ice. See, appreciate the super chat. Yeah, not a whole lot of ice expected in Oklahoma tonight. Thank you, Carson, for the $10 super chat. Wichita, Kansas. Wichita will probably be right around 10 inches of snow when this is all said and done. It's going to be a lot of light snow tonight. Tomorrow, a little bit more snow. And then on Sunday is when the heaviest snow is going to happen on the backside of this low pressure system. So this is what we're looking at here as we go into, again, tonight. Freezing rain will spread across much of Texas tonight. Let me go over to this so we have a little bit better view here. But as we go into late tonight, freezing rain is going to stretch from northern Alabama, including the Huntsville area, all the way back towards Dallas-Fort Worth. I've had a lot of people asking about Huntsville. You guys are going to see some freezing rain very early tomorrow morning. And as we go into Saturday afternoon, snow is going to spread across Tennessee, Kentucky, Illinois, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. So if you're in any of those areas, be ready for at least some moderate to heavy snow. The heaviest snow will just be north of Little Rock tomorrow morning. Freezing rain will pretty much be ongoing all across Texas as we go into the late afternoon and early evening. And then eventually, as we go into early Sunday, that snow and ice is going to spread across a very large area. So freezing rain is going to be pretty heavy in areas like Dallas-Fort Worth, northern Louisiana, and then back over towards Nashville, southern Kentucky, northeast Arkansas, near Jonesboro, and all across the Carolinas. We are going to be dealing with some moderate to heavy freezing rain, the heaviest of which will be near Tupelo, Mississippi, and then back over towards the Dallas-Fort Worth area, where we will at least see a quarter of an inch of ice. And then Sunday, we'll have heavy snow basically stretching from Oklahoma all the way back into West Virginia and North Carolina, or not North Carolina, Virginia, excuse me. And then by Sunday morning and afternoon, almost all the snow is out of the southern plains, and it's mostly going to be centered across Ohio and the Northeast. Again, if you're wondering how much snow you can expect, this is really the best graphic or forecast that we've made here on the channel. We are still expecting a widespread foot plus of snow from Louisville and Cincinnati all the way back into southern New England. Thank you simply for becoming a member. If you don't want to look at something this complicated, and if you don't know where you are, again, this is the best way to look at it. Just if you're in this region, there's going to be somewhere between 0 and 67 inches of snow. Doesn't matter where you are, from New England all the way back into Texas. Hey, Jones, for the super chat. I'm going to be honest, guys, I've had a lot of questions about, like, can I leave and go somewhere? Again, I'm not going to answer those questions for you because it depends on risk tolerance. It depends on, like, how long your drive is even going to be. Like, I'm not going to determine that on the stream. If you want to drive tomorrow, if you want to go somewhere, like, that is completely up to you, and it's at your own risk. You have to, you know, you have a risk tolerance of driving somewhere, all right? And so if you don't think driving on an ice rink is safe, then you probably shouldn't be on the roadway tomorrow, because a lot of areas like Dallas, you know, Nashville are going to have ice accumulation at some point. Nashville's leaning more towards the late afternoon for ice right now, but that could obviously change tomorrow. We could see trends differently. So I would just be off the road in general if you're in one of those winter storm warnings or ice storm warnings way earlier than, you know, like the times that I'm telling you. I'm just giving you an idea of when freezing rain and sleet and snow are all going to begin. But I don't want to be the person that tells you, hey, go travel, you know, or it should be fine, and then it's not. Like, that's just, I'm not going to give you that type of advice. So we just said, what about San Antonio? We're expecting around a quarter of an inch of ice there in San Antonio. Hey, Brandy, for becoming a member. This is what it looks like right now in Norman, Oklahoma. This is not far. This is actually right next to OU. Highland for the super chat. There will probably be delays if you're traveling from New Mexico to Oklahoma. And this right next to Oklahoma. This is OU right here. So University of Oklahoma. We already got a coating of snow on the road, and then off to the side on the sidewalks.
There's the stadium.
Looks like about an inch.
Boomer.
This is audio good, by the way. Can you guys hear me all right?
Honestly, not
Chris,
too
$20
crazy
super
about
chat.
weather-wise. I am all Omega. I highly recommend Omega. And actually, it's a good time to talk about Omega. So Omega has actually some really cool features like Rapid Sweep, where you get near real-time.
It's back over to Storm Chaser
We're coming
Brandon
up
Payne.
on
We're back to
the Riverwind Casino south of Norman.
go back to him in a second.
And then we're gonna decide we may
Actually, let's go to Stormrunner Media. I think they're approaching
go
OU right now.
into
So this is Stormrunner Media. They're right next to the University of Oklahoma.
I want to find the football stadium.
Well,
It's got to be.
over.
It's got to be
That's over by the
south side of campus,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So it's all
Because there's
the way out there.
the old softball field. I don't know where the new one is on here, but I know that the old one is close. But if you put in the, it's pretty close to the NWS and the SPC center over here.
Okay.
I don't think I've actually explored on campus
No,
before.
I've never been here. Like I said, I've been to Norman. I've never been to the actual campus.
Jenny, are you still in here? If this is
The level
It's right next
gamma,
to
it's just $4.99 a month.
Oklahoma City
then you go
University.
To beta, which I believe is
University of Oklahoma. I cannot speak. University of Oklahoma right here.
Ooh, put him in the spot.
Yeah, there's
It's a
still
little
quite a bit of
lower
snow here
than,
coming
the
down,
top
and again,
tier
we're
of the
expecting right around 12
That's
inches if you're near
probably air
Norman.
temperature. That probably isn't even the feels like. Okay, the football stadium. If I turn left here, it takes me that way.
whoa.
If I can, I don't think I can. So.
No, we don't want to go by another sidewalk.
No, not again.
No, we're not playing that card again. What time is it here? It is 8:30, just after 8:30.
Lilith with the sewer chat is asking about Stillwater, Oklahoma. Again, most of Oklahoma, and also including the Stillwater area. I'm still forecasting at least 4 inches of snow. I think really anywhere here I'm just going to outline pretty much all of Oklahoma, but basically any of this area should at least see 4 inches of snow. But much better chance of over 4 inches of snow if you're in Oklahoma City, Tulsa, this area. I think we'll actually have many areas get over 1 foot of snow, including Oklahoma City and Tulsa. The National Weather Service is also forecasting over 1 foot of snow for these areas. This is the forecast map, which might have updated. I have to refresh the page again. But this is our snowfall map here, and the latest numbers that they're putting out is about 14 inches for Oklahoma City, Stillwater about 14 inches, Tulsa's 12, Fort Smith about 10, Fayetteville about 13, 14 inches. So again, we're probably going to see a widespread 1 foot of snow here in northern Oklahoma and northwestern parts of Arkansas. If you go further off to the north and east, if you're like Springfield, we're talking right around a foot of snow. St. Louis, 8 to 10 inches. Terre Haute, 8 inches. If you're in Indianapolis, probably about 8 to 9 inches. And then Evansville is going to be right around a foot. Same thing with Lexington, Frankfort, Louisville, and Cincinnati. Should be right around 12 inches of snow. And if you're anywhere across the Northeast, the latest National Weather Service forecast is putting a few areas just northwest of New York City right around 20 inches of snow now. Our forecast currently is suggesting for 12 to 18 or even plus inches of snow across parts of the Northeast there in Pennsylvania and New York. I do think there will be a few locations that push 24 inches of snow, though, especially in southeastern New York. So a lot of snow is coming. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Max, one thing that is going around social media is the latest NAM model run and the ice accumulations that are on there. This close to an event, and honestly for all events or all model runs, they're not very good at accurately predicting what ice accumulations are actually going to be. So the current NAM is showing 3 inches of ice in some place. If you're looking at that and you're like, oh no, my house is in this, am I really going to see 3 inches of ice? The answer is no. There's not really much of a change to the ice accumulations that we are expecting. The ice storm warnings will always be the most accurate thing to look at in terms of accumulations for your area. So if you're in an ice storm warning right now, just go to whatever weather app you use, click on that location and read the information in the forecast within that ice storm warning. It does look like there might be a small uptrend to proper forecasts for ice accumulations, especially in parts of northern Louisiana, where we're already seeing ice accumulate way sooner than what we thought we were going to see that type of precipitation. But for the most part, it's not going to have any of those crazy uptrends that we're seeing on the NAM or anything like that. The best forecast will always be the National Weather Service's forecast.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, that's very important, by the way. Don't look at, I mean, for those that are looking at computer models all the time, like, I mean, I do a lot, obviously, but if you're looking at a lot of computer models, they're going to continue to change over the next 24 hours. They'll show some crazy stuff, right? Don't really rely on that data. Again, that's data that's coming in very last second. Really, a lot of it's not going to be anything different. Like our forecast that we put out and what the HRRR model is showing, which is a very reliable model, is pretty much what's going to happen. There obviously could be some small shifts, some small changes, but generally speaking, it's not going to be anything major. So, again, we're talking about a pretty significant winter storm, though, tomorrow and as well as Sunday. Widespread ice and snow is going to really ramp up tomorrow. Obviously, right now, things are mainly confined to Texas and Oklahoma and Kansas, but by tomorrow, it's going to be all across the Ohio Valley and the central and southern plains. It's going to be a massive winter storm by then. Zombie Killer with the super chat says, I have PTSD from the Louisville, Texas from 2021. Terrified of another days-long blackout again, this time from freezing rain. Speak comfort to me. I think it'll be, for Dallas-Fort Worth, I think the power outages will be more isolated. If you're down further to the east, towards like Longview and Tyler, they could be more widespread. So I don't think everybody over there is going to be, you know, in doom and despair or anything like that. And again, we're talking widespread power outages, mainly to your east. I know I have you on the map. I'd say it's going to be a bit more numerous than widespread. Where are the football games on Sunday? There's one in Seattle and there's one in Denver. If the Patriots somehow got home field advantage, we would be seeing a football game over in New England in 2 feet of snow on Sunday, which would be insane. So, unfortunately, that's not happening. I think that'd be a pretty cool game to watch if we had 2 feet of, upwards of 2 feet of snow falling. But, yeah, we're still a couple days out from that anyway, but that would be pretty cool. Yeah, as of right now, again, model data hasn't really changed a whole lot. We've definitely seen a small shift to the south with our data here over the last 24 hours. It's really not a major shift, but it's enough of a shift at this point to obviously include areas like Atlanta, Georgia in the risk of an ice storm. And it makes it so that areas like Nashville are going to also see more ice and also even see more snow. I mean, snow is actually going to be falling in Nashville much sooner than we thought. And so Nashville will probably end up picking up several inches of snow, but it's only going to be for a few hours. It's going to be late tomorrow morning into the early afternoon. So there has been a shift south. It's just not a really dramatic one that would go all the way back down to like central Alabama, for example, impacting Huntsville and surrounding areas. All right, we got some more photos and videos that you guys are sending in. Let's go ahead and check those out. This is back over in Abilene, Texas. There's ice accumulation there over in Abilene. Sent in by Olivia. This is from Chamblers, I think, from Butler County in Kansas. Not really a whole lot of snow there so far. Over in Russell County, Texas, it looks like we got about 2 to 3 inches of snow already on the ground. So this is a bit more significant than surrounding areas. Got plenty of snow here. It is stacking up very quickly. This is sent in by an anonymous person over in Pontotoc County in Oklahoma. All snow just south of Asher, Oklahoma right now. And then in Norman, which we have a lot of storm chasers in Norman right now, but it's mostly just snow. There's a little bit of sleet from what we saw earlier in the precipitation bands around 6 o'clock or so. This is over in Dallas, Texas. You got golf, you got max velocity on. You got 3 screens on right now. Max velocity's on one of them, W. This is from Nicole over in Oklahoma City. Snow starting to accumulate in Yukon, Oklahoma. Greensburg, Kansas looks almost like a winter wonderland. It's getting close. Is that a real cat? I'm guessing that's just a statue. It looks kind of weird. And Butler County, Kansas, snow's picking up a little bit. This is what it looks like driving over in Pontotoc County in Oklahoma. And snowflakes are pretty small right now. They'll be a lot larger tomorrow night. In Oklahoma City, got about a coating to maybe half an inch on the roadway and also on some of the driveways. Lakewood Estates, Louisiana, they are sold out of both gas grades and propane. That's over near Monroe. They've been out for hours, so a little heads up if you're back over near the Monroe area. This is from Tin Hankins. This is the ice back over in Glen Rose, Texas. Very foggy, too. Emmond, Oklahoma. Cold one for sure. Drip your sinks. That is a good reminder. Drip faucets. Especially with the polar blast that's coming. Got some light snow falling as of now. And very small snowflakes tonight. They'll be a lot larger tomorrow. El Reno, Oklahoma is looking like, again, just about a dusting of snow. It's coming down fast, almost 2 inches there. Snow is accumulating on the roof over in Edmond, Oklahoma. That was a little while ago. A lot of snow photos coming in here. Person named Tickle said in Yukon, Oklahoma. Pathetic so far. You still got a long ways to get until the most significant snows here. We're really talking tomorrow night and early Sunday for the most significant snow here in Oklahoma. But they got a little cover over their car. Just gonna keep their windshield clean. Norman, Oklahoma, it's cold already in Norman. And it also, there's a lot of snow on the ground. And if you have any photos or videos, you can send it in. If you got photos of ice, snow, etc., feel free to send them in. Definitely, if you have ice photos, by the way, we're definitely looking for photos of any ice accumulation out there. We've had plenty of those come in here recently, but if you have any photos like that, feel free to send them in. This is also another photo from Bethany, Oklahoma. A little bit of snow on the ground there. And then our last photo is Wichita Falls, which we have snow and sleet accumulating on a patio set and on the grass. And we are moments away from beginning our freezing rain transition in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And we are expecting freezing rain here very shortly in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We are still above freezing in Dallas. Temperatures have fallen to 37 now in Glen Heights. We started the stream about at 41, 42 degrees, so it's dropped by 5 degrees or so. Freezing rain is starting to cover more areas like Gainesville, Jacksboro, and Bridgeport. It's also transitioning in Sherman. Temperature over in Denison is still about 33 degrees, so it's right around the freezing rain mark. And then over in Abilene, Texas, the camera here is actually frozen over. So there's a camera here, but it's frozen over at this point. The lens itself, because of the freezing rain. Our freezing rain is the most significant near Graham, Abilene, and Sweetwater. Huge shout out to Felicia, my goodness. For the $50 super chat, Hillsborough, Texas, timing on ice, 6-ish in the morning. It'll be, I think, sooner than that. I think most areas, again, in North Texas are going to be seeing freezing rain and ice accumulation by like 1 to 2 in the morning. So it's going to start overnight tonight. Temperatures are dropping pretty quickly. We already have freezing rain starting near Stephenville, Texas, just west of Granbury. So Hillsborough probably sooner than that. I'd say probably closer to 1 to 2. We're only a few hours away from that ramping up. We have some cameras back over near Hot Springs, Arkansas. But as of right now, not seeing any major accumulation in those areas. This is one of the live shots near Hot Springs. And right now looks more like freezing rain just by judging the ground. So we might already have some ice accumulation there near Hot Springs. There are some people still driving on the roadways this evening. It's a little further down to the south on the interstate. Still plenty of people driving out there. I mean, we got wintry precipitation moving through this area right now, freezing rain and sleet's coming down. Keep in mind, a lot of these highways are treated, but that was near Malvern, and you can see, again, we have freezing rain and a little bit of snow off to the north that's all pushing through central and southern Arkansas this evening. It's about to spread out into areas like Memphis, northwest Mississippi here pretty soon. We're going to start to see some more intense snowfall moving off to the northwest. So things will start to pick up in activity here pretty quickly tonight. And again, tomorrow will be really one of the biggest, it will definitely be, I think, the biggest day, at least for these areas. Eli with the $10 super chat asking about Wilson, Texas. Or Wilson, Kansas. Wilson, Kansas, probably not going to see as much as areas like Wichita, but I would say right around 6 to 10 inches. I think 6 to 10 inches is realistic. I'm going to go back to the MRMS radar so you guys can see everything that's happening right now for wintry precipitation. So what it looks like across the board right now. And we have currently 3 different storm chasers out there. We had Storm Runner Media, we have Mezzo Hunter, and we have Storm Chaser Brandon Payne on the bottom right of your screen. Let me see what Brandon Payne's looking at. He's actually at a casino right now, so there's people at the casino right now in the middle of the winter storm. Don't see that every day. Probably a couple dozen cars there in the parking lot.
Okie dokie.
Hey, Jonathan for the super chat. Any info on Lubbock? Primarily just talking about freezing rain right now. You'll transition between freezing rain and snow multiple times. Not really any major update right now. Freezing rain's going to continue here overnight. This is near Oklahoma University. This is in Moore.
The ARW.
Specifically, though, just north there of the University of Oklahoma airport.
Asking me to ask you guys, what does the ARW and the NSSL model?
Jamie with the $20 super chat saying, any chance of ice or snow in Lake Charles, Louisiana? There is a risk of ice, not snow.
One of the only ones that show better moisture value.
So down here near Lake Charles, Beaumont, just south of Houston, there are winter weather advisories in effect. We'll see a very brief transition into freezing rain on Sunday. So no concern tonight, not really any concern tomorrow. It would be Sunday. And Meredith with the super chat asking about the timing of freezing rain and sleet. We already have a band of freezing rain and sleet coming towards you. It's going to pick up again in intensity tomorrow, but you will probably at least see some sleet overnight tonight into very early tomorrow morning. It's going to start as snow and a sleet mix, and then it'll transition into sleet and freezing rain by later in the morning tomorrow. But again, I would be off the road well before then. And I know a lot of you guys are saying there's not a lot of snow in Oklahoma City so far. Again, snow is going to stack up a lot more tomorrow. I'm trying to give you an idea of what's happening here. Again, we've talked about this multiple times earlier in the stream, and I just want to reiterate that, again, the first round of snow that we are currently seeing will intensify tonight. It's going to get heavier. We'll see larger bands of snow. It'll stack up a bit faster, too, in a few hours. But the snowfall rates that we're seeing currently are only about, the ratios that we're seeing, basically. We measure snow on ratios. So we have a snow to liquid ratio is what we call it. So basically every 1 inch of rain typically on average would mean 10 inches of snow. Right now we're sitting at a ratio of about 8 to 1. That's not great if you want lots of snow. So the snow that we're seeing right now is not really stacking up fast. But by tomorrow night, once that colder Arctic air plunges to the south into Texas and Oklahoma, our ratios are going to skyrocket to as high as 18 to 1, which basically means for every 1 inch of rain, 18 inches of snow falls. So Kansas, Oklahoma, these areas here, you're going to have a much better shot of seeing significant snowfall accumulation tomorrow rather than today. And this also goes into Sunday as well. And this is another reason why the Northeast is expected to see more significant snow. It's not because of the longevity of you seeing snow. It has more to do with that cold air on the backside of the storm. It's going to help to rapidly increase those snowfall accumulation numbers. So hopefully that makes sense. But basically our ratios are going to be way better tomorrow in comparison to today. Today is not the ultimate snow day. And honestly, today is more of just like, again, kind of going over questions and trying to answer your questions as well, and just going over the general forecast and making sure that you're prepared for the next 2 days. And the next 2 days are really the big days. Today is just the beginning. Again, it's not even an appetizer. I'd just say it's the drink to the appetizer that's going to start tomorrow morning, and then the entree that's going to happen tomorrow night. Pretty much what it is. Try to find a graphic here that show you that a little bit better, but yeah, that's basically what we're looking at. So what we're seeing right now out there in Oklahoma is not terrible so far, but obviously conditions are getting worse. Hey, Janice, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities.
Look at Katie. That is intense.
Will be the grand finale Sunday night. Gonna get a ton of snow up there in Pennsylvania in the Northeast.
Damn. I haven't been stuck yet, knock on wood. Ice,
I got,
what's going on with Winewood?
for those that are wondering why I left a little while ago, I got DoorDashed a Wawa quesadilla.
Snow?
Trying to change it up. I've had like, I think I had Wingstop and I don't know what else I had the other night. We're staying fueled here for this winter storm. And again, tomorrow and as well as Sunday, we're going to be live for 30 plus hours probably. Thank you, Taylor, for becoming a member.
No mistake.
Also, Nurse for becoming a member.
Oh yeah, I got stuff.
Limited with the super chat asked about Charlotte, North Carolina. Yeah, I think you guys are going to see right around a ½ inch of ice accumulation. At least a ½ inch. The latest forecast from the National Weather Service is indicating probably about a ½ inch of ice, but at least a ¼ inch for your area. Pretty much anywhere in the dark red, you're almost guaranteed to see a half or a ¼ inch of ice. So from just west of Virginia Beach back towards Atlanta, you're almost undoubtedly seeing a ¼ inch of ice out of this event. But anywhere in the dark red, your average forecast, basically the best chance of you, like the best number that we can give you for a forecast is right around a ½ inch of ice. And then in terms of snow, anywhere in those oranges, that's 1 foot or more snow. If you're in the lighter orange, that's at least 8 inches of snow. The yellow is at least 6. The dark blue is 4, and then et cetera, et cetera. So we're talking, even in the red, the red is over 18 inches. So that's going to be like areas in the Northeast near Maine, New York, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is going to get slammed by snow. Riley has something to add on to this. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I was just going to talk about those snow ratios quickly, taking a look at models. So this is right now what we're looking at, and we can see that we're looking at around that 10-to-1 range, 13-to-1 around Oklahoma City, 10-to-9 or 10.9-to-1 a little bit further south. But as you were saying, as that cold air works its way in tomorrow, the snow ratios are going to get even higher, and they're going to get up towards that 15 to 16, even closer to the 20s in parts of Oklahoma City. So just like you were saying, that means 1 inch of liquid equivalent goes from 10 inches of snow to 20 inches of snow. And that's why we're going to see this accumulate so much quicker tomorrow. Now, there's not going to be any more snow going on at this point, but just to show you guys how it sort of makes a difference as it gets colder, we'd be talking about 22.5 inches of snow later on in the day. And say we were in Minnesota and we were having snow in Minnesota and or Wisconsin, that'd be 33 to 1 inch of liquid equivalent. So the colder it is, the fluffier the snow is, and the more snow you're going to get to the less liquid. So as these temperatures start to change, and we're talking about colder and colder temperatures, you're going to see it. If you go out there and try and shovel the snow right now, it's going to be really, really heavy. You go out there tomorrow, you're going to be like, oh, wait, this is easy. Like, what? I could just blow this away if I blow hard enough. But right now, we're still around that 10-to-1. We're going to get into that 21 or 20-to-1 ratio at some point tomorrow afternoon, most likely.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So yeah, I mean, again, when it's colder outside, that means the snow is going to stack up a lot easier. And so, I mean, right now it's obviously cold, right? I mean, I'm not denying it's cold right now in Oklahoma, but if you look at the temperatures right now, it's still 21 or so in Oklahoma City. Tomorrow, it's going to be down to 10. That's a big difference. That makes the snow way more fluffy. That's what's going to make the snow stack up just that much faster. And then by Sunday morning, it's still going to be snowing in some of these areas. It's going to be down to 8-9 degrees. Kansas down to 5. And the reason why the Northeast is going to see such a significant amount of snow is because, look at this. Temperatures almost all day Saturday and Sunday will be in the single digits. That's going to create, for every inch of rain that were to fall, it basically leads to about 20 inches of snow. So it's a major difference depending on where you are in the United States. But no matter what, the colder it is, the better chance you basically have of snow. It's the easiest way to put it. At least cumulative snow that's significant is what I mean. But if it were snowing anywhere in Minnesota or Wisconsin right now, like, I mean, it wouldn't be at this point. It's just way too cold. But if we had any snow in Wisconsin, it could be falling at significant rates. I mean, 20 degrees below zero means we could have 30 inches of snow for every 1 inch of rain that were to fall, which I doubt we would see really any snow up there anyway with how cold it is. Usually don't see snow when it's that cold, but it's very interesting stuff. There are a ton of different storm chasers right now all around the Oklahoma City area. We got 3 of them on the bottom of your screen. Got snow ongoing all around Norman and the Oklahoma City area. Is anybody tuning in right now from Oklahoma City? Let me know where you guys are tuning in from in the chat. Also, you actually everybody should do this. Go to the second to top link in the description below. Go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. It's the second to top link in the description. You can click the location report button and basically plot your location on a map. That way we can see where you're tuning in from. And that will give us a better idea of where we should be talking about when it comes to this winter storm. For those that have questions, this is a very good way to do it. We'll basically have a heat map of where you guys are tuning in from. So you go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com, do that location thing, and just click submit. And that way we can plot your location and get an idea of, what areas we should be talking about more of. I'm seeing a lot of people, though, in Dallas, Fort Worth, Oklahoma in the chat right now. Thank you, Counter, for becoming a member. So what the roadways look like in Norman.
I might have to get those.
Tomorrow, these roads are going to look terrible. There's going to be so much snow on the roadways in Norman by tomorrow.
Not like me.
We just lost him. But there's going to be, like, almost no way to see the roads tomorrow. It's already looking pretty treacherous.
Yeah, I mean,
roads are not staying clear of all the snow. There are no snow plows down here, really. There's very few, so these roads are going to look a lot worse tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm one of the people, I think the NAM is terrible outside of, like...
Riley has a urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, so we just got even more winter storm warnings across the United States. This is actually, I think, a little interesting. I'm going to draw your attention to New Mexico, where we have a winter storm warning for 4 to 8 inches of snow and then 8 to 16 in higher elevations. There were a few in the New Mexico area earlier today, but they did just issue a bunch more. So New Mexico, you are now included in the winter storm warnings associated with this system. I believe the reason we're seeing this happen is because we're seeing more of a precipitation shield off to that northern side, as well as more cold air, so it's leading to more snow, freezing rain, and sleet in general. So we may see a little bump up in our snow totals tomorrow morning when we see what happens tonight as well. But for now, that's an extension to our winter storm warnings.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So for all those that are going to the website that's linked down below and putting your locations in, you can actually see in real time how many people are submitting their location on the map. You can actually see it generate. It's pretty cool. But we have a lot of people currently tuning in from St. Louis. Let me turn off the radar here. How do I do that? Where's the radar? The monitoring? Oh, here it is. Let me turn off the radar so you can see the heat map a little bit better. But anywhere in those like darker reds, that's where most people are tuning in from, basically. So we got a lot of people tuning in from St. Louis. Got a huge amount of people in the Dallas area. And also Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Bentonville area, near Fayetteville in Arkansas. Little Rock got a decent amount. Got a lot of people actually over in Chattanooga right now. Very few in Huntsville, and then a lot of people over near Atlanta. So most of you right now that are tuning in are pretty much seeing some of the impacts at least beginning. So Dallas, St. Louis is not really until tomorrow morning. But a lot of people right there in the Oklahoma stretch near Tulsa and OKC, then back towards Fayetteville. There's now over 1,000 of you. It's actually kind of cool to watch this in real time. Got over 1,000 people sharing their location on here. Got a decent amount of people in that Long Island area too, near New York City. Yeah, basically, a lot of you guys are tuning in from Dallas, and as we've kind of talked about, Dallas is going to see a lot more freezing rain as we go into the overnight hours. We already have some freezing rain out there, mainly down to or up to your north. It's fairly light stuff right now. It's not very significant, but it's going to get a lot worse tomorrow. The freezing rain is going to get a lot heavier, and it's going to lead to power outages and a lot more problems for the Dallas area. For right now, things are obviously calm. Most areas in the DFW Metroplex are still around or just above freezing. Off to your west and near Denton, we are now transitioning into freezing rain. So if you're in Denton, Texas, we are now transitioning into the freezing rain aspect of our winter storm, and that's going to continue all the way through Sunday morning. And Gainesville, Graham, you guys have had freezing rain for over an hour now. Wichita Falls is mostly sleet at this point. You can see on the live camera here in Wichita Falls and Burke Burnett, it's a lot of freezing rain, kind of some snow and sleet mixing in there. It's all types of precipitation right now in Burke Burnett. But notice it's only 21 degrees outside. So it is very, very cold near Wichita Falls. And then all around Oklahoma City, we're talking mostly snow. And again, the worst snow will be tomorrow night into Sunday. Thanks so much, New, for the $20 super chat saying Wawa on me. I appreciate that. Thank you. Quesadilla is not bad, by the way. For those in Tulsa, the worst of the snow again will also be tomorrow. This one looks like, by the way, right now, let me go over to Mezzo Hunter. This one looks like in Norman. This is right on a lake. You can see the snow come down at a pretty good pace right now. But again, a lot of those snowflakes are small.
Waves are not nearly
it's
as
also
exciting
wet.
as, the Great Lake trees, but there we go. If I put it really low, there, it makes it look bigger. All right.
Apparently, there might be a little bit of ice trying to accumulate on the lake, I think is what
I think there is a way. I'm still on Wi-Fi. This is awesome. I think there might be a way.
Live again in Norman. Need chat enough for becoming a member?
Bear with me. I swore there was a way.
This is Storm Chaser Brandon Payne. This is on the west side of Oklahoma City. This is actually not far from the OKC airport, the Will
got some
Rogers
good accumulation starting here.
World Airport.
I think we're gonna have a pretty steady snow here in Norman starting like in the past 30 minutes. I think it's gonna be at least a steady light snow for the next probably 8 or 9 hours with some intermittent heavier snow. I think this is gonna be towards the northern cutoff of the heaviest snow tonight. And then we'll have more fall tomorrow night. But I think Norman...
This is the latest on our map, our heat map here. People tuning in, and the number of people over in Ohio has rapidly increased. Yeah, a lot of you guys tune in from Columbus and Cincinnati. A hotspot actually in Greenville. And for those that are in Greenville, I've touched on the Carolinas a few times, but I do want to reiterate that if you are in the Greenville area, we are expecting an ice storm. Likely going to see at least a half of an inch of ice there, so be prepared for power outages. It is pretty likely there. Memphis, kind of the same deal. I mean, we're talking about a half an inch of ice at least in that area. I'm actually surprised we have nobody tuning in from Tupelo, at least out of the 1,600 people that submitted on our website here. But I mean, Dallas has a huge number. Thank you, Austin, for becoming a VIP Velocity member, and also Steve for becoming a member. When is it hitting the East Coast? Saturday night. It'll start Saturday afternoon for the East Coast. And then most of it, though, will be on Sunday. So here's an hour-by-hour view. Timestamps top of your screen. This is what it's going to look like by around 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll have snow near Memphis, snow approaching Nashville, snow near Mayfield, Kentucky, and then some light snow in southern Missouri and northern Arkansas. Oklahoma City area will be mostly light to moderate snow. Same thing with Tulsa. Kansas City will be very, very light snow by this point. And then freezing rain is going to be impacting Huntsville, just north of Birmingham, towards Shreveport and Dallas. Once we get closer to 10 o'clock, a lot of that snow is going to be filling in across Tennessee, including the Nashville area, Bowling Green as well, Murray, Jackson, surrounding areas like Knoxville. You guys are all going to be seeing some light to moderate snowfall at this time. Freezing rain and sleet will continue near Memphis, Florence, and Huntsville around this time. And then if you're in Huntsville, the freezing rain should stop around 2 o'clock. It should be mostly a cold rain. Oxford and Tupelo, you guys are going to be dealing with very heavy freezing rain throughout the afternoon. Riley has something to add on to this. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I have an update from NWS Charleston, West Virginia. They just updated the winter storm warning for every single county in their WFO. Now states heavy mixed precipitation expected. Total snow accumulations between 7 and 12 inches and ice accumulations to 0.2 of an inch. So that is basically for every single county in their weather forecast office area in West Virginia.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So we now have winter storm warnings in effect for all of West Virginia. But as I was talking about, 2 o'clock tomorrow, heavy snow near Nashville, Bowling Green, Evansville, and Louisville. And St. Louis. You'll be having some light to moderate snowfall up there. This is where our heaviest snow is going to set up. It's going to be right around 5 o'clock tomorrow. We'll have a heavier band of snow near Clarksville, Gallatin, and then just south of Bowling Green. You can see those kind of white colors. That's your really heavy snowfall that's going to set up right along the sleet line here near Dyersburg as well. And then eventually by 6 to 7 o'clock, we're going to have that snow moving off to the northeast. Freezing rain is going to fill in near Charlotte, North Carolina, near Columbia, Raleigh, and as well as the Fayetteville area. And then by the late evening and overnight hours, look at how large this snow band is going to be. It's going to be stretching from Chicago back in Oklahoma City, and also near Washington, D.C. and Richmond. Roanoke is also going to be dealing with some pretty heavy snowfall as well. Freezing rain is going to be impacting Raleigh, Fayetteville, Greenville, and North Carolina, Columbia as well. And Atlanta, Georgia is going to be getting hammered by some pretty heavy freezing rain tomorrow night. And again, we have over 100 live cameras just inside of this area that'll have every view of this tomorrow. So it'll be very interesting to see how things pan out. And then overnight into Sunday morning, the freezing rain, snow is going to continue to grow in size. We'll have a large band of snow stretching from New York and Connecticut all the way into Oklahoma. This is when we're going to be seeing those snowfall rates upwards of 3 inches per hour. So the snow is going to be a lot more heavy and significant as we go into the morning hours of Sunday, and even all day Sunday. It'll be pretty significant across the board. And then by the time we get closer to lunchtime, freezing rain and sleet continues in Washington, D.C., southern New Jersey, Richmond, and we'll have very heavy freezing rain still near Columbia, South Carolina, and Raleigh. And then by the late afternoon and early evening, our snow is mostly going to be confined to the Northeast for areas like Ohio, Columbus, Cleveland, even Toronto, Ottawa. We'll have some light to moderate snow there. But areas like Boston, Massachusetts, and Long Island will be having very heavy snowfall around this time frame. Possibly snowfall rates around 3 inches per hour, which could easily lead to over 12 inches of snow almost across all of southern New England and really across most of the Northeast. So in terms of actual snowfall accumulation, this is our current forecast right now. We're talking about a widespread 12 to 18 inches in Pennsylvania and southern New England, 7 to 12 anywhere in the pink, and then anywhere in the dark blue, 4 to 8 inches. And then much lower numbers in the light blue color. We're talking maybe 1 to 4 inches for areas like Chicago, Detroit, and also the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Where's the link to the heat map? If you guys want to submit your location, it is the second to top link in the description below, or go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. This is what our current heat map looks like. We have 1,900 people have submitted, and again, any of those really dark red areas is where like the majority of our population density is right now that's tuning in. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I will preface this by saying it is definitely not tornadic, but I want to draw your attention near Kerrville, Texas, where there's concurrently a winter storm warning in a very broadly rotating supercell. So this is some new convection that's popped up in the last little bit. Once again, it's certainly not tornadic, but it is still interesting to see a rotating updraft in the same area as a winter storm warning.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. That we're in Texas, obviously. Severe weather happens. We have a strong storm happening while there is a winter storm warning. Don't see that every day. It's rotating. It's not much, but there's a very broad area of circulation right over Kerrville approaching I-10. So hey, it's not snowing here for the record. I mean, temperatures here are probably in the mid-50s, but could have some small hail. It's very possible we have some small hail with these storms. You can also see it on the other radar site. There's a very broad area of rotation there. Got a few other storms that have gone up. We actually have one west of Purcell that looks a little bit more interesting too, but yeah, something down there in South Texas happening tonight. Right now in Killeen, Texas, it's about 47, so it's in the mid to upper 50s down here near San Antonio. It's going to drop pretty quickly tomorrow, but definitely interesting. It's actually 62. All right, so the actual temperature in Kerrville is 62 right now. Dew point's about 52. So it's not a very favorable environment for severe weather, but definitely could still get a strong storm down there. Hey, Casey, for the super chat, what are we looking at? Broken Arrow for tomorrow? I'm guessing you're talking about Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. If you're in Broken Arrow, it's going to be snowing. There's not really going to be a whole lot of ice, so I'm not sure if your workplace is going to cancel because of the snow, but that would be the only reason to cancel at this point. There's not going to be really any ice accumulation up there. Second link is to buy merch, is it? The link not down there? No, the second link's the report website. The third link is accurate, and the fourth link is merch. Might have scrolled too far. Snow is coming down a lot more rapidly in Norman, Oklahoma. A lot of small snowflakes, but it's definitely heavier snow. If you look at the map bottom right of your screen, almost all of the Oklahoma City area is now experiencing some snow. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I have another winter storm warning update, this time near the Blacksburg, Virginia weather forecast area. New updated totals for this warning is snow accumulations between 1 and 4 inches and ice accumulations between 1/4 and 1/2 inch.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So if you're back over near Lynchburg, Lexington, expecting more of a significant ice threat here rather than snow. Those numbers have gone up just a little bit. Or ice. We just said in the chat, Connecticut is about to get hammered. Pretty much. It's gonna be a lot of snow up there. Snow NATO warning polygon incoming. We're not getting a snow NATO. You know, we had snow NATOs back in 2021. I think that was the biggest difference between this setup in 2021. There were snow NATOs in North Texas during that ice storm and winter storm that we had. I don't think this time we're going to be talking about snow NATOs, but we have instability, so you never know. Riley has an update. Go ahead.
Hey, Max, I have a more updated winter storm warnings. This time we're looking at Wakefield, Virginia's weather forecast area. New totals on this are snow accumulations between 4 and 9 inches and ice accumulations up to 3/4 of an inch.
Thank you for the update. So that's just south of Richmond, Lawrenceville area, Nottoway, Surrey, Emporia, and Boynton. All those areas are now up to 4 to 9 inches of snow accumulation. So the numbers have actually gone up a little bit. Hey, Smoke for the sewer chat. I'm going to put the link. If you guys want to submit your location thing, I'll just spam the link in the chat real quick. Is the grid holding up? We aren't really into the actual... I mean, we're into, like, the beginning of the winter storm. But again, this is the very beginning of this winter storm. Tomorrow, it's going to be a completely different beast. Like, we're going to be live for probably 16 hours tomorrow. We're going to be live today for upwards of 6 to 7. I mean, we're at a little over 5 hours right now. But tomorrow is a completely different beast. Again, we are talking about widespread snow, widespread freezing rain. There's going to be power outages coming in. We're going to have so many things that we're going to be relaying tomorrow. Today is obviously just the beginning of this. This is already becoming a pretty significant winter storm, but it's going to be a lot worse tomorrow. Like, if you put this on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the peak of this storm, we are still at like the 2 to 3 level. Like, we're so low on the scale still for the intensity of what this winter storm is. Like, we have snow falling, obviously we have freezing rain falling, and it's the beginning, but like tomorrow, even in the morning, we're probably gonna be at like a 4. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll be at like a 7, and then probably closing in on 10 by around 11 o'clock tomorrow night for the intensity of what this winter storm is. So we're still very early stages. And the only way it would be a 1 is like nothing's really happening. So like we're barely over that hump right now. Hey, Rose for the super chat. Also Philip for the super chat. This is the latest on our heat map for everybody tuning in. We're over 2,000 people that have shared their location. It's a very large diversity area now. We have a lot of people up near Long Island, a lot of people in the DC area, Cincinnati, Columbus. Cincinnati and Columbus, you guys will be near a foot of snow. St. Louis is going to be right around 6 to 8 inches. Kansas City, 5 to 7 inches probably. Springfield, Bentonville, all these areas down here in Oklahoma are going to be right around the foot marker. We have a seriously high amount of people in Dallas-Fort Worth. You have to zoom in to have the heat density go down any. A lot of people in the Dallas-Fort Worth area tonight. Got a little hot spot too in Longview. Hey, Don for the super chat. Larry at the super chat is asking about Lexington, Kentucky. If you're over in Lexington, we're going to be watching for mostly snow. There will be a transition, though, sometime late Saturday into early Sunday into sleet and freezing rain. It'll probably be overnight, but I would expect if you are in Lexington, around 8 inches to maybe 10 inches of snow. It's not even snowing in Tulsa. That is because we have a little bit of dry air in the atmosphere, and if you're on the east side of Tulsa, there's no snow happening right now. This is what it looks like on the high definition radar. It's all west of Tulsa still, so snow will ramp up over the next hour. It's not snowing yet if you're on the east side. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, in camera slot number 1 right now, we have a little bit of a traffic incident off to the west of Jonesboro. This is where we believe that we're seeing mostly snow accumulation. There might be a little bit of icing mixed in there right now, but nonetheless, it looks like there's some sort of traffic incident.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So this is probably winter storm related if I have to guess. That is live on Highway 230 at exit 111. Hard to tell exactly what is going on there, but nonetheless, this is going to be a common occurrence tomorrow, for sure, across the southern plains. Got multiple first responders there on the scene. Yeah, that's in Arkansas. Arkansas is seeing some frozen precipitation a bit sooner than forecasted, and that is moving towards Memphis right now. Memphis is actually about to start to see snow and sleet here within the next hour. If you look bottom right of your screen, it's just outside of Memphis. It's coming. This activity is going to be making its way into Memphis here in the next hour. Clarksdale's already starting to see some freezing precipitation. Pine Bluff is seeing a load of freezing rain or sleet right now, and then Little Rock is about to see some snow here shortly. It's about 20 degrees in, what is that, Searcy, Arkansas. We have very light snow maybe falling here. Not seeing any snowflakes, but there at least radar's picking up a little bit off the ground of some very light snowflakes coming down right now. Russellville is going to start to see snow here over the next little bit. And then Fort Smith, you guys are dry, but heavy snow's off to your west. And that's going to ramp up here in about an hour. So you'll start to see some snow back over there in Fort Smith here pretty soon. But our freezing rain, sleet, and snow line is basically right here. So if you're near Pauls Valley and Ada, that's mostly snow. Purcell, same thing. Wichita Falls is kind of a mix of everything. It's like a mixed bag. It's mostly sleet and freezing rain, but a few snowflakes have been mixing in there. Temperatures are right around 20 degrees right now. Looks like it's starting to go more into snow in Wichita Falls and surrounding areas. This particular live cam's in Burke Burnett. By the way, this is a 65-mile-per-hour road right here. That's live here. This is Max Archer. This is 65-mile-per-hour road. It doesn't even look like he's going 40. That's the conditions that are developing here near Oklahoma City. There aren't very many people on the roadways right now. This is Storm Runner Media, just south of Oklahoma City. Looks like a car pulled off the road. Doesn't look like anybody's in it. Disappointed in Atlanta. Was hoping for snow. No snow's coming. All right, we had some more photos and videos that you guys are submitting to us. Actually, we have 50. I am very behind. All right, we have a lot of photos and videos that you guys have been sending in to us. Oh, here's a more zoomed in look at the incident. Looks like a semi may have slipped. Probably icy roads here. A state trooper and some other first responders there. This is the danger, again, of traveling while there's a winter storm. And obviously, the freezing rain did begin a little bit earlier than expected, but that's one of the reasons why you should be off the road way sooner. This over in Rayland, Texas, got a lot of snow on the ground there. Good coating to an inch. A lot of snow in Norman already. Sent in by Ty. In Chickasha, Oklahoma. Definitely over an inch of snow there. This is a really pretty view in Ofuskee County, Oklahoma. Some snow on the ground there. It's a video sent in from Moore, Oklahoma. Finally has some snow there in Moore. Just wondering, anybody in the chat seeing snow for their first time this weekend? Just out of curiosity. I don't know how many people are. I mean, a lot of these places have seen snow before, but this is a look in Norman, Oklahoma. Snow there. It's over in Lubbock, Texas. That was a little earlier today. Freezing rain ongoing in Hampstead County, Arkansas. That is already accumulating to the hood of the car from Chandler. Hey, Laura from Come to Maximum Velocity member. Got a few of you seeing snow for the first time this weekend. Philip with the super chat asking if we could really see 18 inches of snow in Philly. I do think 18 inches of snow is definitely on the table. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, that a storm that we were talking about earlier in Kerrville, Texas, is actually got a special weather statement now for half-inch sized hail. That's moving northeast at 15 miles an hour.
Hey, Riley, for the update. So again, we now have a strong thunderstorm while seeing a winter storm warning. There is a special weather statement, again, in effect right now for Kerrville, just south of Fredericksburg. And there is a little bit of rotation on it. I don't think it'll become tornadic, but we do have a hailstorm down there producing some small hail. Just west of Austin, Texas. There's a little bit of lightning, I believe, too, but very minimal lightning. It's mostly to the west of San Antonio. These little pop-ups here, just east of Leakley. So we got strong storms. It's about 60 degrees down here, so it's thriving off of pretty chilly weather, actually, for storms to be out there, but 60, it's enough. All right, let's go back to your reports. Photos and videos. Again, that was some ice here over in Hampstead County, Arkansas. Arapahoe, Nebraska. Got a coating of snow there. This is in Throckmorton County, Texas. Ice accumulation in Woodson, Texas. This is ice, not snow. That is all sleet that is on the ground in Woodson, Texas. Looks like a thick layer of sleet, too. That's probably about a half an inch at least. Got icicles growing over in Cook County, Texas. This is sent in by Charlotte at about 8 o'clock tonight. I do want to turn your attention real quickly. We have a kind of a breaking update that just came out. Moderate to heavy snow is likely over the next few hours. That is going to be for areas in Henrietta, Oklahoma City, Tulsa, with snow and sleet mixing in near Henrietta. Greatest potential for rates around 1 inch of snow per hour. So if you're anywhere near Tulsa, I know I had somebody asking in the chat, where's the snow? If you're in Tulsa, you're going to see some snow here pretty soon. Oklahoma City, Norman, Chickasha, all of you guys are going to see some snow. So it's all increasing right now in coverage. Now, as a little reminder here, this is the danger of traveling right now in Arkansas. Looks like that semi is starting to drive again, but the problem is I think that semi probably slipped on the ice. That is going to be a very common occurrence tonight. Back over here in Arkansas, it's going to happen in Texas, it's going to happen in Oklahoma. It's definitely best to stay off the road if you can, unless it's an emergency. All right, back over to your photos and videos. This is in Oklahoma City. Got about a coating on the snow there on the south side. This is also in OKC. Got sleet accumulating in Seminole, Texas. So that windshield is now covered over in ice as well. Another photo from Enid, Oklahoma, with a little bit of a dusting. A little bit of snow on the ground also in Oklahoma City. Ardmore has a little bit of snow and sleet. Starting to snow over in Abilene. I believe that's actually sleet. So we probably have sleet now in Abilene. Abilene, Texas is one of the areas that will be seeing some sleet and freezing rain over the next several hours. So it's going to get a lot worse overnight tonight. Seymour, Texas, as of 5 o'clock, a little bit of sleet and snow. There is legit ice accumulating in Cole County. This is in Cole County, Oklahoma. Look at the ice crystals there on the side of that patio furniture. There's actually legit ice here. He needs to come inside. Who's he? Is there a thing here? I don't see anything. There's a bike. It just says he needs to come inside. I don't know what we're talking about and what we're referencing, but okay. This is in Yell County, Arkansas. All quiet right now. We'll update. This is near Oklahoma, or University of Oklahoma in Norman. Very cold in Abilene. A lot of sleet. Probably about half an inch of sleet already in Abilene. This is sent in by Grandma in Tarrant, Oklahoma. I came outside to sit down, and now I can't. It's all icy. I don't know why you would want to go outside and sit down in this weather to begin with. It is very cold, but thank you for your submission. Thank you, All-American, for becoming a member. And also DT for the super chat. I'll go over the ice again in a minute. And for Augusta. Augusta should be around a tenth to a quarter. C4 Stripes with the $20 super chat asking about Indianapolis. What's the status? I'm expecting about 6 to 8 inches for Indianapolis for snow. Manhattan, Kansas has some snow coming down. Oklahoma City, good amount of snow there as well. Got a lot of Oklahoma City reports coming in. A lot of sleet and freezing rain, again, over in Texas. This is in Texarkana. So it's all sticking to the vehicles, onto the windshield. This is in Tulsa, Oklahoma. It looks like garbage bags, I think, over is windshield. It's hilarious how many people in Oklahoma resort to this. Literally looks like trash bags over it. What in the world is this setup? This is one of the more interesting setups we've had for a windshield and windows in Wadena County, Minnesota. This isn't Minnesota? I don't know if this is in Minnesota or if it's further south. It might just be their location of where they're sending the photo from. This might be somebody else, but that's very interesting. Either way. Just the beginning and more. I just saw a croc left outside. I don't know if you meant to leave the croc outside, but you might want to take that in. Otherwise, it's gonna be covered over by snow tomorrow. So over in New York, where there's a light breeze, it's about 9 degrees there. A lot more snow is coming this weekend. Ardmore, Oklahoma is starting to see some sleet accumulating in Ardmore. You can see it shining off the pavement. Over in Hot Springs, Arkansas, we got a little bit of ice accumulating onto another car. Got some dogs playing out in the snow in Buchanan, Missouri. It's starting to snow there now. More trash bags, it looks like, on top of the car. They're saying it's still weak snow, but I'm starting to believe you a little bit. It's good. At least we're putting belief into the meteorologist. This is back over in Oklahoma City as well. We have had a lot of Oklahoma City photos. Again, a lot of snow sticking to cars now. And a lot by tomorrow morning, a lot of these cars might not even be visible with how much snow is going to fall if they're just parked in one place. So from earlier today in North Carolina, a lot of power trucks out there ready to go to keep the power up in some areas. This is interesting. In Minneapolis, Minnesota, got somebody with some noodles. It's a floating, this is not AI, that's a floating fork because of how cold it is. The temperatures are below 0. So the noodles froze with the fork that's floating in the air over in Minneapolis. Made by freezing ramen in the air outside. Quite the science experiment in Minnesota. This is over in Potow, Oklahoma. Snow starting to get going there. Thank you, Mr. Hammers, for becoming a member. This is in Coltville, Texas. Got about a dusting to a coating on the ground. Got a little bit of ice in Miller County, Arkansas. Enid, Oklahoma. A little bit of snow there. Great Bend, Kansas has about an inch or two, it looks like. Maybe even 3 inches of snow now. Grady County is actually seeing some pretty legit accumulation. That looks like at least 2 to 3 inches there as well. Texarkana is now seeing sleet, so freezing precipitation's begun in Texarkana. The dogs loving the snow out there in Ellsworth County, Kansas. And we got about, let's see, 2 more photos after this. A little bit of snow over in Stillwater, Oklahoma. Hutchinson, Kansas has a little bit of snow. And then our last photo here, Pontotoc County, Oklahoma. As of now, it's an ice layer on the bottom. Roughly an inch of snow as of right now. And that's, again, a reminder, if you are planning on going outside, playing in the snow, especially tomorrow, keep in mind there will be a thin layer of ice on the ground in some of these areas. In Oklahoma, in Texas, doesn't really matter where it is. So keep in mind that that is a legit threat, unfortunately, if you want to go play in snow. It'll be a little bit slippery and slick out there. It's not necessarily what you want to see, but that's kind of where we're at. Got more. Oh, actually, we got more photos now. Over in Stigler, Oklahoma, we have some snow sticking to the car. Might even be a little bit of sleet. More snow in Harmon County in Oklahoma. Got covered super quick in Shawnee, Oklahoma. So snow's coming down really fast there. You can see all the snowflakes. Sleeting heavily in Little Rock, Arkansas. Comanche County is dealing with some snow. In Oklahoma this is apparently somebody from Colorado, so I'm happy to see snow. My 7-year-old son was glued to the window as a happy clam, or happy as a clam, excuse me. Again, we got a lot of Oklahoma City photos here. Also, if you guys have any photos of grocery stores, I haven't really seen many of those recently, but if you have any photos of like grocery stores, like what they look like right now in some of these areas, definitely feel free to send those in. If you want to send in photos and videos, it's the QR code on your screen. Feel free to send stuff in. Again, we'll continue to show stuff throughout this live stream, and obviously, for sure, tomorrow. I know a lot of you tomorrow will have a lot more photos and videos, especially since many of you will be inside of some pretty significant weather. This is the first time, I think, that we've maybe seen somebody get stuck, or maybe people are just parked. Can't really tell, but the snow's coming down rapidly now in Oklahoma City.
All right.
Roads are getting covered over rapidly by snow as well. Snow's coming down a lot heavier here in the OKC area.
Turn around right here.
So again, Storm Chaser Brandon Payne. Hey, Christian, for the $10 Venmo. Corbin, Kentucky, I think 4 to 8 inches.
Hey, he got it. He's free.
Somebody was, okay, so somebody was stuck here. They got freed. Yeah, that's the first time that we've had any of our storm chasers, I think, so far.
Hey,
Actually,
stop driving that thing around.
See somebody get stuck.
Two-wheel drive sports car around. You're gonna end up right where you just were again. But we got a pretty good rate coming down here. I'd say it's probably about an inch an hour, maybe just over an inch an hour. This is, again, like I said, this is definitely what you want to see if you live in Norman. This is where you want to see, this is what you want to see anywhere you live.
Hey, CJ, appreciate the super chat.
This is what we want consistently here.
Hope everybody stays
like I said earlier,
during this winter weather event.
Going to get in on the best totals tonight.
I'm pretty scared about the power outages, and I am nervous that these power outages are going to be pretty significant, and there could be a time period, you know, this weekend where power outages last for, you know, obviously days, and that could also mean that a lot of these places are going to be obviously below freezing, which means that we could have problems when it comes to people staying warm, you know, this weekend into next week. Most areas that will see power outages this weekend into early next week will likely stay below freezing almost all of next week, which is very concerning. So, again, Carolinas are at risk. Tennessee, northern Mississippi, northwest Alabama near Florence is at risk for that as well. Southeastern Arkansas, Dallas-Fort Worth even is in that risk. So, it's not good. We have a lot of ice storm warnings in effect. Any of those purple boxes that go from Shreveport and just north of Houston back up towards Huntsville, mainly Florence, not Huntsville, but you guys are all in ice storm warnings. That's where that risk is going to be the highest. Ice storm warnings for Atlanta, Greenwood, all sorts of areas in upstate South Carolina and North Carolina. Snow's continuing to come down at a pretty heavy clip.
Yeah, I don't know
still
what
in Oklahoma
just
City.
happened with Nightbot. Nightbot just decided it was everybody's time to go. I'm telling you, man, the robots, when they take over, it's going to be ugly.
As a reminder, if you guys do want a full video talking all about what to expect, I know a lot of you are asking questions. I highly recommend watching our video. I uploaded a new weather forecast not even 3 hours ago, going very in detail about what to expect here from Texas back to the East Coast. Again, it's up on our YouTube channel. You can check it out. Just click my channel name and you'll find it. It's the latest video talking all about the significant snow and ice that's coming this weekend. We did that video literally live on stream, which is pretty impressive. We've never done that before.
Man, this is a very, very good snowfall rate right here. Like I said, guys, I'm beating a dead horse right now. This horse is getting worn out. But this is what you want to see if you want to get good totals out of this storm. Again, continuing the dead horse beating. This is going to come in two waves. We're going to have the snow tonight. That's going to fall overnight. And we're going to have the lull tomorrow, and then it's going to pick back up tomorrow night. That's how it's going to play out here in Oklahoma. So if you're watching from Oklahoma, we're going to have this tonight. We're going to have a lull
Hey, Cody,
tomorrow,
for the super chat, bring your pets, or bring your pets in, folks.
Up in Oklahoma.
Dogs can get frostbite in as little as 5 to 10 minutes with the cold in Minnesota.
For anybody wondering how long this is going to stick around, I think
it's
going to stick around for a while because there's going to be a lot of cold air across most of the country for the next probably 2 weeks. We are, nothing is set in stone yet. We don't really have specifics, but we're already tracking the potential for another southern winter storm next weekend. Of course, the GFS is on crack and it is not right, but the 12Z GFS showed like 30 inches of snow in central Alabama next weekend, which obviously is not going to happen, but all the models are starting to pick up on a southern snowstorm next weekend as well. So we're going to have this, and then we're probably going to have another chance next weekend, and there's just going to be a constant supply of cold air through most of the country, pretty much everywhere east of the Rockies for at least the next 2 weeks. So once this stuff falls, you may have a...
Thank you to Bruno for the $10 super chat. My 7-year-old son was glued to the window as a happy clam. Quote from Max Velocity in 2026. Yeah, that was quite the quote. Have Riley make the t-shirt now, please. Also appreciate the coverage as always. Appreciate that. They also, Shiny for the super chat. Last ice storm knocked out about 60% of power in Evansville, Indiana in January of last year. So my question is, do we have to worry about that this time around? No. Now, I mean, the power outages, again, I showed you the map. The only reason why I have any areas in the yellow up here highlighted for that, that is mainly because of the fact of the snow. And I mean, if we have enough snow, over a foot, it could actually lead to some isolated power outages, but it's going to be isolated. Anywhere in that yellow is isolated. We're not talking about ice storm in Evansville, though. And the areas that are most at risk are going to be in the red. The orange is kind of a bit more of a maybe, sort of. Again, it's maybe widespread, but more likely just scattered to numerous. This is a video from Max Archer, Storm Chaser on Radar Omega. Some of the conditions out there. Again, very heavy snow. Very difficult to, it's not too hard to see out there, but visibility's been dropping. And tomorrow night, when it's snowing here in the Oklahoma City area, it's going to be a lot worse than this. It'll be much heavier than what we're looking at here. The snowflakes will be a lot larger, is really going to be the biggest difference. These are small, tiny little snowflakes that are flying out there. But by tomorrow, our snowfall rates will be a lot higher. As a reminder, if you're anywhere in the red or purple, we are going to have, again, very big impacts when it comes to snow, when it comes to ice. If you're in the red or purple, that is where we need to be ready again for the threat of widespread travel impacts and the possibility of power outages. The red that's further off to the north here on our winter storm severity index, off to the north is mostly going to be for snow. If you're back down near like Georgia, Alabama, these areas, that's where we're talking about more of an ice concern. And we have a purple area here back over in northern Mississippi that we're going to be talking about extreme impacts. That's the highest level on our winter storm severity index scale. And that is where we could have substantial disruptions to daily life, including travel not obviously being advised, as widespread to impossible travel impacts are expected. Extensive and widespread closures and disruptions to infrastructure may occur. Life-saving actions may be needed in some of those areas. And again, that does include Tupelo, it includes Greenwood, Mississippi. So those areas need to be very high on alert, again, for this winter storm tomorrow and Sunday. Same thing with this small little corridor over in South Carolina and North Carolina. We are expecting some extreme impacts over there as well. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I wanted to talk a little bit about the last HRRR run here. I'm not going to show you the totals on it because they're just a little bit out of proportion, but I want to talk about the longevity of this storm. So starting right off the bat at hour 1, we are looking at icing conditions in Texas, and the ice is going to be any of that purple that we see. You can drag out the entirety of the HRRR here, and there's ice for almost every single frame. This is one of the most significant model runs that I've seen in terms of where the icing is occurring and how much is occurring. I think what's going on here is we've touched on it a little bit, but there's more cold air getting in there and it's getting in there quicker. That's turning a lot of our precipitation from normal rain into freezing rain. And this is quite the precipitation shield of freezing rain. I mean, of course, we also have our snow on the backside of the system, and we're still going to see those very high snow totals, but this is a lot larger of a swath of freezing rain than what we were first expecting. As you continue to drag it out even into Sunday, this is Sunday at midnight, this is Sunday at 1 a.m. There is still freezing rain in parts of Texas, like Dallas, northern Louisiana, Arkansas. A lot of these states are going to continue to see freezing rain. Now, I also want to zoom in down here on the Carolinas. It does seem like our cold air damming that we have going on here is getting more significant. As a reminder of what that means, we are going to have cold air pushing its way down into the Carolinas and Virginia, and that is going to lead to a quicker change to freezing precipitation. Whether that precipitation is freezing rain, sleet, or snow, it doesn't really matter. All that it means is it's going to happen faster. What this means is these areas are going to see even more freezing rain. Starting tomorrow at 7 p.m., we're going to see the freezing rain start here, and it's going to continue all the way through the end of this HRRR run. This HRRR run ends 24 hours after that, around Sunday at 6 p.m. So parts of North Carolina, Virginia, and South Carolina, we're looking at over 24 hours of consistent freezing rain accumulation.
All righty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Let's a little look at our future radar here for tonight. Again, conditions are quickly deteriorating in Oklahoma. Snow has gotten a lot heavier. There's only really one lane that had been plowed at this point over here on I think that's I-35. Yeah, I-35 here near Norman. Also, thank you, Brent, and as well as Daniel for the Venmo donations. Appreciate that. Yes, I do have a cat, by the way. She's in here now. She's in the weather studio. I think she was sleeping for the last, like, 6 hours and had no clue where I was. Carly with the super chat just said, snow is finally getting started in Little Rock, Arkansas. Thank you for the report. Natalie said in Leavenworth, Kansas, nothing so far.
Hey, we got Fresh Ranch.
You'll see some snow here soon.
$1 poop sticker.
Yeah, if you're back over in Little Rock, again, we are starting to see some snow move into the area. Radar is picking up on that. It's mostly freezing precipitation back over near Pine Bluff and Malvern. Freezing rain and sleet in these areas. And back over near Memphis, again, we are starting to see some snow just outside of your region. This is the latest radar scan showing some light to moderate snowfall just west of Hernando, coming up into far western Mississippi now. Right along I-40 as well, we're starting to see that snow pick up. Connor with the $20 super chat says with the model shift to the north and less snow in Lexington, Kentucky, does this push higher totals north? Lexington is actually supposed to be in the higher ballpark. Models haven't really gone that far north. Yeah, this is my forecast, and I still think 10 to 15 inches for this area, including Louisville, is expected. So those numbers haven't really gone down for the Louisville area. They're still up there. Those numbers are not really going to go down either, I don't think, unless we saw a dramatic shift. But not expecting any major shifts as of right now. Back over to Storm Chaser Brandon Payne. So he's on, again, the highway. He's just getting off the highway here, I-35. He's now in Oklahoma City.
The burst of snow is just about to hit where we're at. It's going to start dumping here in a second, no doubt. But then we got to get east pretty quick.
By the way, that accident that happened on Highway 230 in Arkansas, that has been cleared. So that camera is not showing anything anymore. Somebody should switch out slot 1. Where's Connor? Connor is actually chasing separately. So Brandon Payne's down in Oklahoma City. I believe Connor is going to Kentucky tomorrow. So we'll have him live on the channel here in Kentucky tomorrow for live winter storm coverage. Again, we'll have a lot more chasers tomorrow. We have about, I think, 4 or 5 right now out there. Tomorrow we'll have a lot more. We'll have vantage points of almost everything tomorrow. I mean, again, today we have only a few dozen cameras. Most of them are in Oklahoma. Tomorrow we have like over almost tens of, we have like thousands across areas like Tennessee and Kentucky, which is where it's going to be a lot more interesting tomorrow. Huge shout out to Jim with the $20 Venmo donation. Winter is coming. Winter is here.
Got so many Starbucks around here, none of them are open.
Do we have a chaser in Springfield, Missouri this weekend? I'm not entirely sure. We might. I don't actually know where everybody's positioning. I mean, I know for like us, we have at least, I know we have multiple people in Kentucky. I'll have people in Pennsylvania. We'll have a couple chasers, I think, in Maryland. So kind of across the board, I think most of the chasers that are main chasers that we have are mostly going to be up here. Right now, Storm Intermedia, Max Archer. We have a few others like Meso Hunter. I think most of them are going to be down here. I think Storm Intermedia tomorrow might go to the Northeast, but I'm not entirely sure yet. But at this point, I'm guessing our Storm Chaser team that we have, that we've kind of built here, the ones that are in Oklahoma are probably not going to go too far from Oklahoma. And then Connor is going to start over here and a few other chasers over in Kentucky. And those areas are obviously going to get hit pretty hard tomorrow, but Sunday is going to be a much bigger day over there. So, and back over in Dallas, I'm not sure if we're going to have any chasers. We do have a live camera. We have multiple cameras around the Dallas area. It is raining right now in Glen Heights, still 36 degrees. Temperatures are right around freezing right now. We got really heavy rain coming down north of Sherman, and this is a concern. It is now 32 degrees, according to this Radar Omega cyclone port. So the temperature has obviously gotten cold enough to the point where this is going to start to freeze into ice. And that is a very heavy clip of freezing or rain that's coming down right now there near Sherman. You can only imagine how bad it is right now near Gainesville and then back over towards Montague, Nakona, and Jacksboro. And this is going to stack up overnight. It's going to be heavy pretty much all overnight, and we are going to see the threat of power outages really ramp up as we go into tomorrow morning, and as well as tomorrow afternoon. Got some more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. These are some of the latest photos and videos. Norman, Oklahoma has plenty of snow. And Mike says, Max, you're great. Appreciate that. This is in Little Rock, Arkansas. I hope for snow. Well, we just had somebody say in the chat they're seeing snow in Little Rock, so I think it's ramping up now. This is from Body over in Belfast Township, Pennsylvania, my local Walmart. There is 1 gallon of milk. Who's going to grab that last gallon of milk right there? There's 1 gallon. I don't know. There has to be something wrong with it if it's just sitting there. There's just no way that's just sitting there for no reason. Oklahoma City with some snow. Ready for a foot of snow over in Moore. You already got about an inch, it looks like. It's in Sharp County, Arkansas. This person parked their truck in the greenhouse. That's pretty smart. 82 degrees in the greenhouse, apparently. This is Comanche County, Oklahoma. Ice is beginning to slick on. I'm guessing that's stick on. Starting to stick onto the bricks here over at Ardmore, Oklahoma. So we're starting to see some ice accumulation. Plainview, Texas has about a coating to an inch. Multiple locally grocery stores were sold out of mushrooms. I'm not sure why. Over in Manheim Township, Pennsylvania. So we have a mushroom outage over in Pennsylvania. We have a banana shortage in the southern plains in the southeast and the Ohio Valley. And now we have a mushroom shortage back over in the northeast. So we really can't win anywhere right now. There's problems everywhere. Everywhere you go, there's some sort of problem. This is Justin, Abilene, Texas. Ice conditions in Abilene. Was sleeting, but now it's just frozen. Yeah, so guys, for those wondering, sleet does freeze. It's not the same as freezing rain. Again, sleet, when it hits the ground, it'll bounce. It might just stick to the ground, but it usually will just stick to the ground. It's not going to be one of those things, you know, where we see sleet actually stick to power lines. That's not what that is. So sleet will stick to the ground. It will accumulate. It'll lead to slippery surfaces like roads and, you know, in this case, a patio deck. But freezing rain is the thing that is much more dangerous. That's what's going to stick to the power lines because it doesn't bounce or anything. It just will stick basically to that power line and make it wet, and it'll start making icicles. So this right here is very typical, especially for sleet. This is from Flippo over in Oklahoma City. A little windy with snow falling. This is in Enid, Oklahoma. About 2.5 inches in Etowah, Oklahoma, according to Harper. And this is in Norman. Norman has a lot of snow already. That's about an inch. So it's definitely starting to stack up. This is from Jamie over in Tarentum, Pennsylvania. Line out the door at the Walmart near Pittsburgh. I was working and we ran out of milk, bread, and toilet paper in within 8 hours. Okay, within 8 hours. This is from Oklahoma City. About a coating. From Mock over in Topeka. Snow is starting in Topeka. How much do you think for the capital city? I think Topeka will be around 5 to 6 inches. Hey, Texan, for the $10 super chat. Thank you for your team. Thank you to... I cannot read tonight. Thanks to you and your team for the hard work. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Enlighten, for the super chat. Rolla, Missouri. Rolla, Missouri, probably going to see right around 8 to 12 inches of snow. But not expecting really any ice or anything like that up there. This is from Cold Kate. What a name. Over in Norman, Oklahoma. Lake Thunderbird in Norman. We have our Forerunner and tractor tucked in for the night. Snow is stacking up. Abilene, we had another, it looks like towel on the car. This is pretty smart. Again, putting a towel over your windshield to prevent ice. That towel's probably frozen at this point, though. Any liquid that melted probably went into that. Now that towel's probably a frozen item. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I have more updated winter storm warnings, this time in Texas. So this is for the NWS Oop, the board just disappeared. The NWS Austin area. So this does include Austin, Texas. We're now looking at ice accumulations of 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch and isolated amounts of 1/4 inch to 1/2 an inch across the hill country.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So we're expecting now a more significant ice event. Just a little bit more significant. For Austin, Georgetown, Round Rock, New Braunfels, just to the north there of San Antonio. The newest numbers, again, are on your screen on the left side if you need to take a screenshot. That is over there near Georgetown. Also just saw a report in the chat that it's starting to snow in Tulsa. Tulsa's starting to get involved now. But 1/2 an inch of ice is possible in the hill country. That means power outages are on the table. While we have that winter storm warning update, we still have strong storms with lightning near Fredericksburg. There are actual thunderstorms here, producing even some hail near Fredericksburg. Maybe a little bit of rotation east of Leakley as well. There's been a couple of broad areas of rotation northwest of San Antonio. Not really looking at any tornado risk, but interesting that we're even seeing rotation with a winter storm warning in effect. All right, we got some more submissions from you guys. This is Casey saying it's just started here in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. We got sleet in Magnolia, Arkansas. That car is already freezing over there on the hood and the windshield, and looks like the wipers are probably going to be stuck too. Regular gas is out of service in Nashville, Tennessee, at a Shell gas station. No clue which one that is, but this is over in Wichita, Kansas, saying the wind is preventing the snow from stacking up. It's very light snow up there in Kansas. Norman, Oklahoma is currently looking at a coating, and it's falling fast. This is in McIntosh County, Oklahoma, from Tessa. Walmart bread was sold out last night. There's barely any bread even there. That looks like all hamburger buns. Long checkout lines at Walmart. My goodness, where is the checkout? I don't know how far back you are, but that is brutal. That looks like probably about you might need a fast pass from Disney to get into this, get to the register. In Greensburg, Tennessee. Thank you now for the $20 super chat. Thanks for keeping us informed. You're my go-to weather channel, way more accurate than local news. Really appreciate that. Thank you also, Jack, for the $10 super chat. Shout out to all my buddies at Logie's in Norman and Campus Center. Hopefully everybody's enjoying the snow. A lot of snow coming down right now in Oklahoma. Most of these photos have been the snow in Oklahoma. This person did a science experiment in Chaska, Minnesota. The air temp was 21. Oh, goodness. Hopefully this goes right, not wrong. There's the science experiment. About 21 degrees below zero. Hopefully you're staying warm up there. It is very cold up there tonight. If you hear any exploding trees, definitely let me know. This is in Nevada County, Arkansas. I got a little bit of sleet and snow on the ground. All ice right now in Andrews, Texas. Sticking to the tiles. Sleet started an hour ago in Robinson Corner, Oklahoma. Stigler, Oklahoma has a little bit of sleet and snow on the windshields in the car. Gainesville, Texas is starting to pick up on the snow and ice as well there. Henrietta, Oklahoma, it's been snowing for about 2 hours. Right on I-40 at State. 75, but the wind has stopped blowing like it was. So it's not as windy now, it sounds like, over there in Henrietta, Oklahoma. Abilene's mostly sleet, and it's also very cold. And if you guys have any photos or videos, you can send it in to us. If you have anything like, you know, looking at stores, how like the groceries are going, all that sort of stuff, any ways you're preparing for this winter storm, you know, snow, ice photos, anything like that, feel free to send it in to us. Scan the QR code on your screen. And that is the second top link in the description below as well. This is Storm Chaser Brandon Payne right now in the Oklahoma City area.
Memberships and has stuck around. Thank you guys so much.
This is specifically
we're gonna do our best to do some more member-only stuff
in Norman, so it's right next to the airport, right next to the University of Oklahoma Max Weidersmith Westheimer Airport.
We do plan on doing some members-only live streams of us playing games. Guesser, Forecast Master.
A lot of snowfall.
A lot of the weather nerds know about Forecast Master. It's a new.
This is definitely about 1 inch of snow per hour.
It's pretty fun.
Norman.
Connor and I plan on doing a stream with that. Most of those.
This is also what it looks like over in Norman, Oklahoma, from Mezzo Hunter. So again, two different perspectives, one driving, this is just one stationary. Got plenty of snowflakes coming down. These are, again, very small snowflakes, generally speaking. They'll be much larger tomorrow night.
Season. Winter has been very focused on getting a new setup going and figuring things out this winter, and then come spring we should be firing on all cylinders.
Hey, you silly for the $10 super chat. How about will Waco, Texas get hit? I'm expecting about a quarter of an inch of ice for the Waco area.
Left of January, and then we got one more brutal month of winter.
Yeah, that's what it looks like right now in the Norman area, where we do have winter storm warnings in effect right now. Thank you, K-Dog, for the $20 super chat. Just want you to know, but it's not snowing here in Oahu, Hawaii. I think that's how you say it. Thanks for keeping us informed, my Midwest family informed. No problem at all. Appreciate you tuning in. Well, I can help. And most of the snow that we're expecting over there in areas like the Midwest, we still got a little bit of time until things really start to ramp up. The furthest east our snow is going right now is Jefferson City, and that is very light snow. It's nothing crazy. The darker blues that you see on your map, that's where the heaviest snow is currently located, and that's still mostly Oklahoma City. It's starting to move into Little Rock, and it's now approaching Memphis. Freezing rain and sleet anywhere in the pink. Hey, Vintage for the super chat. And Stanley with the super chat just said, ready for tomorrow here in Pennsylvania. It's going to be an interesting day in Pennsylvania, Sunday. Tomorrow night will be interesting, too. You have a forecast on the next storm? I heard there is one forming. We've mentioned it in our videos. We had a video, once again, posted a couple hours ago. I think I might have mentioned it in it, but yeah, not really anything like too crazy to talk about right now with the winter storm that's coming. Again, really the big deal that we need to continue to stress about and really talk about is the winter storm that's happening this weekend. The one that's coming possibly Friday or Saturday of next weekend. It may or may not happen. It's 7 days still from happening, and things could definitely change. And so I'm not really gonna go too into the detail there about that winter system. I'll quickly see if, I'll just quickly show you what could happen, but again, we're not really gonna talk any details about it. It's just too early to talk about it. But this, again, the winter storm this weekend. Early next week, it'll be cold, not expecting much snow, but by the end of next week, there could be a storm in the southern plains in the southeast near the Gulf Coast with some ice, some snow. But again, too early to actually get into specifics, and it's too early to tell if this is definitely gonna happen. And we also don't know how intense this storm will be, if it is intense at all. Like, we just don't know. With it being 7 days from now, anything could happen. But it goes on trend with the weather pattern that we're in. And it looks like Pivotal Weather is having issues. But it basically goes on trend with what we're seeing over the next week, which is this massive Arctic blast will move through nearly the entire eastern tier of the country this weekend. Next week, we'll have a new surge of Arctic air developing over the Great Lakes, which will dive to the south on Thursday and Friday. And that's going to make it really cold by next weekend down towards the Gulf Coast, which could allow for some snow and ice, again, back down in the southern tier of the country. So it's too early to tell, though. Again, anything could happen. For the first time tonight, we've now reached 32 degrees in Denison, Texas. The temperature actually did drop to 32, just below it. So it looks like we're starting to see freezing temperatures in Denison, Texas. And it's only going to continue to get colder. And ice accumulation is obviously going to be ramping up here near I-30, or not I-30, sorry, I-35, and just north of I-20 here over the next couple of hours here near the Red River Valley of Texas and Oklahoma. This is right next to the University of Oklahoma. It's a storm chaser, Brandon Payne. There's actually some people walking outside right now here at the university. The visibility is about a mile or so.
I would love a green light here. That would be sick.
As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we will be live again tomorrow as well, on top of tonight, and also Sunday, covering this all day. We'll have tons of storm chasers in the field. This is going to be a major winter storm. you have any friends or family that are in the path of the winter storm, make sure to share the stream with them. Again, we'll be providing commercial-free coverage with this winter storm all day tomorrow and all day Sunday.
No.
Oh, what just happened? But that truck is sliding, it looks like. I think that truck is, like, sliding a little bit. I think the roads are starting to get a little slick over here in Norman.
Sorry guys, I had to mute the stream. Buddy was playing his music very loud and I did not want a copyright on the stream. And then of course, dude's got a big ass truck.
Has anyone seen trees split? Has anybody seen any exploding trees? Where's this Chaser? This is Norman.
Shrink the game.
Has anybody seen any exploding trees tonight? Let me know in the chat. Mainly a Midwest thing.
We need to put him in a Toyota Corolla. I think that would suit you a little better, buddy.
Hey, Zad, for the super chat. I feel like I salted the driveway and street here in Jacksonville, Arkansas for nothing. Not a single thing has happened outside. Again, everything's ramping up overnight tonight to tomorrow. If you don't see anything tonight, you're definitely seeing stuff tomorrow. But it is a winter wonderland out in Norman right now. This is right next to the University of Oklahoma. Is this a man-made storm? No.
Okay,
exploding trees in Oklahoma City. We're not going to see exploding trees in Oklahoma City.
Try to keep up with heavy snow. Like I said, guys, there's a lot of dry air working in behind the snow.
Can we see more photos? Yeah, we'll go back through some of your reports here soon. We have about 20 new ones, so we'll go over those here in a few minutes. Again, if you guys want to submit any photos or videos, it's the second to top link in the description. If you're seeing snow, you went to the grocery store,
guys,
you're
Connor
preparing,
is on his way.
Basically anything
to
weather related.
I-95 corridor. He's gonna be live Sunday. Connor will be live Sunday and Monday. You guys are with me today and tomorrow. We're bringing you guys 4 streams of this snowstorm. These are the kind of events that Connor brought me on specifically for when you have such a wide area of weather impacts and he cannot cover it all himself. Now that we have 2 people on the channel that can run the stream, we can bring you guys multiple targets on multiple days without Connor having to pull all-nighters to do it. Makes it a lot easier for us. So we're gonna bring you guys Oklahoma snow tonight, tomorrow, and then Connor will be with you guys on the I-95 corridor Sunday and Monday. And
I learned today that the Starlink has a snow melting ability. It does.
It's going to be a
hey, KC from becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Young with the $10 super chat. It is cold in
looking forward to watching
West North Carolina. We're ready as can be for tomorrow and beyond. Make sure you're ready to go. Hopefully you're going to be staying warm there as well.
Yep,
thank you, Christopher, for the $5 super chat. Lubbock, Texas here. Ice Ranchy. I don't know what that means. Ice Ranch. Started at 3 to 4 p.m. and now it's snowing heavy as of 10 p.m. Love your updates. Appreciate the super chat. I'm glad I can
You're awesome too,
in the loop.
We love you, John. All right, let's check the radar real quick.
This is Mezzo Hunter. He's at a Walmart right now. And I'm guessing this Walmart is closed. This poor guy is still working here at the Walmart in Norman. Trying to push all the shopping carts in the snow.
Locals.
Well, a few people here at this Walmart, though. That guy's dedicated, though.
And let me say, Blackout, I do appreciate you asking. That is always much appreciated.
A few people walking out of Walmart right now, too.
Post away.
I'm guessing there's probably not a whole lot of groceries in there, though, at this point. I wonder if Walmart's staying open tomorrow. I don't know if there's any closures to these stores. As anybody on the chat, I get a lot of local businesses seem to be closed this weekend. Granted, this is mostly a snow event in OKC, not an ice event. Chief of the super chat asking if we'll get thunder snow in Springfield, Missouri. I don't think so. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we have an update for the Jackson, Mississippi, or the Jackson, Mississippi NWS area for their ice storm warning. This includes a large portion of our ice storm warning, actually, and they've updated it to say significant ice expected, ice accumulations of up to 1 inch with additional sleet accumulations likely. So this includes places like Yazoo City, Rayville, Greenville, Greenwood, Winona, and other places in Arkansas, Louisiana, and Mississippi.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So, again, we're talking about a significant ice storm anywhere in the outlined area I just circled. So, like near Jackson, Tennessee, Greenwood, Mississippi, Oxford, and Tupelo. All of you guys are expecting to see significant ice accumulation over the next 48 hours. At least 1 inch of ice is likely for a lot of this area. We could easily see over 1 inch of ice accumulation as well in some locations. The National Weather Service has been forecasting some spots near Tupelo to see as much as 1.5 inches of ice. If we go over to their forecast map here, near Tupelo, the forecast, I'm trying to find like the highest number, but 1.14 or 1.41 inches is currently the highest number for ice accumulation that the National Weather Service is forecasting. That is on the northwest side of Tupelo right now. There's actually, no, 1.42, a little bit further northeast. That's closer to Burnsville and Iuka in northeastern Mississippi. 1.46. All right, we actually have some higher numbers in a few of these spots. About 1.46 near Marietta and New Site. So any ice accumulation, though, in general, that's over 1 inch is going to cause catastrophic problems. We could have power outages for days, sometimes weeks, in rare cases, months. And that is pretty much anywhere in the dark purple. If you're in the light purple, we're at least expecting 3/4 of an inch of ice. Dark red is at least 1/2 inch of ice. The lighter red is at least 1/4 inch of ice. And then the orange, 1/10 to 1/4. And then anything in the yellow is basically under 1/10. But if you're in the dark red, purple, pink, those are the areas that have the risk of widespread power outages for days and even in some cases weeks. Corgi with the $20 super chat just said, tree in front of our house exploded. Loudest bang. Scared the heck out of me. We'll check out the tree in the daylight to find the crack in Appleton, Wisconsin. Yeah, send in a photo or video too. I'm very curious to see your exploded tree. Don't forget, exploding tree risk is elevated tonight in the northern plains in the Midwest. That is because of how cold it is. Temperatures are 20 degrees below zero. So very cold conditions are translating to us having a risk of trees that explode. And we're not talking about like exploding trees like TNT. What we're talking about is like sap essentially growing inside of the tree. And with it being so cold inside of the tree, it basically like snaps open. It's not like it's not really an explosion. It's more of it's kind of like a mini explosion just inside of the tree branch or the tree root itself. And a lot of the time you'll hear like a gunshot sound, you'll hear like a loud bang. That's essentially what that is. And it's very common when it's this cold in the northern plains and the Midwest. But with temperatures dropping to well under 20 degrees below zero in some of these areas tonight and even tomorrow, that risk is up there. I mean, areas like Wausau are about 30 degrees below zero. Minneapolis is about 20 degrees below zero. Duluth is 25 degrees below zero. If you're back down in the southern plains, we're not going to have any exploding tree risk down there, but temperatures will drop even more significantly by Sunday and Monday morning. By Monday morning, we'll be right around 0 degrees for Oklahoma City, Tulsa, and even back over towards Lubbock, about 4 degrees below zero there. So very, very cold air is coming for Monday. And it will barely be above freezing for most of you this week. This is going to be the coldest stretch of weather thus far this winter. And, you know, I do truly think by the end of next week, there could be another snow event. Thank you, Becky, for becoming a member. Also, Henry for the super chat. I heard one today in Minnesota. Exploding trees are happening. There's still a couple employees out there at Walmart that are pushing around the carts. It's windy, cold, and there's snow coming down. Only a few people at the Walmart. I don't know if Walmart is still open. It's 10 o'clock. I don't know if they close at 11 here in Norman, but it's still open. Or maybe not still open, but there's still people there. This is Storm Chaser Brandon Payne.
There's no driving in that.
Now located on the east side of the University of Oklahoma.
We should have chased the exploding trees. That's what I should have chased. That would have been fun. Be a nuclear.
We're just talking about exploding trees
in Minnesota today and tomorrow. You're in Oxford, Mississippi. Yeah, you're gonna get glazed, dude. got a glazing coming. Best of luck.
Hey, Becky, for becoming a member. Will there be any chasers in northern Mississippi? Maybe. Might have a chaser down there. I have no clue. I don't know where all of our chasers are. I mean, again, we have upwards of a dozen. A lot of them will be chasing the snow, but there will definitely be some down there on the ice.
John loves glazing.
What's with Walmart today?
John
it's right before winter storm. They've Nanford's $10 super chat.
Yeah, a lot of you guys are gonna get glazed. Not gonna lie. A lot of people are getting glazed over the next few days.
How are the power outages looking so far in northwest Mississippi? There aren't very many. Again, we haven't had a whole lot of freezing rain yet. The freezing rain is only stacked up to at most about 1/10 of an inch of ice. It hasn't really stacked up that fast. And so areas like Texas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas, like we're starting to see the freezing rain, but it's going to be a lot worse tomorrow. And once all that freezing rain starts to train over, this area, we're going to start to see higher accumulation numbers. But it's very early into the event. I think the only power outages we've really seen were near Midland. Let me double check, but we have about 7,000 without power in Texas as of about an hour ago. The number right now is now 9,900, so the number's gone up just a little bit. It's primarily over in West Texas. We got about 176 in Martin County, and then Loving County is about 100, which is a pretty large percentage of that county. So the number is going up a little bit. That's, again, about 10,000 customers. But by tomorrow, I would expect this number to probably be much higher. And across the country, we have about 28,000 without power. Whether that's related to weather or not, we don't really know. But again, this is all according to poweroutage.us. I would assume these numbers are once again going to go up quite a bit tomorrow with all the ice that we're going to see. But about 11,000 of them are in the ice risk region here in the southern United States. Hey, Trap, for becoming a member. Why are all the Walmarts out of gas? I've heard that a couple times. We got some people sending photos and videos of that too. Speaking of that, we got more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. This is from Wyatt out of Abilene, Texas. We got some ice and sleet falling out of the sky. Tulsa, Oklahoma has begun to snow. This is our first image here that we've had sent in of snow in the Tulsa area. Seeing some snow come down in Bixby, Oklahoma. That is right around Tulsa as well. Sleet in Gainesville, Texas, and it's also beginning to accumulate onto that motorcycle. This is over in Moore, Oklahoma, sent in by Nick. And this is a great photo of cold air in Claremore, Oklahoma. We have a photo of cold air. Gotta love it. Beautiful photo of cold air. Thank you. Thank you for sending that in. This is over in Lubbock, Texas. Ice everywhere in Lubbock. All the roads are iced over, at least the side roads. Just started snowing in Tulsa about 10 minutes ago. This was sent in by Timmy. Clinton, Oklahoma, still coming in strong. Got plenty of snow. Some ice accumulation. Thank you, Bigfoot, for becoming a member. Didn't know we would ever have Bigfoot in our stream. Oklahoma City starting to see some build up of the snow. Backyard McAllister has some snow. Plenty of snow photos here. Lindsay, Oklahoma has snow covering the entire sedan, and there on the right, underneath the carport. This is in Abilene, Texas. Snow coming down. This is a video out of Pittsburgh County, Oklahoma. Snow stacking up there. Wow. Oklahoma City is definitely getting the accumulation right now. Right around 1 to 2 inches of accumulation already in Oklahoma City. If you guys have a ruler or a measurement tool of any type, feel free to send us photos of you with your snowfall accumulation. Love to see that as well. I mean, we are starting to actually see accumulation now in Oklahoma City. Over in Lawton, Oklahoma, very windy here. Wind gusts probably around 20 to 30 miles per hour. Snow's blowing around. They're estimating about 20 mile per hour winds. Right next to a pretty large pond. This is in Oklahoma City from Lauren. Sleet and Durant, right there on the Concrete. Chile, and Chicota, Oklahoma. I'm staying home until this is done. Be safe, chasers. It is cold, and it is obviously very slick on the roadways already. Hey, here's a ruler measurement. This was sent to my Sean in Oklahoma City. 2 inches so far in Moore, Oklahoma, as of 9:55 p.m. So already have 2 inches of snow and more. And again, that Moore is probably going to see upwards of 10 to 12 inches. So we're pretty early into the event, and we already have 2 inches there. Midwest City has probably about an inch or two. Lincoln, Nebraska has snow. Hey, we got some ice in Georgia. It's on this guy's counter. This guy has ice cubes on his counter. This is very interesting. So, this over in DeKalb, Texas, we got beer cases protecting the windshield. It's those Texan thing going. Just slipped and blew my knee out, apparently, is what this guy said. But this is pretty creative. I don't know what the top 2 beer cases are, but we got Scheinerbach. I hope you did not drink all that beer already, right before this winter storm. Riley has a update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we have a camera in one. It's being a little finicky, so you might need to pull it up on the website. I circled the location, but it looks like we've had a semi go off into the median of the road and roll over, at least to some extent. This is off of the west of Pine Bluff in Arkansas, where we have seen some light icing conditions. So if you're in the area, it looks like they're going to end up shutting down at least a few of the lanes on one side of the road in order to get that semi out of the median. But this is a developing situation, and we'll let you know as we see changes.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So, just southeast of Little Rock, I'm getting that camera up. This is a developing situation. Wow. Yeah, that's not good. This is live. We got a semi that is completely flipped over. We're guessing it's ice. But again, that's breaking news here. Semi's completely flipped over, and we have ice accumulation that has already begun in this area. There's freezing rain that has fallen, and this is the exact danger of that. I mean, that semi is crumpled. You can see the skid mark right there, and you can also see the entire barrier that's been folded over. Obviously, it's a bit harder to see at nighttime, but very dangerous right here. And this is what we're talking about. This is one of the reasons why you should stay off the roads. The roads are, some of them are treated, not all of them are, but some of them are, especially the highways, but it does not guarantee it's not slick out there or slippery. There can still be some spots that might not have been treated very well. That trailer has completely twisted onto its side. If you want to try to put that into slot 1 again, you can try to do that. I'll have slot 1 up in case that comes back up. Again, that's in Princeton Pike, exit 36. But it is definitely slick out here. For reference, west side of Pine Bluff in Arkansas. This is going to be a very common sight, and I hate to say it, but it will be tomorrow. Like, especially once this moves into areas in the Ohio Valley. This is going to be very common. Got multiple first responders on the scene now. We're getting a bit clearer of a view of it now. It was a little bit hard to see before. Thank you, Colt, for becoming a member. Yeah, if you have any friends or family that might be considering traveling, definitely make sure that they're aware that it might not be safe for some of these places. All right, let's go back to some of your photo and video submissions. This is next submission. This is from Ty over in Rogers County, Oklahoma. In Tulsa, we're starting to see a little bit of accumulation there. Sleet Folly in Texarkana right now, as of 10:11. Hey, Colt, for becoming a maximum velocity member. This is Mitchell over in Wichita, Kansas, where we got about half an inch of so far. Or snow, excuse me, so far. Extremely cold wind chill as of now. Just started 10 minutes ago in Ramona, Oklahoma. It's about 11 degrees. Look how cold it is there. It just looks cold. With the wind and snow blowing around there on the road, it just looks cold. This is in Abilene, Texas. Wind and snow, yay, in Kansas. Don't sound so excited now. Finally snowed here. That's from Justin over in Okmulgee County in Oklahoma. Broken Arrow, Oklahoma has a little bit of snow starting to fall. Coyote out for one last snack over in Dallas, Texas. There's a coyote. A wildlife camera here. Hey, Katana from coming a member, and also Loser for the super chat. You hear the ice coming down? That's the ice coming down. You can't hear it. I don't usually have audio on for these, but you definitely hear it. Nothing yet in Rogers, Oklahoma, or Arkansas. Got a 10x10 plastic sheet, and then the windshield weather guard on the car. Looks pretty good to me. No, the one thing I'm concerned about with you people putting plastic, you know, on your car is that it might be actually hard to get the ice off. I feel like it might be, though. Might be hard to get the ice off, because you might end up just having plastic underneath the ice at some point. But who knows? Got snow and ice in Abilene. Got some sleet in Howe, Texas. It's over near Sherman. So it is starting to, we're starting to see freezing precipitation now just north of Dallas, Texas. This is from Lawton, Oklahoma. I think I saw this person. I thought I saw her earlier when she didn't have a coat on. Now she does. If I'm not mistaken. It might be a different person. Snow's building up in Pittsburgh County, Oklahoma. This is in Dibble, Oklahoma right now. I'm watching you and the team. There's a lot of snow there already. Several inches. Is that a raccoon? It's in Lubbock, Texas. Wildlife is getting close to homes and apartments. We got a wildlife alert in Lubbock. How much snow is that? I can't even tell. 6, 5, 4, 3. Is that 3 inches of snow in Barton County, Texas? I'm reading that right? 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Okay, about 4 inches of snow. That was a coyote? Excuse me. Where was that photo? That's a coyote? Why does that look like a raccoon? It's a fox? People are saying coyote and fox. What? Which of the two is it? Fox or coyote? What do you guys think? It's a turtle. Thank you. I really appreciate that one. This is pretty split. Most people are leaning towards coyote, but there's a lot saying fox. I don't know. I don't know which one. I'm not an animal person. I don't really know. I just know what a cat and a dog looks like. That's about it. And a fish. I'm very basic. From Christina out of Macon, Arkansas, getting some accumulation on the outskirts. Some flurries and freezing rain over in Lubbock, Texas. So it begins. Hi, Max from Casita, Texas. Freezing rain has begun in Marietta. Thank you for sending this in. Got about 2 inches of snow in Bing, Oklahoma as of 10/22. We'll go through a few more of these in a second. And Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I've noticed there's a lot of people from Oklahoma asking where the snow and then a sleet/freezing rain line is. The best way to look at that is actually taking a look at correlation coefficient. So over here on the radar, we can see this very defined line on the correlation coefficient. Anything that we see that's a sort of consistent color, this is going to be our snow. This is where the precipitation is the same throughout. There's no difference in sizes. Even though we're not talking about debris, it's still correlating things in the air. And of course, snow is the same size as snow. Now, what's not the same size is sleet versus rain or all sorts of other garbled precipitation. That's what we have going on here near Lawton, Durant, and other places in Oklahoma. And that's why correlation coefficient looks a little bit messy. It's not the same type of precipitation. It's mixed precipitation, so it's showing a low value of correlation. So keep an eye on this if you're trying to track how close the snow is to you. We've been seeing this line work its way south over the last few hours, and of course, it is going to continue to do that as the cold air pushes north to south.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is kind of an idea of how to figure out what is snow and ice on the radar. And again, if you're just tuning in, haven't already heard, again, accidents are becoming a bigger problem. This is live right now over near Pine Bluff, Arkansas. And there's a semi that has been completely twisted. It went over a guardrail, and it kind of just spun out, it looks like here, on the southbound direction. Or this is kind of, I mean, I don't know which direction really this went, but it's one of the two. Either this is south or northbound here, just on the west side of Pine Bluff. And this gives you an idea of the danger of traveling during a winter storm like this. And this is an area, Pine Bluff, that is expected to see ice accumulation. And we definitely already have seen that with something like this. So please make sure, again, you're taking it slow out there. This is a pretty big concern tonight, and especially tomorrow and Sunday, that we are going to have many accidents because of the ice accumulation. Roadways are treated in some spots, but not every road's treated. Most of the side roads are definitely not treated. But when it comes to the highways, some of them are treated. This one probably was treated, if I had to guess, but obviously it does not prevent accidents like this entirely happening. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, talking about what's going on here, there is actually lane closures in effect. So it sounds like on the northbound side, we're going to close both lanes, or they're going to close off both lanes. So northbound traffic is going to be shut down completely on 5:30. And then southbound looks like they're going to have to close at least the southbound lane. So we're going to be down to one lane on southbound. The lanes updates, or the lane conditions are updating very rapidly. So I'd imagine we may see a full closure here shortly. We can see that car parked on the southbound side, and obviously there's only police on the northbound side. So if we get official confirmation that both lanes are closed, I will let you know.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So they have gone ahead and shut down both lanes northbound. You can see the emergency response. Got one lane southbound here. And you can see a few cars going by it very slowly, obviously out of precaution. You got some emergency personnel also going up to the semi. Hopefully everybody's okay here. This is going to be a very common sight, though, unfortunately, over the next couple of days. There's a snowplow, it looks like, right there. And again, this is over at Pine Bluff. Which, traffic, generally speaking, has been okay for the most part. It sounds like there is another incident here. I'm not sure what's going on here, but there's another incident. This is in Bryant, exit 123, just southwest of Little Rock. Can't see it. There's a police officer on the right side of your screen. Possibly another accident of some sort. There is another accident. So that's at least 2 accidents right now in Arkansas. Not seeing any other notable accidents as of right now, at least popping up on the map. But again, if there's any other accidents, we'll obviously let you know. This is almost all happening exclusively south of Little Rock, where the freezing rain is going on. This is what it looks like on radar. We got snow near Little Rock. We got freezing rain and sleet near to Queen and El Dorado. And that's going to intensify further as we go into the overnight hours. It's going to get a lot heavier, and it's going to accumulate much quicker. All right, we got some more of your photo and video submissions. Let's hop on over to those. This is on Pontotoc County, Oklahoma. So this is in Bing, where we have 2 inches. Ice is forming on the trees west of Fort Worth in Aledo, and the roads are slick right now. So Fort Worth is now starting to see freezing rain, which is going to lead to ice accumulation. So at this point, if you're in Fort Worth, probably shouldn't be traveling at all. Very cold over in Shawnee, Oklahoma, and there's plenty of snow coming down. We got about 1 to 2 inches there. Texarkana has some sleet accumulation. We got a 2-inch measurement of snow in Moore, Oklahoma. Edmond, Oklahoma has about 1.5 inches. Appreciate all the snow reports. This is over in Oklahoma City. Jacob has the cat watching the mouse cursor. The cat is going after my mouse cursor. My cat does the same thing, by the way. Whenever she's up here on my desk, she does the same thing. I have my mouse cursor going around, and the cat's always going after it. Tulsa, Oklahoma has plenty of snow flying. Over in Enid. It's freezing over in Tulsa. It's valid. Stillwater, Oklahoma is getting some snow as well right now. Oklahoma City, the streets are pretty much covered over. All right, we got a few more photos here. Tulsa again. Or Oklahoma has about 3 inches of snow. Sleet between Calera and Colbert, Oklahoma. More sleet in Cabot, Arkansas. We just froze this egg outside in Rice Lake, Minnesota. We got a frozen egg in Minnesota. Very interesting science experiments going on in some of your backyards this evening. Little Rock right now, starting to see a little bit of wintry precipitation, a little bit of snow. Smart Christina washing some clothes and using the dryer to get some additional heat and humidity out of the house. Getting a mix of ice and sleet over Miller County, Arkansas. And the last photo for right now, this is from K&J from Morris County, Texas. Starting here in Dangerfield, Texas, with a Max Rules thing on the car. Pretty cool. Appreciate you sending that in. Huge shout out to Eric with the $50 super chat. How much ice do you think we're really going to get in downtown Dallas? Right around 1/4 of an inch. Up to 1/3 maybe. We could see more, but that's what I'm thinking right now. Thank you also, Ryder, for the super chat. Can we cover safety? Yeah, I mean, some of the biggest things that, I mean, you guys should be doing, I'm gonna put up a graphic here. We haven't actually shown this, I think, at all in this stream, but this is a way to prepare for this winter storm and what you should be doing. The right side of your screen is basically what most of you should be doing right now in Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas, and Arkansas, is doing all of those 3 things on the right side, like checking on neighbors, friends, families, and loved ones. It's one of the most important things, especially those that are elderly. Properly ventilating emergency heat sources. You should also be dripping your pipes, protecting your pipes dripping your faucets, any sort of pipes you want to be protecting, because there is a serious risk over the next few days that temperatures will be below freezing for a long period of time, which can cause some very big problems, and you do not want to be dealing with thousands of dollars in appliance damage when this thing is all said and done. So protecting your pipes, using extra caution when driving, brink your plants and pets outdoors. We still haven't updated that graphic. And then adjusting your plans, having multiple ways to receive alerts. Obviously, those are some of the things they should be doing during and before this winter storm even hits. Again, I think really the biggest thing is obviously not driving. If you have flashlights and stuff like that, have those ready to go. Batteries, if you have battery backup systems, if you have generators, you know, you want to test all that stuff beforehand. Do not leave your car running in your garage. Worst thing you can do. You know, just some of the common sense type things that you should be doing when it comes to preparing for this winter storm. If you're in the red or the purple regions, again on this map, this is our winter storm severity index. Those are the areas that'll be dealing with the most significant impacts when it comes to snow and ice, especially in Mississippi. Northern Mississippi is going to be dealing with some very intense ice tomorrow and Sunday, and we will likely end up seeing widespread power outages. So being prepared for power outages is a big thing. Make sure that you're ready for a serious threat of possibly upwards of a week or longer of no power near Tupelo, assuming the forecast goes as what we're expecting right now, which is a widespread 1 inch of ice accumulation. Thank you, Amanda, for becoming a member. Is all that red ice? No. So the red is showing us the winter storm severity index. That's both snow and ice. So if you're in the this part of the United States, that's all ice related. All this up here is mostly snow related. So that's mostly snow. The rest down here is ice. Thank you, Goose, for the $20 super chat. I hate winter and everything about it. That's valid. That is valid. Here's an idea, though, where the ice storm and the winter storm setup is. So the snowstorm side is going to be northern Oklahoma back into the northeast. The purple area is where the ice storm is going to be located. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I have another warning update, this time for the weather forecast area of Topeka, Kansas. So a new warning update here says that we're expecting additional snow accumulations between 4 and 6. Note that that is not total. So anything that you've already had fall there, you're going to see 4 to 6 inches of snow on top of that.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's back over in Topeka, Kansas, which hasn't had a whole lot of snow so far. We maybe had a couple of inches thus far, but a lot more is going to be coming tomorrow. Again, right now we have a pretty large area of freezing rain. Dallas-Fort Worth is beginning to transition into freezing rain. If we go to the high-definition local radar site, you can see the freezing rain is now mixing into Denton, Fort Worth. So if you are traveling, if you have any travel plans tonight in the DFW area for whatever reason, you have now freezing rain that's going to lead to ice accumulation. So at this point, it's probably a good idea to be off the roadway. Really not a whole lot of reason to be on the road at this point. Unless it's an emergency, a little bit different. But if you're just driving because you're driving, I wouldn't be out there. Riley has an update. Go ahead.
Hey, Max, this time, believe it or not, we have another warning update out of NWS State College, Pennsylvania. So we're now expecting 10 to 18 inches of snow in this area, and this includes places like Pottsville, Sunbury, and Clearfield in Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So big snowfall accumulation is expected across the Northeast. As a reminder, as you can tell, there's almost 75 winter storm warnings and watches right now. You can see it right below. That's actually, it is exactly 75 winter storm watches and warnings. So there will be a lot of updates to all of these. But again, this is the general forecast here for this weekend. We are still expecting over 12 to 18 inches of snow for Pennsylvania, New Jersey, southern New England, 12 to 15 inches for parts of northern Kentucky, southern Ohio, and southern Indiana. And then if you're back over in northern Oklahoma, widespread 10 to 15 inches of snow is what I'm expecting there. So far, we're already on pace for a pretty decent amount of snow near Norman. I mean, we're already sitting at, I'm pretty sure, like 3 or 4 inches in some of those spots. So snow is quickly stacking up over there in central northern Oklahoma, and it's only going to continue to get worse. So, a lot of snow is coming. Snow will be fun for some of you. Only some of you. Not everybody is excited about it, though. I have loser with this $20 super chat. CSRA region of Georgia and South Carolina. I don't know what that is. Is that at the Augusta area? Somebody clarify what CSRA is in Georgia? I have no clue what that is. They have also for the super chat. Thanks for the winter updates. You saved my butt last year during a tornado in a small town by name saying to take shelter. 12 out of 10 meteorologists. Appreciate that. Any updates on how much snow in Chicago? I just want a few inches. I don't think you're going to see a whole lot of snow up there in Chicago. Maybe an inch. It's not going to be much. Most of the convection in general is going to be staying down here south. The only time you might see snow would be tomorrow night. Very light snowfall. It'd be mostly just flurries, maybe up to an inch. That's what the future radar, or the radar, will look like by tomorrow night. I mean, we're going to have a widespread snow swath from Maryland back into Oklahoma City and the Texas Panhandle. Freezing rain and sleet from Dallas back into the Carolinas. And then a couple of severe storms possible back over in the southeast on Sunday. Savannah River region? I mean, if you're talking about Savannah, okay, Augusta. Yeah, Augusta is going to be right around a quarter to half an inch of ice. Ice storm criteria could be met there. It's going to be freezing rain starting as early as tomorrow, late afternoon and evening. And then once we go into Sunday morning, that freezing rain will just continue. I think in general for the Augusta area, it'll probably be closer to a quarter of an inch of ice. I don't think you're going to get to like a half an inch, but we'll have to wait and see. I think it'll be closer to a quarter. So isolated power outages will be possible, and then travel impacts could last a day or two. They brass for the $10 super chat. Regarding that Pine Bluff accident with the semi, we do not have really any new updates. Again, this is obviously kind of breaking news here on our live stream, but this back over on the west side of Pine Bluff on the interstate, on the iDrive Arkansas traffic cam, there's a semi that has been twisted and turned next to this guardrail. And hopefully everybody's okay here, but northbound is completely closed. Going southbound currently is down to one lane, which it might actually be closed now. I don't know. I haven't seen a car in a while, but for right now, at least going northbound, it is closed. That is on I-530. They've marked it as an accident as of right now. What it looks like over in Norman, Oklahoma right now. This is Storm Intermedia.
I'm sure like Dallas, Waco. I'm sure like places like Lubbock have a lot more salt than Austin because they get a lot more snow.
A little bit of snow there on the roadway. Again, only one lane really is without any snow. There's very few snowplows out there in central Oklahoma. This is also Storm Chaser Mezzo Hunter. Got people walking outside here. This is right next to the University of Oklahoma. There are people still walking out there.
Should have went to college in SUNY.
It's actually kind of surprising.
SUNY, that's where I got my EMT.
Snow is now fully covering the roadways.
I don't know what bro's doing, but alright. Oh, you see that, CJ? Heartless said she'll cover the chase if we pick her up. So we're good.
Hey, Janobi for the super chat. Can ice storm build intensity and power like tornadoes and hurricanes?
RC.
Sorta, but not. It's not the same thing. They're vastly different on how they actually get more intense.
Flood Avenue.
Or become more powerful.
Flood a lot.
mean, hurricanes over water, tornadoes are obviously mesoscale, and then this is a very interesting setup. Again, I've already explained it on our videos, but for those that don't know what's going on, why we have a winter storm, essentially we have Arctic air that is spilling out of Canada. We have a lot of moisture that's coming out of the Pacific, and then a little bit of Gulf moisture that's all merging into this large area. And by tomorrow, again, we're gonna have this really massive winter storm. Right now, this is basically what it looks like, just a little blob of some moisture. But essentially, we have this like stationary boundary that's in place, and all of our Arctic air is meeting there. We got a little bit of warm air that's trying to meet up there a little bit as well. But we have all that moisture that's streaming along this sort of imaginary line, and that is what's leading to all this wintry precipitation. And that's going to become a lot larger tomorrow. Right now, it's a very small area. And then once all that Arctic air wraps around the backside of our snow and ice late Saturday into early Sunday, we will have a low pressure system formed down in the southeast, and that's one of the reasons why we're going to see much more significant snow in areas like the northeast, because this is actually going to organize into a low level low pressure system by the time we go into Sunday night. So that'll give it more round curvature, and that's one of the reasons why we actually have a much larger risk of snow in the northeast than we thought a few days ago. A few days ago, we thought this would just be a large snow event and ice event, mainly in this area, and it would be much flatter. But it's going to get some curvature, it'll become a large storm system, and that's, again, the reason why areas further to the north will see some significant snow in, you know, southern New England. And I mean, it's the difference between seeing literally 1 or 2 inches in Boston versus seeing possibly 20 inches out of this winter storm event as we go into Sunday. Hey, Michael, for becoming a maximum velocity member, and Medic for becoming a member. So it'll be like a nor'easter? Yeah, pretty much. Just not a whole lot of wind. Won't be as windy as a nor'easter. Can snowstorms produce lightning? I don't think we're going to see any like thunder snow, and they can. We can see thunder snow if we have a little bit of instability. But we could have some thunder sleet or thunder ice, as we would call it, right along the Mississippi River. This would be mainly happening on Sunday. So late Saturday, early Sunday, if you're back over near Memphis, Tupelo, even Evansville, Indiana, you guys could see some thunder or lightning, really. Like you could see a bright flash of lightning while it is sleeting or freezing raining. That makes sense. Low chance of thunder snow, though. If there were to be any thunder snow, it would be back up on the very far northern side of this polygon that's drawn here, and that would be back near Evansville. Thank you, John, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Thank you, Steven, for the $10 Venmo donation. Thank you for the stream. No problem. Glad I can help out. Also, thank you, Josh, for becoming a member. Take 5 Golf asks about Dallas-Fort Worth looking Saturday to Monday. I'm flying, hopefully, from Florida to DFW Sunday morning. There's going to be freezing rain. There's going to be snow. By that point, it'll be snow, but it depends on how quickly the runways are cleared off from the ice. I'm guessing they're mostly going to be treated, so I don't think there'll be any major problems going to DFW Sunday, but, you know, you have to wait and see. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. Because by the time we go into Sunday morning, this picture here will be Saturday night. So again, all of that pink is freezing rain, which will lead to ice. Sunday morning, we'll transition briefly into snow near Dallas. This is 7 a.m. Everything is done in DFW by 10, but we're going to have ice. We're going to have snow everywhere in this area all day, Sunday and Monday, and probably even Tuesday. We won't be above freezing in Dallas, Fort Worth, probably at least until Monday afternoon, if not Tuesday. Lindsay with the super chat is asking for Fredericksburg, Virginia. There have been so many different forecasts. There's a bunch of different forecasts for everything. The National Weather Service is expecting 5 to 10 inches of snow and then up to a quarter of an inch of ice. That's pretty much what I would go with. So just go with the National Weather Service forecast there. I do think Washington, D.C., like any surrounding area, will be right around a quarter of an inch of ice. And then further down to the south, we're talking about more significant snowfall, so at least 4 to 8 inches in some of those spots. Maybe up to 10 inches closer you get to Washington, D.C. If you're down near Virginia Beach, really not looking at much of anything when it comes to wintry precipitation. It will probably mostly be just sleet and snow initially, then transitioning into rain. Richmond, Salem, Lynchburg areas, mostly sleet. Some freezing rain as well as we go into Sunday night. Snow will be what we start with again late Saturday into early Sunday, but we're only expecting maybe 3 to 6 inches in those areas. Good shot to Goose with the $20 super chat. Any chance the snow will miss Pennsylvania? I'll give you some probabilities here of the chances of you not seeing snow in Pennsylvania. This is the probability of seeing 1 inch of snowfall. You're in the 100% category, my friend. There's no chance you're getting missed. In fact, there's basically a 100% chance right now all of Pennsylvania will see 6 inches of snow. It's pretty much locked in. This is the probability of over 6 inches. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so this is an update for the north central United States. We just got a bunch of new extreme cold warnings. So these are for wind chills of 45 degrees below zero or more. It's a little bit area specific on exactly how cold it's going to get, but they were canceled for some of the day. We warmed up, I know in Wausau, we warmed up to a wind chill of 39 below zero, nice and toasty. Almost went swimming in the snow. But the extreme cold warnings are back, and we are going to get back beneath that 45-degree below zero wind chill.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So, again, it is extremely cold up there in the northern United States, and it is going to remain cold all night tonight and into tomorrow. And again, we have a lot of snow falling right now in the southern United States. Tomorrow will be a lot worse than today. Today is the drink to the appetizer tomorrow morning to the entree tomorrow night. That's how you can think about it. Make it a lot worse tomorrow. All right, we have some more photos and videos that you guys have been sending in. Let's go ahead and check those out. I don't know what Mezzo Hunter is doing. Hopefully he's all right. Let's go over to our photos and video submissions. Again, if you guys want to submit any photos or videos, you can submit it with the second to top link in the description below. About 30 new photos. We got about a 1/32nd of an inch of snow over in Claremore, Oklahoma. Thank you for the very precise measurement. Hayesville, Kansas, not much snow. A little bit more snow over there in LaFleur County, Oklahoma. My cats don't like the cold temperatures. I can tell. Jonesboro, Arkansas. They do not like the cold temperatures whatsoever. Frozen layer of sleet in Lubbock. This is sent in by an anonymous person. We got our tea ready to go in, is this Connecticut? Yeah, Connecticut. Appreciate you having me on the TV. I know a lot of you guys watch on the TV. It's about 50% of you that actually watch our live streams on TV, which is pretty cool. Over in Laverne, Oklahoma, we are currently sitting at about 3 degrees, and it feels like negative 13. Send more Oklahoma, some of the snow coming down. Got icy roads over in Hobbs, New Mexico. Ice is getting thicker in Ardmore, Oklahoma right now. Loving the snow over in Midwest City. A lot more from where that came from. Ardmore, Oklahoma has a small little glazing of ice on the roadway. Dog is loving the snow and sleet in Wichita Falls, Texas. Snow is coming down pretty hard in Tulsa. This is over in Edmond, Oklahoma, where the roadways are starting to get covered over very quickly. Some small blowing snow in Tulsa. Got the dog out there in the snow in Norman. Some dogs are experiencing their first snow ever here in parts of Oklahoma. Abilene, Texas, as of 10:35. A lot of sleet on the ground, a lot of ice. Pure sleet in Abilene. The pool isn't even covered over. This is from the Flash family. We are ready for the ice. It's easier to heat a tent rather than the whole house. Nice. Tulsa, Oklahoma, looking like almost a winter wonderland now. Heavy sleet and big snowflakes in Jacksonville, Arkansas. Apparently power is out in Burleson, Texas. We got a photo. I can't really see anything, but there's a reason. Apparently in Burleson, Texas, they lost power somehow. Burleson hasn't really seen anything so far. That's over near Dallas, so not sure if that's... I don't think that's winter weather related, but who knows. About 1 inch of snow the past 3 hours in Canadian County, Oklahoma. It's happening in Mena, Arkansas. I don't know what's happening there, but it doesn't... I'm guessing that's sleet there on the road. This is over in Choteau, Oklahoma. Probably butchered that name. With the camper and the dog very excited. I got a report in the chat that the power is flickering already in Sherman, Texas. That is not a good start. Tulsa has snow in the cars. Oklahoma City, we got snow on the deck. There's an ice-sleet mix over in Texarkana, Arkansas. Pixar County, Oklahoma. Some snow on the road. This is not something you should be doing, by the way. In Watauga County, North Carolina, I would not be having a gas heater inside. That is a very bad thing. You do not want to be doing that. Wichita Falls, Texas, got a little bit of snow there and a little bit of sleet. Got a little bit of ice sticking to a trash can in Cass County. Small little icicles. Those will be really big by tomorrow. No way. We got an exploding tree. Exploding tree in St. Paul, Minnesota, guys. This is our first exploding tree that we've had a photo of. See all the different splits inside of the tree. This is what we're talking about. We got an exploding tree risk in the northern plains and the upper Midwest. Thank you for sending that in from Butler County with some snow. Again, if you want to send in any photos or videos, QR code's on your screen. The link's also on your screen. As a reminder, if you guys have any friends or family in the path of this winter storm, definitely make sure to share the stream, get the word out there. Again, we are going to be live all weekend long with very in-depth winter storm coverage. Tomorrow's going to be way crazier than today. That is for sure. But obviously right now we're still dealing with a lot of snow and freezing rain and sleet. Tomorrow it's going to ramp up in a big way. We're talking about a large, widespread area of snow, sleet, freezing rain, tons of snow coming. I mean, man, tomorrow's going to be pretty crazy. Already off to a pretty active start here tonight with all the snow and sleet and freezing rain we're already starting to see. But it is going to get worse out there overnight tonight. Storm chaser Brandon Payne is currently live back over near Shawnee, Oklahoma, where snow is still coming down at a pretty decent clip. Thank you, Nate, for the $10 super chat. Dave with the super chat says, just found your channel. It's impressive. Any updates for Knoxville? No updates right now. I mean, you're going to start to see freezing rain sometime around lunchtime tomorrow. That'll be the beginning of your troubles. You'll probably start with snow, actually, then go to freezing rain in the afternoon. Hey, Crazy for the super chat. I do apologize again. I can't even see every super chat. This chat's very fast. Really curious about your prediction for ice accumulation in Greenville, South Carolina. I think a ½ an inch of ice. Which is going to be mostly freezing rain.
Alright, getting close to the highway.
Trevor with the super chat says, I have a flight Sunday morning from St. Louis. How are we looking? It's going to be snowing. I mean, I don't think there'll be any major problems. It depends on where you're going, but it should be fine. Just keep an eye out on your airline. I can't really predict if your airline's going to say, we're not flying in this or not. I couldn't tell you. It's going to be snowing, but it shouldn't be that bad.
Taking a stop real quick just to look at radar.
The Storm Runner Media.
LSU. So Lane Kiffin.
They are currently a little further west than where Brandon is. They're near Midwest
LSU,
City on
LSU
I-40.
Tigers are going to be back to dominance.
Nobody cares.
Well, when Ohio State ain't winning championships because LSU is, you're going to care about it. So.
Hey, Tiffany for the $10 super chat. Anyway, Friendsville, Maryland.
But, you know.
Who has won a championship most recently?
You're over at Friendsville, Maryland. I would be anticipating 12 to 18 inches of snow.
Every team. Like,
National Weather Service is also expecting that. Maybe a 1/10 of an inch of ice.
Playoff appearances since the last time you won the championship.
Go back to the 3-camera view here. Can somebody switch camera slot 2? It's frozen. Let me just send in the chat. I want some Taco Bueno so bad. I low-key would... tacos sound great right now. Not gonna lie. I think a lot of you guys, though, will not be able to get much food here over the next few days in terms of like Taco Bueno or McDonald's. I think a lot of those places are closed across the South this weekend. Hey, Katie, for the super chat, can you do a totals check on Greene County, Virginia? Looks like we're going to be getting hit harder than expected. Hard to tell. You search it up. Greene County, Virginia. I would probably say about 8 to 12 inches there near Shenandoah National Park. The National Weather Service is saying 8 to 14. Highest numbers or highest totals will be in the Blue Ridge area, so the higher elevations. So 8 to 12. I mean, you're going to transition into freezing rain sometime Sunday. Let's go back into the future radar here, but you'll transition into sleet and freezing rain by around lunchtime on Sunday. So anything that happens before is going to be almost all purely snow. Just had somebody in the chat ask about Chicago and how much snow you're going to see. No more than a coating to an inch. It's not going to be much there. If you're over in like Memphis, Nashville, those areas will start as snow here in the early morning tomorrow, and then it'll transition into freezing rain and sleet very quickly. Nashville might see snow all the way through 4 or 5 o'clock tomorrow, which means your totals might end up being higher. Memphis will be almost all freezing rain after about 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if Memphis were to get added into ice storm warnings. Definitely wouldn't rule that out. In terms of like total ice accumulation, this is a map that gives you an idea of how much ice you can actually see. I mean, we're talking about at least 3/4 of an inch of ice all across most of northern central Mississippi, including Tupelo, Oxford, Grenada, Greenwood, all those areas. Expecting at least a pretty significant amount of freezing rain there. And then back over near Memphis, we're going to be pretty close to ice storm warning criteria, but we're probably right around a 1/2 inch. Same thing with Jackson. About 3/4 of an inch near Linden and Lexington. And then Pine Bluff to Queen. Some of these areas can be right around about a 1/2 inch to a 3/4 of an inch, I think. Yeah, plenty of ice is coming. Even the Atlanta, Georgia area is going to see some ice accumulation. We are under ice storm warnings for Atlanta for around 1/4 or 1/2 inch of ice in some of those spots. With locations off to the northeast going to be more significant. Sad with the super chat asks, how bad will Houston be? Houston's going to transition into freezing rain Sunday morning. We're not going to really see any freezing precipitation until Sunday. It's going to be a very brief period, but around midnight and just after midnight, all around Houston will start to transition from rain to freezing rain. Most of Houston will not see that until about 4 or 5 in the morning, but areas off to the northwest will see that sooner. And so freezing rain will be pretty quick here, but it's going to be cold for most of Sunday, so it'll pretty much just be freezing rain there all Sunday. We apparently have hit 500 reports on our report program today. So obviously, for those that are sending in photos and videos, we have like a number on the bottom of all of the different photos and videos that are sent in. And we have people that approve the photos and videos on the backside to make sure, obviously, everything's appropriate and stuff. And yeah, I mean, we've had actually 500 today. I think that's the highest number we've ever had. Let's aim for 1,000 tomorrow. I think we can hit 1,000. 1,000 different people for sending in photos and videos. I mean, we'll be live for probably 16 hours tomorrow. We should easily hit 1,000 tomorrow, I would think. We're up to about 500 though. Prescott, Arkansas, ground is covered in sleet right now, and ice is starting to form on the roof. This is over in Norman, Oklahoma. Plenty of snow there right now. Oklahoma City also has plenty of snow. Over on a driveway camera in Shawnee, Oklahoma. Fort Smith, Arkansas has plenty of snow flying. It's happening in Atoka, Oklahoma. We're starting to see a little bit of freezing precipitation there. Drifting snow is being reported over in Fort County, Kansas, specifically in Buckland. 3 to 7 inches of snow so far in Hayes, Kansas. Fort Smith, Arkansas also has plenty of snow flying. We got heavy ice accumulations already on the trees in Gainesville. Look at that. We already got icicles on the trees there. That's in Cook County, Texas. That's just north of Dallas. About an hour north of Dallas. 20, 30 minutes north of Denton. This is over in Quebec, Canada. Water pipe broke and this car is now frozen into the street. What negative 18 degrees Celsius does in just a few hours. That is terrible. That would be it. If I was that person, I don't even know what I would do. That's crazy. Go to my standing desk. Yeah, standing. I've been sitting for like 3 hours. That is crazy. This is from Kayla in Edmond, Oklahoma. Love me some snow. That is a lot of snow. Starting to snow in Fort Smith, Arkansas. That's over in Crawford County. About 14 degrees below zero right now in Ottawa, Ontario, and Canada. Perfect for backyard ice rinks. Definitely is. It's over in Edmond, Oklahoma. Plenty of snow on the ground. I like that some of you guys are setting in your door, you know, like your ring cameras and stuff. This is from Oklahoma City. Drifting snow back over in Owasso, Oklahoma. Some snow in Wichita, Kansas. Attempting to stay warm while watching Max. It's about 0 degrees there. I hope you're staying warm. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we just simultaneously got 4 different warning updates. So we're going to start in the Memphis, Tennessee area and then work our way east. So starting with the winter storm warning that Memphis is in and other places in Arkansas and Tennessee, as well as parts of Mississippi. This has now been upgraded to total snow and sleet accumulations between 3 and 9 inches and ice accumulations to 0.2 of an inch. Once again, that does include Memphis. Now, going just a little bit further east in Tennessee, we have our ice storm warning, which has now been upgraded. This is now for total snow and sleet accumulations between 1 and 2 inches and ice accumulations beneath or between 1/2 inch and 1 inch. Now, working our way east again into places like Waynesboro, Tennessee, and Florence, Alabama, this warning or this ice storm warning is now for the same thing of total snow and sleet accumulations between 1 and 2 inches and ice accumulations around 1/2 inch with locally higher amounts. Now for our winter storm warning that includes Nashville and other surrounding areas, the snow update on this is actually a good one if you're a snow lover in Nashville. We are now expecting total snow and sleet accumulations between 3 to 6 inches north of I-40 and 1 to 3 inches south of I-40. Ice accumulations for this entire warning will be between 0.2 and 1/2 of an inch.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. What is going on? Storm in Media's feed. They are getting...
That's what's so dangerous is you have
Wow.
these cars and
Look
you
at
also
that.
have some of these semi
Look at the blowing snow here in Oklahoma City. Oh, that's actually from a car. Oh, look at all the snow that's being picked up by that car right there.
That's how crashes happen, or that's how you slide off, or right. So
all right, going back to some of your photos and videos. This is sent in from Los Angeles, California. My cat is super into you, Max. Glad the cat's watching. This is from Raton, New Mexico. Got some ice already over there. Sticking to some of the branches. Started to accumulate pretty quickly. This was in 15 minutes. Sayocla County, Oklahoma there. A little bit of light snow in Edmond, Oklahoma. It's a lot of snow in Sparks. A lot of sleet in Denison. Snow is starting to settle in Tulsa. Over in Creek County, Oklahoma. Video from Prescott, Arizona showing some of the ice that's accumulating there. We got freezing rain coming down and some sleet. It's a mix of both. Starting to accumulate there to the side of the roof. It's in Mamel, Arkansas. Light snow coming down there. And then Jacksonville, Arkansas. Looks like the road's starting to get iced over. And our last photo for right now, ice stacking up in Platter, Oklahoma. And if you have any photos, videos, you can scan the QR code on your screen. Feel free to send it to us. That's what it looks like right now in Oklahoma City near New Wella now. So we're going to the east side of Oklahoma City. conditions are deteriorating right now on the highways.
I wonder what Dallas is going to look like with snow and sleet and freezing rain.
Dallas, the place is going to be shut down, but it's a weekend, so I'm sure most people will be inside. That's good. I don't want to see this like next Triple R run to see if that dry slot tomorrow is like a just.
Well, the pictures being sent, great update to the channel, a great upgrade to the channel. Yeah, it's a pretty nice upgrade. I mean, it helps to have everything centralized into one place for every photo and video that's being sent in.
I-40 tonight gets pretty heavy stuff, at least until like 3 in the morning. By the time we wake up tomorrow, it looks like some of the heavier stuff is like right along 40, Garrett. Tomorrow morning.
There's an ice jam going on in East Central and Northeast Nebraska.
What? What did you say?
An ice jam?
What is an ice jam?
You know, like in the rivers, like when the
when it
like when the ice melts.
Yeah.
Around Columbus.
That's what it looks like right now there over in Oklahoma City. Thank you, Kelly, for becoming a member. Also, thank you, Rada, for the $10 super chat. Haven't heard anybody talk about it, but what about how far off the coast of New Jersey will that low pressure system end up? Any chance it staying at sea and not changing to ice? No, I think there's gonna be ice in central southern New Jersey. I think it'll happen also near Philly. This is what our low pressure system looks like as we go into this weekend. And again, we're gonna have a low pressure system form here right off the coast. I mean, it'll kind of form down near Georgia, but it'll form more and it'll organize more back over south in New England. But I fully expect sleet and freezing rain if you're in New Jersey, Philadelphia, Maryland. I don't think that's going to change. I don't think the forecast is going to change there. So expect a lot of snow for most of Sunday, but we will see a transition period for many of you. Riley has a update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I was gonna just start in Oklahoma here and then talk about where our rain snow line is setting up right now. So once again, we're back looking at correlation coefficient, and if you guys want to do this later when we're not live, this is exactly what you have to do. So obviously we have two sort of different textures here. We have the very rough texture and we have the very smooth texture. Smooth equals snow. Snow is good. We love snow. Everything else down here, this is just kind of garbled rain, maybe some sleet, maybe some freezing rain. It's just not really fun. So what we're going to do here is we're just going to go ahead and draw a line basically, and anywhere on the northern side of this line, you're probably seeing snow right now. So places like Elk City, Weatherford, El Reno, Oklahoma City, Norman, Tulsa, Broken Arrow, you guys are all seeing snow right now. And this holds true as we work our way further east, going into parts of Arkansas. You can see it even better on this radar site here south of Fort Smith. Over here in Oklahoma, we can see that we still have a very defined line, and the same sort of thing in Arkansas as well. Now, the one thing that I want to point out that's a little more evident on this radar scan compared to the ones we were talking about earlier is even though some of this area looks like it has consistent shaded in colors, it doesn't exactly mean that it's all snow, because we're looking on the northern side where we know there's cold temperatures to guarantee snow. The difference here is this could be all rain and it's still going to show up is 100% the same on correlation coefficient because it's all rain. The main thing that you want to track is that line. So anywhere north of this line where we know we're seeing snow, that's where that's going to continue. Going even further east, we can click on the Little Rock radar site and we see this line once again, probably the best example of this line working its way across Arkansas. And once again, north of this line is where we're seeing snow. Now, just a few hours ago when we were in Oklahoma, this line was a lot further north than it is right now. If I had to go back and estimate where that line was, we were probably looking at about right here. And that was just 60 minutes ago. Now the snow is pushing much further off to the south. Of course, as the cold air is going south, there's going to be more snow. So places like Sulphur in Oklahoma, you guys are probably going to be looking at snow sometime in the next couple of hours.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Huge shout out to Bousher with the $50 super chat. Thank you, Max and Riley, for all that you do. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the support. Thank you also, Liz, for the $20 super chat. Columbus, Ohio, I'm afraid to ask. I'm thinking probably 10 to 12 inches. I don't know if you're scared of that or not, but that's what you're probably going to see up there. Thank you, Kelly, for becoming a member. Thank you also, Spears, for the super chat. When referencing ice accumulation, why did they say 0.2 of an inch instead of reducing the fraction to 1/5? it's probably for consistency purposes. I didn't even really think about that, but I'm still on this screen. I didn't really think about that, but it's probably because of just consistency. I mean, we're talking a 10th and a 1/5 of an inch are different, like, words and ways to put it. So they probably just make it a 10th, a 2/10, and then a 1/3. I actually really don't know. That's an interesting question. I'll have to look into that. The only thing I can think of is consistency with wording. That's literally the only thing I can think of. I don't know if anybody else knows the answer, Riley, but maybe people might not understand what a 1/5 of an inch is. I don't really know. It's a good question, though. Never really thought about that. Hey, Jeffrey, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Like, camera 2 is broken for some reason. Stay off, but... Guys, in a couple, I think about a week or two from now, we are going to see if the groundhog is going to say if we are going to have 6 more weeks of winter or not. We are not far from that. This is literally, I feel like winter is happening for literally everybody at the same time. Texas will be officially closed tomorrow, if you haven't already heard. Everybody will be busy finding their jackets across Texas. This is literally going to be everybody in, this is going to be everybody in Texas tomorrow. If you're tuning in from Texas, this is going to be everybody. By the way, if anybody is asking tomorrow or the next day on how the roads are, I will be showing this meme at all times. All right. This is literally what I'm going to be saying. This is what we're going to show on the stream the entire time. Just this. This is actually valid. This is so valid for tomorrow. So many of you guys actually have to go to work tomorrow still, or at least some of you. Thank you, Kevin, for the $10 super chat. Yeah, I'll explain that in a second. Thank you, Fine, for becoming a member. Also, Happy for becoming a member. If you have to go into work tomorrow, if we could probably slap this over 2026. We could probably put this as 2026. The Texas blizzard of 2026. We will be rebuilt. This will be for some of you in like southern Texas. It'll basically look like this. Brittany for the super chat, or becoming a member. I have an entire memes folder. You know, I posted this on our one of our our Facebook page about 2 weeks ago. I think about 2 weeks ago. I posted this graphic. I kind of think a lot of you probably are thinking like, I do not want this anymore. Like, we haven't had a cold front in Texas. We didn't have a cold front for like weeks in Texas, or at least a significant one. Now we have, and I think a lot of you guys might have seen that, and it's a lot of regret now. But yeah, I have an entire memes folder. I don't even have it just for this stream. I've just had it for a while. Thank you, Dinah, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Also, Brittany for becoming a member. I had somebody asking about why are we going to see warm air basically intrude up here into like Alabama, for example. And if I show you guys the future radar. Also getting a bunch of new weather alerts, it looks like right now. But if we go over to the future radar, we're gonna have this large area of warm air that's essentially gonna come out of my pen broke. All right, I have to fix my pen 1 second. But for those that are wondering about why we're gonna see warm air in like Tennessee, for example, and Alabama, it's mainly because we're gonna have a low pressure system forming as we go into Sunday. So we'll have this warm air nose basically forming over here. On the back side, we have the Arctic air, and then we have a little cold air damming event that's happening back over in the mid-Atlantic, which is where a lot of the cold air is basically coming off the mountains leading to freezing precipitation on the east side of the mountain range. And so that's why we're seeing all that winter precipitation over there late Saturday into early Sunday. But we'll have that warm nose continuing to work its way up towards Nashville even by early Sunday. So that's why we're going to see that large transition into just a lot of cold rain for most of eastern Tennessee. And there's a reason why so many of you are actually only under winter weather advisories right now, is for that reason, because there's not really going to be a whole lot of ice accumulation. We're going to get that rain instead of the normal cold rain, instead with a southerly wind pulling warmer air off to the north. And then off to the west, we obviously have the backside of this low pressure system where all the Arctic air is going to be working into. And that is an area that we are going to see a much more significant risk for heavier snow and also heavier ice accumulation, especially late Saturday and into early Sunday. By the way, that accident that we were talking about earlier in the stream, probably about an hour ago over in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, I'm not sure if we have any updates on this, but it looks like as of right now, they are starting to work on probably getting the truck off the road. This accident happened in an area that was pretty prone to ice. So Pine Bluff did see some freezing rain and sleet. That semi got completely twisted. And unfortunately, it does not look like things have improved here at this point. Are you going to sleep at all? I will be sleeping, at least a little bit. I don't know how much we'll actually be sleeping, but we're going to be live, again, probably for 16 hours tomorrow. At least, probably at least 12. I don't know about 16, but it'll be a lot. For those that are wondering, obviously, there's a lot of work that goes into everything that we do here. We've been doing 2 videos every day this week. We've been doing, multiple live streams. This is our 3rd live stream now that we've done for this winter storm. I've been literally working nonstop every single day since Monday for everything that we're doing. We have a lot of back-end stuff that we do, obviously, when it comes to this winter weather activity and preparing for live streams. Like, it's not just me going live and clicking a button. Like, we have employees, we have people on the back end that are working on things actively. We had an entire, I spent hours working on graphics and stuff for these streams, like everything. So, it is a full-blown process here. Like, I've been working literally, guessing 64, 70, 80, I think 80 hours so far, just over the last 5 days. It's basically every single hour I've been awake. I've barely done anything else. So, thank you for becoming a VIP Velocity member, and also Steve for becoming a member. Also, huge shout out to Rick with the $50 super chat. Just started following. Are you making fun of Texans? My family is worried. Yeah, I mean, I'm not making fun of Texans. I used to live in Texas, so that's why I have the memes. But, most of North Texas, we're talking around 1/4 inch of ice. I don't think we're going to see too many areas over 1/2 inch. 1/2 inch would be what causes the threat of multiple days of power outages. And for right now, it seems like that's mostly going to be over here in East Texas. There could be some spots, though, around San Antonio and Austin and some of the higher elevations that could see a better chance of ice accumulation that could end up leading to power outages. But generally speaking, there will at least be isolated to scattered power outages across the board. So be ready for power outages for sure. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So a couple of different things, actually. First off, we had someone asking how much 1/5 of an inch of ice is. The closest that I could come up with is about 3/4 stacked on top of each other. I'm technically off by about 0.003 or 0.007 millimeters, but I think we're going to take that as close enough. The other thing we need to talk about is a few more winter storm warning upgrades, as well as a flash flood warning. So first off, that flash flood warning is in Texas for western Bandera County. That's till 2 a.m. Central. 2 to 4 inches of rain has fallen, and up to an additional 2 inches is possible. Next up, we have a winter storm warning in the area of Austin and San Antonio, Texas. This has been updated to include ice accumulations of 1/10 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch of ice, and isolated amounts of 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 of an inch. Another winter storm warning we had was over in northern Texas. This is in the Amarillo weather forecast area. So this includes places like Amarillo, Texas, and over into Oklahoma, like Beaver, Oklahoma. This one is for a little bit more snow and not a lot of ice. So no ice mentioned in this one at all whatsoever. Now it is just for snow accumulations of 5 to 9 inches.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So back down near San Antonio, we now have winter storm warnings that are in effect. Expecting at least 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch of ice. Some localized areas up to 1/2 of an inch of ice is now possible. And again, even Houston, Texas, you guys are under winter storm warnings. Not really much of a surprise there. But if you're back down near Houston, we are expecting some ice accumulation as we head into Sunday morning. Likely going to see around 2/10 of an inch of ice down there. And kind of some interesting stuff going on near San Antonio. We have some strong storms. We got some lightning out there. And flash flood warnings now in effect just west of San Antonio. This is all right before we end up seeing a pretty major winter storm happen down here. I mean, again, we're talking about strong storms, some lightning, even some hail, and by tomorrow, it's going to be a completely different story. By tomorrow night, we'll have freezing rain in this area. So temperatures are still around 60 near San Antonio. It's actually a little toasty in terms of temperatures comparatively across Texas. We have a lot of freezing rain now back over near Gainesville, and it looks like Gainesville is going to be getting hammered by freezing rain for the next few hours. We basically have a training area of freezing rain that's making its way from west to east. So Gainesville, Sherman, you guys are getting hit hard right now by freezing precipitation. It is now down to 28 degrees in Denison, Texas. It has dropped significantly. Glen Heights, Texas is down to 35. That's just outside of Dallas. We got a little bit of freezing rain that's been making its way into the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We're only expecting that to get more intense as we go into the overnight hours and into tomorrow. So if you have any sort of travel plans, right, you're gonna have some problems. All right, that's the easiest way to put it. There will be problems out there when it comes to traveling out here in North Texas. So travel problems are definitely gonna be increasing a lot more tomorrow, but they're already starting to get bad out there. We had multiple accidents. We've had probably around a dozen accidents so far tonight. Some of them in Oklahoma. We've at least had a few there in Arkansas, and that number is just going to continue to climb as conditions continue to deteriorate. Hey, Diane for the $10 super chat, and also Mommy for becoming a member. Somebody just asked what's going on in Arkansas right now. Well, we do have a large area of snow moving into Arkansas. The snow has exploded. This is the high-resolution radar site, and you can see some heavier bands of snow even moving into Little Rock near Hot Springs, Pine Bluff. We have pretty heavy freezing rain that's making its way across southern Arkansas right now that is now moving towards Memphis. If you're over in Memphis, we're starting to get close to seeing snow near Hernando, Oxford, and Boonville. Freezing rain near Tupelo, and then just to the north and west there of Grenada. So we're starting to see some freezing rain. This is going to get a lot worse again tomorrow, but this is the beginning. It's the very beginning stages here of when we are actually going to see a very major winter storm. But we got a few pockets of heavier snow just southwest there of Memphis near Mariana, and I think it's Tonica, if I'm not mistaken, near Clarksdale. So it's definitely starting to get a lot more active out here just to the south and west there of Memphis. We just said they have a report of snow in Grapevine. I don't think so. I don't think we have any snow in Grapevine right now. Got a few more photos and videos from you guys that you guys have been sending in. This is one of the latest photos that was sent in by Becca over in Oklahoma City. Our daughter, Snow Angel. Very nice. Thank you for sending that in. This is what it looks like over in Owasso, Oklahoma. Roads are pretty much covered over in snow at this point. It's over in Dallas, Texas. It's starting to rain there in Dallas. Probably starting to see some freezing rain out there. It's over in Owasso, Oklahoma. Some snow and sleet. Can hear it hitting the ground. Should be able to. Sounds like pebbles coming down right now over in Ardmore. At least 3 inches of snow in Edmond, Oklahoma. Temperature at about 10 degrees. That is cold. Oklahoma City, it is bright in the middle of the night. It's in Hayesville, Kansas. Got a lot of snow out there. It's from Nicole. Almost can't open my door anymore. Snow stacking up pretty quickly there in Yukon. Keep in mind, areas like Yukon can be close to a foot by Sunday morning. 3 inches over in Noble, Oklahoma, right next to the pool. A mix of snow and sleet in Comanche County. Snowing in northwestern Arkansas near Bentonville now. Should get a lot heavier here in the next hour. Steve says it's gentle snowfall in downtown Tulsa. Says Thomasville, North Carolina. Texarkana in Texas has been seeing some freezing rain and sleet. It's been basically a mix here over the last few hours. Sapulpa, Oklahoma, a lot of snow there. And then our last photo for right now is also in Sapulpa. Snowing for about 2 hours, a little bit of accumulation, about under an inch so far. But yeah, if you have any photos or videos, you can submit it, scan the QR code. Any related weather photos, videos, or even just if you have photos of the grocery stores, ways you're preparing, anything like that, feel free to send it in to us, and we'll continue to show it here throughout the stream. Hey, that guy for the super chat. Also, Crystal for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Will Wichita, Kansas get more snow tomorrow? You will. Yeah, again, a lot more snow is coming tomorrow. Again, tomorrow's the big day for snow. Today really isn't. Today is just kind of the beginning of everything. We're not really talking about much snow today, even though we're seeing some places like Oklahoma City get near 3 to 4 inches now. It's going to be a lot heavier tomorrow. So the band of snow that's ongoing now will continue through tomorrow morning. And then once we get into tomorrow afternoon, that is when the snow is going to ramp up a lot more back over in the central and southern plains. By tomorrow night is when we're going to be talking about the heaviest of the snow. These are going to, this snow, comparatively to the snow we're talking about now, will be actually 2 times heavier. They're going to be bigger snowflakes, and it'll be a much fluffier snow, which will stack up much faster. So Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Lawton, and Bentonville, all of you guys are going to be dealing with that. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, this is a huge update. We have a giant new ice storm warning. So this is for places around Houston, Texas, and to the northeast. It might actually include Houston, Texas. This is still a warning that's being updated in real time. So this includes places like Onalaska, Texas, DeRidder, Texas, Nacogdoches, Palestine, Buffalo, Centerville. We may see this actually be moved into Houston, Texas as well, but this is for ice accumulations either between like 0.3 of an inch all the way up to 0.75 inches, depending on the area you are in. So this almost doubled the size of the ice storm warnings that we have, at least with this swath over here. And there are still more to come, it sounds like. We may see ice storm warnings all the way into Houston proper. We don't know yet. If that does happen, I'll let you know. But for now, that is a very large update to our ice storm warnings.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. That is definitely big news. So again, that is for anywhere just northeast of Houston, Texas. I don't know why my red light's going off, but anywhere near Houston, Texas, we now have ice storm warnings in effect in East Texas. So Tyler, Longview, Crockett, Nacogdoches, and as well as Jasper. All of you guys are included in that. We are expecting basically anywhere in this area to at least see 1/3 of an inch of ice or more. So if you're anywhere over here in East Texas, we've now been upgraded to ice storm warnings. So make sure that you're prepared for significant impacts back over here. Power outages are likely in this region. I don't know why my red, or that's a pink color. All right. I don't know why I changed to red. I don't know why it was flashing. That usually happens for tornado warnings. But yeah. Thank you, that guy, for another super chat. I would say around 4 to 8 inches in the Roswell, New Mexico area. But I don't think Houston will be added to the ice storm warning, just because it's going to be a pretty quick hitting event for Houston comparatively to areas off to the north. For those that are in Houston, we're probably not going to be an ice storm criteria. By Saturday night, there really won't even be any freezing rain in Houston. College Station could get upgraded, though, down the road, or Waco, but I don't think Houston will. Houston's going to be seeing some freezing rain and sleet starting around 5 and then going all the way until about 10 or so. It's about 5 hours of freezing rain and sleet. Does not compare to surrounding areas like, you know, Nacogdoches or Shreveport or Longview. Those areas will be seeing it for a much longer period of time. So, generally speaking, the worst of the impacts are going to be felt much earlier, or much later, excuse me, in the event than everybody else. Hey, Justin, for becoming a member. And Tiger with the super chat asking about Berks County, Pennsylvania. I think really anywhere in Pennsylvania you'll be talking about 12 to 18 inches of snow. If you're near Philadelphia, Allentown, Reading, those are some of the locations that'll transition into sleet and freezing rain, at least briefly, on the tail end of this event, sometime Sunday night. New York City will even do that. Maybe as far north as southern Connecticut, but for the most part, you guys are almost all going to be snow across the state. Somebody just said in the chat, got the sleds ready. Hopefully you're not sledding down any sort of icy hills or anything like that. Oh, camera 2. Rush all of them. There we go. Thank you, Spirits, for the $10 super chat. I just looked into it more. It sounds like measuring in tenths and decimals is generally easier for recording data, measuring, and consistency. That makes sense. It does make sense. Brian with the super chat just asked, any updates for Northwest Ohio this weekend? Not really. I mean, I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of snow in Northwest Ohio. A few inches is on the table, but not expecting anything significant up that direction. Should be pretty minor snowfall accumulation in general. Bar with the super chat says, how much or when will the ice begin to melt in Gainesville, Georgia? Most of Georgia will probably start to see the ice melt Monday afternoon, if not Tuesday. Long Island, and we're ready. We have a lot of snow in Long Island. One of the bigger snow events that we've had recently. Can we change camera 2 out for someone else? See, CMY for the super chat. Can I get an update for Woodstock, Georgia? Sure. Thank you, Andrew, for becoming a member. I think really anywhere near Atlanta, and I see somebody else asking about Douglasville, like basically anywhere around the Atlanta, Georgia area, we're going to likely see at least a 1/4 inch of ice. There could be some spots near 1/2 inch in this area. I think the worst impacts will be over here, though. This is where we're talking 1/2 inch plus of ice, and there could be some locations around 1 inch of ice accumulation. Most of the freezing rain will be Saturday afternoon and evening into Sunday morning. But Atlanta, 1/4 inch is what I'm thinking. Areas back over near Gainesville, 1/2 inch. Maybe some areas up near 1 inch. And Greenville, Asheville, Morgantown through Statesville, like all those areas there, at least 1/2 inch of ice. So that will at least cause scattered power outages, infrastructure damage is possible. Major travel impacts are expected. Thank you, Jacob, for the super chat, and Habby for the super chat. I refuse to believe in winter Tulsa will only get 1 inch. Tulsa is going to get way more than that. I'm definitely expecting 10 to 12 in the Tulsa area. Guys, I've gone through. I'm glad I went to. I had to get a pack of water bottles because I don't have like a water, like I don't have like a Brita up here. And I already went through this bottle of water. I've gone through 3 normal bottles of water. I'm about to go on my next one. I'm literally on my 5th bottle of water since starting the stream, which is actually insane. I am on my next bottle of water. Unbelievable. Might be the most water I've ever had on a stream, to be honest. Thank you, Joshua, for the super chat. Apparently, Riley has had 4 of his 40-ounce water bottles, and he's on his 5th now. So he's on to like 200 ounces of water. Let me show you his camera. There's all the water he has. I have a mini fridge of water bottles, like next to, you know, this setup that I have. And it might be empty by the end of this event. I'm not going to lie. We might not have any water bottles left. I bought a 30-pack of water. I don't know if that's going to be enough. That's what it looks like out there in Oklahoma City area right now. This is Storm Chaser Brandon Payne. Thank you, Gary, for the super chat. Louisville, Kentucky is expecting around 10 to 15 inches of snow. How do you not pee? Have you not seen me leave the studio like 5 times?
My dad was not a fan.
Every time I leave, that's usually because of that. Or it's getting food, one of the two.
What up, Dad? I haven't seen you all stream. Maybe you sent messages earlier. I didn't catch it, but we got my dad in the chat.
As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below.
My mom's here too. We got both of them in here.
We've officially gained over 100,000 subscribers in the last like 2 or 3 days. It's insane. You guys have friends or family that are in the path of this winter storm.
Sends a bigger super
Again, tomorrow's
chat,
the biggest day, as well as Sunday, but I mean, tomorrow's gonna be a huge day. Make sure that you're subscribed, click the bell icon. We're gonna be live bright and early, covering this winter storm, and we'll be live pretty much all day. No video forecast tomorrow morning, by the way, for those that are wondering. We will have a video, I think, tomorrow afternoon, and we'll probably record that on the live stream. So we will likely record an entire video while we're live tomorrow. Ezzy's for the $50 super chat. We appreciate you. Love coming from Fort Worth. Really appreciate that, Ezzy. Thank you so much. Logan's with the $5 super chat says local weather in St. Louis saying we're expecting 10 to 13 inches of
What's
snow.
going on here?
I was thinking like maybe
our first
6 to 8.
lights of the night. Have not really seen anybody
in St. Louis
stuck.
That's a view again near Oklahoma City. It's an interesting weather fact. The temperature in far northern Alaska was 28 degrees, or is 28 degrees right now. We can actually probably show you this on the map. Let me get the METAR data out here. So it's about 20 degrees right now, or the actual temperature right now in Amarillo is about 8 degrees. There is a spot all the way up here in northern Alaska. There's several places in northern Alaska right now that are sitting at 30 degrees Fahrenheit. And even in Canada, even in Greenland, it's 32. Down here in the Texas Panhandle, Dallas, those places are all colder right now than northern Alaska. That is how cold it is right now in the United States. That's pretty insane, I'm not gonna lie. Hey James, the super chat. Post that to socials, Riley. Twitter and Facebook. Makes my brain hurt. It's pretty crazy stuff. You could pretty much go anywhere down here in the South and say the same thing. It's colder here than Alaska and Oklahoma, Arkansas, Tennessee, northern Mississippi, almost all of Texas. It's crazy. Hey, Lisa for the super chat. Knoxville. Most of you guys in Knoxville are going to be talking about freezing rain. And, I mean, we're probably talking a quarter of an inch of ice there as well. Just a rough estimate. It'll start out as snow around lunchtime and then transition to sleet and then quickly into freezing rain by the evening. And it'll pretty much be freezing rain for the remainder of the event. So, I'm not sure Knoxville's going to be that bad. 1/10 to a quarter of an inch is what I'm thinking. I think the Knoxville area is not going to be really too intense when it comes to the freezing rain. I think you're going to probably get into that warm sector, so you might not see as bad of impacts as surrounding areas to your west. Hey, Dodge for the sewer chat. Almost snow begin in Louisville, Kentucky. In Louisville, Kentucky, you guys are going to start to see snow around 2 o'clock or so tomorrow. Huge shout out to Rick with the $100 super chat saying, first night watching, you make a hard job looks easy. Thank you from Dallas. Really appreciate that. And thank you for the very generous super chat. I think I also missed another one. Rick had another $100 super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Sorry I missed that one. Thank you also, Angel for $5 super chat. How much snow are we approximately expecting in Wentzville, Missouri? I can actually show you guys the snowfall accumulation literally on this map here. This is approximate, but I think Wentzville, I don't know where Wentzville is exactly. I'm just going to show you guys, though, generally what we're looking at. Basically, anywhere in the purple area here in southern Missouri, we're talking 8 to 12 inches at least. Some localized areas near 13, 14 inches is possible. The St. Louis area, I'm still thinking 6 to 8 inches of snow. Back over near Joplin, we're looking at 6 to 7. Jefferson City, probably around 4 to 6. Kansas City is probably only going to be a few inches. I'm thinking like 3 to 5. Snow's down to downtrended a little bit over there. Most of Kansas hasn't really been that impressive so far. It's been very light snow. I would still expect about 3 to 6, though, for most of central Kansas. Wichita's probably going to be right around 3 to 6. Most significant snow should be right here in the heart of Oklahoma, near Oklahoma City and Tulsa, Bartlesville area. But again, that's just a general idea. The forecast map graphic that I have, more of what I'm thinking right now. We could probably shift this 10 to 15 inch range a little further south, but outside of that, everything's pretty much still lining up with what we've seen so far. Hey, Patty, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Think the system's gonna bust? I don't think so. There's no signs of that at all. I mean, this is already kind of overperforming for some areas. Again, this freezing rain and snow is way further east than we were thinking by this point. Already into northern Mississippi. Freezing rain bands are getting very intense right now near the Red River of Texas. It's only going to be getting worse by tomorrow. The storm's going to blow up in size by tomorrow. Hey, Raj, for the sewer chat. Driving from Kansas City to Colorado Springs Sunday morning, taking I-70. Am I cooked? I'm not going to really give a whole lot of travel advice when it comes to driving. It's up to your risk tolerance. I don't think you'll have a problem, though. I mean, there's going to be some snow on the road, probably, or at least around the road. There's not going to really be any ice up there. It's just going to be cold. So, Kansas City to Colorado Springs is not as bad of a drive as going from, like, Dallas to Memphis or something. Like, that's going to be a treacherous drive if you're going anywhere in that direction on Sunday. But, I mean, again, if you're going back over from Kansas City to anywhere near Denver, it's all just going to be snow for this event. So, not expecting ice over there. Bad with the Super Chat test is Baltimore, Maryland getting 8 to 12 inches of snow and then sleet and ice on top of that. That is correct. It won't really be that significant of ice, but there will be enough there to at least cause some travel problems, and in some cases, we could even see some isolated power outages up there. Hey, Drew, for becoming a member. Indiana with the $10 super chat. I need a creative way to cover up my windshield. I'll send you a photo when I get it done. All right, sounds good. We have a few more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. This is from, oh, we already saw that one. This is in Hope, Arkansas. We already got some accumulation happening there with some snow and sleet. From Tulsa, Oklahoma, this guy said, bruh. Bruh, there's snow. Hey, Doppler for the super chat. How's Seattle doing? I think Seattle's doing all right, man. From Little Rock, Arkansas, got snow and I wished for it. There you go. Couple of inches already in Shady Point, Oklahoma. LaFleur County, Oklahoma. The Water, Oklahoma also has some snow on the ground there. Almost all of Oklahoma at this point has snow. Other than, like, the very far southeastern part of the state. Dorman, the main concern for you over there in Spartanburg, South Carolina will be freezing rain. Starting to get some snow in Lowell, Arkansas. Or Lowell, excuse me, Arkansas. A lot of snow now on the ground in Seoquah County and Oklahoma. It's near the Roland area. Tulsa has a good amount of snow on the ground. This is Jen from Memphis. We have no bananas. Or actually, sorry, we have a Soul Survivor. There are 3 bananas on the shelf. Unbelievable how little bananas are left here in the southern and southeastern United States. It's crazy. Thank you, Liz, for the $20 super chat. Yeah, it's going to be cold. Again, these next few days are going to be brutal. I'm not saying that to be dramatic either. We're literally talking about brutal cold across nearly the entire country. Florida and maybe California are like the only 2 exceptions. It's going to be bad the next few days. From Taylor County, Texas, under an inch of sleet so far, and snow in Abilene. In Norman, Oklahoma, got plenty of snow out there. This is in Gainesville, Texas, got a little dusting of snow on the ground, including the roadway. This is over in Raton, New Mexico, got ice sticking to some of the tree branches there. Thank you, Ark, for the super chat. Yeah, G-Scart's currently sitting in the cat tower right now. Thank you, Dank, for the $5 super chat as well. How are places like Denton going to fare? Denton, Texas is going to get hit hard by ice. I think 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice is going to happen in that area. I think areas like Sherman and Gainesville could actually overperform for their ice. DK for the super chat, and also Block for the super chat. How much are we looking at for Washington, D.C.? About 8 to 12 inches of snow. Could be as high as 14 on the northern side, though, of D.C. area. It's over in Martin Spring, Arkansas from Ronald. Finally starting to come down and stick a little bit in Clarksville, Arkansas. Bear with the super chat asking about ice and power outages in Myrtle Beach. I don't think Myrtle Beach is going to be too bad for power outages. I think it's going to be primarily back off to your west. I think Myrtle Beach will probably fare all right with the power outage risk. Streets are starting to turn white in Topeka, Kansas. In Elkins, Arkansas, snow is coming down. It's actually coming down pretty heavy there. Snow is falling in Joplin, Missouri. A couple inches in Stillwater, Oklahoma. Very windy as of right now as well in southeast Kansas with snow on the ground. And once again, if you guys have any photos or videos, you can scan the QR code on your screen, go to the website, also on your screen, or it's the second to top link in the description below. Thank you, Kevin, for the $10 super chat. Will Southern Kentucky get snow or freezing rain? You're going to get both. So get some snow for most of tomorrow, and then it'll transition to freezing rain at some point tomorrow evening. Probably a little after 7. It'll probably mostly be sleep, but you'll at least get a little bit of freezing rain there. Kristen's asking about ice or snow for Memphis. Most of you guys, again, most of everybody that's tuning in right now will see a mixture of both snow and ice. It's not going to just be one or the other. So Memphis is going to start as snow. It's going to go to ice. If you're over in like Indianapolis, anywhere up here, it's all snow. So Indianapolis, Columbus, Cincinnati, we're mostly looking at snow in those areas. The mixed area is going to be, I'm going to try to outline it the best I can, but pretty much anywhere in this area here. That's where all the mixed precipitation is going to be. It's a general idea. It's not a great outline, but basically anywhere in between. That's from New York City and DC all the way into Dallas and Oklahoma City and Memphis and even Nashville. So all of you are going to be dealing with problems when it comes to ice accumulation and snow accumulation, everything in between. Hey, Riss for the super chat. Also loves the super chat. Close tomorrow, Saturday, technically in Atlanta. Or today, technically in Atlanta. How bad are things going to be during my 1 a.m. drive home? I don't know. Are you talking about 1 a.m. tomorrow? If you're talking about tomorrow night, there's probably going to be ice on the road. So definitely take it slow if you're driving. But in general, like, again, I can't really predict how bad it's going to be in terms of the... I mean, the road conditions across the board, if they're not treated, they're going to be bad. If they are treated, they will be better, but not necessarily perfect. So it's really, again, if you're traveling anywhere tomorrow, if you're going to work, it's all up to your risk tolerance on exactly where you want to travel and where you're going to travel. Like, everything that you do when it comes to traveling is your decision. It really depends on if you want to risk driving through freezing rain or not, or snow. It's all up to you. I'm not going to really answer many questions when it comes to, like, should I drive or can I drive from here, like, from X to Y or Y to Z? Like, I'm not going to answer those questions because, like, it's just, it really comes down to what you're comfortable with. Not something I can determine. I don't know if you have any experience driving through winter weather or not. Like, all that stuff is just up in the air. Hey, pre-race for the $20 super chat. I want to look at Charlotte, North Carolina. Go back through the future radar here. I'd say Charlotte's going to start to see stuff in the early afternoon tomorrow. Right now, the HRRR is showing the beginning of our precipitation around 6 to 7 o'clock tomorrow. That's Central Time, so it'll be closer to 7 to 8 in Eastern Time there near Charlotte. You know, it's really crazy that this is what it's going to look like at 2 a.m. Sunday morning. It's what it's going to look like in about 26 hours. Literally snow stretching from Oklahoma and the Texas Panhandle back into Washington, D.C. and Richmond. Ice stretching from Virginia Beach back into Dallas. It's a massive area. It's crazy. So we're so early into the event still. Hey, Steve for the super chat. 4 degrees in Columbus, Ohio. Lots of snow coming. There will be a lot of snow coming. Probably talking about 8 to 10 inches at least there. Kelly with the $20 super chat. Well, Memphis, Olive Branch, and Jonesboro get snow. The snow is going to be coming overnight into early tomorrow morning. So for most of you near Memphis, any snow that's going to happen is actually going to be around or just before sunrise. And then for Memphis, you'll transition into sleet and snow around 9 to 10. Jonesboro will probably be mostly snow until 3 or 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So this picture here, timestamps at the top of your screen. This is 5 o'clock Central Time. It's almost all freezing rain for Memphis and the Olive Branch area. And then Jonesboro will be transitioning into sleet around 4 to 5 o'clock tomorrow. So I just said in the chat, is Boston just snow? Boston will be basically just snow. There will maybe be a very brief period of like sleet sometime Monday morning, but I don't think it'll be anything crazy. Somebody just asked about Kennett's, Missouri in terms of snowfall accumulation. I think Kennett will probably be around right in the ballpark of probably 5 to 8. Almost lost my voice there. What could 0.35 inches of ice do to power? Mostly isolated to widely scattered power outages with something like that. What are we looking at for Dallas? All ice accumulation. We are already starting to see that transition into ice right now. We have freezing rain that is beginning to fall across the north and west sections of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Again, I'm pretty concerned right now about Gainesville. We have a training area of freezing rain that's setting up, and it's just going to continue to drop a lot of freezing rain over the next few hours. Again, the city of Denison, Texas is already down to 29 degrees. That is all freezing rain that is popping up on this camera right now. That is all freezing liquid that's going to turn into ice tonight into tomorrow. And we could easily see around a half of an inch of ice if this train of freezing rain, were to continue to keep up. But very concerning stuff, setting up here. If you look at the actual radar, this right here is a very intense band that's setting up. I mean, it's literally setting up perfectly for Gainesville. Those reds, when you start to see that, that's pretty concerning. Hey, MJ for the super chat. Can you talk about the I-10 corridor for travel tomorrow? I mean, I-10 will probably be, for the most part, fine. The only area that would have more problems would be over here west of Houston. If you go further east, you're going to have less chances of there being ice on the roadways. So west of Houston is definitely more concerning, for sure. Any power outages yet? We have isolated power outages. Nothing like really widespread or anything that we can definitively say is because of the weather. West Texas would be the only area right now that we think may have power outages because of weather, but it's very, very limited in scope right now. Will, with the $10 super chat, any chance this misses Richmond, Virginia? If not, what's the current outlook? It's not missing Richmond. Pretty much anybody in the winter storm warning, you guys are going to see stuff. Richmond's going to see around 4 to 8 inches of snow and then transition into freezing rain late afternoon and evening. Probably going to see around 1/4 inch of ice. This is what it's going to look like tonight around, let me go to about 4 o'clock in the morning. So this is what it's going to look like in about 4 hours. The snow will be expansive. Sleet will also be pretty expansive from Roswell, New Mexico, back towards Olive Branch in Mississippi and Tupelo, and then freezing rain anywhere from about Huntsville back into areas like Dallas and Shreveport. So the freezing rain is going to be increasing in coverage quite a bit. But for most part, when we go live tomorrow morning, we're going to be mostly covering areas in the Ohio Valley, and across the southern plains still. Dallas will be getting still hit hard with freezing rain by lunchtime. Snow will be moving into Nashville and Kentucky and Missouri, southern Illinois, most of Kansas, and even back over into north central Oklahoma there and northern Arkansas. Freezing rain will really ramp up just outside of Huntsville, near Florence and Tupelo, and those are areas that are going to be very hard hit tomorrow during the daytime. And then by tomorrow night, by close to when the end of the stream will probably be tomorrow, that is when we're going to have a massive winter storm stretching from Dallas into Raleigh and Columbia. Things are going to be very intense by then. Ryan with the super chat asking about Gallia in Ohio for snowfall accumulation. In terms of snow accumulation there, I'm thinking of right around 10 to 15 inches of snow. The size of this beast is mind-boggling. This thing is, again, I really can't stress how crazy this is. I mean, this is one of the craziest winter storms. This is definitely the craziest winter storm I've ever covered. And I mean, I've covered winter storms since 2017, 2018, at least in the southern plains, but really across the entire country. And in general, this is by far one of the craziest winter storms that I've seen ever. And it hasn't even really happened yet. We've only gotten to the beginning, but the amount of ice that this thing is going to drop, the amount of snow that this thing is going to drop is just insane. Like, I don't know. This is going to be crazy by tomorrow night. That's all I got to say. This thing is going to be absolutely insane. Hey, Eric, for becoming a member, and Augie for the super chat, saying it's a frigid 8 degrees here in New Hampshire. It is very cold all across the northern tier. I think it's just crazier that this is so large and we don't have like a defined low pressure system. Like there's going to be a very small low pressure system that develops on late Saturday in the southeast and then eventually goes towards southern New England. But this is all mostly just because of an Arctic air mass merging with a bunch of Pacific moisture, basically. That's all it is. There's no like low pressure system. Most of the time, like during winter storm events that we see on a typical basis this time of the year, it's usually a large low pressure system coming over the Rockies or coming out of Canada. It's usually what happens. We don't have that. We just have moisture. We have an upper level low. So not a low level low. It's an upper level low. And basically merging with a very weak low level area. And that's all creating a bunch of moisture and going to make this massive winter storm. So it'll be a crazy day tomorrow. That's all I gotta say. Today's been just the beginning. And again, most of what we've done in this stream is just, answering questions, kind of going over what's happening out there, and what's expected as we go into tomorrow. But, it's gonna get a lot crazier tomorrow. There's no doubt about that. Minus 10 degrees from western South Dakota. You'll get snow when we get the frigid cold. It's harder to get snow up in areas like, North Dakota or even, Minnesota this time, like right now, because it's just so cold. And when it gets cold like this, it is very hard for snow to actually happen. So if you're like the Wisconsin area, anything like that, there really won't be much snow anytime soon with how cold it's going to be. And I've officially just downed 5 water bottles. It is kind of impressive. Actually, 6. This entire thing and then 5 water bottles. Or 4. This is basically 2 water bottles. Derek with the super chat asking about my thoughts on Atlanta. I think 1/4 of an inch of ice. We'll have some isolated to scattered power outages, especially east of Atlanta. And then outside of that, there's not really going to be a whole lot else. Maybe some infrastructure damage in some localized locations. Definitely some travel impacts, though, for the Atlanta area. What's next weekend looking like? Too early to talk really about next weekend. Yeah, we could see a snow event next weekend. I'll quickly look at the GFS. The 00Z GFS just came out. Check that out real quick. But again, next weekend there is a possibility of a snow event. This is the latest run from the GFS, so this just came out. And I mean, it's been consistent on the models. It's been shown for 2 days now. Where we get this small little low pressure system that forms Friday of next week in the Southern Plains, showing snow in Dallas-Fort Worth, snow in Louisiana, and some snow across the plains, and then some ice accumulation further down to the south in a very thin area. Yeah, it's possible. I mean, we could see some snow down here near the Gulf Coast. It's not going to be as major as what we're talking about now, but it's something. But we're going to have all that Arctic air still here even by next weekend, so we have that possibility of still seeing southern snow then. European model doesn't really show anything yet, but that's only until Wednesday. So we'll have to look at it and see what it shows for Friday. It shows a little bit of snow, though, over in the Ohio Valley as we go into Wednesday. Very light stuff, though. Thank you, Kelly, for the super chat. Do you think Memphis is going to get a lot of power outages? They should be pretty isolated. West of Memphis, east of Memphis, they'll be a lot more widespread. I think Memphis is kind of in the middle of that. They'll be a little bit more scattered. I don't think all of Memphis is going to lose power, but they'll definitely be scattered in that area. Right in the chat just asked for, is there going to be snow for DFW? There will be a little bit of snow as we go into Sunday, but it'll be very brief. Maybe just a couple of inches. STA with the super chat asking about Lake Charles, Louisiana. I think Lake Charles is going to see a little bit of freezing rain as we go into Sunday, but it'll be very, very brief. This area in particular is obviously under ice storm warning just here north, and then you're under a winter weather advisory. It's going to be a very close call for really seeing much of any ice, but I think Sunday morning you'll get a very quick transition from cold rain into freezing rain, which will make things slick for most of Sunday, and then Monday things should improve. Hunter with the $10 super chat. Are you sure the snow won't hit a little bit lower than forecasted? I don't think so. That'll alert things really high. I don't think it's going to get much further south than what it's forecast to be right now. I think what we're looking at right now is pretty spot on. But I do have to say, like, I mean, the snow is a little bit further south, at least in, like, Little Rock. And again, this is kind of what we were expecting last night. We talked about it last night. We talked about it earlier in the stream, too. Snow is expected to begin sooner for areas like Little Rock and Memphis, but again, it'll all transition into sleet and freezing rain basically by tomorrow. So this is your snow opportunity, and after that, there's not going to be a whole lot of snow after that. So with the $10 super chat, when is the weather supposed to get started in Chattanooga and the Dayton area of Tennessee? Anywhere in Chattanooga, it's going to start ramping up tomorrow afternoon. Late morning, early afternoon is when the precipitation will arrive to Nashville. And then around 2 to 3 o'clock, Chattanooga will start to get in on the action. Are you hot for becoming a member? Also, Cosmic with the super chat. Thank you for consistent coverage and patience with your chat. It is what it is. I mean, we have a lot of people watching, and I'm glad. I'm able to help, you know, tens of thousands of you prepare for this winter storm. This is obviously going to be a big deal. As we've been talking about all week, this is going to be the biggest winter storm that I've ever covered across the board. I mean, we've put extensive time into this winter storm coverage already. I mean, we're already over 15 hours of live coverage just in the last 3 days. 8 hours today. We had 4 hours yesterday, 3 hours the day before. So we're already over 15 hours easily. And then by the end of this weekend, we'll probably be over 50. I mean, we're doing an entire marathon of live coverage. We've had 2 videos every single day this week. We're going to have another video probably tomorrow. Just won't be until later in the day. We'll be live pretty much all day. And then Sunday, we're going to be live all day and then have another video. I mean, this has been a very interesting stretch of weather. After this, I'll be probably taking a day off myself because, I mean, I've been working 16 hours every single day since Monday. So, and that's not changing until at least the end of Sunday. Thank you, Rosin, for the super chat. What do you think about driving from Clarksville back to Florida Tuesday? We'll see. I mean, the roads should hopefully be treated, so it might be okay, but you'll just have to wait and see what happens. I'm not entirely sure. Like, again, that's not really something we can really predict right now. It has more to do with the roadways and how they're treated and stuff like that. I would assume it's probably going to be fine, but we'll have to wait and see. Hey, Courtney with the super chat. Decatur, Texas will probably have some isolated scattered power outages. And unfortunately, with this training area of freezing rain back over near Gainesville right now, things are getting pretty bad out there. Near Gainesville and Sherman, we have very intense areas of freezing rain that are setting up right now. And this is going to continue to lead to big problems overnight. Power outages are going to really ramp up over there in the Gainesville area. Got a few new cameras on the bottom middle, bottom right of your screen. Some different places in Arkansas right now that are starting to see some wintry weather rolling in. Hey, Brian, for becoming a member. Thank you, Profound, for the super chat. Well, Atlanta's Sunday afternoon rain in the rise of temperatures reduce ice. It will. Yeah, for Atlanta, it will once the temperatures rise, but they'll also drop again Sunday night. So any ice that basically, you know, what's going on with Storm Media? Looking at their camera.
Snow on the sensor, so it's like all bugged out.
I was gonna say it's snow on the sensor, chat. That's
car is having a
It's
problem.
all bugged out. We're good.
But yeah, it will still refreeze though
might
Sunday
be
night once the
nobody
cold
in
front
there,
moves through. Temperatures will
But
drop
we're
below
gonna check to make
freezing
sure that
again.
Nobody's in here.
Hey, Mac
No,
for
I
the
saw
super
the
chat.
car moving, I think someone's.
You think there will be widespread power outages in and around Jackson, Tennessee, Sunday
Oh,
or
right
Monday?
there. Yeah,
I would say they'll at least be scattered, so there will be some power
I
outages.
don't know if we can,
I don't know if we can push him up the hill.
but we got some.
It's what it looks like over in Seminole, Oklahoma right now. I think there might be a person off
Make
the
sure
road
that
here.
you can get out.
Yeah, so you got a car off the road right here on a
Yeah, I'm good.
a highway.
Once this truck goes by, I'm good.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's see if they need help. I think we might be able to push.
Check to make sure that they're all right.
Yeah.
DL talking about?
Well, that's what I mean. Do they need help?
What's
Do they
that?
need
No.
help? That's like help. I mean, like, let's see if they need help. Like, and they're good. Hey, are y'all good?
Yeah.
You think?
Yeah, we literally sleep and the tow truck is coming.
The what?
Tow truck is
Tow truck is
Yeah,
coming?
tow truck coming.
Okay. All right.
You think we can push you up?
Dude, I
Oh, we
wonder.
tried, like, policemen also come, we tried 3 times.
You even reversed and then
Yeah,
yeah.
we try a lot of them. But no.
Okay.
It's like 5
This is
minutes
back
away.
over in
It is
Seminole,
pretty-
Oklahoma.
the tow truck's
Cars
5
off the
minutes away.
It is
road.
pretty steep, so I don't know. You might, yeah, it might be tough to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's again
Do you want us
live.
to stay here until you get
No,
there?
yeah, we good.
Okay.
Yeah, you good?
thanks
All
so
right.
much.
Yeah, man. Hopefully, make it home safe. Take it easy, man.
All right.
That is kind of steep, so I don't know.
Hey, jump in the super chat. Like load, we lose power in Denton, Texas.
I didn't look at.
Could be pretty scattered again. Scattered power
He
outages
also
for
might
North
have
Texas.
his tire. What if his
Much higher
tire
odds of
tread-
power
his
outages
tires-
east of
his
the
tire
Dallas-Fort Worth
tread is
area.
probably nothing. So even if we push, the tires are just gonna,
It's the tires.
And it doesn't help that he's on the grass either. That's not ideal. So, all right. Let's see. Where's my? I need to get my directions still.
Hey, Brooke for the super chat. 17 degrees at North Mid Tennessee on the plateau. Getting cold out there.
I have no idea. Oh well.
Your directions.
Yeah, I got directions on my phone just to get over to wherever, but I was looking for my phone here.
That jog was something. It was interesting.
You lost your
I
phone.
just watched it back. I wasn't looking at the camera.
Wait, what? It's not lost. I'm sure it's in here somewhere. But, oh well. I was gonna take a little video of that, but
Who is?
Will Denton have snow? Denton,
where's the
Texas will see a
charger?
little bit
I
of
think
snow
it
on the
was
back
plugged
end
in,
of this
so
winter storm.
oh, it's back here.
Who is talking as Valerie? I assume that's you, Brandon.
Can I see your flashlight, Garrett?
Apparently my radio name hasn't updated yet.
Can I see your flashlight?
Yeah,
Why don't you just use that? I have a light on the.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that. But again, cars off the road. That's going to be a pretty common sight here over the next couple of days across the southern plains and the southeast. It's obviously nighttime, and most people are taking this winter storm seriously from what we've seen already in Oklahoma. There's very few cars in the roadway, but obviously there's still enough for these types of things to happen. And so we'll definitely see more of that tomorrow here across the southern plains, the Mississippi Valley. Like, this is just going to be a continuing thing, especially with the ice accumulation. And once that ramps up, that's when things are going to get a lot more dicey, I would say, here across areas back over in the Ohio Valley area. Thank you, LL, for the super chat. We're going to see snow in Cleveland, Mississippi. I don't think anywhere in Mississippi is really going to see snow. Looks like we just got a new winter storm warning. I think we're getting some new advisories and warnings to go on top of what we already have since some of these are expiring. So those are popping up right now on the bottom of your screen. But yeah, Mississippi, I don't expect much snow unless you're over here near Oxford. And again, we are starting to see our first snowfall reaching the Memphis area. So a little bit of snow is starting to reach the Jonesboro area, Memphis. It's a live shot near Jonesboro. It's actually pretty windy. It's only 15 degrees. Not seeing snowflakes yet, but we are starting to see that snow reaching the Mississippi River. And so Memphis should start to see snow in the next hour. Got a little band of heavier snow maybe just south of Bolivar in Tennessee as well. Not seeing any snow though on these cameras as of now. But we'll definitely keep an eye on it. If we see anything. No snowflakes though, looks like yet. If there's any, they're very tiny. Hey, Goofy for the super chat. Somebody just said in the chat, it's 3 degrees in Pennsylvania, feels like 11 below. It is cold. Literally everywhere in the United States. Florida is really the only exception right now. And some areas along the Gulf Coast are in like the 50s and 60s, but almost everywhere else is just brutal. It's unfortunately going to stay like that here for a while. My cat has been sleeping ever since she came in here. He's currently sleeping in the background. I need a cheese curd camera. Really need to get one of those. We have a camera, we just I haven't had time to set it up. Let's check out the power outage map. We do have some updates on our power outages. We're now sitting at 39,000 customers without power. So the number's gone up by 11,000 in the last few hours. We're at 13,000 without power in Texas. Again, unknown if any of these are actually weather related. I would have to guess some of them are. We just don't really know which ones. More than likely, it's going to be these ones up near Texarkana. That may be because of the weather, but we have about 1,600 without power in the Cass County area. The biggest power outage is in Bastrop County, about 4,000 without power. Unlikely because of weather here, but other locations are probably because of the weather. But the number's gone up by 11,000. Mexico has a few hundred, Oklahoma has a couple hundred, and then Arkansas is at about 600. But you can only imagine what this map's going to look like in about a day, or even 2 days. Like, we're going to probably have well over 10, like probably at least a few million people without power by Sunday morning. It's going to get pretty dangerous, and it's going to be obviously very cold, which makes this situation even worse. Does St. Louis have anything to be worried about this weekend? The amount of snow being forecasted? I think St. Louis is just going to see around 5 to 7 inches of snow. I wouldn't say there's anything too concerning there. Like, I mean, that's pretty typical snow for that area with a winter storm like this. We're not looking at ice up there. Hey, Black for the super chat. Jonesboro, Arkansas. Yeah, Jonesboro is going to be pretty intense here as we go into the overnight hours. Obviously, we're now past midnight, so we're kind of going into the overnight hours now. But snow will be much heavier this evening. So by around 5 to 6 o'clock, we'll see heavier snowfall. And then overnight into tomorrow morning, the snow will continue back over in Jonesboro, Mountain Home, Dyersburg, Murray, Nashville. We'll transition into freezing rain and sleet by around 4 to 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And then by the evening hours, that snow will start to come back into play for Jonesboro. That'll be mostly going into Sunday morning. By the way, camera slot 2 and 3 are like frozen for some reason. Camera 2 keeps freezing, and then 3 is just completely frozen. Thank you, Captain, for the super chat. Oh, I already read that. Does Max sleep? I do, actually. Believe it or not, I do sleep. But again, when we go live tomorrow morning, this is about what it's going to look like. It's going to look a little bit like this. All right, we're going to have snow from Oklahoma City and the Texas Panhandle back into Nashville. We'll have ice happening, southern Oklahoma, Little Rock, northern Alabama, near Huntsville, Florence, northern Mississippi near Tupelo, just north of Jackson, and just about outside of Austin. All those areas are going to be dealing with some freezing rain or ice around this time frame. So we'll be live again basically a few hours at this point. We'll be live again in like 6 or 7 hours to cover this winter storm, but what the impacts we're expecting are. What about Southeast Michigan? Talking about maybe a couple inches. Not expecting anything too significant up there. Dino with the super chat asking about Altus, Oklahoma for power outages. They should be pretty isolated. They'll be pretty isolated for most of Oklahoma. A little bit more scattered if you're right along the Red River. So that's Ardmore, Medill, and as well as Durant. And then a little bit more widespread as you go into North Texas. We still have a very intense band of freezing rain that's still penetrating there into Gainesville and the Sherman area, even near Bridgeport. And that's going to continue here for the next probably hour or two, and then hopefully things will wind down overnight. But I think it's going to be pretty active here in the North Texas area. So far, Fort Worth and Dallas have been very light freezing rain. We haven't had anything too intense so far, but we are transitioning now into freezing rain. So there will be a glazing of ice on the ground here within the next hour, if it's not already on the ground there in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Indiana with the $20 super chat, considering installing a camera on top of my ham radio tower. Do you recommend anything particular that I could give you access to with pan and tilt control? North Vernon, Indiana. I don't have anything in my mind really. You could also reach out to Radar Omega too. They have been putting up cameras in a lot of places, and if you reach out to their Cyclone Port team, they might be able to get you something. Might be worth reaching out. Hey, Tyler for the super chat. Watching from Little Rock, Arkansas. Appreciate you tuning in. Got a little bit of snow ramping up there in Little Rock. About 2 hours ago, there was nothing. There was like barely any snow to the west and south. There's very minimal. Now almost all of Arkansas has some sort of snow happening. It's much lighter, much drier near Memphis right now. We don't really have much reaching the ground. Further west, it's a lot more moist, and a lot of the snow is actually reaching the ground, and it's much heavier. Kevin with the super chat. Southeast Kansas snow forecast, specifically Yates Center, Kansas. Southeast Kansas is probably going to be around 4 to 8 inches. I think the numbers are going to be a bit lower there than originally forecasted. Most of the snow and most of the intense bands have been to your south. So most of these areas near Pittsburgh, Coffeyville are probably going to end up being a little bit lower. But I think areas like Tulsa, Muskogee, areas in Oklahoma are probably going to overperform at this rate. The snow has not been as significant up in Kansas. It's been very light. It's been kind of dry up there too, which is all underneath an Arctic high. So that's kind of fitting for what we're seeing there right now. There's a live camera here in Burlington, Kansas that we can look at. And I mean, it's snowing there. It's pretty windy. It's just very small snowflakes. We have a few more photos and videos that you guys have been sending in. Let's check them out. Snowing over in Oklahoma City. Been a lot of snow there here over the last few hours. Fort Smith has plenty of snow. This is Gold Lake Estates in Arkansas. Got a lot of snow coming down there now. Arkansas is, again, really picking up on the snow game. This is in Oklahoma City. Got a little puppy going out in the snow. Show us Cheese Curd in Fayetteville, Arkansas. She is sleeping. I'm not going to pick her up. She's in her cat tower. She's just chilling. A little bit of snowflakes over in Miami, Oklahoma. It's near just northeast of Tulsa. Winter is coming in Tulsa, Oklahoma. It is already here. It is already here. 3 to 4 inches so far in Norman, Oklahoma, according to this viewer. Thank you, Ray Van, for becoming a member. Too much snow for Oklahoma. There's a lot of snow on the ground, especially in Oklahoma City, but even Tulsa is starting to pick up in about 1 inch to 2 now. Garden City, Kansas is now up to a couple inches of snow, it looks like. Plenty of snow coming down there in Garden City. Tahlequah is about 1 inch, it looks like. Heavy snow in Tulsa. A lot of photos of the snow here, Oklahoma City. Help, I've seen to have misplaced my driveway. I don't know where your driveway is. I couldn't even guess. I think that's the road there, but I don't know. Thank you, Dylan, for becoming a member. Blowing snow in Van Buren, Arkansas. Thank you for all you do. I appreciate your comment there. So over to Queen, Arkansas, we have snow and ice accumulation. We have snow and ice accumulations now. I can even see it on the power lines. I got a generator and power station ready to be used. Stay safe out there. Yeah, that car is not going to look good by tomorrow. It's going to be very covered over in ice. Snow starting to gather in Tulsa, Carlsville, Oklahoma. Also a little bit of snow there. Lucky says it's too cold outside, so take your pets inside. It is very cold outside. And if you have any pets, definitely bring them indoors. Little Rock, Arkansas is looking like a winter wonderland. Plenty of snow coming down there. It's at the Walmart in Fayetteville, Arkansas. There's still a few people there. Probably workers. Thank you, Doc, for becoming a member. Mainly light ice in Sherman, Texas. It's good. At least it's light. It obviously will add up over time here over the next couple of days. Snowing has begun in BB Steady Start in Arkansas. Thank you, Bobo, for the super chat. Finally, snow falling in Centerton, Arkansas, although I do not know exactly how this will show up. Looks pretty good. Got a little dusting of snow on the rooftop. Should be a lot more by tomorrow morning when you wake up. Last photo that we have for right now is in Pulaski County, Arkansas. We have a little bit of snow piling up there on the patio set. And again, if you have any photos or videos that you want to maybe have on the stream this evening or even tomorrow, you can submit them. Again, the QR code's on your screen. There's also a link on the screen as well if you want to just type it out. You don't trust QR codes, which is totally fair. There's a link on your screen there. Back over to radar. What about East Texas? We're expecting about a ½ inch of ice for many areas in East Texas, at least. And some spots could be 3/4 of an inch, and we're expecting some scattered to numerous power outages there. Winter is here in Kansas. It is here in Kansas. Plenty of snow there as well. We got a snowplow bottom right of your screen. Look at that. It's a nice snowplow. Plowing the roads over there in Kansas. Lawton, Oklahoma looks very snowy right now. This is a live shot in Lawton, Oklahoma. Plenty of snow on the highway here at US 62 and Sheridan East. But again, really no cars out there. It is obviously 12:30, but no cars are out there, at least in this part of Lawton. And then we just had a snowplow go by in I-70 corridor here near the Hayes exit in Kansas. And then Storm Hunter Media is still chugging along with plenty of snow falling in Seminole, Oklahoma.
Eat like the chicken bakes or something. And then, yeah.
Conditions are quickly deteriorating.
That the internet can make you famous
across
for
most of Oklahoma.
The most bizarre reasons, you know. But we're getting pretty good snow right here. I can't see great. Actually, when I look at the stream camera, I can actually see better out of the stream camera, so you guys can see all the tiny little flakes there. It kind of looks like grainy, but it's
Maya
all
for the
just
super chat.
Tiny little snowflakes there that are falling. We got tiny, dry snow. Fine, dry, powdery, fluffy snow.
Exactly what it looks like on the roadways right now. It is
how long have we
kind
been
of a little scary. I mean, again, none of these roads are really being plowed in Oklahoma. Very few snowplows are out there in general.
Okay. Yeah, we're approaching 5.
This snow is going to be stacking up a lot more by tomorrow.
I mean, really, what do you think we should do?
Curb runner, sidewalk runner, grass runner. Yes.
Hey, Max, should I buy toilet paper? It's kind of too late, I think, to really buy anything like that.
But
thank you for
I think we're shocked in that department if you need toilet paper.
Angels, thank you so much.
That's the burning question here. It seems like.
I mean, as long as that stretch of...
Got a video coming in from Mike Scantlin, Storm Chaser, out of the Tulsa area. What it looks like out there. Looks like first responders going by too here. This is just a few minutes ago. Just looks so cold out there. I mean, again, look at the snow blowing around and everything. Hey, Shauna, for becoming a maximum velocity member. Huge shout out to anybody that's become a member of the channel today. Helps us out a ton here. An entire operation with a lot of people here, so really do appreciate everybody becoming a member. You're gonna pull an all-nighter? No. I mean, honestly, if that were pulling an all-nighter any day out of any live stream that we've really ever had recently, it would definitely be, you know, tomorrow night or something. But there's just no way. I would not be able to physically operate a good stream on Sunday if I did an all-nighter. I was going to be in Dallas. We're expecting quite a bit of ice tomorrow. Again, we're going to be having a quarter, half an inch of ice. Power outages are going to be pretty scattered to, in some cases, widespread. Thank you, Ashley, for the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate that. And Doc for the super chat. So look like in Columbia, Tennessee tomorrow. Columbia just south of Nashville. We're going to be talking mostly about freezing rain. There will be some snow here into the mid-afternoon probably tomorrow, and then all sleet and freezing rain after that. Probably about a quarter of an inch of ice, maybe even up to a half an inch. I know the National Weather Service of Nashville has considered adding an ice storm warning for parts of the Nashville area. But we'll have to probably wait and see for that until tomorrow. But for right now, it's mostly going to be an ice concern. A little bit of snow, though, possible before that. Hey, Cindy, for becoming a member. Power out? Yeah, we don't have any really power outages. They're very isolated, again, right now across the country. They're going to get a lot more widespread tomorrow afternoon. They're going to be very minimal for the next 6 hours. They'll probably get a little bit more significant by lunchtime, and then it'll be a lot more widespread for many areas by tomorrow night and Sunday morning. And then, obviously, Sunday afternoon is when the power outages will probably be at their peak across the country. Again, the worst of the impacts are expected to be Saturday and Sunday. Then you're still live. We've been live for 8.5 hours. It's about hit 8.5 hours. I mean, tomorrow's going to be 12 plus hours, and then 12 plus hours again on Sunday. Hey, Burnett, for becoming a member, and also Lenny for the $20 super chat. Get some caffeine and throat lounges on me. Thanks for your devotion to community service. I appreciate that. I will probably need that out on Monday. I'm not going to lie. My voice doesn't feel terrible right now. It's going to be a lot worse, though, I think, by Sunday. And I think by, like, Monday, I'm going to literally need to rest my voice for, like, multiple days. Hey, Rapid, for becoming a member. Where am I located? I'm in Florida. Hate to break it to everybody, but I am in the warm place. The only place that's really warm in the United States right now is where I'm at, which is kind of ideal, to be honest. At least means I'm not going to, lose power because of weather. I mean, there's plenty of other places that will have that risk, unfortunately, this weekend. Hey, Lisa, for becoming a member. Hey, Collins for the super chat. We'll hit the Boot Hill of Missouri. I don't know where the Boot Hill is. Somebody specify where the Boot Hill is. Thank you, Mary, for becoming a member. Oh, is Boot Hill southeast Missouri? All right. Boot Hill, Missouri. We're mostly talking about snow for most of the event. We'll have some freezing rain and sleet late tomorrow afternoon and into the evening. I would be expecting around 6 to 10 inches there of snow, and then maybe up to a tenth to a quarter of an inch of ice. Thank you, Mary, for becoming a member, and also Star for the super chat. Our power outage is likely for Maryland or Richmond, Virginia. They're possible. If we go back over to our power outage map, this is really, again, the best way to gauge where the power outages will be the most, let's say, significant, or at least where they'll probably exist, which I'm trying to find the map. It's this right here. The Richmond area has a much higher chance. Maryland is a much lower chance. I would say isolated to maybe widely scattered in Maryland. Much better chance for power outages if you're in very far southern Maryland, as there will be a better shot of basically ice accumulation. Yeah, this is our power outage forecast here for this weekend. I would say DFW is going to be more scattered than widespread. I would probably shift the red a bit further east, but outside of that, it's pretty much what I think is going to happen. How much snow for St. Louis? Probably talking about 6 to 8 inches. We're now up to 50 winter storm warnings. We have 24 winter storm watches. Gone up a little bit on the winter storm warning count. Thank you, Red, for the super chat, and Cheshire for becoming a member, and Cricket for becoming a member. Will this all be over? Monday afternoon, but most areas will be done by very early Monday, like 2 a.m. Monday. The storm system is going to move offshore. I mean, New England will be the only place that still has any impacts, basically, after about 3 or 4 in the morning on Monday. So this is what it looks like by about 6 a.m. on Monday. The only stuff that's going to be left over will be in New England. If you're in Texas, Arkansas, you're done by Sunday afternoon. Most of Tennessee is done by Sunday evening. Kentucky will be almost done by Sunday evening. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. We have another winter storm warning update, this time back to the Charleston, Virginia area. They updated the snow totals a little bit higher on this warning. Instead of being 5 to 10, we are now up to 6 to 11 inches of snow. So this includes places in Ohio, West Virginia, and Kentucky.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's back over here near Charleston and Athens and Huntington, just west of Elkins. So snowfall totals have gone up just a smidge. Thank you, Doug, for the super chat. Can we get an idea of what has transpired over the last 8 hours? I just tuned in. Not really much. I mean, again, this is the beginning of the winter storm. We've been mostly just talking about what's upcoming for this winter storm tomorrow. Again, this is the bare bones of it. This is the beginning of it. It's very early into the actual winter storm. Like, tomorrow's going to be a lot crazier, and Sunday's going to be probably the craziest day of this winter storm system. So you're definitely going to be there tomorrow for our live coverage. Again, we'll be live for 12 plus hours tomorrow and Sunday covering this in depth. We'll have dozens of storm chasers. We'll have Riley obviously here. We'll have thousands of live cameras across the country. We'll have every angle of this winter storm possible. So it's going to be crazy, you know, tomorrow and Sunday. If you're not from one of these areas and you just want to watch because of what's happening, you know, we got the stream for you. We're going to be live pretty much all day tomorrow and Sunday. So again, make sure you're subscribed to the channel if you're not already, and click the bell icon so you're notified. It is going to be a busy next 48 hours, though. There's no doubt about that. Thank you, Jennifer, for the $10 super chat. I'm in Hanover, Pennsylvania. When we'll be quitting here. We're not going to be done until very early Monday. Probably about 6 a.m. Monday is when everything's done there. But yeah, you haven't really missed a whole lot. I mean, again, this is just the beginning of everything. Again, we've seen some snow, obviously. The storm chasers that we have are mostly in Oklahoma tonight. And they're pretty much just covering the snow that's falling. It's very minimal so far. I think tomorrow's going to be, again, just a completely different beast. It'll be a much more significant major winter storm by tomorrow. So definitely be prepared. Again, it's going to get pretty crazy tomorrow. Huge shout out to Lee with the 10 gifted memberships. W's in the chat for Lee. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Orioles, for the super chat. When will the next storm be? Next one after this is probably going to be during the later half of next week, around Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So we'll have a few days to get over what happens here. But at the same time, there will be people that will be using those same days that the weather will be quiet to figure out what they're going to be doing, because the power might be out for days, if not upwards of a week. Embrace for the super chat. Yeah, basically, we're going to have a large warm pocket of air surging up into southeastern Tennessee and northwestern Georgia, which is going to kind of alleviate how much ice accumulation we see in areas like Huntsville but even in a small sliver here, just outside of Johnson City in Tennessee. So basically, warm air is going to be surging up to the northeast. Off to the east of that, we have obviously the Appalachian Mountains, so we're going to have a cold air damming effect where ice accumulation happens off to the east, mostly freezing rain there, despite the southerly wind coming over here from the Birmingham and Atlanta area. And then anywhere off to the west is mostly just going to be snow, ice. There will not really be a whole lot of cold rain for most of these areas, at least near Nashville. Alrighty, guys, I gotta rest up for tomorrow. We're gonna be live tomorrow pretty much all day. I don't know when we're starting, to be honest. We'll see. But sometime in the morning. We will not have a video tomorrow morning. We will be going live. We're not gonna have any video tomorrow morning. Again, we'll have a live stream pretty much all day. We might have a video sometime tomorrow afternoon when we're live. Like, we'll possibly record a video while we're live. I'm not ruling that out. I'm not sure exactly if we will do that, but we'll see. But again, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, click the bell icon so you're notified when we go live tomorrow. Stay on the stream because you'll be redirected to our 24/7 live weather stream. We have a bunch of live cameras, we have a lot of live storm chasers, and we have live weather alerts all on that stream. It's 24/7. Make sure to subscribe to my second channel as well. It's more Max Velocity. You just stay on the stream and you'll be redirected automatically to that stream. You can hang out there, talk about the winter storm, all that good stuff. And yeah, we'll again see you guys again tomorrow. We'll be live almost all day, so stay tuned. Come back to the stream tomorrow morning. We'll be live pretty much all day. You can leave it up on your TV, your computer, whatever it might be. All right. Also, thank you, Mary, for the super chat on the way out. Thank you guys all again so much for watching. We will see you in the next live stream again tomorrow morning. Have a great one and see you later.